The system has given you endless life, but it has not given you the aptitude for cultivating immortality. Therefore, you can only hide in the deep mountains and secretly develop. You understand the meaning of the system. As long as you can outlast all the cultivators, you will be invincible. Results have passed a full 10,000 years, and the number of cultivators has not decreased, but has increased many peerless powerhouses. And just when you thought you were being treated as a cutie by the system, suddenly there was a ding in your mind. Ding! System activation successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving the supreme cultivation level. As the system's voice just fell, the earth collapsed, and the entire Jinwu spirit realm disintegrated into basic particles in an instant. And you also ascended to the peak of the human immortal realm under the impact of the spiritual power frenzy. But you haven't had time to get familiar with the terrifying power inside your body. And two sneaky guys have come outside the forbidden area. Is this the forbidden area of the Seeking Immortal sect? The old man in black robe asked. Upon hearing this, the young man's face was full of smiles. Yes, Senior. This is the forbidden land set up by the former elder of my Seeking Immortality sect. Since his death, no one has ever set foot here. It is said that every time the former elder comes out of this forbidden land, he is full of joy and smiles, as if he has become younger by hundreds of years. So, there must be a secret in it. As he spoke, the sinister old man revealed a greedy smile. It's not thousands of years ago now. The Seeking Immortal sect has long declined, with all its disciples fleeing, leaving only a young sect master of less than 20 and an elderly emperor Dao Realm elder. Even the mountain gate has been breached, forcing them to retreat to the last main hall within the Palace of Enlightenment. The powerful spiritual treasures once held by the Seeking Immortal sect, the secret realms of caves, and the inherited martial arts techniques have all been almost divided up, leaving only this inconspicuous forbidden area behind the mountain yet to be swept clean. The moment the two stepped into the forbidden area, you in the cave felt it. You then activated the scanning function towards the two individuals. Name, Lu Rinjia. Early stage of the Imperial Dao Realm. System evaluation, poor character. Excessive greed. Relying on sinister means to achieve the current realm. Name, Cha Yu. Mid-stage of the Transformation Realm. System evaluation, talented but lacking in morals. Relying on betraying the sect to gain favor with the strong. Upon learning the information of the two individuals, your expression immediately turned cold. When did even the mere Emperor Dao Realm dare to be so arrogant in the Seeking Immortal sect? And your memory suddenly returned to 5,000 years ago, when you first crossed over, with no identity, no background, and no cultivation. So in just 2 days, you would starve to death in the wilderness. And just when you thought you were doomed, you were actually taken in by the passing elder of the Seeking Immortality sect. He not only does not despise you for being immortal, but also allows you to become a servant in the Seeking Immortal sect, showing great care for you, even treating you like a grandson. The beautiful scenery does not last long. Not long after, the Elder Supreme Elder passed away. The Elder Supreme Elder treated me like his own flesh and blood, showing me great kindness. Based on this alone, I will not allow anyone to slander or harm the Seeking Immortal sect. With this in mind, you instantly moved towards the cave outside, and at this moment, the two of them are deciphering the secrets of the cave mansion. Suddenly, with a bang, the probe being investigated by Chayu exploded directly, splattering Lurengia with blood and flesh. The sudden turn of events left Lurengia in shock. The silent method of killing, even he did not notice, indicating that the person who made the move was far superior to him. Who is it? Who are you? Come out! He shouted loudly around, but with a hint of fear. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw a young man with a waist badge walking towards him from the cave in front of him, betraying the sect, inviting the wolf into the house, despicable in heart, should be punished for their actions. As for Lu Renjia, keep him, he still has some use. Who? How dare you play tricks in front of me? The Emperor. Lu Renjia pretended to be calm, but his trembling voice betrayed him. What kind of person I am is not important. I just want to know some things from your mouth. You said lightly, and in an instant, you appeared in front of Lu Renjia. Why should I answer you? This Emperor. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Renjia was treated the same way as Chayu, with a spiritual hand tightly gripping his throat, preventing him from making any sound. Renjia Lu quickly moved his fingertips, using his spiritual power to write words in the air. Wait, Senior, whatever you want to ask, I will tell you. In the next moment, the spiritual palm that grabbed his throat disappeared, and Lu Renjia fell to the ground coughing violently. This time, Lu Renjia no longer had the same expression as before, but instead had a pleasing look. Senior, what would you like to know? This old man will definitely tell you everything. I want to know the current situation of the Seeking Immortality sect. When you said this, Lu Renjia immediately felt a panic in his heart, judging from this person's appearance. Could he be a senior of the Seeking Immortal sect? If that's the case, it's really not good. Right now, the Nine Heavens sect, the Transforming Dragon Gate, and the Thundering sect behind me are attacking the Asking Dao Palace. Once the person in front of me finds out, it will definitely lead to many troubles. Lu Rinjia pondered in his heart, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and came up with an idea. Got it. I'll keep him steady first, and when the Seeking Immortal sect is destroyed, I'll gather the elders in the sect to kill this person. Thinking of this, Lu Ringjia's heart smirked, but his face was full of flattery as he said, Senior, that's a long story. Since that's the case, then you are useless. As you spoke, the spiritual power palm that had just disappeared from Lu Rinjia's neck reappeared. Senior, let me be brief. Lu Rinjia quickly begged for mercy, but unfortunately you did not give him a second chance. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Rinjia was also crushed into a ball of blood mist. No need. I'd rather go find those people outside the Asking Dao Palace than listen to you deceive me here. The current Chen Xin'an's cultivation level was at the peak of the human immortal realm. The gap between them and Lu Rinjia was like the gap between heaven and earth. Chen Xin'an was naturally able to detect that little bit of his mind. Moreover, while questioning Lu Rinjia, Chen Xin'an had already released his spiritual awareness. It passed through the Forbidden Land and led straight to the outside world, enveloping the entire immortal seeking sect. He saw that 5,000 years ago, it was an immortal's cave in the land of ultimate bliss. Nowadays, it is already a piece of debris, depressed and incomparable, and groups of cultivators are in it, fighting more than just for some heavenly materials and treasures. Especially outside of the immortal seeking sect's main hall, the Questioning Palace, there were thousands of cultivators with fierce eyes, eyeing them intently. I'd like to see who has the guts to make a move against the immortal seeking sect. Chen Xin'an clenched his fists, anger flooding his heart. This place had raised him for nearly 10,000 years, and he wasn't going to let anyone run wild here. When an immortal is angry, the sky turns upside down. Chen Xin'an's anger gave birth to a boundless murderous aura, causing heaven and earth to give birth to anomalies, and the temperature plummeted. The cold condensed and drifted down in a continuous snowfall. Chapter 3, The District Supreme. You want to destroy my immortal seeking sect? The main hall of the immortal seeking sect, the Questioning Palace. This was once the council hall of the immortal seeking sect, but now it was the last bastion of the immortal seeking sect. The clan protection formation that hadn't been used for 10,000 years had been opened. The majestic spiritual power activated the arcane runes within the walls of the Questioning Palace, releasing 10,000 feet of spiritual light. It turned into a huge golden bell to protect the Questioning Palace within it, and outside the Questioning Palace, thousands of cultivators of all realms surrounded it. 10,000 years. Even the Emperor realm is not more than this lifespan. Glorious for so long. The immortal seeking sect. It's time to disappear too. It's just that this big formation isn't simple either. Even though the immortal seeking sect now only had one old man left at the Imperial Dao realm, but the formation it presided over was able to make the attacks of our thousands of Imperial Dao realm, the sixth realm of the human realm, powerhouses as if they were overrated, and nothing could be done about it. This immortal seeking sect's underpinnings are truly terrifying. There's no need to worry. Elder Lei Hong of my thundering sect will be here soon. With his cultivation of the supreme realm, the seventh realm of the human realm, breaking through this formation is as easy as a slap in the face. I can hardly wait. Among the crowd, some people had cold smiles on their eyes, while others had greedy faces. Some of them were disciples of the three great sects, while others were casual cultivators who were thinking of fishing in troubled waters. Even evil practitioners. These people have the same purpose. They all think that a whale will fall and all things will be born. Overthrowing the immortal seeking sect. Seize the last assets of the immortal seeking sect. For the immortal seeking sect, this was desperate. But for these people, it was a wild ride. Meanwhile, inside the Questioning Palace, who would have thought that the once renowned Saint sect would now be empty of people? There was only a teenage patriarch who was less than 20 years old, and a dying Imperial Dao realm elder left. Cough. Sovereign, I'm afraid the Questioning Palace won't be able to hold on. Old me, I'm ready to disappear along with the immortal seeking sect, but you can't die. Patriarch, you're the last hope, and as long as you're around, the immortal seeking sect will still have hope of rebuilding. Imperial Dao realm elder Liu was now exhausted due to manipulating the formation for dozens of days. The last thing he expected was that the young man in front of him, Patriarch Chu Tianji, would be safe and sound. No, Elder Li, you've done enough. You can leave, but I can't. If I, as the Patriarch, escape, the immortal seeking sect will completely lose the reputation it has built up over 10,000 years, and will be reduced to a laughingstock for all beings. Compared to this, I'd rather die here. Elder Li, by order of the Patriarch, I order you to leave through the dark passage. The young man was young, but he was a man of iron bones. And to Chu Tianqi, death is not the most terrible thing. Looking at Chu Tianqi's childish but resolute face, Li Yu couldn't help but sigh. Alas, could it really be that the heavens are trying to kill my immortal-seeking sect? You're right. The immortal-seeking sect will be destroyed today. A loud shout came from outside, and the majestic sound waves spread out, directly causing the golden bell to shake. The great hall shook. This is a powerhouse of the supreme realm. Outside the sky, a magnificent figure broke through the clouds and slowly appeared. He was dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe. Holding a sword in his hand, thunder light churned behind him, evolving all sorts of visions. Since its appearance, the spiritual energy in heaven and earth began to boil up, as if it was cheering. Heaven and earth shared a common respect, and this was the respect that the spiritual energy in heaven and earth showed to the strongest of the supreme realm. Outside the questioning palace, thousands of cultivators were instantly surprised to see this person. Some cultivators even shouted excitedly, "This is my Thundering Sect's ninth elder, Thundering Sky Thunder Zun, Lei Hong." Immediately afterward, the thousands of strongmen saluted in unison. "See you, Honorable Ming Tian." The voices of 1,000 people roared into the 9 heavens and the clouds. This voice naturally reached the questioning palace. Upon hearing its name, Li Yu's heart immediately turned over with anger. Clang! Push open the door of the palace of questions. Li Yu quickly stepped out of it and cursed at the man in the sky. "Lei Hong, 800 years ago. You secretly entered our clan and stole our clan's supreme Thunder Road technique. And you even dare to come here today. Humph. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are in the possession of those who are able to use them. And the Kung Fu is no different since no one from your immortal-seeking sect can cultivate the Thunder Law, so naturally you should let those who can cultivate it. This honored one just doesn't want to leave the pearl in the dust. Bah! You villain! Committing acts of banditry without realizing it. If it weren't for our clan's Thunder Law, you can also become a Supreme Realm powerhouse?" Being humiliated by Li Yu in front of thousands of powerful people in a row, Lei Hong's face was also a bit untenable. His eyes showed a fierce light as he sneered. "Humph! Then let me, a bandit, give the immortal-seeking sect one last ride." As he spoke, he pointed his sword to the sky, and on top of the long sword chi raged and thunder surged. A wave of extreme destruction was released. Below, thousands of cultivators are rejoicing, just waiting for this final golden bell to break open. They would then swarm the immortal-seeking sect and devour it completely. Seeing this, Li Yu then quickly returned to the questioning palace and maneuvered the formation that he and Chu Tianji exchanged glances, ready to die with the immortal-seeking sect. But even if they died, they would still have to make a last stand. They were going to detonate the questioning palace and die with these people. Terrifying thunder gathered in the Lei Hong treasure sword and rushed straight into the sky. It transformed into 900-foot-long thunder dragons tossing and hissing in the sea of clouds. Let this immortal-seeking sect's 9-dragon thunder law send the immortal-seeking sect on its last journey. Lei Hong said with a cold smile and was about to slash his sword. Suddenly he felt the temperature around him plummet, and a terrible coldness came over him. It actually made him shiver involuntarily. Under the coldness, the 9 thunder dragons in the sky actually all came to a standstill. A layer of frost formed on the outside of his body. No matter how Lei Hong maneuvered, he could not move the slightest bit. What's going on? The sudden vision puzzled Lei Hong, and it also made the thousands of cultivators feel that something was wrong. All the people looked up one after another, but they saw above the dome of the sky, in the midst of the roiling thunder and lightning, it was actually drifting snow. It's snowing? The surrounding cultivators were being puzzled. In the next instant, an aura of boundless terror and solemnity drifted in from afar, like a sword or an axe that it was placed between the necks of each cultivator. The crowd of cultivators were in disbelief when they heard voices coming from the distance. A mere supreme being wants to destroy my immortal-seeking sect? When the crowd followed the sound, they saw Chen Xin'an walking slowly from the distance. Its pace was slow, but a step of dozens of miles. In an instant, it had arrived near the crowd. The terrifying killing aura was released precisely from Chen Xin'an's body, and in the eyes of the crowd, it was as if he saw the Shura in hell coming to earth with endless killing intent. What kind of person? How dare you meddle in this seat's business? Looking at the sudden appearance of Chen Xin'an, although Lei Hong was shocked and suspicious, but the sword in his hand did not stop. Swinging his sword, he transformed into another 100 feet of thunder dragon. Hissing as he rushed towards Chen Xin'an, thunder bloomed, auras exploded, and the ferocious might of it was enough to crush all the powerhouses below the supreme realm. Such a strike scared the thousands of cultivators around Chen Xin'an into fleeing in distress. Once a supreme realm powerhouse makes a move, there's not a safe place within 100 miles, and if you run slow, they'll all be dead. Seeing that the thunder dragon was already close at hand, The thunderlight had even caused Chen Xin'an's hair to stand on end. However, at this moment, Chen Xin'an simply raised his head calmly and extended his palm. By the looks of it, it was actually planning to fend it off with the palm of his hand. Idiot, even if they are in the same supreme realm, no one dares to catch my thunder dragon with their empty hands. Lei Hong laughed wildly, waiting to see Chen Xin'an turn into ashes. That only means that you've seen too few powerful people. Chen Xin'an shook his head and laughed coldly as he reached out his hand, and spiritual energy gushed out from his body. It transformed into a gigantic palm in the sky, the upper finger topping the sky and the lower palm grounding the earth. That 100 feet of thunder dragon. In front of this palm is actually as small as an earthworm. As a palm fell, the thunder dragon instantly collapsed and turned into millions of thunder lights that, spreading out towards the surroundings. The thousands of fleeing cultivators around them couldn't dodge in time and were either hit by the giant palm or blown apart by the lightning. In just a few moments, outside the palace, there was no longer a living soul. This scene scared Lei Hong was dead. He did not understand that the Chen Xin'an was a strong person who appeared from nowhere. But when he saw that huge palm of spiritual energy flying towards him after smashing the thunder dragon, he was even more scared. Where is the arrogance that was just there? Thunderlight flashed under his feet as Lei Hong performed his subtle body technique, instantly reaching 1,000 miles away. He was just about to let out a sigh of relief, but when he turned around, the huge palm of spiritual energy was already close at hand. Elder, spare your life. Spare. Boom. After a loud bang that shook the universe, this world could no longer find half a trace of Lei Hong's existence. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed Liu and Chu Tianqi, who had asked about the palace. The two of them walked out of the palace gate, just in time to see Lei Hong being slapped into a pulp. The scene that dissipated with the wind between heaven and earth. Although they didn't understand what was happening, they knew that they were saved, and the immortal-seeking sect was preserved. The two embraced and cried tears of joy. Chen Xin'an also quietly came to them. Chapter 4, A Change of Heart 3,000 years ago. Bad content. Chapter 5, The immortal-seeking order is out, and the four directions are talking about it. As Chen Xin'an swept away the outsiders within the immortal-seeking sect's sphere of influence, in the disciples' pavilions of the three sects, the Thundering Sect, the Nine Heavens Sect, and the Dragon Transformation Sect, the powerful men in charge of guarding the pavilion were all shocked to realize that the fate cards of the cultivators under the door all shattered open at the same moment. Fate tags, a special kind of spirit weapon, were created with a material called Soul Earth. By injecting a strand of the cultivator's spiritual energy into it, it could be connected to the cultivator's life. Once the fate plate was broken, it also meant that the cultivator had fallen. The powerhouses guarding the pavilions of the three great sects roughly counted the hundreds of cultivators that had fallen from each of them. Big deal. Big event. Quickly report to the Patriarch. The strong man guarding the pavilion didn't dare to delay and immediately reported the matter, immediately causing the three great sect masters to be enraged. Among them, the Thundering Sect Patriarch in particular was the most enraged, because in addition to the usual cultivators' fate cards, even the life tags of the Supreme Realm Elders had shattered a piece, also known as Lei Hong. As the Patriarch, he of course knew that all of these powerhouses were sent to overthrow the immortal-seeking sect. Now that the fate cards of these powerful people are shattered, that means that the plan to overthrow the immortal-seeking sect failed. Not only did it fail, but it was a total loss. What's going on? Isn't the immortal-seeking sect only left with one old man of the Imperial Dao realm? How could it be possible that so many of my clan's strongest people have fallen? Quickly go and find out what exactly happened. The patriarchs of the three great sects issued the same order almost simultaneously. A team of strong men immediately set out, rushing to the immortal-seeking sect at the fastest speed possible, wanted to know what was happening. But when they arrived outside of the immortal-seeking sect's sphere of influence, all that was seen was one big smashed-out crater after another. There were uninformed powerhouses from the three great clans who presumptuously attempted to enter the immortal-seeking sect's sphere of influence in search of answers. The result was naturally being blown to pieces by the raging thunder. In the midst of their panic, the three great sect powerhouses hurriedly inquired around, and it was not long before they learned what had happened from some of the surviving powerhouses. The powerhouses of the three great sects were all incredibly shocked, and they didn't dare to delay. Immediately, the news was spread back within their respective clans. An unknown powerhouse threw out all the other forces and powerhouses within the immortal-seeking sect's sphere of influence using only sound waves? The powerhouses that overthrew the immortal-seeking sect will most likely all die by their hands? Looking at the news that came back, the three great sect heads were all instinctively disbelieving. Are you kidding me? At its peak, the immortal-seeking sect's sphere of influence was incomparably huge. Even the spiritual sense of the Saint realm, the eighth realm of the human realm, can't possibly cover all of them, let alone throw out all those powerful people just by sound waves. but as the surviving cultivators spoke out one after another, spreading the word of what had happened to them, the patriarchs of the three great clans just had to believe it even if they didn't. They had to admit that there might really be an extraordinary powerhouse in the immortal-seeking sect. Who the hell is it? Find out for me, the three great sect lords once again ordered. But before the powerhouses of the three great sects could investigate Chen Xin'an's identity, instead, the immortal-seeking sect first issued an order to the forces of the world. Immortal-seeking order. Anyone who has plundered the resources of the immortal-seeking sect will be given a 1-month deadline to kneel at every 5 steps. Once you take 10 steps, return all the plundered resources to the immortal-seeking sect, or else you will suffer the consequences. This order was given in the name of the immortal-seeking sect and was stamped with the great seal of the immortal-seeking sect's patriarch. It was issued to every sect in the world and spread widely in the eastern region. It shook the world for a while, causing countless strong people to talk about it. Soon, even the lowest-level cultivators among the eastern domain knew about this matter. Is the immortal-seeking sect crazy? Does it think that it can return to the top just because it has a backer? As the saying goes, when a whale falls, everything grows, and the immortal-seeking sect has been in decline for thousands of years. It's also unknown how many forces and powerhouses have gained benefits from this. And now the immortal-seeking sect is trying to start a war with these forces and powerhouses? Isn't this a death wish? Let's not talk about anything else. It was the three families, the Thundering Sect, the Nine Heavens Sect, and the Dragon-Transforming Sect, which were all powerful forces with Saint Realm powerhouses today. And even at the peak of the immortal-seeking sect, wouldn't dare to fight one against three and say such big words. Among them, most of the cultivators felt that the immortal-seeking sect was out of their depth. Prepare to see the joke of the immortal-seeking sect. And those clans and powerhouses that had seized the resources of the immortal-seeking sect were also unimpressed. One after another, they clamored, "We took the resources of the immortal-seeking sect. If you want them back, come and get them in front of me." The sect. Among them, the Thundering Sect and the Nine Heavens Sect were especially the most arrogant. Consequences? I'd like to see what consequences there can be. The patriarchs of the two major clans are disdainful. Even the resources looted from within the immortal-seeking sect were neatly yards for the world's strongest to admire. This can be considered a naked provocation. Now, the eyes of all the cultivators in the world were on the immortal-seeking sect. Wanted to see how the immortal-seeking sect was going to respond. Ask for the immortal sect within. Ask to the palace. Elder Liu was in the process of refining the elixir that Chen Xin'an had given him. Only Chen Xin'an and Chu Tianji were left to deliberate. After learning about the reaction of the cultivators in the world and the provocation of the three great sects, Chu Tianji was indignant. Those were originally the things of the immortal-seeking sect. It was really shameless for these strong people to be so arrogant after doing the banditry. He then asked, "Master Ancestor, these guys not only disobeyed orders, but also provoked. What do we do?" After pacifying Chu Tianji, Chen Xin'an calmly said, "Tianji, let them go and, in a month's time, we'll make a personal trip to the three great clans. And I'd like to see that at that time. Can they still be as arrogant as they are today? Master Ancestor, I don't understand why we have to give those guys a month's time." Chu Tianji was a bit puzzled. So he asked, "Tianji, the immortal-seeking sect has been weakened for thousands of years up to now, with its mountain gates shattered and countless resources lost. Although I can rebuild the immortal-seeking sect at any time, the meaning is different. If I just hit the door and execute them one by one, that's just not painful enough. What I want is to raise the sword to establish authority, kill the chicken to make an example of the monkey, and borrow the head of those three great clans to shock the world, which is why I asked you to issue the decree. I'll make those guys who plundered away our clan's resources kneel at 5 steps, kowtow at 10 steps, and one by one, personally return the resources they took away. The reason why we have to wait a month is also very simple. Just to let this matter fester and attract the attention of more cultivators and forces. The more people who know about this matter, the bigger the storm that will be set off in the world after I destroy the three great sects. So that's how it is. Master Ancestor is farsighted. Tianji has been taught. Chu Tianji was impressed. Immediately, he seemed to have made some kind of decision as he took out the great seal of the immortal-seeking sect's patriarch. Said, "Master Ancestor, your cultivation is heavenly, and Tianji knows that he is nowhere near as good as Master Ancestor. That's why I want you to be the patriarch." Looking at Chu Tianji's serious face, Chen Xin'an knew that he wasn't joking. However, Chen Xin'an did not have any thoughts of becoming a sovereign. After all, technically speaking, he wasn't even a disciple of the immortal-seeking sect, and he's not competing for power. So Chen Xin'an shook his head and told Chu Tianji to put away the great seal. Then said, "Tianji, you're already the sect leader of the immortal-seeking sect. How can you give up your position? But I am far inferior to Master Ancestor in both cultivation and vision. The immortal-seeking sect will never be in my hands as it is in the hands of Master Ancestor. Chu Tianji still insisted. Cultivation, eyesight. Although these are important, they are not the most important. The most important thing is still the sense of responsibility as a patriarch. You faced a siege from 3 major clans and 1,000 strong men, and you didn't fear life or death for the sake of the immortal-seeking sect's reputation. Just for that, you're good enough to be a sect leader. I believe that in your hands, the immortal-seeking sect will not only return to the top, but also go even further. And in the meantime, I will assist you with all my might. After Chen Xin'an finished speaking, tears had already risen in Chu Tianji's eyes, and he pressed his hearts. Turning to Chen Xin'an, he solemnly assured, "Thank you for your trust, Master Ancestor. Tianqi will definitely do his best." Chen Xin'an nodded and let him go ahead and cultivate. And a month later, that's when the immortal-seeking sect will shake the world. The order to seek the immortal sect festered with time. Soon afterward, not only in the eastern domain, but also in the other 4 domains, west, south, north, middle, cultivators have heard about it. Meanwhile, those powerful people who had been clamoring watched the time pass day by day and the immortal-seeking sect remained unmoved. Even more arrogant, they shouted, "The immortal-seeking sect must be afraid." That's right. I heard that the current immortal-seeking sect patriarch is just a little doll who's less than 20. I guess he thought he could make the world afraid by finding a backer. But he didn't expect that this time it would lead to a unanimous revolt by the 3 great clans and the forces of the world. I'd like to see how the immortal-seeking sect ends up now. In response to this information that came back, Chen Xin'an just laughed coldly. He'd like to think that in a month's time, these guys would still be so confident that, instead, they will not cry out in pain for him to exalt his hand and spare their lives. For a month, Chen Xin'an was not idle. He put his main focus on reinforcing the defenses of the immortal-seeking sect. In a month's time, he was going to temporarily leave the immortal-seeking sect, and it didn't take much thought to realize that there would definitely be some cultivators who would want to take advantage of this opportunity to fish in troubled waters and invade the immortal-seeking sect once again. What Chen Xin'an had prepared was the graves of these people. He had purchased various formations with different functions from the system store, adding up to nearly 100. And then, according to the mountains, rivers, and the heaven and earth momentum within the immortal-seeking sect, they were laid out in order. When these formations are activated jointly, not to mention the Supreme Realm, it was a group of Emperor realms, the 9th realm of the human realm, that could make them come in vertically and go out in ashes. It could be said to be far beyond the peak of the immortal-seeking sect. Just as the outside world was talking about Chen Xin'an making the immortal-seeking sect an ironclad one, the 1-month deadline is up. Today, it is the time for the immortal-seeking sect to become famous once again. Chen Xin'an's eyes gleamed as he led Chu Tianji out of the immortal-seeking sect's mountain gate. Chapter 6, The First Blade to Establish Power. Thundering Sect. The 1-month deadline is up. In the questioning palace, Chen Xin'an summoned Elder Liu and Chu Tianji together. Chen Xin'an said, "Now is the time to make the immortal-seeking sect famous again. Tianqi, you go forward with me. As for the sect, I'll ask Elder Li to guard it. Don't worry, Master Ancestor, as long as I, Liu, am still alive, just won't let any outsiders step into the territory of the immortal-seeking sect." Nowadays, Liu did not have the slightest hint of the old age he had half a month ago. That Phoenix Extreme Spirit Pill of Chen Xin'an contained the true blood of the Phoenix. After Liu refined it, not only did his realm break through successively and reached the Supreme Realm, extended lifespan of 1,000 years, even more so, the Phoenix blood was used as a trigger to start the Nirvana rebirth. Now that the dark wounds in Liu's body were eliminated and his life force retraced, he had retreated back to his peak middle age. Adding to that, Chen Xin'an had bestowed him with a Saint Stage extreme spiritual weapon. The current Liu had almost no opponents under the Saint realm. Elder Li, I'll give you all the formations of the immortal-seeking sect. You only need to sit in the questioning palace and, even if a group of emperors were to come in person, they'd still be asking for death. Saying that, Chen Xin'an pointed a finger to Liu's brow. And the information, along with the influx of spiritual energy, was, the entire formation within the immortal-seeking sect was instilled into Liu's mind. Yes, Liu led the order, and with the assistance of these nearly 100 formations, he was even more confident. After setting up, Chen Xin'an took Chu Tianji and flew all the way, sprinting and skimming through the power sphere of the immortal-seeking sect. As soon as he stepped out of the immortal-seeking sect's sphere of influence, he instantly attracted the prying eyes of countless spiritual senses between heaven and earth. These were scouts from various forces, responsible for monitoring the movements of the immortal-seeking sect. That young man is the immortal-seeking sect's patriarch Chu Tianji. Who is the strange youth beside him? Could it be that he's the strong man who came out of nowhere? These scouts were all puzzled after seeing Chen Xin'an. one after another. They placed their spiritual sense on Chen Xin'an's body, wanting to probe Chen Xin'an's strength. Feeling from the spiritual awareness that converged from all directions, Chen Xin'an let out a cold snort, and with a jolt of spiritual energy in his body, it turned into a ripple that spread out, instantly shattering all of these spiritual senses, drawing a succession of surprised voices in the void. There really is some skill. Not a simple character indeed. Looks like he's the strong one who popped up, but with this, it's not enough to qualify the world's forces and powerhouses to bow their heads. There was non-stop chatter in the void. They didn't realize that Chen Xin'an could have easily exterminated them, and the reason why they didn't. It's just that he needs some audience for his next plan. Identifying the direction, Chen Xin'an brought Chu Tianji to set up a recluse, turning into a long rainbow that cut across the sky, flying towards the thundering sect. Look, you guys, where are they going? Wherever you go, hurry up and follow. For a while, the scouts hidden in the void followed suit. Of course, as Chen Xin'an had expected, some cultivators had other plans. After watching both Chen Xin'an leave, revealing a cold smile, he concealed his figure and performed a secret technique that, quietly, he stepped into the immortal seeking Sect's sphere of influence. At this point, the graveyard Chen Xin'an had prepared for them came in handy. Inside the questioning palace, Liu sensed these guys. With a cold smile, he raised his hand, and the outermost layer of the 9 heavens falling thunder formation was activated. Above the dome of the sky, lightning flashed and thunder fell in an instant. Rumble, 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 explosions, and in a few moments the ill-intentioned fellows were swept clean. Not even a speck of ash was left behind. Although this was only the outermost layer of the formation, it was already enough to exterminate a Saint Realm powerhouse. It's even easier to deal with these guys. Those who enter the territory of the immortal seeking Sect without permission will be killed without pardon. Elder Liu reiterated the words left behind by Chen Xin'an once again through the formation. This time, even an idiot understood that even if Chen Xin'an was gone, the immortal seeking Sect was also not a place they could enter. The remaining cultivators, no longer daring to have any other thoughts, fled, not knowing where to go. On the other hand, Chen Xin'an brought Chu Tianji with him, and was crossing thousands of land boundaries, thousands of mountains and rivers. Since they did not hide their whereabouts, some powerful people took this opportunity to make projections. The destination of Chen Xin'an's 2 people's trip was soon known. Thundering Sect. Are they going to the Thundering Sect? This is going to be a good show. The Thundering Sect's patriarch, the thunder-harnessing Saint Thunderlord, is a violent temper. There should be a big battle to watch. Also, let's so see what strength this strange youth really is. The many scouts following behind Chen Xin'an exchanged words with each other. And naturally, there were scouts from the Thundering Sect. They immediately reported the situation back. And after the layers were reported, it soon reached the ears of the Thunder Lord. Lei Lord was instantly enraged. This is to take my Thundering Sect first and make an example of me? Oof. Then I'd like to see how much strength he has. Pass down the order to activate the clan protection formation. I'll make sure he can't even enter the mountain gate. A few days later, Chen Xin'an brought Chu Tianji to an open space. One step further was the Thundering Sect's sphere of influence. This was a treasure land where the power of thunder was extremely abundant, and it was known as the Thunderlight spiritual domain. The Thundering Sect was located at the top of the Tongtian Thunder Mountain in the middle of this. This mountain is unusually high and treacherous, like a lightning-attracting needle, channeling heavenly thunder into it. So much so that countless Thunder Road cultivation treasures that were rare to find in the outside world were born in the mountain. Chen Xin'an had just stepped into the Thunderlight spiritual domain with Chu Tianji. Inside the Thundering Sect, the thunder-harnessing Saint Lei Lord was the one who sensed it. Sure enough, you're here, so let me see how you're going to step on my mountain gate. Lei Lord smiled coldly and immediately ordered his men to open the clan protection formation. And at this moment, Chen Xin'an had just arrived at the foot of the Tongtian Thunder Mountain with Chu Tianji. As far as the eye could see, there was no one guarding the mountain. Only the power of infinite thunder converging on the mountain. As the dragon and tiger are hidden. If you step in, I'm afraid you'll be blasted by 10,000 thunderbolts in an instant. This formation was not much worse than the 9 heavens falling thunder formation that Chen Xin'an had set up at the entrance of the immortal seeking sect. The same formation that could obliterate even the Saint Realm. Master Ancestor, what do we do? Chu Tianji asked with a slight nervousness. Walking up the hill. Of course. For other cultivators this formation was terrifying, but for Chen Xin'an it was just a joke. The formation that killed the Saint Realm couldn't even blast his hair. Taking a step into it, Chu Tianji followed closely behind. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and between the flashes of lightning and a thunderbolt that covered hundreds of miles in a radius violently blasted down. This youth is too big for his britches, right? The Tongtian Thunder formation is the sage harnessing thunder's favorite formation. Even an ordinary saint would have to avoid the front line for a while. It looks like this youth is going to suffer. Taking a dismount at the first stop. I'd like to see what other tricks the immortal-seeking sect can pull. In the distance, the scouts from various forces were talking. They all laughed coldly as they watched Chen Xin'an step directly into it without making the slightest defense, waiting to see Chen Xin'an suffer. Yet in but a moment, their smiles froze. When the thunder was close at hand, the immortal light seal flew out in a flash from Chen Xin'an's waist. It hung above Chen Xin'an's head, blossoming with boundless light, turning into a curtain of light hanging down. Protect Chu Tianji within it. As for Chen Xin'an, he was fearless and resisted with his body. Rumble. The thunder that was enough to seriously injure the average saint realm smashed into the light curtain, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea. Without inducing the slightest ripple, it just disappeared without a trace. And then looking at Chen Xin'an was even more shocking to the eyes of these scouts. The thunder that was enough to exterminate them several times bombarded Chen Xin'an's body. It was actually like raindrops that instantly collapsed. Not to mention injuring Chen Xin'an. Even his clothes were not broken. Sure has some skills. Above the mountaintop, Lei Lord's eyes slightly condensed when he saw this, daring to break into his thundering sect alone. Chen Xin'an did have the capital to be proud of himself. But then he turned his words around and said, however, my Tongtian Thunder formation is more than that. The voice of the Thunder Lord had just fallen, and in the dome of the sky, infinite thunderbolts erupted. It converged into a broad long sword several feet long. This long sword where thunder converges is not simple. Just the lightning surrounding its sword body alone was already no less than the thunder just now, and one could imagine how terrifying the might of its blade was. This was a strike that could be enough to exterminate a Saint Realm powerhouse. Chop! Thunder Lord's voice was like a bell, and with a wave of his big hand, monstrous thunder surged above his sword. Only an explosive sound could be heard, and that long sword was like an arrow that had left the string, rapidly chopping towards Chen Xin'an. Chapter 7, Means Frequent. Divine Punishment Thunder Talisman. The Thunder Lord maneuvered the Thunder Sword to chop down, and this Thunder Sword had infinite power, as if it was going to cut down the living beings. Those scouts in the distance, even if they were just looking out, were in awe of couldn't muster the slightest intention to resist. The Tongtian Thunder formation is worthy of being the masterpiece of the Sage of Harnessing Thunder, even if it is 100 miles away. I also feel creeped out. Not bad, with such power. I'm afraid there aren't many people among the Saint Realm who can resist it. This time, that youth won't be so easy again. In my opinion, it's possible to directly chop the two of them into ashes. The power of the Tongtian Thunder formation was held in high esteem in the words of these scouts. One of the Thundering Sect scouts was even more complacent, looking disdainfully at the two of them. Chen Xin'an. In his opinion, the fall of the two was a foregone conclusion. In the middle of the mountain, as he watched the Thunder Sword getting closer and closer, Chu Tianji became more and more nervous. Chen Xin'an, on the other hand, was calm and self-assured. It was just a Thunder Sword. What was there to fear? Not only did Chen Xin'an not exert any means to resist, but instead, he continued to walk towards the mountain. Is he crazy? How dare he go up? Really not afraid of death? The scouts are all overwhelmed. Good. Having the guts. Let me see how you can receive this sword. Lei Lord laughed coldly. Sculpture. A laughing stock. Chen Xin'an disdainfully said, allowing that Thunder Sword to chop at his brow. Clang. Only a crisp sound was heard. And then, amidst the gazes of the scouts, that seemingly invincible Thunder Sword actually broke right off as if it were tofu. After the tip of the sword and the sword body broke into two pieces, each flew towards Chen Xin'an's two sides, and the thunder was released to open up. It caused the entire Tongtian Thunder Mountain to vibrate. Rumble. Trees fell. Mountains collapsed. The terrain changed. Violent explosions caused a monstrous plume of smoke that it obscures the view of the crowd. Is he dead? The scouts had questions in their minds, and all of them released their spiritual sense to the limit to get a clear view of that mountain. Before he could see anything, he only heard the sound of footsteps, and then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Xin'an slowly walked out of the smoke with Chu Tianji, and his body remained unscathed, not to mention the wounds. Even the smoke and dust did not stain it in the slightest. How is this possible? The scout's jaws dropped and the words were spoken with a slight tremor in his voice. Lesser seen, Chen Xin'an said, still disdainful. Taking Chu Tianji with him, he continued toward the Thundering Sect at the top of the mountain. At this moment, within the Thundering Sect, the Thunder Lord was also shocked. The Tongtian Thunder formation was his masterpiece, and it was for this reason that he understood the power of this formation even more profoundly. That sword just now, even he himself couldn't have taken it without injury. Sovereign Lord, what should we do? They'll be coming up the mountain soon, beside Lay Lord's body. An elder anxiously reminded. If I really let you come up the mountain unharmed, my face will be clean. Thinking of this, Lay Lord's palm flashed and a crimson foursquare talisman seal appeared in his hand. Seeing this talisman seal, the elder beside him was shocked. This talisman is called the Divine Punishment Thunder Talisman. It's the Thundering Sect's most treasured treasure, and once it's used, it was even able to injure Emperor Realm powerhouses, and within the Saint Realm, no one was able to escape. This kind of supreme treasure should have been used only when suffering from the calamity of clan annihilation. But now, Lay Lord was going to use whatever he had to in order to make Chen Xin'an stop walking between the mountains. The Lay Lord's palm exerted force and crushed the talisman seal to smithereens. The runes scattered, outlining arcane patterns in the void, nodding into mysterious patterns. As if it were some sort of strange rune. The moment this rune appeared, in the dome of the sky, the lightning changed, and the greenish-blue electricity immediately dissipated. In its place was a purplish-red lightning. Amidst the flashes of lightning, the dome of the sky also became purple and red, looking bizarre and incomparable. The thunder boomed more than once. Lightning gathered at the top of the clouds. It was as if some flood beast had awakened in it. In the distance, when the scouts saw this, they no longer cared about watching the battle and fled desperately. In the midst of fleeing, he couldn't help but curse angrily. What a madman! Even the silent divine thunder was used. This is the legendary heavenly punishment. Even the Emperor Realm powerhouses have to dodge it, even if it's 100 miles away. But a single ray of lightning can kill us 1,000 times. Run! This time, I want to see how you're going to carry it. Lei Wang is full of confidence. Chen Xin'an wants to use him to establish authority. He then used this silent divine thunder to shock the world. There was a flash of killing intent in the eyes of the Lay Lords, and after a flash of lightning, above the dome of the sky, the clouds dispersed. The sun and moon retreated, and the silent divine lightning was released with a roar, spraying down as if it were a waterfall. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Before falling into the mountains, the silent divine lightning had already triggered a burst of explosions in the void. The aftermath spread out, and the heavens and earth trembled, as if stating fear. Located at the center of the silent divine lightning's bombardment, no one felt that Chen Xin'an would be able to survive. However, at that moment, the crowd heard a calm voice coming out from the mountains. To be able to invoke heaven's punishment, one does have some means. Speaking of which, the voice rose a few notches and, bringing on a few imperturbable tones, he said, "But it's not enough to deal with me." In the next instant, radiant light erupted from the mountains, covering the sky from the bottom up, and the light was like a miracle, and it was impossible to look directly at it. What happened? The scouts, who had already fled 1,000 miles, were startled by the commotion, and turned the moment the glare instantly burned their eyes, but it was also the moment when they witnessed a scene they would never forget. In the middle of the silent divine thunder waterfall, an incomparably large palm slowly lifted up. With a palm strike, the heavens were overwhelmed, and space was split apart like fragile glass. The palm wind connected heaven and earth, and vast spiritual energy surged and swept out like a tidal wave. Rumble! A deafening roar shook every inch of space, and everything trembled with everything around them was mercilessly crushed into pieces. The palm of his hand slapped into the heavens, and only a loud bang was heard as the silent divine lightning in the sky was slapped to pieces along with the sky dome. After everything calmed down, the void began to repair itself. And the shock left in the crowd was slow to dissipate, shattering the void. The Emperor Realm. This is a miracle that only the Emperor Realm can do. That strange youth is actually an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Within the Immortal-seeking sect, there is actually an Emperor Realm powerhouse. The scouts were roaring at the top of their lungs in disbelief. How is this possible? Above the mountaintop, the Thunder Lord was also shocked, and the voice was as terrifying as a roar. Between the mountains, under the shelter of the immortal light seal, Chu Tianji looked at Chen Xin'an's back end, frozen as if looking at a god. Let's go, Tianji. It's time to get back what belongs to our immortal-seeking sect. Chen Xin'an laughed softly, rousing Chu Tianji from his stagnation, and moving slowly and lightly toward the top of the mountain. Master. Chu Tianji was invigorated and hurriedly followed with quick steps. All the silent divine thunder was easily crushed by the Chen Xin'an, and his duo did not encounter the slightest obstruction on their way up the mountain again. When he arrived at the top of the mountain, in front of him was the Thundering Sect's mountain gate. Chen Xin'an signaled Chu Tianji. Chu Tianji immediately spun around and shouted loudly towards the Thundering Sect's interior. Immortal-seeking sect master ancestor Chen Xin'an and patriarch Chu Tianji have come to the Thundering Sect to claim my immortal-seeking sect's belongings. Why don't you greet them quickly? It was only at this point that Chen Xin'an's name became known to the world for the first time. Chapter 8, Tit for Tat. Tearing up the face. Chu Tianji's loud shout was spread out by Chen Xin'an's exertion of majestic spiritual power, enabling the sound to envelop the entire thundering sect. It could be heard no matter where in the thundering sect. Not long after, within the thundering sect, both disciples, elders, and envoys had arrived at the mountain entrance. Only Patriarch Thunderlord was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, the lay lord was still in shock, until the elder beside him reminded that he was just waking up as if from a dream. Sovereign Lord, what should we do? The elder inquired. Lay lord did not speak, thinking quickly in his mind while slowly stepping out of the hall. Chen Xin'an put away the immortal light seal and rehung it on his waist. Taking Chu Tianji with him, he stepped inside the thundering sect's mountain gate. Looking at the surrounding thundering sect cultivators, Chen Xin'an opened his system and probed over one by one. System prompt. The everything illustrated system opens. In an instant, the information of all the thundering sect cultivators in front of them flooded into Chen Xin'an's mind. Chen Xin'an discarded the useless information in it, and his spiritual sense locked onto nearly 100 of them. These were system hints that had killed immortal-seeking sect cultivators. It was their killings that caused the immortal-seeking sect to weaken so quickly, nearly destroying the sect, temporarily pressing down the killing intent in his heart. Chen Xin'an raised his head and looked into the distance. He sensed a massive aura was on its way. It was none other than Thunderlord. System prompt. Name, Thunder Harnessing Saint, Thunderlord. Cultivation, Late Saint Realm. Item, Thundering Sect Patriarch's Great Seal. Sacred Rank Inferior Spiritual Artifact Purple Gold Mad Thunder Axe. System Evaluation, Violent and Greedy. Like a tiger and a wolf. Chen Xin'an looked at Lay Lord and asked in a cold voice. It seems that you are Lay Lord Lay Patriarch. I don't want to talk a lot of nonsense. You should know what to do. As Chen Xin'an asked the question, the distant scouts all set their eyes on the Lay Lord, waiting for his answer. If it was just now, Lay Lord would have replied to Chen Xin'an without hesitation. This is delusional. However, after knowing that the Chen Xin'an in front of him possessed a cultivation level of at least the Emperor Realm, Lay Lord really didn't dare to say that. Although the Sacred Realm and the Emperor Realm appeared to be only one realm apart, in actuality, it was a heavenly rift. One slap from the Emperor Realm was enough to kill thousands of Saint Realms. But if we were to promise Chen Xin'an, Lay Lord couldn't do it either. This was because most of the resources belonging to the immortal-seeking sect were no longer in his hands. Rather, it was in the hands of the person behind him. And to Lay Lord, that person was an even more terrifying existence than Chen Xin'an. In this way, Lay Lord did not answer directly, but instead turned to ask, I wonder where Senior's Dao lineage is from. Why do you care about the immortal-seeking sect? I'm the person from the immortal-seeking sect. Why do you think I care about the immortal-seeking sect's affairs? Chen Xin'an's reply not only caused the Lay Lord to be startled, it was even more shocking to the scouts hidden around the area. They had never known that within the immortal-seeking sect, which had already fallen so far, there were still Emperor Realm powerhouses in existence. Pressing down the shock in his heart, Lay Lord turned his words around and said, Senior is also a cultivator. One should know that heavenly treasures are for those who can. The immortal-seeking sect was previously incapable of guarding its own resources, so it lost them, and it's no one's fault. Now that those heavenly treasures have owners, there's nothing wrong with that. As Lay Lord said so, his meaning was self-evident. Hearing his reply, Chu Tianji was furious. Obviously these guys from Lay Lords were practicing banditry, but they could still be so uplifted. He couldn't help but curse. Bah! Shameless! Chen Xin'an also laughed coldly in his heart as he asked rhetorically, if it's according to Patriarch Lay's words, I now believe that the Thundering Sect is also incapable of defending the mountain gate, so am I able to destroy the Thundering Sect? The moment he said this, he touched the bottom line of the Lay Lords, and if it had been anyone else, he must have slapped it to death. But he couldn't afford to put up the slightest resistance when facing an Emperor Realm powerhouse. At this time, Chen Xin'an then swept his gaze, and under his spiritual sense probing, he had already found quite a few things belonging to the immortal-seeking sect within the Thundering Sect. Thunder Lord, since you won't hand it over, I'll come and get it myself. Chen Xin'an's gaze was like electricity as he looked at a forbidden place in the Thundering Sect and stretched out the palm of his hand to. Just a light scratch. The ground shook and the earth and sky shook, as if a terrifying earthquake had occurred. In that forbidden land, several spirit trees rose up at that moment and flew out as streams of light. It landed in front of the crowd. That's the Dao-containing spirit tree, a scout exclaimed. I have heard that each leaf of the Dao-containing spirit tree contains a Dao pattern, and that tea is made from its leaves with a spiritual spring. It can be called Yun Dao tea. A cup of it can be worth 100 years of hard work. Such a treasure is rare to see, even for an Emperor Realm powerhouse. I didn't expect this Thundering Sect to have several of them. It's truly amazing. While these scouts were discussing, Chen Xin'an spoke. This Tao-containing spirit tree. This was planted in a secret realm of my immortal-seeking sect, but I don't want it to be taken away by your thundering sect, and this is the first treasure I'm going to retrieve today. These Tao-containing spirit trees had been seen by Chen Xin'an when he first came to the immortal-seeking sect 10,000 years ago, so he was very sure that this was the immortal-seeking sect's greatest treasure. Seeing the Yun Dao spirit tree fly out, the thundering sect's powerhouses were all in a hurry, one after another. They made a move to try to block it, but Chen Xin'an just casually clapped his hands together, and his spiritual energy split into 10,000 channels. The strongest person who struck out was turned into countless meteors, scattering in all directions and flying away to who knows where. I respect you as a senior. Do you really want to bully the young with the big? The thunder-harnessing saint cried out angrily. If he was truly taken away by Chen Xin'an in front of the embodied Tao spirit tree, then his face is clean, and this Taoist spirit tree has been reserved by that lord. If he loses it, that must be a dead end. The Thunder Lord raised his hand and slapped out a palm, and the raging thunder light transformed into a large net that covered the sky and the sun, to net the Yun Dao spirit tree and recapture it. Looking at the thunder-harnessing saint's colorful posture, Chen Xin'an smiled disdainfully. Just after Lei Lord's words fell, inside Chen Xin'an's body, a boundless and terrifying aura swept over all of the strongest people present as if it were a wave, and in an instant, it caused countless cultivators to shiver and kneel on the ground. It's called intimidation. It was enough to make a cultivator with a lower cultivation level than his own completely lose the will to fight and fall to his knees and surrender. Chen Xin'an used his finger instead of his sword and slashed out. In an instant, the heavenly sword intent filled the heavens and earth. Spiritual energy gathered into a shocking divine sword and slashed towards that thunder net. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Infinite aftershocks spread out in a terrifying explosion. It led to an unknown number of palaces collapsing and cave dwellings shattering within the thundering sect. When the spiritual aftermath dissipated, the scouts looked, only to see that the several Tao-containing spirit trees had not shed a single leaf and had peacefully arrived in front of Chen Xin'an. On the other side, the Thunder Lord had fallen to his knees, and a large amount of blood sprayed out of his mouth. Its chest armor had even shattered, revealing a ghastly sword wound, and within the chest, his organs are shattered and he's dying. If it wasn't for this battle armor, the current Thunder Lord would have been a corpse long ago. This crushed battle armor was recognized by many of the scouts. That's the Thundering Sect's greatest treasure. The legendary Thundering Sect's ancestor's protective spirit weapon once blocked the attack of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. However, under Chen Xin'an's casual sword, this famous battle armor was completely shattered. Chen Xin'an's power once again shocked the scouts. Bullying the small with the big? When you Thundering Sect powerhouses killed my immortal-seeking sect disciples, how come you haven't thought about bullying the little guy? When you, Thunder Lord, sent out powerful men to attempt to destroy my immortal-seeking sect's Taoist lineage, how come you haven't thought about bullying the little guy? Talking to me about bullying by the big boys at this point. To tell you the truth, I came here today for two purposes. The first being to retrieve the belongings of my immortal-seeking sect. The second is to exterminate your thundering sect that bullies the small with the big. Chen Xin'an said in a cold voice. Chen Xin'an, do you really think you are invincible? At this point, it's a complete ripoff. And even if the fear that, but Thunderlord's anger was already about to be suppressed. Chapter 9, Breaking Through the Emperor Realm? So what? It's just one punch. Not only did Chen Xin'an seize the spirit tree of embodied Tao in public, he even chopped the Thundering Sect's battle armor that had been passed down for thousands of years with his finger instead of a sword. Such strength shocked the scouts. Chen Xin'an is truly terrifying. That's right. What happened here today? When the word gets out, Chen Xin'an will surely become famous. In that case, I'm afraid there are quite a few forces and powerhouses that will have to sleep and eat in peace. Possessing the cultivation of the Emperor Realm. Maybe Chen Xin'an can really get back all the things that the immortal-seeking sect has lost. In this world, only strength can reap the respect of others. Chen Xin'an only showed some cultivation, which caused the surrounding scouts to change their views. It was no longer believed that the earlier orders of the immortal-seeking sect were taken at face value. After all, having the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, then no words were too much to say. Meanwhile, on the other side, the dying Thunderlord was scared and angry. All the respect Chen Xin'an had earned was taken from him. Where did Chen Xin'an take away the impregnated Tao spirit tree? It was clearly a slap in his face. Sadly, he was still powerless to resist. And just now, if the battle armor hadn't blocked that sword for him, he was a corpse long ago now. Chen Xin'an, you are bold. Do you know that you have gotten into trouble? That lord will not let you go. Thunderlord roared with the last of his strength. What audacity, to give you the face to call you Patriarch Lei. You really think you're somebody? That lord? It looks like there's someone else behind you. Tell me who he is, so I can chop off his head. Chen Xin'an was tit for tat, but Lay Lord didn't dare to speak. Once he said that Lord's name, would be killed in an instant. Looking at Lay Lord's incomparable anger but having nothing to say, Chen Xin'an continued in a cold voice. Lay Lord, during these thousands of years, how many resources have you taken away from my immortal-seeking sect along with the Nine Heavens sect and the dragon-transforming sect? How many disciples of my clan were killed? If I hadn't come out of the gate, I'm afraid that my immortal-seeking sect's Dao lineage would have been cut off by you. Such a grudge. Shadian Inghai, today the time has come for you to pay back. Chen Xin'an's voice was deafening, and with that incomparable pressure, it was as terrifying as God's wrath. In an instant, some of the cultivators kneeling on the ground within the thundering sect trembled. It's obvious that these people have ghosts in their hearts. Chen Xin'an's spiritual sense swept through, writing down each of these people. At this point, despite the fear, Lay Lord could no longer suppress the anger within himself. Chen Xin'an, I will fight you. Lay Lord immediately took out an object from within his storage ring and swallowed it. In an instant, boundless spiritual energy was released from the Thunder Lord's body, leading to the sky above the dome of the heavens. Visions abound, infinite thunder churning and flickering between the sea of clouds, transforming into 1,000 thunderous beasts. Each one caused the surrounding cultivators to be chilled to the bone. These foreign beasts spewed out thunderous light, covering the heavens and earth as if they wanted to channel the world into extinction. Such a terrifying aura could never be possessed by the Saint realm. After swallowing that mysterious thing, the Thunder Lord had unexpectedly stepped into the Empyrean realm as well. Thousands of rays of thunder flashed, transforming into a suit of thunder armor draped over his body. It is even more set off as if the god of thunder was on the ground. Chen Xin'an, come over and die. Lay Lord roared. What's going on? How did the Thunder Lord also step into the Emperor realm? The scouts didn't understand, but Chen Xin'an could see it. Everything had to do with what Thunder Lord had just swallowed. It wasn't some forbidden elixir, but a sealed power. From the looks of it, it should be a certain Emperor realm powerhouse who had given part of his power to the Thunder Lord. All of them were able to make the Saint realm step into the Emperor realm. The cultivation of the owner of this power was absolutely extraordinary. It was a top-notch existence even amongst the Emperor realm. Thunder Lord, it looks like you do have someone behind you, but if that's the power you're relying on, then you can suffer death. Chen Xin'an clenched his palm into a fist, and in this instant, infinite suction power came from his palm. It was as if it could devour heaven and earth. The monstrous spiritual power, endless thunder light, and thousands of thunderous foreign beasts were all sucked into the palm of his hand. Even that sun and moon are just palms. A fist blasted out. Heaven and earth stood still. Everything shattered, and a terrifying spiritual power was unleashed. Even space couldn't withstand it, shattering apart like a mirror. Behind the shattered space was an endless void of space that was chaotic and unorganized. A world of darkness from which not even light can escape. Amidst the blackness, spatial turbulence poured out crazily, carrying a storm of destruction that it wreaked havoc within the thundering sect. Not good. Run. At this moment, the cultivators within the thundering sect were all frantically fleeing. Sovereign Lord, make a move to stop him. There were also thundering sect cultivators who shouted. However, when they looked at the place where Lay Lord had just been, they were all like falling into an ice cellar. Where in that part of heaven and earth was there still a shadow of the Thunder Lord? The punch that had just been thrown not only caused heaven and earth to shake and space to shatter, it was even more so when he directly punched the Thunder Lord through the air and sent him to ashes. With just one punch, he killed the Emperor Realm's Thunder Lord. This scene, to the disbelief of all the scouts who saw it, wondering if I'm dreaming now. As for the people of the Thundering Sect, when they saw this, they were all paralyzed with fear, so much so that he forgot to even run for his life. Master Ancestor is too strong. Behind Chen Xin'an, Shu Tianji was excited. This is the Master Ancestor of their immortal-seeking sect. As long as the Master Ancestor is there, their immortal-seeking sect would definitely be heading to a new peak. The spatial storm was still raging within the Thundering Sect. However, no one was counting the Thundering Sect's losses at this moment, because after slapping the Thunder Lord to death, Chen Xin'an set his sights on the Thundering Sect's crowd of cultivators. This gaze, which was like the gaze of a god of death, scared some people to the point of fainting on the spot. Chen Xin'an opened the system and purchased a pupil art from within the store system, Peeping Heart. After instantly mastering it and then casting it, arcane runes appeared in the eyes. Chen Xin'an peered into the hearts of the Thundering Sect cultivators one by one, making sure that he didn't miss releasing a single person. After marking all the ones that had participated in killing the immortal-seeking sect's cultivators one by one, with a snap of the fingers, bang, 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 these cultivators are like balloons that explode in place. blowing up into a rain of blood in the sky. The crowd of cultivators present all dared not say another word. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth were no longer silent. Only the sound of the raging storm whistled. Chapter 10, The Second Blade to Establish Power. 9 Heavens Sect. A single punch blasted the Thunderlord who had stepped into the Emperor realm, and a single ring commanded 1,000 cultivators to self-destruct. Chen Xin'an's terrifying strength caused the entire heaven and earth to fall silent. There was no more murmuring. The living cultivators of the Thundering Sect were all trembling at the moment. The gaze that looked at Chen Xin'an was like looking at the god of death. At this time, Chen Xin'an spoke. According to Lei Lord's words, will I be able to destroy the Thundering Sect now? Hearing this, the Thundering Sect cultivators fell to their knees in fear. Crying bitterly, he said, I also ask Senior to be magnanimous. My Thundering Sect knows that it is wrong, and all the things that seek the Immortal Sect, our sect will return them immediately. For the loss of the Immortal-seeking sect for 1,000 years, I, Thundering Sect, am willing to compensate tenfold. Oh no, 100-fold. Chen Xin'an left these people alive because in the memories of these people, they had never struck out against the Immortal-seeking sects before. And most of them were even just teenagers who had just joined the Thundering Sect not long ago and didn't know anything about it. But looking at the way Chen Xin'an was having a grand old time, they didn't even know what they had done wrong. All that could be done was to fall to his knees. Trembling, putting away the monstrous pressure, Chen Xin'an finally let them off the hook. With his spiritual sense released, Chen Xin'an locked onto the Thundering Sect's treasure trove, and his mind moved. Countless supreme treasures turned into streams of light and scurried out from them. These were all treasures that had once belonged to the Immortal-seeking sect. At this time, the surviving cultivators of the Thundering Sect didn't dare to slow down. Immediately, he offered all the treasures within his clan as well, in order to compensate the Immortal-seeking sect in exchange for a chance to live. After receiving them, Chen Xin'an slapped his palm out, and his spiritual energy was declared out. The Thundering Sect's plaque that was once written by the founding ancestor instantly shattered into 1,000 pieces and fell to the ground. From this moment on, the Thundering Sect no longer existed. Chen Xin'an whirled around and turned to leave with Chu Tianji. When those kneeling teenagers saw this, they were all paralyzed on the ground like they had been robbed of their lives. They picked up a life. Watching Chen Xin'an leave, these scouts did not dare to linger for a moment and hurriedly followed. At the same time, the things that happened within the Thundering Sect were transmitted back to their respective sects with the fastest speed possible. Ignore the Holy Rank formation and go straight to the Thundering Sect's mountain gate. Just one punch killed the Thunderlord who stepped into the Emperor realm. As the news traveled back, countless powerful people were shocked. They even wondered if their eyes had misread the situation. Oh my god, the Emperor realm is no match for this Chen Xin'an. This Chen Xin'an can't be a powerhouse of the Immortal realm. Hurry up and gather the elders for an immediate meeting to discuss. Hurry up and organize everything that belongs to the Immortal-seeking sect for me, and I will immediately have someone that. No, I'll personally deliver it to the Immortal-seeking sect. For a while, each power gave a different order, but whatever the order is, it has one thing in common. That is, no one would take the orders of the Immortal-seeking sect as a joke now. After resolving the Thundering Sect, Chen Xin'an was leading Chu Tianji towards his next destination, 9 heavenly clans. In the middle of the road, Chu Tianji was still excited. Chen Xin'an's gesture of great power and one person overpowering a clan made the young man long for it immensely. He fantasized about when he would be as powerful as his master ancestor. As long as you practice hard, sooner or later you'll be able to do all that too, Chen Xin'an said with a light smile, completely lacking the horrifying killing aura that he just had. Please rest assured, Master Ancestor. Chu Tianji nodded, his heart filled with yearning for his future self. At the same time that Chen Xin'an and Chu Tianji were rushing towards the 9 Heavens Sect, the news was also received within the 9 Heavens Sect, and this time, the powerhouses of the 9 Heavens Sect could not sit still, especially the Supreme Elder of the Sect, the Sage of the 9 Heavens. His strength was similar to that of the Thunderlord. Chen Xin'an had killed the Emperor Realm's Thunderlord with a single punch, and against him, it's only going to get easier. And what they did to the Immortal-seeking sect was even worse than the Thundering Sect. What is to be done? Taishan Elder. From the front of the Chen Xin'an's next target should be us. The 9 Heavens Sect Patriarch asked anxiously. The Sage of the 9 Heavens was frowning. He couldn't fathom just where Chen Xin'an had come out from, and why is it so terrifying? Can we ask that Lord to make a move? The 9 Heavens Sect Patriarch inquired. From these words, it was also clear that the 9 Heavens Sect and the Thundering Sect possessed the same backstage. No, that Lord's plans are top secret, let alone inviting him to take a hand. Just saying his name, that Lord would destroy us first. Lei Lord is the previous lesson. Until he died he didn't reveal half a word about that Lord. What then? The Nine Heavens Sect Patriarch was even more anxious when he couldn't rely on the mountain. He just felt like death was waving at him. There's no choice but to give up the mountain gate. You immediately pass down the order to bring the most precious treasures within the sect and evacuate the Nine Heavens Sect. At the same time, any strong person who has ever killed a cultivator of the immortal-seeking sect, including you and me, hurry up and leave the sect and immediately flee toward the other 4 domains. As far as you can. I just don't believe that he, Chen Xin'an, alone can still chase us to the ends of the earth. Yes, the Nine Heavens Sect Patriarch immediately led the way. A few days later, Chen Xin'an brought Chu Tianji to the outside of the Nine Heavens Sect, the so-called Nine Heavens, i.e., the very heights of the heavens. This Nine Heavens Sect is located between the mountains, surrounded by clouds and mist. It is a fairyland on the clouds, as if the heavenly palace was cast on earth. Chen Xin'an and the 2 of them arrived outside the mountain gate of the Nine Heavens Sect. Chu Tianji shouted toward it. Immortal-seeking Sect Master Ancestor Chen Xin'an. Sect Master Chu Tianji. Come to the Nine Heavens Sect to claim my immortal-seeking sect's belongings. Chu Tianji's voice was like a bell, and with Chen Xin'an's spiritual power boost, it caused the entire Nine Heavens Sect to vibrate. But strangely enough, not a single person came to greet them within the entire clan. What's going on? Not only were the 2 Chen Xin'an puzzled, but even the scouts hiding around were surprised. Chen Xin'an released his spiritual sense and swept through, only to find that, within the entire 9 heavenly clans, not to mention the fact that there weren't many people who were strong enough to be above the Imperial Dao realm. This entire 9 heavenly clan was actually empty. Such a discovery surprised Chen Xin'an. He led Chu Tianji into the Nine Heavens Sect's mountain gate. At this time, he happened to run into a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sect who was trying to escape. As soon as the man saw Chen Xin'an, he was so frightened that he directly fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Senior Chen, spare your life. I'm no longer a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sect. Anything that happens has nothing to do with me. Oh, you don't need to be alarmed. And I don't kill innocent people. You haven't harmed any of my immortal-seeking sect disciples. Naturally, I won't hurt you. Only after hearing Chen Xin'an's assurance did that disciple stop crying. Trembling, he slowly rose to his feet. Answer me one question and I'll let you leave, Chen Xin'an said. Elder, please ask. I will know everything and say everything. Chen Xin'an nodded in satisfaction. Then asked, where have all the powerful people from the Nine Heavens Sect gone? Back to Senior. A few days ago, the Patriarch and the Supreme Elder heard that Senior was coming to just demobilize the strongest members of the sect, and the remaining disciples scattered like birds and beasts when they heard that the clan was going to suffer a catastrophe. Only me and a few others are left who missed the time because of the retreat. So there you go. That Nine Heavens Sect disciple hurriedly thanked him and flew away, quickly disappearing without a trace. Only at this point did Chen Xin'an and the onlooker scouts realize that this Nine Heavens Sect had actually fled without a fight. Run away. A scout saw this and spat. At least the Nine Heavens Sect is a famous sect between heaven and earth. That would be too humiliating. But there were scouts who offered a different insight. But you have to say that this is indeed the most effective method. If you can't beat Chen Xin'an and escape, at least you'll still be alive. If you're standing here, I'm afraid I'll be slapped to death by Chen Xin'an. Yes, nowadays, the powerhouses of the Nine Heavens Sect are running all over the world, not knowing where to go. It's the Emperor Realm powerhouses that don't have the ability to spread their spiritual sense throughout the 5 domains, covering billions of living beings, searching for them one by one. Next, it's up to Chen Xin'an to do what he wants to do. The Nine Heavens Sect fled without a fight, although they lost their reputation, but keeping those things of the immortal-seeking sect that were taken away, so that Chen Xin'an had no way to take them back. It's also a way to get one back. This statement drew the approval of the surrounding scouts. On the other hand, standing inside the Nine Heavens Sect, Chen Xin'an revealed a cold smile. The Nine Heavenly Clan's move was indeed something he hadn't expected, but it would be overthinking to try to get away with this alone. After all, Chen Xin'an wasn't at the Emperor Realm, but the peak of the human immortal realm. What the Emperor Realm couldn't do didn't mean that he, Chen Xin'an, couldn't do it. Chapter 11 Terrifying means sensationalizing the world. Standing inside the empty Nine Heavenly Clan's mountain gate, Chen Xin'an slowly closed his eyes. As his spiritual sense was released, everything in heaven and earth was reflected within his mind. Southeast, west, north and south, the 4 directions of heaven and earth. Chen Xin'an's spiritual sense kept spreading out. A single breath is 1,000 miles, and every time he encounters a person, he has to explore carefully. In just a few moments of effort, it had already enveloped 1,000 miles of territory and hundreds of millions of cultivators. Some of the Jiao Shao Sect's powerhouses that had fled not far away were revealing themselves at this moment. While they were complacent, thinking that they had escaped, Chen Xin'an had already marked them one by one. However, Chen Xin'an was in no hurry to settle them. What he was really looking for was the supreme person of the Nine Heavens sect, the Nine Heavens Saint. At this moment, the surrounding scouts had also noticed Chen Xin'an's movements. They all murmured, Chen Xin'an couldn't be trying to use his spiritual sense to find someone on a wide scale. That's unlikely, isn't it? Even though a powerhouse of the Emperor realm is capable of enveloping a domain with his spiritual sense. But even if we find it, what then? There's no way to strike from such a distance. And let's see what Chen Xin'an does. While the surrounding powerhouses were looking puzzled, Chen Xin'an's spiritual sense had already reached the four borders of the eastern domain. At this moment, in the eastern region, a flower, a grass, a tree, a trillions of living beings, information that all of them were in Chen Xin'an's mind. The powerhouses that escaped from the 9 heavenly clans, other than the 9 heavenly saints. All other Chen Xin'an have found their whereabouts. It looks like the 9 heavens sacred one is no longer within the eastern domain. Chen Xin'an thought so as his spiritual sense expanded to this extent, having reached the limit of the Emperor realm. However, it was only the limit of the Emperor realm, but it wasn't his Chen Xin'an's limit. It looks like I'll have to use my full strength once in a while, Chen Xin'an thought in his heart. Immediately afterward, the crowd of onlookers saw that Chen Xin'an's body, an extremely arcane power surged out for no reason. It wasn't spiritual power. It was a power that far exceeded spiritual power. It's a power they can't understand. As this force appeared, the heaven and earth were filled with strange phenomena. The melodious sound came from nowhere, transforming into a Tao sound burst. Above the ground golden lotuses surged and auspicious clouds gathered. Look at the haze from afar, and see the purple energy coming from the east. In this instant, Chen Xin'an was like a feathered immortal, like a god descending to the mortal world. What power is this? I don't know, but I don't know why. But looking at him makes me want to get down on my knees. It's as if it was meant to be. What a terrifying power. If it was directed at me, I'm afraid I would have died a billion times already. The scouts were once again shocked by Chen Xin'an's methods. Chen Xin'an, on the other hand, told Chu Tianji beside him to watch it properly. These visions were all created by heaven and earth. It was the power of the origin of heaven and earth. And if one could comprehend it, it would be greatly beneficial to cultivation. At those words, Chu Tianji immediately began to meditate and cultivate. This power that the crowd didn't understand was naturally immortal power, which was beyond spiritual power. A power that belongs to the immortal world. Under this immortal power, Chen Xin'an's stagnant spiritual sense began to spread once again. After breaking through the limit of the Emperor realm, it once again spread into the other 4 domains at a crazy speed. And this move instantly drew the attention of those truly powerful people in the heavens and earth. The attention of the Emperor realm powerhouse. What What kind of power is this? Could someone have broken through to the Emperor realm? Could this be the recorded in the ancient books? Just now, when Chen Xin'an's spiritual sense swept through, they only took it as a parade of some emperor. As long as they don't provoke them, they don't bother much. But now, the power Chen Xin'an had displayed had clearly exceeded the range of an Empyrean. As the most powerful person in heaven and earth, this was a terrifying power that even they could not comprehend. All of these Empyreans were in disbelief, and they wanted to go back and probe. But their spiritual sense, as long as it touches Chen Xin'an's spiritual sense, would then feel the terrifying aura of another level of life, as if telling them that this was not something they could pry into. So much so that their spiritual awareness would collapse away in an instant. For a while, these invincible emperors of the world were beginning to feel some agitation in their hearts. Some of it is worry, and more of it is excitement. The worried Emperor Realm Powerhouse was worried because he didn't know what this strange powerhouse was up to. The excited Emperor Realm Powerhouses then saw a path beyond the Emperor Realm. Before, they were not sure if the road existed, but this now that they had seen it, but it was telling them that the path existed. At this moment, those Emperor Realm Powerhouses dusted off competitive hearts were once again ignited. But before chasing this power, all they had to do, it's about figuring out where this force is coming from. Thus, they sent out strong men under their command to investigate the source of this power. As Chen Xin'an's spiritual awareness spread far and wide across the 5 domains, Northfield, in the middle of the endless ice field, the 9 Heaven Sage was braving the terrifying wind and snow. As another land on a par with the eastern territories, the scenery in the North Domain is very different from the other 4 domains. In the northern region, where the wind and snow are perennial, its environment is incomparably harsh. There are even snow beasts and snow demons entrenched in the wild. Therefore, most of the cultivators in the northern region were gathered in a city. And as for the outside of the city, that can be described as 1,000 birds flying away from 1,000 hills and 10,000 paths. The reason why the 9 Heaven Sage had fled to the northern domain was precisely for this reason. He just couldn't believe that Chen Xin'an could still run to such a hellish place to find him. Chen Xin'an, so what if you have heavenly strength? Come kill me if you have the ability. The Sage of the Nine Heavens screamed. But he didn't know that at this time, Chen Xin'an's spiritual sense had already swept through the cities of the northern domain. It covers this land of ice and snow for millions of miles. It hadn't been long since the Sage of the Nine Heavens had just finished shouting. Outside the heavens, Chen Xin'an's spiritual sense was already close at hand. At this moment, within the Nine Heavens sect, Chen Xin'an let out a faint smile. Found you. In an instant, this voice was resounding through the northern domain ice plains. When the Nine Heavens sage heard this voice, he turned around and was scared out of his wits, only to see Chen Xin'an's spiritual consciousness transform into a boundless face, obscuring the sun, moon, and stars, reflected above the entire sky. No, this can't be. The Sage of the Nine Heavens instantly fell to the ground in fear, devoid of the majesty of the Saint Realm. Sage of the Nine Heavens, where are you running to? Chen Xin'an's voice shook the universe, causing the ice and snow on the ice field that had not melted for 10,000 years to break apart. At this moment, the Sage of the Nine Heavens couldn't find any other way but to beg for mercy. He fell to his knees and cried out, I beg Senior to spare my life. The Nine Heavens sect is willing to compensate the immortal-seeking sect for all its losses. It's a little late to be screaming for mercy, don't you think? After Chen Xin'an finished speaking, his spiritual sense converged in one place, and his immortal power transformed into a terrifying storm, sweeping across the ice field. There is no longer the slightest evidence of the existence of the Saint of the Nine Heavens in this world. At the same time, those previously marked 9 heavenly sect powerhouses that, with another ring of Chen Xin'an's finger, they all blew themselves up in front of people. Of course Chen Xin'an maintained his approach to the thundering sect. The truly innocent are still let off the hook and not driven to extinction. After resolving these powerhouses, inside the Nine Heavens sect, Chen Xin'an slowly opened his eyes as he slapped his palm into the void around him. Space shattered like glass. At the same time, in the middle of the eastern and northern regions, the place where all the powerful people from the Nine Heavens sect just blew themselves up, space also shattered apart for no apparent reason. A suction force came and sucked in all the storage rings of these powerhouses. After passing through empty space, immediately afterward, he flew out from the space crack beside Chen Xin'an within the Nine Heavens sect. 1, 2, 3, 4. Soon, the storage rings piled up a small mountain in front of Chen Xin'an. What's going on here? Chen Xin'an wouldn't have beheaded all the powerhouses of the Nine Heavens sect across thousands of mountains. I don't think so. The scouts were in disbelief, but when the 2 special storage rings appeared, they could no longer suppress the shock in their hearts, and they all cried out in shock. That's the storage ring of the Nine Heavens sect patriarch and the Nine Heavens saint. Hiss! Chen Xin'an is surprisingly within the Nine Heavens sect, just a countless number of land borders away from the. He killed the Nine Heavens sect's patriarch and the Nine Heavens saint. This is just too terrifying. I've heard that emperors can kill from a distance of 10,000 miles, and this Chen Xin'an is even worse. Could it be that he's already above the emperor realm? Voices rose and fell, and by this time, the crowd had to admit that the Chen Xin'an was far more powerful than they could have imagined. And with all the strong men dead and the disciples scattered in all directions, from this moment on, the Nine Heavens sect was also considered to have completely withdrawn from the stage of history. The Sage of the Nine Heavens, who thought he was smart, but didn't want to end up dying in a foreign land, true to form. It's not as good as Thunderlord. After Chen Xin'an had looked at these storage rings, he was sure that the things belonging to the immortal-seeking sect were in them. After waiting for Chu Tianji to wake up from his cultivation, Chen Xin'an asked, any gains? Chu Tianji nodded excitedly, referencing these origin visions. It made his understanding of cultivation deeper, and although his realm didn't grow, his eyesight doubled several times. Chen Xin'an nodded in satisfaction, then said, let's go. Last stop, Hualong Gate. At this point, the surrounding powerhouses no longer had any doubts about Chen Xin'an's strength. One by one, they began to observe a moment of silence for the Dragon Gate of Transformation. Chapter 12, Huanlong Men Submission. The Thundering Sect and the Nine Heavens Sect, 2 great saintly sects, were all wiped out, and as a result of such as the scouts on the sidelines spread the news, it shocked the world once again, especially within the Nine Heavens Sect. Chen Xin'an crossed countless land boundaries without moving a single inch. He killed the Nine Heavens Sect patriarch and the Nine Heavens saint. This god-awful tactic of it caused countless forces and powerhouses that were previously hesitant to immediately make a decision. Hurry up and send back all of the immortal-seeking sect's things immediately. 10 times? No, 100 times to compensate for the loss of the immortal-seeking sect. You and others prepare the things for this seat right away. This sect chief is going to personally apologize to Senior Chen. From this moment on, Countless forces and powerhouses had included Chen Xin'an and the immortal-seeking sect in the list of characters and sects that should definitely not be messed with. Some clans even ordered that if any of their strongest members messed with Chen Xin'an or the immortal-seeking sect, then I'm sorry, but from that moment on you are no longer a member of our clan. Meanwhile, the strong men sent out by those great figures of the Emperor realm had also all detected the source of that terrifying spiritual sense, and they had all sent the news back to the ears of their own Emperor realm powerhouses. Chen Xin'an's name appeared in the ears of these peak powerhouses of the world for the first time. On the other hand, Chen Xin'an could more or less guess what was going on out there nowadays, but that's a good thing. The immortal-seeking sect needs to grow, and the more shocked those forces and powerhouses are, the smoother the development of the immortal-seeking sect will be as well. Just waiting for him to walk through this final gate of the Transfiguration Dragon. At that time, no one in the world would dare to mess with the immortal-seeking sect. Chen Xin'an led Chu Tianji to depart for the Dragon Transformation Sect, and the scouts hidden around the area continued to follow. After confirming that Chen Xin'an's next target was the Dragon Transformation Sect, the cultivators among the scouts who belonged to the Dragon Transformation Sect were so scared that they went into cardiac arrest. They hurriedly sent the news back inside the Dragon Transformation Sect. He also gave 1,000 instructions that Chen Xin'an was unstoppable, and that Wulongman was even more inescapable. After receiving the news, the Dragon Transformation Sage hastily summoned the sect master of the Dragon Transformation Sect. Discuss how to face Chen Xin'an. Alas, who would have thought that this already fallen immortal-seeking sect would still be able to come up with such a strong person? The Dragon Transformation Saint said helplessly. Yes, but Supreme Elder, what should we do now? Although among the three great sects, my Dragon Transformation Sect isn't as aggressive and murderous as the Thundering Sect or the Nine Heavens Sect, but after all, they have also plundered the resources of the immortal-seeking sect, and have also killed strong people from the immortal-seeking sect. Chen Xin'an will never stop. Alas, it has come to this. What can be done? You go and give the order that anything that belongs to the Immortal Seekers sect will be returned, and any disciple who has ever killed someone from the Immortal Seekers sect, let them prepare themselves for the aftermath. Supreme Elder, is there no other way? Alas, this is the worst possible outcome. The Dragon Transformation Saint said helplessly. I'll do my best, though, from the news that has come back, although Chen Xin'an's strength was terrifying, he was not a murderer, and spared the innocent. I'll discuss with him and see if I can exchange the lives of our clan's strongest members with compensation. Speaking of this, the Dragon Transformation Saint was both helpless and thankful. What was helpless was the fact that he, as a Saint Realm powerhouse, was powerless against Chen Xin'an. Thankfully, it was fortunate that he had the pride of a Saint Realm powerhouse, as he had previously held his own, while targeting the immortal-seeking sect and plundering its resources. However, he always strictly restrained the behavior of the strongest members of the sect, not to mention that he had never personally killed anyone from the immortal-seeking sect. At those words, the Dragon Transformation Sect Patriarch could only let out a sigh. It's a true circle of heavenly retribution. They've developed to where they are today by relying on the resources of the immortal-seeking sect. Now it is indeed time to pay off the debt. A few days later, Chen Xin'an brought Chu Tianji to the outside of the mountain gate of the Dragon Transformation Sect. The Dragon Transformation Saint didn't dare to be slow, and immediately brought all the strongest people in the sect out to greet them. Senior Chen's presence at the Dragon Hierarchy Sect only makes the Dragon Hierarchy Sect feel like it's in great splendor. The old me, the Dragon Transforming Saint, has brought all the strongest members of the Dragon Transforming Sect to greet him. The Dragon Transforming Saint brought the Dragon Transforming Sect Patriarch and the others to salute. There is no need for red tape. Sage Dragon Transformation, you should know our intentions. There's no need for me to repeat myself. Chen Xin'an asked calmly. The Dragon Transforming Saint immediately nodded and respectfully replied. Senior Chen, seeking the things of the Immortal Sect, all of them are here, and those who have killed the Immortal-seeking sect's cultivators are also here. With that, the Dragon Transformation Saint handed over a storage ring, while dozens of others hung their heads in shame. With a face like death, he walked out. Chen Xin'an's spiritual sense probed into the storage ring, and after sweeping through it, it was discovered that there were not only things from the Immortal-seeking sect in it, there was also a large pile of things compensated by the Dragon Transformation Sect, each of which was a rare and supreme treasure in the world. Chen Xin'an nodded. This Dragon Transforming Saint knew things, so that he wouldn't need to be aggressive. He had planned to leave after executing these powerful men who had killed the disciples of the Immortal-seeking sect. At this time, the Dragon Transforming Saint was careful to say, Senior, these powerhouses within my clan had killed the disciples of the Immortal-seeking sect, and now that Senior wants to take their lives, I shouldn't have stopped them, but they are indeed my Dragon Transformation Sect's people, and as a Supreme Elder, I am compelled to step forward. The Dragon Transformation Sect, am willing to compensate the immortal-seeking sect with 10 times the amount of compensation. And I only ask that Senior can be magnanimous. Spare these powerhouses. In the future, the Dragon Transformation Sect is willing to act as Senior's pawns, and follow all of Senior's orders. As he spoke, the entire powerhouse of the Dragon Transformation Sect knelt down. The scene caused the surrounding scouts to stare in disbelief. The Dragon Gate of Transformation. Surprisingly submissive. Just like that, he knelt down at Chen Xin'an's feet in front of the eyes of the world. This time, it was also true that Chen Xin'an was a bit overwhelmed. The Dragon Sect already has this attitude. Then he really wasn't good enough to kill all these people of the Dragon Transformation Sect in public. But the vengeance of the innocent deaths of the disciples of the immortal-seeking sect had to be avenged. Chen Xin'an pondered what to do. Time passed by, and it was for those strong men of the Dragon Transformation Sect too. It can be incredibly torturous. The feeling of not having life and death in your hands is horrible. This wait was half a quarter of an hour, but no one dared to say anything. In the end, Chen Xin'an made a decision and said, Saint Dragon Transformation is so sincere. I naturally have to give you face, but the vengeance of my immortal-seeking sect disciples dying in vain has to be avenged. Tell you what, I'll use a secret method to peer into the heart of your Dragon Transformation Sect powerhouse. If they're only competing with my immortal-seeking sect's disciples in the same realm, I'll let them go and compensate them tenfold as you said. Sage Dragon Transformation. But if one deceives the small with the big, sets traps, or even abuses my immortal-seeking sect's disciples, then I will never let it go. Sage Dragon Transformation. What do you think? All at the mercy of Senior. As he spoke, the Dragon Transformation Saint secretly sighed in relief in his heart. His Dragon Transformation Sect powerhouse acted in a manner unlike the Thundering Sect and the Nine Heavens Sect. Those two sects were completely a bunch of bandits cloaked in the garb of righteous cultivators. Yes, after saying that, Chen Xin'an was scanning these dozens of people with the art of peeping heart. After probing their hearts, Chen Xin'an snapped his fingers again. Out of the dozens of people, a total of 7 people blew themselves up. The remaining people, seeing that they had survived, kowtowed in pain and tears. Crying, he said, Many thanks to Senior Chen for raising your hand. There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank your Supreme Elder. At this point, the purpose had already been achieved. So Chen Xin'an took Chu Tianji and left. Greetings, Elder. All of the strongest members of the Dragon Transformation Sect again knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, respectfully seeing the two off. The sound of kowtowing resounded through the clouds. Even though the Chen Xin'an duo's figures had long since disappeared. Still a long time coming. 3 great sects, 2 dead and 1 submissive. Such a battle record is truly astonishing. After today, the immortal-seeking sect will no longer have anyone who dares to mess with it. Yeah, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. It's amazing how a single person's power can be so terrifying. A great show came to an end, and the onlookers of the scouts marveled at it. At this moment, everyone knew that the rise of the immortal-seeking sect could no longer be stopped by anyone. And all of this is just because of within the immortal-seeking sect. Out came a Chen Xin'an. Chapter 13, The 4 Directions Kneel. Lost treasures return to the sect. Chen Xin'an walked through the 3 major clans, and 2 of the 3 clans died and 1 submitted. Such a horrific battle. As the scouts around the area departed to recount the entire passage, soon, a storm swept through the 5 domains of the true martial spirit realm: southeast, west, north, east, and center. Countless cultivators were shocked at Chen Xin'an's terrifying strength. Everyone knows that since that day, there was one more character in the eastern region that should definitely not be messed with. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Xin'an had Chu Tianji give the order again. As for the command, it's roughly the same as last time, just added at the end. This is an ultimatum. After this order was given, no cultivator would ever again think it was a letter. In fact, before the order was even given, Chen Xin'an had just stepped out of the Dragon Transformation Gate, outside the Immortal Seekers sect. It was already jammed with hundreds of forces and nearly 10,000 strong people from all parts of the eastern region. These people really followed Chen Xin'an's will, kneeling at 5 steps and kowtowing at 10. Come and return the treasures of the immortal-seeking sect. It's not even just them. At this moment, on the way to the immortal-seeking sect, there were more powerful people kneeling and kowtowing at the same time, trying to get Chen Xin'an's forgiveness in return. On a plain, nearly 10,000 cultivators neatly kneeled at 5 steps and kowtowed at 10 steps. It really is a spectacle. Some cultivators who had nothing to do with this matter could not help but TSK when they saw this. These powerhouses who came to the immortal-seeking sect first. Elderly, you told them to wait outside the immortal-seeking sect first. Wait for Chen Xin'an to come back and then do something about it. These powerhouses didn't dare to have the slightest opinion, and each of them found a place to set up camp. Honestly, wait for Chen Xin'an to come back. A few days later, Chen Xin'an returned to the immortal-seeking sect and looked at so many powerful people. The mind, though anticipating it. However, he also knew that he and Elder Li and Chu Tianji alone could not cope with it at all. So he purchased a whole bunch of machine puppets from the system store. Let them receive these forces and powerhouses. For these forces and powers, as long as the resources taken are returned. Chen Xin'an didn't make things difficult for them either, but told them that their previous grudges were written off. This also caused these forces and powerhouses to breathe a sigh of relief. He repeatedly praised Chen Xin'an for being homely and generous, and for living up to his name as a strong man. When the 1-month ultimatum is up, the immortal-seeking sect had returned about 70% of the various resources that had been lost for thousands of years. Of the remaining 30%, 10% was used up by some powerful people in the midst of their cultivation. For this, all of these powerhouses chose to compensate for supreme treasures of similar value, and Chen Xin'an recognized it. Another 10% was lost somewhere along with the powerful man who took the resources, lost in the unknown realm. These were really not recoverable, and Chen Xin'an didn't force the issue. The last 10%, that's the real diehards. Even though they knew of Chen Xin'an's strength, these people insisted on not returning the resources of the immortal-seeking sect. For these diehard elements, Chen Xin'an of course had to punish them. However, the person who was going to make a move was not Chen Xin'an himself, but Chu Tianji. Chen Xin'an gave it to Chu Tianji as a mission test, now that the immortal-seeking sect can rely on him alone to hold it together. But after that, it still had to fall on Chu Tianji. So this remaining resources of the immortal-seeking sect would have to rely on Chu Tianji, the sect leader, to make an effort to recover them. It was Chen Xin'an's intention to cultivate Chu Tianji, and in fact, this time, the reason why Chen Xin'an brought Chu Tianji along was for this purpose. He wanted to expand Chu Tianji's horizons and let him grow up quickly. For this task, Chu Tianji gladly accepted. He assured Chen Xin'an, "I will exhaust the rest of my life's strength in decimating these obstreperous fellows, recover all that belongs to the immortal-seeking sect." Apart from this matter, among these many forces that returned the things of the immortal-seeking sect, Chen Xin'an also discovered something strange. That's where some resources disappear. In the case of the Thundering Sect, for example, Chen Xin'an realized after comparing the resources he had retrieved were far less than a tenth of what the Thundering Sect had plundered away. The Thundering Sect has now ceased to exist, and all of its treasures have been opened. There can never be anything hidden. Chen Xin'an pondered, thinking that there was only one possibility. That would be taken by the person behind Thunderlord. As for who this person really was, Chen Xin'an didn't know. He had also asked the surviving cultivators of the Thundering Sect, but these cultivators were also completely unaware. And it wasn't just the Thundering Sect, but the Nine Heavens Sect as well. Chen Xin'an had already obtained the storage rings of almost all the strongest members of the Nine Heavens Sect. However, the things of the immortal-seeking sect in it were also pitifully small. It doesn't look like this is going to be easy. There's a huge black hand secretly manipulating these forces, and there's no telling if it could even be the same person. Chen Xin'an thought so, and he had also been to the Dragon Transformation Sect to ask the Dragon Transformation Sage about it. But the Dragon Transformation Saint was unaware of this. Judging from the fact that the Dragon Transformation Sect had returned all the resources they had seized and were not missing anything, the Dragon Transformation Saint didn't tell lies. There shouldn't be any black hands behind him. There's not a single clue to find out who's behind the Thunder Sect and the Nine Heavenly Clouds Sect. Chen Xin'an didn't care. He believed that man does what man does, and that whatever man does never trickles down. This black hand is not small in its schemes, and there will surely be a time to encounter him in the future. Putting this matter down for the time being, Chen Xin'an turned to his new job, to the rebuilding of the immortal-seeking sect. With his great power, he moved mountains and seas and changed the sky and the earth. It soon made the dilapidated immortal-seeking sect look brand new. The cave was remodeled and the mountain gate was re-established. A magnificent and stately palace reared up above the earth. Hundreds of species of spirit beasts traversed the mountains, and thousands of types of living creatures frolicked in the forests. There are even thousands of heavenly materials and 10,000 kinds of earthly treasures hidden in it. It was truly a beautiful sight on earth. The Immortal Seekers sect was rebuilt. However, there were only 3 people within the entire clan. Chen Xin'an, which was still more or less dismal. For a sect to grow, the most important thing was to have a constant stream of disciples joining it. Thus a new task was set before the 3. Open the mountain gates wide and take in disciples. Regarding this matter, Chu Tianji and Elderly had no opinions. Yet all have concerns. Ask inside the palace. As Chen Xin'an discussed with the 2, Li Yu said, "Senior ancestor, nowadays, the immortal-seeking sect is not lacking in resources, but there is a lack of strong men, and there is no one but the master ancestor alone to teach the disciples. This is indeed a tricky one. Generally speaking, A clan had strong people before disciples. But the immortal-seeking sect really didn't have this condition nowadays. Although with Chen Xin'an's prestigious position nowadays, he only needs to raise his arm and call out. Then there will be countless strong people coming to join them. But these people come from 3 religions and dragons. Not only is loyalty difficult to secure. Moreover, these powerhouses didn't know much about the immortal-seeking sect's techniques and martial arts, and were completely incapable of training disciples for the immortal-seeking sect. For others, it may be a question that is arguably unanswerable. But it was different for Chen Xin'an, because he has the almighty system. He summoned those organ puppets he had redeemed and changed the configuration for them, enabling these organ puppets to possess strength that was no less than that of an ordinary Emperor Dao realm or Supreme Realm powerhouse, and gave them simple wisdom. And then, Chen Xin'an took those recovered immortal-seeking sect techniques and martial arts skills and, one by one, they were engraved on these organ puppets, allowing these puppets to also be able to perform the mastery belonging to the immortal-seeking sect. In this way, the teacher is considered to be there. Not only were they teachers, but these organ puppets could also act as guards to protect the safety of the immortal-seeking sect. This time just let these organ puppets teach the first batch of disciples. Wait for the first group of disciples to grow up and become stalwarts after a few decades. Then after that, the immortal-seeking sect could continue to develop in a virtuous cycle just like other sects. With the biggest problem solved, the matter of recruiting disciples could be maneuvered. This time, Chen Xin'an left this matter entirely in the hands of the 2 of them, Chu Tianji and Elderly. He believed that the 2 men who had experienced the period of decline of the immortal-seeking sect knew that for the what kind of disciples are most needed. Thank you for your trust, Master. The 2 of us will definitely do our best to select disciples with excellent character and talent for the immortal-seeking sect. Chen Xin'an nodded and reminded Tianqi. The prosperity of a clan lies in the younger generation. A clan's prosperity lies in its disciples. You need to remember 3 things as patriarch. First, character will always come first for all those in the clan. A mediocre man is also much more worth cultivating than a bad man. Second, in the affairs of the clan, we must make a clear distinction between reward and punishment, and establish a correct culture, and never show favoritism to anyone. This will convince the disciples. Third, as the patriarch, you, Tianqi, need to set an example in everything you do, and be consistent in your words and actions. Only then can the disciples recognize it. Tianqi honors the teachings of his master. Chu Tianji took these words to heart. Looking at Chu Tianji, Chen Xin'an was in a trance and saw himself thousands of years ago. He was like that then, listening to the teachings of the Supreme Elder. After everything is ready, Chu Tianji then used the name of the immortal-seeking sect to announce the information that he would be recruiting disciples. In an instant, another storm swept through the 5 domains. It's just slightly different than before. This time, it was no longer the long-established powerhouses that shook. Instead, it's the budding teenage geniuses. The immortal-seeking sect is recruiting disciples? That's great. With a strong person like Senior Chen sheltering them, the future of the immortal seekers sect is unlimited. If I can join it, it'll be like a bird jumping up to the sky, or a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Flying high is just around the corner. Nowadays, the immortal-seeking sect has no disciples. If you join now, you'll be one of the first disciples, the top pillar of the immortal-seeking sect in the future. Quickly, pack my young master's bags. I want to go and pay my respects immediately. I'll be delayed. You can't afford to be offended. The entire 5 domains, after hearing the news, countless young geniuses immediately put down everything in their hands and rushed towards the immortal-seeking sect. Moreover, these geniuses were not just from some small clans and forces. Even those incomparably large and ancient lineages, the dreadful imperial dynasties overlooking the world. There were all family heirs, imperial sons, and crown prince-level geniuses who had traveled thousands of miles to come. All geniuses knew that the immortal-seeking sect would be limitless in the future, and if they wanted to join the immortal-seeking sect, this is the best time to do it. Under this wave that swept through the 5 domains, just a few days later, outside the mountain gate of the immortal-seeking sect, once again, it was packed. Looking at the crowds of people outside the mountain gate and the gathering of geniuses, both Elderly and Chu Tianji's hearts were pounding. The 2 of them couldn't help but say, "This is the immortal-seeking sect. This is all due to Master Ancestor." After sighing, what the 2 felt was a heavy responsibility. After this recruitment of disciples, the immortal-seeking sect would no longer be 2 or 3 cats of any size. The list of things to consider then will be immense. In the face of this upcoming heavy responsibility, neither of them dared to be the slightest bit slow. All of them were secretly resolved in their hearts that they must not let Chen Xin'an down. The matter of recruiting disciples was fully entrusted to Tianqi and Elderly. Chen Xin'an was not idle. in the time since that day when he had demonstrated a power that surpassed the Emperor realm. It was a bunch of Emperor realm powerhouses that invited him to come and have a chat. Chen Xin'an didn't have that kind of time and could only shrug it off one by one, claiming that nowadays the immortal-seeking sect was rebuilding. He was so busy with his affairs that he really had no time to visit. After resolving this matter with great difficulty, Chen Xin'an just wanted to take a break. This day, however, something new came to the door. Chapter 14, The Daoxian Sect Seeks Help. While the immortal-seeking sect was recruiting disciples in full swing, on this day, outside the immortal-seeking sect, a middle-aged man came wanting to ask to see Chen Xin'an. Chen Xin'an did not intend to receive it, but surprisingly, this middle-aged man was actually carrying the Flying Immortal Order. The Flying Immortal Order was a token of the immortal-seeking sect. Chen Xin'an had once heard the Supreme Elders say that in the midst of the development of the immortal-seeking sect, some of the non-Seek Immortal sect's powerhouses and forces had provided tremendous help. For these close friends, the immortal-seeking sect would issue Flying Immortal Orders as a token of appreciation. If they or their descendants are in trouble, just come with the Flying Immortal Order. The immortal-seeking sect must all do everything in their power to help. After learning of this matter, Chen Xin'an immediately asked Elder Liu to invite the person inside the questioning palace. Daoxian Sect Elder Zhou Qing. See Senior Chen. The middle-aged man introduced himself as he saluted. Dogon Sect? This clan. Chen Xin'an had not heard of it, but Elder Liu, who was on the side, knew about it. He walked slowly to Chen Xin'an's side and bent down to say, Master Ancestor, the Daoxian Sect is an extremely ancient and powerful sect in the middle of the Eastern Domain. In terms of history, it's much longer than the immortal-seeking sect, which was founded in the Daoxian Sect has been a great help, and even the ancestor of my immortal-seeking sect has been favored by it before. Chen Xin'an nodded. It was not surprising that such a clan would possess the Flying Immortal Order. After understanding the other party's identity, Chen Xin'an gestured for Zhou Qing to sit down, and inquired, I see, Elder Zhou came here today with the Flying Immortal Order, but has the Daoxian Sect encountered any trouble? After taking his seat, Zhou Qing sighed and returned. Senior's eyes are as discerning as a torch, and truth be told, my Daoxian Sect has now reached a point of life and death, and my sect's patriarch had no choice but to send me here to ask for Senior Chen's help. The Daoxian Sect has deep roots. How could it end up in such a situation? Chen Xin'an was puzzled. According to Elder Liu, the Daoxian Sect is a clan power that is much more powerful than the immortal-seeking sect, and it should be the one that is left behind in overlooking the world. At this time, Elder Liu added from the side, Master Ancestor, the Daoxian Sect and my immortal-seeking sect can be considered to be in the same boat, and the strongest members of their sects have also responded to the conquest order from 3,000 years ago. With that said, Chen Xin'an understood. Today's Daoxian Sect was just like the immortal-seeking sect a few months ago. It was also surrounded by enemies and suffered great hardships. After knowing the reason, Chen Xin'an said, 3,000 years ago, I deeply admire those who left their homes to defend themselves against foreign enemies, and now that their descendants are in trouble, I can't just stand by and watch. Not to mention that the Daoxian Sect is still a friend of my immortal-seeking sect. Elder Zhou, I'll accompany you on a walk to settle this matter. Chen Xin'an did not hesitate and, immediately, he agreed. Upon hearing Chen Xin'an's response, Zhou Qing immediately stood up and bowed. Thankfully, he said, many thanks to Senior Chen. On behalf of the Patriarch and the entirety of the Daoxian Sect, I would like to thank Senior Chen for his great favor. Just a show of hands. After Chen Xin'an finished speaking, he then summoned Chu Tianji. After explaining everything to Chu Tianji and Elder Liu, he was under the guidance of Zhou Qing. Turning into a long rainbow, he flew towards the Daoxian Sect. On the way, Zhou Qing kept introducing Chen Xin'an to what happened to the Daoxian Sect. According to it, ever since responding to the martial Emperor Pavilion's commandment 3,000 years ago, the Daoxian Sect has been on a downward spiral, and the main reason for this was being targeted by a sect called the Royal Wind Sect. This sect was a bit deeper than the Thundering Sect, the Nine Heavens Sect, and the Dragon Transformation Sect. Thousands of years ago, it was a first-class force with a Saint Realm powerhouse. In the Daoxian Sect after responding to the levy, although there were still powerful people of the Saint Realm sitting around as well, however, that Saint Realm powerhouse was no match for the Royal Wind Sect Saint. Therefore, during the 3,000 years, for the gradual encroachment of the Royal Wind Sect, the Daoxian Sect had been mainly patient. But this is like putting out a fire with a paycheck. Each forbearance brought but only a growing appetite from the Royal Wind Sect. To this day, the Royal Wind Sect was actually looking at the lifeblood of the Daoxian Sect, the Xian Spirit Vein. The Xian Spirit Vein, a spirit mine located outside the mountain gate of the Daoxian Sect, within its sphere of influence. This spirit mine is rare in the world. and the spirit stones inside are like stars in the sky, extremely high in quality and immeasurable in quantity. It was the core of maintaining the cultivation of the entire Daoxian sect. For the Daoxian sect, the Xianling vein is like the heart of a human being, and once it is lost, then it is not far from extinction. After knowing the cause, Chen Xin'an comforted. Elder Zhou doesn't need to worry. With me here, it wouldn't have let the Royal Wind sect take away the Xian spirit vein. Hearing Chen Xin'an's assurance, Zhou Qing was much more at ease. Who doesn't know that in the entire eastern region right now, Chen Xin'an was a terrifying existence capable of slapping the Emperor realm to death. Even if the Royal Wind sect's Royal Wind Sage is as powerful as he is, it was far stronger than the Thunder Lord and the Nine Heaven Sage before the breakthrough. Yet it was by no means a match for Chen Xin'an. A few days later, amidst Zhou Qing's incessant thanks, the two of them arrived outside the mountain gate of the Daoxian sect. The Daoxian sect, in between the majestic mountains, stood amidst the mountains, the architecture of which is majestic and imposing. A mysterious and solemn atmosphere was revealed between the carved beams and painted buildings, showing the heritage of the ancient sect. But strangely enough, when Chen Xin'an and his duo arrived here, not a single disciple came to greet them. Something's wrong, Zhou Qing immediately reacted. Regardless of when the Daoxian sect could never be in an undefended state, and the way it was now, something must have happened. Looking at the anxious Zhou Qing, Chen Xin'an reached out and pressed his hand on his shoulder, signaling that there was no need to worry. Chen Xin'an's eyes burned with arcane runes flickering in them. He had already seen that all the cultivators of the Daoxian sect were on top of the open space outside the main hall at that moment. With an angry face, he was confronting a green-robed old man. Although that old man was only one person, the aura on his body was incomparably terrifying. The pressure that belonged exclusively to the peak of the Saint realm caused him to overpower all the strongest members of the entire Daoxian sect with the power of just one person. Even without using the system to probe, Chen Xin'an guessed that this old man was the Saint realm powerhouse of the Royal Wind sect, the Royal Wind Saint, a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint realm, outside the Daoyuan sect's main hall. Thinking about it? Patriarch Zhou, will you hand over the Xian spirit vein or not? The Royal Wind Sage inquired in a low voice, already an explicit threat. Do not hand it over. The Xian spirit vein is the foundation of our clan. It must not be lost. Zhou Tianyuan, the patriarch of the Daoxian sect, a powerhouse in the middle stage of the Saint realm, held up against the pressure of the Royal Wind Sage, said through clenched teeth. Hearing this, the Royal Wind Sage snorted coldly, and the pressure on his body steeply increased by a few more points. Inside the Daoxian sect, a group of disciples couldn't resist, and under the heavy pressure, they all sprayed out a mouthful of blood, collapsed. His breath shriveled. In that case, then the old immortal will have to go get it himself. When the Wind Sage said that, he grabbed with his big hand, and his spiritual energy surged, transforming into a huge palm that, covering the sky, it clawed towards a land boundary hundreds of miles away from the Daoxian sect. That was exactly where the Xianling vein was located. This Royal Wind Saint was actually going to directly dig out that Xianling vein and take it away. Don't you dare! In this instant, Zhou Tianyuan was shocked beyond measure. He was about to activate the clan's reserves to fight this Royal Wind Saint. Right at this moment, he suddenly felt that an incomparably majestic spiritual energy was coming from the sky. That vast power was far beyond his reach. He looked up, and the sky above the endless spiritual energy gathered into a raging and surging spiritual sea, tossing and turning as if it were a raging wind in huge waves. The waves tossed and turned, and with just a gentle slap, it shattered the huge palm struck by that Royal Wind Saint. Terrifying aftershocks rippled out, triggering violent vibrations in the surrounding space. The wind whistled and pounded the heavens and earth. Even though they were hundreds of miles apart, above the square, all the cultivators could feel the terror of this force. The vibrations made their sleeves whistle in the wind. Being interfered with, the Royal Wind Sage was instantly furious as he looked into the distance and roared, "What kind of person? How dare you meddle in this saint's affairs?" Chapter 15. A word saves a clan. A word suppresses a saint. What kind of person dares to meddle in this saint's affairs? The sudden strike infuriated the windproof saint. He didn't expect at all that anyone would actually have the guts to stick their nose into his business. Looking toward the distance, he saw two silhouettes appear at the mountain entrance of the immortal-seeking sect. One of them, whom the Royal Wind Sage recognized, was Zhou Qing, an elder of the Daoxian sect, but the other youth, he only felt some familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere. Chen Xin'an led Zhou Qing in a slow walk, his running steps, seemingly slow, but hundreds of meters in an instant. A few moments later, he arrived in front of the Royal Wind Sage and the crowd of Daoxian sect cultivators. "What are you?" the Royal Wind Saint inquired vigilantly. Able to block his strike, Chen Xin'an was by no means an ordinary person. Chen Xin'an. Hearing this name, the royal wind sage was immediately startled as he asked again, which Chen Xin'an? Chen Xin'an of the immortal seeking sect. Hearing these two phrases together, the royal wind sage was immediately shaken all around. At this moment, he finally knew where he had seen Chen Xin'an before. It was among that one portrait. As word spread about Chen Xin'an walking through the three great sects. Nowadays, Chen Xin'an's appearance had already been spread all over the world through drawing and tracing. After knowing Chen Xin'an's identity, the royal wind saint's surrounding pressure instantly dissipated and his aura was gone. The annoyance on his face immediately changed into a look of curtness. Meanwhile, the strongest members of the Daoxian sect were all cheering, because they know they are saved. The royal wind saint carefully inquired, why is Senior Chen interested in piping the Xian sect's affairs? The Daoxian sect and my immortal seeking sect have an old relationship, and if it's in trouble, I should help. Sage Royal Wind, you can't take this Xian spirit vein, this Daoxian sect, you're even less allowed to move. Spit out all the resources you've swallowed, Chen Xin'an said slowly, with a tone that was not to be trifled with. Elder, this. Listening to Chen Xin'an's words, the royal wind saint was incomparably torn, seeing that the fat meat was about to enter his mouth. He didn't expect Chen Xin'an to suddenly intervene. Not only did the fat fly, but he had to be made to spit out what he had eaten before. Anyone else he would have slapped the man to death, but if he was to refute Chen Xin'an's words, he really didn't dare. He was able to feel how terrifying a power Chen Xin'an contained within his body. Just a hint of it escaping made his soul tremble. He knew that it would not be much more difficult for Chen Xin'an to slap him to death than to slap an ant, but if he dared to say half a word of no, the next instant he would be able to meet Thunder Lord and the others at the mouth of the Yellow Springs. After thinking for a few moments, the royal wind saint could only let out a sigh of relief, saying, since it's Senior Chen's order, I will abide by it. From this day forward, the royal wind sect will never again hit the Daoxian sect in the slightest, and the land it occupies. It was also returned as much as possible. It's just that all those resources have now been consumed by the strongest members of our clan, so please forgive me, Senior. Listening to the words of the royal wind sage, Chen Xin'an turned his head to look at Daoxian sect patriarch Zhou Tianyuan, inquiring, Patriarch Zhou, what do you think? Looking at Chen Xin'an handing over the decision to himself, Zhou Tianyuan was flattered. He quickly said, it's already excellent to be able to do so be it then. I hope that you will be as good as gold in your words, Sage Mikado. Keep your own promise. Please don't worry, Senior Chen. I guarantee it with the dignity of the Saint Realm, the royal wind saint said hurriedly. A monk's honor trumps all, swearing by the dignity of his realm. Its weight is comparable to a heavenly oath. If Sage Royal Wind breached the contract, not only would he himself lose face, even other Saint Realm powerhouses would have contempt in their hearts and would never befriend them again. Chen Xin'an nodded, while Daoxian sect patriarch Zhou Tianyuan was filled with joy. With his cultivation, he was naturally able to associate This guarantee not only meant that the Royal Wind sect would not persecute the Daoxian sect in the future. What's more, after the story got out, the other forces would also be deterred by Chen Xin'an's terrifying strength and would not make a move against the Daoxian sect. It could be said that just with Chen Xin'an's words, the Daoxian sect was saved. As the patriarch, how could he not rejoice and be excited? One person can revitalize the clan. One person can protect the country. Only Senior Chen, Zhou Tianyuan could not help but sigh, seeing that Chen Xin'an had made the royal wind sage, whom their entire clan was powerless to help, bow down with just one sentence, and also reclaimed his homeland, which had been lost for many years. All the disciples of the Daoxian sect had a glint in their eyes, rising in boundless adoration. They all thought to themselves, a great man should be like this. There is no one stronger in the world than this. Some female disciples were even more beautiful. Chen Xin'an's style of. From this moment on it has been seared into their hearts. Chapter 16, Chivalrous Acts. Sensationalizing the 5 regions. Chen Xin'an intervened, and the crisis in the Daoxian sect was instantly resolved. The royal wind saint's heart was incomparably annoyed, but he also knew that there was no point in staying behind any longer. Alas, unless that lord takes a hand. I'm afraid there's no one in this world who can resist Chen Xin'an. The royal wind sage thought so in his mind, but did not say it out loud. After he slightly saluted Chen Xin'an, he turned into a stream of light and left alone. At this moment, the cultivators of the Daoxian sect were pleasantly surprised as if they were waking up from a dream. What they had thought to be their doom was reduced to nothing in the twinkling of an eye. All crises dissipated with the blessing of Chen Xin'an. What is even more gratifying is that the land that has been lost for thousands of years is also being reclaimed at this time. At this moment, with no one presiding and no one leading the way, all the people of the Daoxian sect looked up into the sky and there was gratitude in his eyes. In unison, they said, I thank Senior Chen for saving the clan. and the people of the Daoxian sect will always remember it in their hearts and minds. Generations will not forget. In the face of the crowd's gratitude, Chen Xin'an looked indifferent as he raised his hand and waved it. A spiritual energy split into 1,000 pieces and helped the crowd up. Smiling faintly, "It's just a show of hands." At this moment, Chen Xin'an was not only an unfathomably strong person in the eyes of the people of the Daoxian sect, it is more like a transcendent man of the world, awe-inspiring and admirable. Patriarch Shou, your clan's crisis has been resolved, so it's time for me to return to the immortal-seeking sect. Chen Xin'an's tone was bland as he turned around to leave after saying that. However, Patriarch Zhou Tianyuan was forcefully inviting Chen Xin'an to stay for a few days, in order for him to do his duty as a landlord. In appreciation, seeing that Zhou Tianyuan was too kind to refuse, Chen Xin'an could not refuse, so he agreed to stay within the Daoxian sect for a few days. During these few days, the strongest members of the Daoxian sect have poured out all they could. An unprecedented grand banquet was prepared for Chen Xin'an. At the banquet, the wine was like agar and jade, and the delicacies were like delicacies and flavors, and there was a wide array of food, and there was a great deal of bustle. The warmth and gratitude of the Dogon clan was evident in all the drinking. At the same time, what happened in the Daoxian sect gradually spread out, and once again, it caused quite a stir among the 5 domains. A single word to drink away a Saint Realm powerhouse and preserve a clan. Such prestige, unrivaled in the world. That's right, earlier, a palm destroyed the Emperor Realm, and now, a single word retreats the Saint Realm. How many people in the current world can compare to Senior Chen? Now it seems that those cultivators who taunted the immortal-seeking sect for being insouciant at first, but they are all frogs at the bottom of a well, unable to see the breadth of this world. Cultivators in the 5 domains were talking, and without realizing it, Chen Xin'an had also gained the respect and esteem of many cultivators. After some geniuses knew about this, they even took Chen Xin'an as a lifelong role model. For them, what Chen Xin'an is doing now, it is exactly what they have been seeking all their practicing lives. So for a while there were many more geniuses heading to the immortal-seeking sect. He wanted to try to see if he could join the immortal-seeking sect's selection while it was still open. A few days later, the banquet dispersed and it was time for Chen Xin'an to leave. Daoxian sect Patriarch Zhou Tianyuan personally brought all the strongest members of the sect to see him off. A storage ring was also offered. Without having to check, Chen Xin'an knew that there must be countless treasures in it. Senior Chen, although my Daoxian sect is waning nowadays, I know that I must repay any favor. Today, our clan has nothing to help Senior, so we only offer this storage ring as a small token of our clan's appreciation. Patriarch Zhou Tianyuan said solemnly. Chen Xin'an smiled bashfully and politely refused. Patriarch Zhou is overstating things. I, Chen Xin'an, have come here to, never for these mundane things. Looking at Zhou Tianyuan who still wanted to say something, Chen Xin'an continued. Patriarch Zhou, currently, the Daoxian sect is facing a lot of difficulties, and it is the time when it needs resources for development. These treasures, you might as well keep them for the development of the sect. Afraid that Zhou Tianyuan still wanted to open his mouth, Chen Xin'an concluded. I sincerely hope that the Daoxian sect will be able to recapture its former glory as soon as possible. Hearing Chen Xin'an say so, Zhou Tianyuan's heart was even more in awe. It was clear in his heart that nowadays, with Chen Xin'an's shelter, the safety of the Daoxian sect was not a problem. However, the future of the Daoxian sect could not depend on Chen Xin'an's support alone. More than anything else, it needs to rise and be strong on its own. Zhou Tianyuan looked firm and solemnly promised, please rest assured, Senior Chen, Zhou Tianyuan will surely do his best to lead the Daoxian sect to revive its former glory. Chen Xin'an nodded, then set up his recluse to go far away amidst the crowd's gaze, gazing at Chen Xin'an's gradually fading back. The people of the Daoxian sect were all thinking in their hearts, not only is Senior Chen's cultivation unfathomable, but the nobility of his personality is even more admirable. Such a character is a true martial arts powerhouse. Chapter 17 A plea for help from many clans. A few days later, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and poured down on the earth, Chen Xin'an returned to the immortal-seeking sect. As soon as he entered the mountain gate, he immediately drew a burst of exclamations. It's Senior Chen. No, it's Master Ancestor who has returned. Master Ancestor is back. Chen Xin'an looked in the direction of the source of the sound, only to realize that he had been away for half a month's light. There were already many new faces within the immortal-seeking sect. One didn't need to think about it to know that they were the new disciples who had joined the immortal-seeking sect. The new disciples ran to tell each other, and soon there were dozens of youths gathered outside the mountain gate. There were men and women, with high and low cultivation levels. Chen Xin'an slightly scanned one or two. Without exception, each is a good diamond in the rough. As long as they are well polished, their future is unlimited. The disciples looked at Chen Xin'an, their eyes filled with longing. Saluting in unison, he said, "Disciples see Master Ancestor." Chen Xin'an smiled. A spiritual power split into dozens of channels, helping the disciples up. Said, "No need to be polite." At this time, inside the Inquirer's palace, elderly Yu, who was worried about one thing. It also sensed that Chen Xin'an had returned at the first opportunity through the formations within the immortal-seeking sect. He hurriedly pulled up Chu Tianji beside him and walked out of the questioning palace to greet him in front of the mountain gate. "See Master Ancestor." Chen Xin'an had just helped the two of them up when Chu Tianzi reported, "Master Ancestor. This disciple selection has ended, and a total of 72 disciples have been selected, including 13 at the Spirit Abyss realm and 59 at the Spirit Transformation realm. Very good. The immortal-seeking sect needs more geniuses like this if it is to prosper and grow." Chen Xin'an's words were tantamount to recognizing the geniuses. For a moment the crowd was overwhelmed with joy. To be able to receive the approval of a peak worldly powerhouse like Chen Xin'an, in their eyes it was an incomparable honor. As the Master Ancestor of the immortal-seeking sect, this first meeting with all the disciples, it would be too much to ask not to give some kind of a meet and greet gift. Thinking of this, Chen Xin'an opened the system and then he allocated 72 precious heavenly materials and rare spirit weapons in the mall as if it was a sweep, taking it out as much as he could. In an instant, the brilliant and dazzling precious light shot up into the sky, like stars shining in the night sky. Chen Xin'an waved his hand. These treasures transformed into 72 streams of light and landed in front of every disciple. Among the crowd of disciples, there was no shortage of geniuses from large clans and forces, but even so, they were all shocked when they saw the treasures that fell before them. Of any of these 72 treasures, all of them had to be owned by at least an Imperial Dao realm powerhouse in order to not have to worry about other people spying on them. If placed in the 5 domains, each piece would be enough to cause a bloody storm. However, they were only at the cultivation level of the Spirit Transformation realm and Spirit Abyss realm, and they had just joined the sect. One can get this level of treasure. How could this not make them feel shocked? And for a moment the crowd was somewhat flattered. Looking at the expressions of the disciples, Chen Xin'an smiled and said, "Take it. I hope you won't fail to live up to these things. The future of the immortal-seeking sect will ultimately depend on you. Please rest assured, Master Ancestor." The disciples rejoiced in their hearts and solemnly assured themselves, since this moment, these rookies of the immortal seekers sect, for the immortal-seeking sect has planted the seed called belonging. With just a little nurturing, they would be the most loyal supporters of the immortal-seeking sect. Patriarch Chu Tianji and elderly Yu were also filled with joy when they saw this. Now that the immortal-seeking sect was not lacking in resources, it even had those organ puppets left behind by Chen Xin'an as a master. In a matter of years, the immortal-seeking sect will definitely regain its former glory. At that time, even if they died, they would be able to laugh in the grave. Amidst the crowd of disciples, Chen Xin'an and Chu Tianji returned to the questioning palace. The disciples retired, leaving only the three of them. Chen Xin'an, Tian Qi, elderly. "Has anything happened within the sect during the half-month I've been gone?" Hearing Chen Xin'an's inquiry, Chu Tianji and elderly immediately handed over a bunch of letters. Chen Xin'an opened the letter to check it while Chu Tianji explained as he said, "Ever since the matter of you helping the Daoxian sect has spread since Master Ancestor, for several days in a row, quite a few clans have come to ask for help, hoping to ask Master Ancestor to come to their aid." Elderly Yu also added from the sidelines, "Master Ancestor, I've already explained to the clans the reason for your strike, Master Ancestor. However, these clans have stated that even though they do not have the flying immortal order, 3,000 years ago, they had also responded to the martial Emperor Pavilion's conquest order, and now that they were weak, they hoped that Master Ancestor would be able to remember their ancestor's original act of righteousness and give them a helping hand. So it is." After opening and reading one of the letters, Chen Xin'an revealed a look of realization. "Master Ancestor, how do you think these should be responded to?" Chu Tianji inquired. Chen Xin'an pondered. These clans seeking help were in a way another immortal-seeking sect and Daoxian sect. If there is no one to help you, you will surely fall into the abyss of doom. No matter what, those who were strong in the beginning went on a quest to protect this world. Their descendants are considered descendants of heroes. If they hadn't fought so hard to keep this world in peace, Chen Xin'an could not survive in this world for 10,000 years. So in this way, Chen Xin'an did owe them a favor. At the same time, a long ago teaching suddenly echoed in Chen Xin'an's mind. The so-called cultivators. Getting rid of demons and defending the way is our duty. And supporting the righteous way is our duty. If we have the power to astonish the heavens, then we should take the responsibility of astonishing the heavens and do astonishing things. That was the teaching of the Supreme Elder of the Immortal-seeking sect. and Chen Xin'an's mind. The figure of the Supreme Elder emerged. The deep eyes and solemn words seemed to be telling him what the mission of a cultivator was. When the thought reached here, Chen Xin'an had an answer in his mind. He said to the two, Tianqi, elderly, you will first go and verify whether what is mentioned in these letters is true or not. If it is true, then you will write back, and I, the immortal seeking sect, will be willing to provide assistance. But if it is only those who want to lend my name to help them through the crisis, then you need not pay any attention to them. Let me know when you have made your lists, and I will give a helping hand one by one. Yes, sir. The two led the way. In the questioning palace, only Chen Xin'an was left alone. System, do you think I did the right thing? Suddenly, Chen Xin'an asked the system inside his body. System prompt. It is naturally right for the host to act not for selfish reasons, but only for the purpose of upholding the right path in the world. A response came from the mind. So you actually want me to do things like this more often? Right. Chen Xin'an continued to ask. System prompt. Why is the host asking that? There must be some reason why you would choose me and bring me into this world. Instead, I consider myself ordinary, and the only thing I recognize about myself is pointless kindness. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you brought me to this world, it's the hope that I'll do something for the world with this character. This time, the system that answered nothing was rare and silent, but it's all in the unspoken word, and acquiescence is an acknowledgement. After a long silence, in Chen Xin'an's mind, the system finally responded. Host, apart from your kind character, your intelligence is also an important parameter that can make me approve. The systematic reply sort of verified Chen Xin'an's guess. So it is. Chen Xin'an smiled gently and, at this moment he finally solved the mystery in his mind. In that case, I'm much relieved. I was afraid you were wanting something from me. Chen Xin'an smiled faintly, then muttered to himself. Actually, I'm also very curious. What I can do for this strange world. The host will accomplish a legend of invincibility and reap the admiration of billions of living beings. It's just that when it comes to that final moment, the host is going to be. Saying this, the system went silent again, and no matter how Chen Xin'an pressed, the system did not answer. Behind that silence, there's no telling what kind of great horror that. It's amazing that even the almighty system is secretive. Chapter 18, The Youth of the Immortal Seeking Sect on the Back Coffin. After much investigation by the duo of Chu Tianji and Elder Liu, a list was soon placed in front of Chen Xin'an. The clans listed on the list. They were all sects like the Immortal Seeking Sect and the Daoxian Sect that had once been brilliant but had been weakened due to the conquest order of 3,000 years ago, and they were all now facing unprecedented hardships and desperately in need of a helping hand. Following the map, in the next few months, Chen Xin'an's footprints were almost all over the four directions of heaven and earth, every corner among the 5 domains of the true martial spiritual realm. He personally traveled to dozens of sects to solve their crises for them, and never received any favors. Such an unrequited act of righteousness had since caused those sects to be incredibly grateful and respectful. Before Chen Xin'an left, all the sect masters assured him, in the future, if Senior Chen needs to, my clan will go through fire and water to repay Senior. Every time Chen Xin'an made a move, he would attract the gazes of many cultivators. It would shake the true martial spirit world to its core. His deeds spread in all directions, like a spring breeze over the cultivator world, reaping the admiration of countless cultivators. Numerous cultivators have regarded him as a lifelong model, like the most devout of the faithful. His deeds were extolled in all directions and he was held in high esteem. So much so that just 1 year later, even among the most remote corners of the true martial spirit realm, all can hear the legend of Chen Xin'an, the Kingdom of Enlightenment, a remote place in the middle of the Eastern Domain, a kingdom established by a powerful King Seal realm master. It's only 100 years old to this day, not to mention in the true martial spirit realm. It was extremely inconspicuous only in the Eastern Domain among the 5 domains. In the middle of King Kai Ling Wang's city, within the first floor of a magnificent restaurant, the 4 spirit transformation realm cultivators sat around and talked about how Chen Xin'an had pacified the 3 great sects, and how to save the legends of many clans. Senior Chen, that's amazing. That's for sure. It's said that Senior Chen's cultivation is unrivaled in the world. Even Emperor realm powerhouses have privately remarked that Senior Chen is the #1 powerhouse of the world. Far superior to the Emperor realm. I've gotten my hands on a portrait of Senior Chen. Would you like to take a look? Upon hearing this, several of his companions were delighted and hurriedly urged him to take it out. The monk, on the other hand, stood up at that moment with his head held high, rather proudly, and, carefully taking out Chen Xin'an's portrait from his storage ring, he allowed a few companions to observe it. While several people were talking, they did not notice that, not far from the window, a ragged, foul-smelling youth was leaning against the wall. The idle chatter of several people reached his ears. Steeply, The youth's bowed head lifted and, desperation like a pool of stagnant water in the eyes steeply stirred a little wave. The youth staggered to his feet, and he pressed himself against the window, seeking the source of the sound that, looking at the few cultivators who were holding Chen Xin'an's portrait and bragging about it. Chen Xin'an, seek the immortal sect. The youth muttered something in his mouth, then immediately flew to the barren land outside the city. There is a nameless mass grave there, where the bones of an unknown number of people who died in vain are buried. Upon arriving at his destination, the youth didn't stop as he took out a long sword from his storage ring and, this long sword could be extraordinary. It was actually a valuable Xian rank spirit weapon. Its luster was cold, like ink, and the spiritual light surrounded its body, signaling its extraordinary power. However, in the hands of this youth, the status of this longsword plummeted. Reduced to the most mundane and uninteresting of farm implements. He didn't care about the scattered graves and weeds around him, and walked straight to a newly erected grave. With the long sword in hand, as if a farmer was using a hoe, he plowed into that grave without mercy. With his stern movements, the dirt on the ground was turned up and a blood-red coffin was soon revealed. Patriarch, Master, Senior Brothers, I've finally found someone who can redress your grievances, the youth murmured with tears in his eyes. Reaching out, he brushed the dirt off the coffin and took out the Bolthic chain from his storage ring. One end was bound to his own wrists, and the other to the coffin, which the youth pulled toward the mass grave beyond. However, just at this moment, behind it, dozens of people wearing black robes unexpectedly appeared and, the killer who hides his face. Your Excellency was right, waiting here for you to show up sooner or later. Qin Wu, it's your time to die. The youth didn't say anything, he just swallowed a scarlet red like blood elixir, and then gripped the long sword in his hand. After a flash of swords and shadows, blood dyed the entire sky red. Qin Wu dragged the blood-red coffin out of the mass grave. Behind him, blood splattered all over the place as dozens of black-robed men fell to the ground. After Chen Xin'an's deed spread throughout the 5 domains, although it gained a large number of cultivators' fans. However, it also attracted the cold eyes and jealousy of many powerful people, especially those who had been meddled with by Chen Xin'an. Clan powerhouses who returned empty-handed or even were deprived of the resources they had already received. Even though they chose to remain silent and back down in front of Chen Xin'an's unfathomable cultivation level, ostensibly giving up on appropriating those fallen plans. But in the dark, they quietly united and met within an uncharted realm. This Chen Xin'an is acting too arrogantly, arbitrarily meddling in the affairs of the 5 regions. Does one really think that they are invincible? A strong person said indignantly. In my opinion, we might as well report this matter to that lord, a strong man suggested. Yet as soon as his words fell, it drew the opposition of the other powerhouses. No, have you forgotten the words of that lord? If you reveal that lord's identity, not to mention going against Chen Xin'an, that lord will be the first to destroy you. Alas, but in that case, then how will we gather resources for that lord? Right at this moment, a sudden gust of cloudy wind blew by, causing all the powerful people to involuntarily blink their eyes for a few moments. And by the time the vision returned, a black-robed man was already standing in front of the crowd. Upon seeing this person, all the powerful people immediately bent down and saluted. Knowing that the least among these powerhouses were Supreme Realm, the 7th realm of the human realm, powerhouses. Most of them were Saint Realm, the 8th realm of the human realm, powerhouses. However, facing this black-robed man was so humble, so it was evident that this black-robed man's identity was noble. Greetings, my lord. The crowd of powerhouses cried out respectfully, revealing in their words that this person was precisely their backer. It was also the backer of the Thundering Sect and the 9 Heavens Sect. I already know everything. The plan to gather the world's resources has been temporarily halted. You also don't have to mess with that Chen Xin'an. Everything will wait for this seat's order. The old voice came out from under the black robes, and all the powerful people responded in a row. And when they raised their heads, the black-robed man had long since disappeared without a trace. 3 months passed in a flash of time, inside the immortal-seeking sect. Since helping many fallen clans to resolve their crises, Chen Xin'an then did not do anything else. During this time, he had been concentrating on teaching Chu Tianji to cultivate, in order for Chu Tianji to grow up quickly. On that day, Chen Xin'an was explaining the way to seal a king to Chu Tianji when, all of a sudden, he sensed that an extremely strong smell of blood had appeared outside the immortal-seeking sect. Chen Xin'an frowned and stopped his sermon, his spiritual sense probing out and spanning hundreds of miles in an instant. It was only on the 10,000 mile plane outside of the immortal-seeking sect's sphere of influence that Qin Wu's figure swayed alone in the wind. His gait was heavy as iron, as if he was carrying endless pain and suffering. The clothes on his body had already been dyed red with blood, and mixed with the dirt it looked even more shocking. The sharp longsword in his hand had also long been broken, leaving only the remnants of the hilt. The only thing that remained the same was the heavy chains that bound his wrists to the, still securely tied and dragging behind it. The coffin rubbed against the earth with a dull, mournful thud. Chapter 19. Qin Wu enters the immortal-seeking sect. What he saw in his eyes caused Chen Xin'an to be extremely surprised. He opened the system and used the probe function towards Qin Wu. System prompt. Name, Qin Wu. Cultivation level, Late Seal King Realm. Taking the forbidden elixir. Cultivation at the cost of life. System evaluation, bitter and unspeakable. Knowing the information about Qin Wu, and looking at his appearance. It wasn't hard for Chen Xin'an to guess Qin Wu's purpose for visiting the immortal-seeking sect. It looks as if this young man named Qin Wu had suffered a great injustice. He's come to me to redress his grievances. As Chen Xin'an's spiritual sense spoke to itself, Qin Wu's appearance had already attracted the attention of quite a few other powerful people who had come to the immortal-seeking sect and wanted to visit Chen Xin'an. Who is this youth? What has happened to him? How could he come here dragging a coffin in blood? By the looks of him, I'm afraid he's been through hundreds of battles of life and death. He is now a candle in the wind, and only his will is holding him up from collapsing. Terrific will. It can be called the best of men. If the disciples of my clan had this blood and tenacity, just let me step aside in place for him. The incoming and outgoing powerhouses murmured. At this moment, the two disciples who were stationed at the border of the immortal-seeking sect also discovered Qin Wu. The two of them immediately executed their stances and arrived in front of Qin Wu. Arching his hand, he inquired, "The front is the boundary of the immortal-seeking sect. What brings you here, fellow Daoist?" "My name is Qin Wu, and I have come for the 792 innocent people in this coffin. I want to pay homage to Elder Chen." Qin Wu stopped and raised his head, revealing bloodshot eyes as he spoke intermittently. Months and through countless vicious battles, and even though he had swallowed the forbidden elixir of, it's also on the verge of being maxed out. This, Qin Wu's request caused the two immortal-seeking sect disciples to blush. Now, Chen Xin'an's reputation had resounded through the 5 regions. The number of powerful people who came to pay their respects every day was as numerous as the rivers of carp. The reason they were here was to rebuff these powerful people who were visiting. However, when they saw Qin Wu in such a miserable state, they really couldn't bear to refuse. After a short period of silence and reflection, the two disciples looked at each other and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes as he spoke. "Come with us, we'll take you to see Master Ancestor." "Thanks a lot." Qin Wu had just raised his step, but he felt a wave of weakness and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, the two disciples reacted quickly and did not hesitate to lend a helping hand. Ignoring the fact that he was covered in blood and dirt, one side held him up. Afterward, he performed his body technique and brought Qin Wu and that coffin together towards the mountain gate of the immortal-seeking sect. In the void, Chen Xin'an's spiritual consciousness nodded gently, showing his approval for the two disciples. The immortal-seeking sect that he was looking forward to in his heart wasn't the one that was high up and far away from the world. Rather, I want it to be as we see it, disciples with pure and good hearts, being able to reach out to other monks and give what help you can. Such an immortal-seeking sect would be in line with the ideal he had in mind. It was also the only way to better carry on and develop in the immortal cultivation world and win the respect of more cultivators. Retracting his spiritual sense, he asked the palace. Chen Xin'an stood up and, to Chu Tianqi beside him, who was full of doubts as to why the sermon had suddenly stopped, he said, "Tianqi, the immortal-seeking sect has a guest. Let's go meet him." "Yes." Chu Tianqi immediately nodded his head in agreement, and at the same time a wave of curiosity flooded his heart. I don't know what kind of guest, but I actually want Chen Xin'an to receive him personally." Chen Xin'an and Chu Tianqi walked out of the questioning palace side by side, and immediately drew gasps from the disciples. "Look, it's Master Ancestor and Patriarch Senior." Due to the small age gap, Chu Tianqi, despite being the patriarch, referred to his disciples as masters and brothers. This kind of address is also something that brings each other much closer together. "Greetings to Master Ancestor. Greetings to Patriarch Senior." The disciples saluted one after another. Chen Xin'an's face was warm and, waving his sleeve, he signaled them to be excused. Flanked by the disciples, Chen Xin'an and Chu Tianqi made their way to the mountain entrance of the immortal-seeking sect. At this moment, the other two disciples also happened to assist Qin Wu to this point. As soon as they saw Chen Xin'an, the two disciples immediately brought Qin Wu forward. Saluting, he said, "See Master Ancestor." Chen Xin'an helped the three of them up. The two disciples then said, "This brother Qin Wu wanted to pay homage to Master Ancestor. Seeing that he was deeply injured, we were unable to bear it, so we took the liberty of bringing him into the sect. I have not reported to the Master Ancestor first, so I asked the Master Ancestor to take the blame." Chen Xin'an gently shook his head. revealing a look of approval, and said, "No, you guys did the right thing. What offense is there in giving a helping hand to those who can help?" With that, he lightly waved his palm, and a pure spiritual energy flowed out from his fingertips. It was incomparably pure, splitting into three and entering the bodies of the two disciples and Xin'an respectively. The two disciples were overjoyed that this spiritual energy that entered their bodies was so pure. As long as they refined it, their cultivation would skyrocket. What's more, this is the spiritual power bestowed by Master Ancestor Chen Xin'an. It represented that they were recognized by Chen Xin'an, which was even more of a great honor. For example, in front of this eyes, the disciples who were clustering around Chen Xin'an were showing envious gazes. Many thanks to Master Ancestor for his gift. The two disciples thanked in unison. Under the nourishment of this spiritual energy, the injuries within Qin Wu's body were also relieved. The color of his face is much better. Finally, I can stand alone without assistance. Qin Wu was filled with gratitude as he looked at Chen Xin'an, hope igniting in his bloodshot eyes, casually healing the wounds of a weak person he didn't know. It's really as benevolent as the rumors say. Chen Xin'an was different from those high and mighty. Qin Wu first thanked the two disciples who had brought him into the Immortals-seeking sect. Then he flung himself on his knees in front of Chen Xin'an, kowtowing and worshipping. Qin Wu of Spirit Wind Sect, I implore Senior Chen to take action and justice for the 792 innocent lives of my clan. Please rise. Chen Xin'an once again helped Qin Wu up and said, "Look at you. It should have taken several life and death battles to get here. Such hardship, and I admire it. Tell me what has befallen you, and when I have heard it, dispose of it again." Chapter 20 Qin Wu's past. Elder. Qin Wu stood up, incomparably excited. 5 years. He was finally able to tell the secrets of his heart to someone. With a twist of the wrist, the chains tugged the blood-red coffin behind them sliding into view. Under the gaze of the disciples and Chen Xin'an, Qin Wu took a deep breath and, slowly, he pushed open the heavy coffin lid. A bloody and musty smell then wafted out, causing the disciples to frown. Chen Xin'an looked, but he saw that what was in the coffin was not a corpse, but a spirit seat, densely packed and, it was full, and a rough count was feared to be in the hundreds. Spirit of Ling Xiaoyi, the Spirit Wind Sect Patriarch, the spirit seat of Benevolent Master Mo Yuduan, the spirit seat of Yun Ishuan, a disciple of the Spirit Wind Sect, almost all of the spirit positions, among them, begin with the Spirit Wind Sect. If Chen Xin'an guessed correctly, in this coffin, it was the 792 innocent souls that Qin Wu spoke of. Qin Wu took a deep breath, his thoughts falling into recollection, and said, "Senior, I was originally a disciple of the Eastern Region's Spirit Wind Sect." Spirit Wind Sect. Chen Xin'an had never heard of it. However, the immortal-seeking sect disciples clustered around Chen Xin'an were all from the 5 regions of the 4 directions and could be said to have seen a lot. Some of these disciples then knew something about the Spirit Wind Sect. A disciple then spoke. Spirit Wind Sect? But the sect that was destroyed by the evil emperor 10 years ago? I heard that it seems like the sect's patriarch angered the evil emperor and was destroyed by him. No, that's not what happened. Qin Wu's expression was agitated as he hurriedly shouted, "Senior Chen, everything is a lie woven by the evil emperor. There's no need to get excited. Just speak slowly." Chen Xin'an soothed. Turning his head, he asked the disciple who had just spoken, "Who is the evil emperor?" The disciple was flattered and immediately replied, "Master Ancestor. This evil emperor is a supreme powerhouse who emerged nearly 1,000 years ago. He stepped into the emperor realm 100 years ago and had caused quite a stir in the 5 regions." Speaking here, the disciple paused and bragged again. "Of course, compared to Master Ancestor, that's just far worse." Chen Xin'an nodded with a light smile and looked at Qin Wu, signaling him to continue. "Senior Chen, the reason why the evil emperor destroyed my Spirit Wind Sect wasn't because my sect master provoked him. Rather, it's the evil emperor's way of refining his imperial soldier, Empyrean soldier, short for Empyrean rank spiritual weapon. To the ordinary cultivator, the importance of weapons is not yet self-evident. Not to mention an emperor realm powerhouse who looked out of the corner of his eye and was proud of the crowd. The imperial soldier was not only a symbol of their power, but also a manifestation of their identity and status. Senior Chen, the evil emperor has only been an emperor for 100 years, and he's a weakling amongst the emperor realms. Therefore, he has always longed to forge a true emperor rank spirit weapon to manifest his strength. He has expended countless efforts to take from among the various clans by means of forceful. Finally, we've got most of the materials together. But his evil Dao Emperor armor still lacks one of the most important materials. That's the flesh and blood of cultivators. Of thousands of cultivators. In order to obtain enough flesh and blood to sacrifice imperial soldiers, the evil emperor, under various names, specializing in picking on clans that have no backing, brutally murdering the cultivators within the clan and taking their flesh and blood to nourish his emperor's soldiers. My Spirit Wind sect is one of the victims. 10 years ago, the evil emperor set his sights on my Spirit Wind sect, from the patriarch to the disciples. None of the entire clan was spared. They were all captured and brutally killed by him. Only I was out on a mission at the time and managed to escape. But even so, I'd been hunted down by the minions of the evil emperor to this day. Not long ago, I heard about Senior's deeds, and after taking the forbidden pills, I killed my way out and rolled over to the immortal-seeking sect, just to beg for Senior's help, seek justice for the powerful men of my clan who innocently lost their lives. Chen Wu's tearful accusation caused the surrounding disciples to swarm with emotion and empathy. To use a cultivator to refine weapons is a big taboo, and that evil emperor dared to risk universal condemnation. It's crazy as hell. That's right. I'm still displeased by such behavior. This evil emperor is really not worthy of being called an emperor. Enjoy the reverence of the world. The disciples of the immortal-seeking sect raised their voices in anger, while Chen Wu nervously watched Chen Xin'an's reaction. Over the past 10 years, Chen Wu had privately sought the assistance of many powerful people who were friends with the Spirit Wind sect. However, after learning everything, these powerful men either said they could do nothing to, either that or they were unwilling to make a grudge against an emperor realm powerhouse. 10 years of exile and all he's gotten is a body full of scars and disappointment after disappointment. Now, he placed all his hopes on Chen Xin'an. He knew that he didn't have any treasures that he could use to invite a strong person like Chen Xin'an to make a move. The only thing he could do was beg sincerely. After listening to Chen Wu's account, Chen Xin'an's heart also churned with anger. The education he received in the original world led him for this kind of regard for human life as grass tyrant is extremely displeasing. Now encountered, he is even more cannot sit idly by and do nothing. Not to mention the fact that just for a single imperial soldier, the evil emperor was able to slaughter the entire Spirit Wind sect. It wasn't even just the Spirit Wind sect. If it was for the sake of becoming an immortal, Chen Xin'an had no doubt that the evil emperor will slaughter all the cultivators in the true martial spirit world. If we don't get rid of it at this time, the evil emperor will surely cause a great disaster in the future. Maybe he, the immortal-seeking sect, would also be involved. So Chen Xin'an had an immediate decision, and he said to Chen Wu, although this matter has nothing to do with me, I really can't tolerate the evil emperor's atrocities, and I will help your Spirit Wind sect seek justice in this matter. Hearing Chen Xin'an's reply, Chen Wu was thrilled beyond measure. It had been a whole decade. He finally saw hope as he immediately fell to his knees and cried out in pain. Many thanks, Senior. Your kindness. Chen Wu will never forget it. Do you know where the evil emperor's clan is? Chen Xin'an inquired. Chen Wu immediately replied. Back to Senior. Chen Wu doesn't know exactly where the evil emperor's forces are, but my Spirit Wind sect is currently being overrun by the evil emperor. The evil emperor had transformed the Spirit Wind sect into a huge slaughterhouse, and those cultivators who were brutalized by the evil emperor were transported inside the Spirit Wind sect to be killed, and then take all the flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, Chen Xin'an immediately said, in that case, then we'll go to Spirit Wind sect first. After explaining the affairs of the clan to Chu Tianji, Chen Xin'an took Chen Wu and, according to his instructions, he set up a recluse and flew towards Spirit Wind sect, watching the two disappear out of sight. The disciples of the immortal-seeking sect were all a bit worried. Although Master Ancestor is highly powerful, the evil emperor is not a generalized person. Will it be dangerous to hit the door directly like this? Don't worry. In front of Master Ancestor, a mere evil emperor is nothing, Chu Tianji said confidently. In his mind, Chen Xin'an was like a god. There was no one in the world who was a match for Chen Xin'an. Patriarch Chu Tianji's comforting words swept away the worries in the disciples' hearts, turning to a lively discussion. To make an enemy of an emperor realm powerhouse for a stranger. Our Master Ancestor is truly remarkable. In my opinion, it's that martial emperor Pavilion that isn't even close to our Master Ancestor. Yes, I've heard that the position of Master of the Martial Emperor Pavilion has been vacant for 3,000 years, and in my opinion, our Master Ancestor is indeed the right person for this position. Chapter 21, The Evil Emperor's Crimes. Spirit Wind Sect. Situated in the vast sea at the border of the eastern and western regions, the name Spirit Wind Sect was given to it because the island it was located on was known as Spirit Wind Island. It's just an island, but this island is vast. It could well be treated as a small continent, because Spirit Wind Island is independent of the two domains and is not subject to their jurisdiction. And the island has 4 seasons like spring. It can be described as a true paradise, a place of great happiness on earth. But when the evil emperor occupied Spirit Wind Island 10 years ago, everything changed, under the spiritual erosion of the evil emperor. Nowadays, the entire Spirit Wind Island was shrouded under a thick haze. The skies were darkened with gloom. and the whole island became haunted by the. Only a creepy grayness remains. Chen Xin'an and Qin Wu both just arrived here. The scene in front of him was what made Qin Wu's heart grieve. He sorrowfully said to Chen Xin'an, "Senior Chen, this is the Spirit Wind Sect." Chen Xin'an frowned slightly, and before he could release his spiritual sense, he then already sensed the extremely strong smell of blood in the air, as if he was in the middle of a sea of blood. The smell of blood on Qin Wu's body before compared to the smell of blood here. It can only be described as a drop of water compared to the ocean. It looks like what Qin Wu said is true. The evil emperor did indeed create many killings within Spirit Wind Island. Chen Xin'an said in his heart, immediately releasing his spiritual sense. Inch by inch, his spiritual sense swept across Spirit Wind Island, and Chen Xin'an saw that, in the center of Spirit Wind Island, there is a mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles. Shockingly, the entire mountain range has been gutted internally. Only an outer layer of empty shell is left. Deep within the mountain stood an infinitely huge circular millstone mat. The evil emperor's men were ceaselessly pushing an emaciated and shackled cultivator into it. Between the rolling of the millstone, the cultivator burst open, blood and flesh flying. After grinding all converged to the mill below the blood pool, to nourish the blood pool in the center of a blood-colored spirit beads. This evil emperor is truly bold. Chen Xin'an was enraged and, seeing that another batch of cultivators were about to be pushed into the mill, he didn't hesitate to clench his fist. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converged, transforming into an incomparably sharp divine sword in its hand. The sword light flashed, instantly splitting the entire mountain range, and the scene that looked like an inferno on earth was revealed. 1,000 times more intense smell of blood immediately filled heaven and earth. When Qin Wu witnessed this scene, the anger and grief in his heart was even more like a flood. His Spirit Wind Sect cultivator was one of the countless dead souls within this blood pool. The sudden change of events stunned the minions of the evil emperor in the mountain. Several figures flashed into the air in an instant and asked angrily, "What kind of person? How dare you destroy Lord Evil Emperor's treasure land?" Treasure land? Evil land is more like it. What am I? It's the one who sends you to hell. Chen Xin'an snapped his fingers, and those strong men under the evil emperor exploded in place like fireworks. The form and the spirit are all gone. The sudden change of events caused those cultivators in the mountain range whose faces were ashen to become suddenly agitated. Tears welled up, and they all fell to their knees and bowed down towards Chen Xin'an. "Many thanks to Senior for saving my life." The crowd of cultivators knelt down and shouted. Chen Xin'an raised his hand, his fingertips sprinkling infinite spiritual power, turning into a spiritual rain that moistened everything. It gently brushed over the bodies of these cultivators, restoring some of their strength. "This is not good ground. I'll see you out." Chen Xin'an lightly waved his hands, unlocking the shackles that had bound these emaciated cultivators for so long. Opening the system and probing out, he instantly knew where these cultivators came from. Chen Xin'an slapped out another palm, transforming into 1,000 whirlwinds to wrap these emaciated cultivators away. These whirlwinds will safely return these monks to their homeland. Seeing this, Qin Wu couldn't help but lament. They will surely remember the kindness of their seniors. Never forget. However, their predecessors did not tell them their names, and they were afraid that they would not be able to find a way to repay their predecessors. Chen Xin'an watched the cultivators leave and responded blandly, doing favors without expecting anything in return. That is true mercy. What I do comes from my heart, and there is no need for them to repay anything. Upon hearing this, the admiration in Qin Wu's heart increased. After sending these cultivators away, immediately Chen Xin'an looked towards the mill and blood pool that had a strong smell of blood. Such a harmful thing must not be kept. Chen Xin'an said so before leading Qin Wu to the edge of the mill and the blood pool. The creepy smell of blood escaped from it, and it spread out as a bloody fog. Qin Wu inhaled just a sliver of it and felt his eyes redden and the violent chi in his mind surging like a flooding beast. "Steady your mind." Chen Xin'an's voice was like a loud bell that shook people's hearts, instantly dispelling the killing intent that had been evoked in Qin Wu's heart, pulling him back to reality from the edge of that madness. It was for this blood pool that the evil emperor killed an unknown number of cultivators. "I'm sorry," Qin Wu said angrily. "The evil emperor is so lawless. I will make him pay." Chen Xin'an was also angry in his heart, and among the systems probing, he already knew how many cultivators had been buried in the blood pool in front of him. 990,000. Nearly 1,000,000 cultivators have died in this way, and at this moment, it was as if Chen Xin'an could hear their dead souls wailing in his ears. Chen Xin'an fiercely blasted out a fist, and the huge millstone shattered into pieces. It turned into countless debris and smashed into the blood pool below, causing the blood-colored spirit bead to vibrate more than just in the depths of the blood pool. At the same time, it exuded a bizarre fluctuation. System, what's that bead? System prompt. Name, Evil Blood Pearl. Part of the Emperor's Sword of Heavenly Evil. The system's voice immediately sounded in Chen Xin'an's mind. This is the imperial soldier that the evil emperor wanted to refine? What's the use of keeping an evil soldier? Chen Xin'an was furious in his heart, and in an instantaneous flash, he fished the evil Dao blood pearl out of the blood pool. Hold it in your hand. He was about to exert his force and destroy this evil blood bead. Suddenly there was a deafening roar from the sky. Stop! The ferocity of this roar was like a gale, carrying 1,000 sonic waves, 10,000 spiritual powers. The power of its might was so strong that it could roar a Saint Realm powerhouse to the point of destroying all of his organs and destroying his form and spirit. Chapter 22, Battle Against the Evil Emperor. Stop! A deafening roar shot up into the sky, shaking heaven and earth. The terrifying power contained within its sound waves was like a gale, surging and sweeping everything. This voice doesn't sound in the least like it's telling Chen Xin'an to stop. Instead, it was like they wanted to directly suppress the Chen Xin'an duo. At this instant, the immortal light seal at Chen Xin'an's waist trembled violently, emitting 10,000 spiritual lights, turning into an impenetrable barrier. It blocked in front of Chen Xin'an and the two of them. Rumble! As the sound waves swept by, mountains stretching for hundreds of miles fell apart in an instant. The entire Spirit Wind Island was shaken. The strength of the owner of this voice was evident. However, under the shelter of the immortal light seal, the two of them, Chen Xin'an, remained unharmed. Chen Xin'an gazed at the source of the sound, only to see that a crimson space door had appeared in the void at an unknown time, and the color of blood was filled with a sense of majesty and mystery. The Gate of Space, a symbol of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. It's also the case that Emperor Realm powerhouses use their own greatness to pierce through space, spanning countless distances in an instant, the means of appearing in another part of heaven and earth. A middle-aged man in royal robes stepped out from the door, his complexion white, his face feminine and, with a touch of evil, like a snake in human form. Without having to systematically probe, Chen Xin'an knew that he was the evil emperor. Beside Chen Xin'an, Xinwu could no longer suppress the anger in his heart once he saw the evil emperor, the enemy of the extermination of the clan. Xinwu hated to eat his flesh and sleep in his skin, the face of the evil emperor. He would never recognize the wrong. Senior Chen, he is the evil emperor, Xinwu shouted angrily. Chen Xin'an nodded his head, and it was true, and at that moment, above the celestial dome, the evil emperor's gaze also looked toward Chen Xin'an, questioning, "Who are you and why are you destroying my treasure land?" As for Xinwu, a mere ant at the Seal King realm, he didn't even put it in his eyes. Your treasure land? As far as I know this place should belong to the Spirit Wind Sect. I'm sorry, Chen Xin'an replied calmly. The Spirit Wind Sect has been destroyed by this emperor, so this place naturally belongs to this emperor. Who the hell are you? Dare to meddle in this emperor's affairs? With the sonic test just now, the evil emperor already knew that Chen Xin'an was not simple, so there was no direct strike. If an ordinary person had stood in front of the evil emperor would have long ago torn him into pieces. Chen Xin'an, it's you? The evil emperor was startled. A name he had heard far too much of lately, as an existence that could kill the emperor realm with a single slap, and was suspected to be a powerhouse beyond the emperor realm. He just couldn't care less if he tried, only that he believes that Chen Xin'an's rumored strength beyond the emperor realm should have been exaggerated by those cultivators. In his perception, Chen Xin'an only had some special means to instantly kill the lay lord who had stepped into the emperor realm, and he was far from being comparable to the lay lord. After learning of Chen Xin'an's identity, the evil emperor could not help but feel scorn, and his tone then eased. With a hint of doubt, he asked, "Fellow Daoist Chen, this emperor has no grudges against you, nor has he ever had the slightest bit of trouble with the immortal-seeking sect. Why did you come within this Spirit Wind Island and destroy the seat's blood pool?" Chen Xin'an calmly pointed at Xinwu beside him and asked, "Do you recognize him?" Seeing this Seal King realm mole, the evil emperor's eyes were puzzled as he replied, "This emperor doesn't recognize it. Evil emperor? He's the only survivor of the Spirit Wind sect. Do you know what I'm here for now?" The evil emperor's eyes moved slightly as if he was enlightened. Fellow Daoist Chen is trying to stand up for the Spirit Wind sect? Precisely, evil emperor. Using cultivators to refine weapons. This is the tactic of evil cultivators too. It's a big taboo in the true martial spirit world. So what if I know? This emperor has sheltered countless living beings. Isn't it okay to kill some slightly? The evil emperor's words show arrogance, and his strength at the emperor's realm. It made him press the so-called great taboo into his eyes. To him, a mere million mole crickets in the district were far less important than his emperor soldiers. At these words, Xinwu became even more furious, while Chen Xin'an, after hearing this, then he said in a cold voice, "Evil emperor, you are truly a bit lawless." As the situation was about to reach a stalemate, the evil emperor suddenly opened his mouth and, in his tone, there was an unrivaled arrogance. Fellow Daoist Chen, look at it this way. Would it be alright for you to hand back the mole and the blood pearl beside you to this emperor? How about if this emperor owes you a favor? The value of a favor from an emperor realm powerhouse was immeasurable, and if other emperors were here, it might even be true that he would agree to the evil emperor's proposal. However, upon hearing the evil emperor's proposal, Xin'an beside Chen Xin'an did not have the slightest bit of concern. After all this time together, he believed in Chen Xin'an's character, would never be in the same boat as someone like the evil emperor. Chen Xin'an also revealed a cold smile and replied, "Evil emperor, by the looks of it, you're seeing me as just like you. You slaughtered millions of cultivators for the sake of an imperial weapon, and you're favored. I get a nasty chill when I receive it." Chen Xin'an's words were like a slap slapped solidly on the evil emperor's face. The evil emperor's face suddenly changed as he roared, "Chen Xin'an, I know you're powerful, but this emperor isn't a vegetarian, either. You're really going to make an enemy of this emperor for the sake of a Seal King realm mole and an overturned clan? Why not?" Between Chen Xin'an's 5 fingers, terrifying spiritual energy like an abyss or an ocean surged, and with a firm grip, then he saw that cracks appeared on top of that evil Dao blood bead. "Chen Xin'an, how dare you!" The evil emperor was shocked and furious. His figure instantly disappeared into the celestial dome and rushed in front of Chen Xin'an in an instant. In his hand he held a sword as sinuous as a serpent, its body glittering with a cold light. There is a mysterious spherical notch in the hilt of the sword. The gap was like an abyss, devouring all the light around it. This was the heavenly evil sword, the imperial weapon that the evil emperor had taken great pains to refine. The evil emperor flipped his wrist slightly, and his sword swung down with a powerful sword chi. The sword light was like a meteor in the night sky, carrying the might of destroying everything as it slashed down towards Chen Xin'an's head. This sword, although it seems ordinary, but it contains infinite spiritual power. It was enough to decimate all the powerhouses under the Emperor realm, and if Chen Xin'an dodged, the Spirit Wind Island under his feet would definitely be cut in half by this sword. Facing the evil Emperor's attack, Chen Xin'an had no fear on his face. Instead, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. He clutched the evil Dao blood pearl and met it without hesitation, using it to resist the evil Emperor's sword might. Rumble! In an instant, a shocking intersection of spiritual energy escaped with a terrifying fluctuation that, it was as if it was going to tear apart the heavens and the earth. However, the immortal light seal had infinite defense, and no matter how terrifying the aftermath was, the impenetrable light curtain was able to intercept it, and not to mention Chen Xin'an, even Xin'an had not been affected in the slightest. On the other side, however, the situation is quite different. The terrifying spiritual energy was as continuous as a raging sea wave. Under that terrifying impact, even the evil emperor was knocked back dozens of miles. It was buried in rubble after crashing through several peaks. After enduring such a terrifying blow, Chen Xin'an looked into his hands and hundreds of cracks had appeared on top of the evil Dao blood pearl, on the verge of breaking. Chen Xin'an, this emperor will give you one last chance to hand over this emperor's evil Dao blood pearl. This emperor can pretend that today's incident never happened, or else, this emperor and you will not rest in death. The rubble crumbled and exploded, revealing the figure of the evil emperor, who was already incomparably furious and, it was just that he was afraid of Chen Xin'an's strength and hadn't fully flared up yet. "I don't take your threats seriously yet." As Chen Xin'an spoke, a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes, and then he violently clenched his palms with such force that, as if it could shake heaven and earth, the blood beads in his palm also exploded in this instant. Chapter 23, Beheading the Evil Emperor. The person behind the curtain reveals his tracks. "I don't take your threats seriously yet." Chen Xin'an's tone was cold, and he instantly exerted force. A crunching sound coming from his clenched palm. The blood-colored pearl crumbled apart in this instant, and the terrifyingly violent power of blood chi escaped from it, turning into a 1,000-foot blood dragon. Hideous and incomparable, like a demonic beast of extinction, it rushed into the ninth heaven. And then roared as he charged towards Chen Xin'an. However, in the face of this horrifying strike, Chen Xin'an only lightly and casually slapped his hand. His palm power was like a vast and boundless deep sea, instantly slapping that blood dragon into nothingness. Only roiling spiritual ashes and blood chi remained, drifting in the wind and raining down a bloody rain. When the blood bead was destroyed, the evil emperor's imperial weapon would be considered half useless. At this moment, the evil emperor could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. "Chen Xin'an, you dared to destroy my emperor soldier. I want you to die." The evil emperor gripped his sword tightly as a majestic spiritual energy surged out from his body like a volcano erupting. Boundless spiritual energy instantly swept across the entire heaven and earth, causing the heavens and earth to change color. In an instant, the entire world was dyed blood red and filled with an aura of solemnity. the earth cracked open, showing all sorts of visions, groups of evil spirits crawling out of the cracks, hissing and, as if to devour everything. The blood pool that was destroyed also surged up from the ground, transforming into a raging, surging river of blood. It's chilling to look at. The evil emperor wielded his sword like a killing god descending into the world, and wherever the sword light passed, rivers of blood tumbled and evil spirits retreat. A sword was swung out, and the solemn killing aura was like a raging wind and rain, as if it could cleave through everything in heaven and earth. Chen Xin'an, suffer death, the evil emperor roared, filled with rage as if he could tear apart the heavens and earth. What imperial soldier? It's just an evil thing refined with human lives. It's you who deserve to die. Evil emperor. Chen Xin'an's body's infinite spiritual energy surged, pouring into his arm as much as he could. Towards that sword light was a fierce fist blast. Chen Xin'an, how dare you belittle me like that? Seeing Chen Xin'an being so boastful, the anger in the evil emperor's heart increased even more geometrically. What contempt! It's just that you're too weak. Deafening roars rang out in the next instant as the sword light clashed with Chen Xin'an's fist. In an instant, a destructive force suddenly erupted, bursting into a shocking explosion. The force of this explosion was so strong that the entire Spirit Wind Island shook at this moment. The earth cracked and mountains crumbled, and sand and rocks filled the sky. The aftermath kicked up a monstrous cloud of smoke that obscured everything. Chen Xin'an, it will be hard for you to escape death, the evil emperor said in a cold voice. He didn't believe that Chen Xin'an had the ability to catch his heavenly evil sword empty-handed. However, just at this moment, an aura opened up in the midst of the smoke. Before the evil emperor could react, in the next instant, an infinite fist shadow appeared in the smoke, slammed against him. The evil emperor was shocked and immediately stood the heavenly evil sword in front of his body, trying to ward off the shadow of the fist. However, this imperial soldier that he had injected endless heart and soul into was as fragile as tofu at this moment. In front of this huge fist shadow, it hadn't even lasted a single breath. Ka-ching! The heavenly evil sword directly shattered apart, and the fist shadow violently smashed down on the evil emperor's chest. Put! With a roar, a large amount of blood sprayed out of the evil emperor's mouth. His body even flew out backwards like a broken kite. Rumble! 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 The evil emperor's body was like a meteor, passing through a mountain peak that hardly stopped until he crashed into dozens of large holes in the rolling mountains. Countless mountain rocks rolled down, burying the evil emperor deeply at the foot of the mountain. Evil emperor, you're too weak. The smoke dispersed, revealing Chen Xin'an's figure, who remained untainted by the slightest bit of dust. The sword of the evil emperor just now was really too weak for Chen Xin'an. Slowly coming to the pile of rubble that buried the evil emperor, Chen Xin'an raised his hand and waved. Countless rubble scattered in all directions, and the evil emperor, who was already so badly injured that he could not move, gradually revealed his figure in the pile of rubble. After taking Chen Xin'an's punch, the evil emperor's chest was wide open, and the wind of his fist passed through its internal organs had turned into a puddle of muck. However, the life force of an Emperor Realm powerhouse was indeed tenacious, and even so, the evil emperor still hadn't died yet. He looked at Chen Xin'an, his gaze shifting from anger to fear, and after spitting out a mouthful of bloody foam, the evil emperor asked in horror, Chen Xin'an, what exactly is your strength? This has nothing to do with you. Evil emperor, do you know your sin? Senior, I know the offense. By this time, the evil emperor no longer had half of his previous arrogance. Elder, he's not aware of his sins. He knows he's going to die. Beside Chen Xin'an, Qin Wu had an angry look on his face. Chen Xin'an nodded his head, sensing the intense killing intent converging within Chen Xin'an's body. At this moment of life and death, the evil emperor panicked beyond measure. He held on to his last breath and shouted, No, Chen Xin'an, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Hegemony emperor will never let you go. Hegemony? Chen Xin'an didn't know what the Baji emperor was, but judging from the fact that the evil emperor still treats it as a lifesaver in the midst of his desperate situation, it should be at least one of the top-ranked powerhouses in the emperor realm. This momentary hesitation made the evil emperor feel as if he had grasped onto the hope of life. He immediately shouted, How is it, Chen Xin'an? Scared, even if you are powerful, but in front of the Lord Baji. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Chen Xin'an pointed his finger across the room, and his spiritual energy transformed into an arrow feather that it pierced his skull. Looking at the evil emperor's corpse, Chen Xin'an said coldly, I fear no one, evil emperor. You're threatening the wrong person. The evil emperor died, right in front of his own eyes. Qin Wu instantly burst into tears. 10 years. 10 whole years. He finally waited for this moment. Patriarch, Master, Senior brothers, do you see this in heaven? the evil emperor, he is finally dead. Xin'an shouted to the sky, venting all the grief he had felt for 10 years. Immediately, he knelt down in front of Chen Xin'an. Without stopping, he kowtowed. Many thanks to Senior Chen for seeking justice for the top and bottom of my clan. Senior Chen's great kindness will never be forgotten by Xin'an. Chen Xin'an helped Xin'an up and said, the evil emperor? He is to blame. I'm just doing God's work for him, too. At the same time as the evil emperor fell, deep in the distant western region, in a palace within the 9 Hegemony sect, an old man holding a walking stick suddenly sensed something, and his figure slightly lurched. This old man's appearance is really ordinary. The figure was even more withered, as if even a breeze could easily blow it down. However, it was this plain, old man who could be seen everywhere on the side of the road. The actual identity was one of the Emperor Realm's supreme powers of the true martial spirit realm, the hegemonic emperor. The evil emperor is dead? As the words fell, a solemn and murderous aura was released from that withered body, permeating the surroundings. The palace walls shook and cracks appeared. Who is it? With a flash in his hand, a fate plate appeared in his palm. And this was none other than the evil emperor's fate plate. Looking at the gradually dissipating spiritual energy in the cracked fate tags, the hegemonic emperor's dry finger gently traced across the void, outlining a mysterious rune. And then he chanted in a low voice, the art of retrospection, returning light. In an instant, the soon-to-be dissipated spiritual energy converged and united as if guided by some kind of. It coalesced into a portrait in midair. It was Chen Xin'an. It's you again, Chen Xin'an. Earlier, when you thwarted this seat's plan, this seat did not bother with you. Now you've gone from bad to worse, killing my seat's men, Chen Xin'an. This seat will definitely make you pay. Anger burned in the heart of the hegemonic emperor. The words revealed that he was the very same lord that the Thunder Lord had spoken of. Only an illusory figure was seen slowly separating from within the hegemonic emperor. Surprisingly, not only is this split as deep as the abyss or the sea, far beyond the evil emperor's stream, what was even more shocking was that, in the midst of that boundless spiritual energy, surprisingly, there were still wisps of immortal energy flowing non-stop. Chapter 24, The Tyrant Emperor's Detachment Attacks. Bad content. Chapter 25, Visitor from the Martial Emperor Pavilion. 3 days after Chen Xin'an had killed the evil emperor, the devastated Spirit Wind Island was in the middle of the island. Xin'an was laboring amidst the ruins, and behind him the graves stood in hundreds. It was at this moment that the void above the dome of the sky twisted and an ancient and solemn gray space door quietly appeared. An Emperor Realm Senior has arrived? Xin'an was startled and stopped digging the tomb, immediately stepping forward to greet him. Immediately afterward he saw, within the door of space, an old man wearing a Taiji Dao robe slowly walked out from it. See you, Senior, Xin'an saluted. The old man nodded his head gently, and not a trace of majesty passed through his gaze. Instead, it overflowed with kindness and peace. He came to Xin'an's side and asked softly, I heard that the evil emperor was dead, but was it done by fellow Taoist Chen Xin'an Chen of the Immortal Seeking Sect? Facing the old man's inquiry, Xin'an fell into silence. He secretly speculated about the identity of the old man in his mind, worrying that his slip of the tongue would bring trouble to Chen Xin'an. As if he could see Xin'an's concern, the old man took out a four-sided token from his bosom. Engraved on it were 3 big words, the Martial Emperor's Pavilion. Xin'an, you don't have to worry. I am the acting head of the Martial Emperor Pavilion. Emperor Void Dao. Asking you about this matter is not to find trouble with fellow Taoist Chen. Martial Emperor's Pavilion. Among the 5 domains of the true martial spirit world, it's a behemoth that no one knows about and no one knows about. It is not only the leader of the world's forces, but also the upholder of the righteous path of order on earth. The tension in Xin'an's heart was instantly relieved after learning the identity of the old man. He immediately replied respectfully, reporting back to Senior. It was precisely Senior Chen of the Immortal Seeking Sect who made the move to kill the evil emperor. Indeed, the Void Dao Emperor nodded. Immediately afterward, 2 more space gates appeared in the void, one ink-colored and engraved with inscriptions in thousands, the other is light pink, with a reddish color. Then a young man with a feathered fan and a child with bare feet and a red bib came out from it. 2 more Emperor Realm Seniors appeared, and Xin'an bowed even more respectfully. See you 2 seniors. There is no need to be polite. That young man dressed as a scholar smiled as he waved out a spiritual force to help Xin'an up. The Void Dao Emperor said to the 2 Emperor Realm powerhouses, fellow Sacred Emperor Ru Di, fellow Tong Di, our intelligence was correct. The evil emperor was indeed beheaded by fellow Taoist Chen. In that case, then we have to go meet him. The child emperor replied. Spiritual sense probes out, instantly crossing thousands of waters, thousands of mountains, thousands of land boundaries. After searching for the space node of the Immortal Seeking Sect, The Void Dao Emperor shook the duster in his hand, and a new gray spatial gate reappeared. Respectfully send off the 3 seniors. Qin Wu respectfully saw them off. Before leaving, Emperor Void Dao handed Qin Wu a storage ring, and said, "The evil emperor has been occupying Spirit Wind Island for more than 10 years, and my Martial Emperor Pavilion has not stepped in to stop it. So this matter is also a fault of my Martial Emperor Pavilion. But now that the situation in the world is complicated, my Martial Emperor's Pavilion also has the will but not the power. I hope you can understand that the contents of this ring are a small token of appreciation from the old Immortal on behalf of the Martial Emperor Pavilion." After the 3 Void Dao Emperors stepped through the door of space and left, Qin Wu checked his storage ring and, jaw-dropping, there was enough in it to allow him to cultivate all the way to the Saint Realm, to far surpass the once Spirit Wind Sect Patriarch. With these treasures, as long as I cultivate hard, I can definitely do something for Senior Chen. Qin Wu gripped his storage ring tightly and looked into the distance, his gaze seeming to pass through millions of miles. Saw the Immortal-seeking sect in the middle of the eastern region. Outside of the Immortal-seeking sect, a space was suddenly imprisoned and, it was like a veil that made it impossible for outsiders to see the scene. Within the concealed space, the grayish-white space door appeared. The 3 Void Dao Emperors slowly walked out. The 3 of them looked at each other, and the Void Dao Emperor released a spiritual force that, turning into a gust of wind, he silently passed through the layers of formations within the Immortal-seeking sect and arrived inside the Immortal-seeking sect. At this time, in the questioning palace, Chen Xin'an was teaching the disciples to cultivate, and the spiritual energy of the Emperor realm drifted by. It made him frown. Reaching out, he imprisoned the gust in his hand, and the wind dissipated and, it transformed into the 3 words Martial Emperor Pavilion in the center of its palm. The Martial Emperor's court wants to see me? Chen Xin'an was surprised in his heart, as he had previously learned from Elder Liyu's mouth. 3,000 years ago, it was the Martial Emperor's Pavilion that summoned the world's strongest men. Traveling together beyond the western regions to fend off unknown enemies is what has led to the weakening of many clans today and the near extinction of the Dao. Chen Xin'an would not hold a grudge against the Martial Emperor Pavilion because of this incident. After all, getting rid of demons and defending the way is the cultivator's job. And if the Martial Emperor's Pavilion did not lead many strong men to defend against that unknown enemy, protect the security of the true martial spiritual realm. Once the true martial spiritual realm is invaded by a foreign enemy, under the fire of war, at that time, it was hard to say whether Chen Xin'an, as a mortal with no cultivation, would be able to survive. But that war 3,000 years ago did have many doubts. For example, where the powerful men involved in that war went, the final outcome, etc. Originally, Chen Xin'an had planned to visit the Martial Emperor Pavilion after the revival of the Immortal-seeking sect in order to seek the truth. However, he didn't expect that the Martial Emperor Pavilion would instead send a strong person to find him first. But instead of using the usual way of coming directly to the door, the other party used this covert means of. Chen Xin'an immediately understood that the powerful person from the Martial Emperor Pavilion did not want to expose his whereabouts. Thinking of this, Chen Xin'an hurriedly ended his sermon, and after the disciples respectfully retired, inside the questioning palace, only Chen Xin'an was left alone. After releasing his spiritual sense and coming outside of the Immortal-seeking sect and discovering the space that was confined, Chen Xin'an's palm mind power surged, and with a stroke of his fingertips, a door of space suddenly appeared, connecting that space to the questioning palace. All of you have come from afar, making the Immortal-seeking sect look bright. Please come in. Chen Xin'an's voice reached that space, and the 3 Void Dao Emperors stepped into it at the sound of his words. The next instant was when he appeared in the questioning palace. 3 fellow Taoists. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Xin'an arched his hand in salute and invited the 3 to take their seats. Fellow Taoist Chen, I've heard about your name for a long time, but now that I've seen it, it's really extraordinary. The 3 returned the courtesy and then introduced themselves one by one. Upon learning the identities of the 3, Chen Xin'an's heart rippled quite a bit. He hadn't expected that these 3 people were not only the strongest in the Martial Emperor Pavilion, but that they were all in the position of elder. Among them, the Void Dao Emperor even held the important position of acting pavilion master. Such strong people, yet so secretive in their whereabouts, caused Chen Xin'an to wonder about their purpose. Chen Xin'an's palm moved slightly, and a spirit pot appeared out of thin air, reaching out to take it across the void. A few of the freshest Yundao tea leaves were plucked from the Yundao spirit tree in the middle of the Immortal-seeking sect's forbidden land. Coupled with a superior spiritual spring, the spiritual fire rolled over, and a few moments later a pot of tea was boiled with an overflowing aroma of refreshing spiritual tea. Pour 3 glasses in a row and invite the 3 to judge. The tea passes through the throat and lingers on the lips. After the 3 of them drank it, they all sighed in admiration. Good tea. Yundao tea water. Its flavor is mellow and It's really evocative. At this point, Chen Xin'an took the opportunity to ask them about their intentions. However, the three of them did not answer immediately, but instead, the Void Dao Emperor asked back, "Dare I ask fellow Daoist Chen, has it stepped into the midst of the half-immortal realm? Half-immortal realm, a realm that the hegemonic emperors have all reached, the martial emperor Pavilion, as the strongest force in the true martial spirit world." Knowing that this realm existed, Chen Xin'an was not surprised. However, he wasn't sure of the purpose of the three Void Dao Emperors, so he still had some reservations as well. Without revealing his true cultivation level, he replied, "Exactly." After confirming Chen Xin'an's strength, the three Void Dao Emperors immediately became respectful. The name of the Taoist friend in the address was also changed to Senior, the words they uttered immediately afterward. However, surprised Chen Xin'an, "Senior Chen, we would like to ask you to become the Pavilion Master of the Martial Emperor Pavilion." Chapter 26, The Position of the Master of the House. Bad content. Chapter 27, The Tyrant Emperor's Conspiracy. Bad content. Chapter 28, The Truth of 3,000 Years Ago. Three fellow Taoists. Let's put aside the matter of the hegemonic emperor for the moment. There's one thing I don't understand. I wonder if you can clear up my confusion. Chen Xin'an looked at the Void Dao Emperor trio and inquired how intelligent the three Void Dao Emperors were. They only heard what Chen Xin'an asked. He knew what Chen Xin'an wanted to ask. The Void Dao Emperor spoke. "Is fellow Daoist Chen wanting to know the truth about that war 3,000 years ago?" Chen Xin'an nodded his head and said, "That levy order from 3,000 years ago. There are quite a few strong people from my immortal-seeking sect who go there. By now 3,000 years have passed, and these powerful men are not seen alive or dead. As a member of the immortal-seeking sect, I can't let these powerful people disappear without a trace without pursuing them." "Indeed, that's as it should be," the Void Dao Emperor said, after exchanging glances with the Sacred Ru Emperor and the Child Emperor. In the end, it was decided that the Sacred Honorable Ru Di would be the one to solve Chen Xin'an's confusion. After a cup of yumdo tea, clearing his throat and organizing his thoughts, Sacred Emperor Ru Di opened his mouth and said, "It all started 3,000 years ago, with the change in the chaotic sky." Chaotic heaven is? Chen Xin'an was puzzled. He had never heard of this place. The chaotic sky is not among the 5 domains of the true martial spirit realm, so it's only natural that fellow Daoist has not heard of it. The Void Dao Emperor added from the side, looking at Chen Xin'an, who remained puzzled. The Sacred Ru Di explained, "Fellow Daoist may not know that we are not the only race in the true martial spiritual realm. There are also barbarians, demons, devils, evils, and nearly 100 other races. 100 races coexist in the world and fight each other non-stop. Then why can't I see it today?" Chen Xin'an asked after him. Having come to this world for 10,000 years, except for some demon clans, he had never seen another race before. That's all thanks to the sages of my human race in the ancient times. In the midst of the ancient golden great age of, my human race is as strong as the clouds, to overcome the other 100 races by the power of one race, and to drive them out of the land of the 5 domains, make the land of the 5 domains belong to the human race forever. Speaking of this, what emerged on the face of the Sacred Ru Di was incomparable admiration. They, the descendants, are now able to live in the 5 domains. All rely on the legacy of the ancestors of that time. After the defeat of the 100 races, a world where the 100 races coexisted was established beyond the 5 regions, separating from the human race. That's chaotic sky. Chen Xin'an understood a bit after Saint Zun Ru Di's explanation. He asked, 3,000 years ago, the Martial Emperor Pavilion enlisted the world's strongest people to go defend against the 100 races of the chaotic heavens? However, at this moment, the Sacred Ru Di shook his head and corrected, "No, on the contrary. Those powerful people were actually there to go help the 100 races. Why? According to what fellow Daoist just said, that 100 races should be at war with the human race. Why did the human race send troops to help the 100 races?" Chen Xin'an became more and more puzzled. The Sacred Emperor Ru Di continued to explain. "A long time ago it was indeed as you said, fellow Daoist. Ever since the 100 races retreated to the chaotic heavens, they have been going toe-to-toe with the human race, and have even erupted into war quite a few times. But after the change of events 3,000 years ago, everything changed." Chen Xin'an listened intently, knowing that what came next was the truth of that year. One day, 3,000 years ago, a spatial rift appeared in the sky of the chaotic sky, and from that crack, a mutilated demonic blade fell out, named the Heaven-Slaying Demon Blade. This demonic sword has a spirit, and for some reason it has been injured quite deeply, so that cracks have appeared on top of the blade. In order to repair itself, this demonic blade indiscriminately slaughters all the 100 races of cultivators in the chaotic heavens, regardless of the cause, and wherever it passes through. All of them slaughtered cities and exterminated clans. never leaving a single survivor, and created 10,000 sins of murder. The crimes of the evil emperor that fellow Taoist killed not a few days ago are nothing compared to this. This move by the Devil's Blade naturally drew the wrath of the 100 races, and the 100 races' strongest men, in order to destroy the Devil's Blade, were gathering many strong men to surround the Demon Blade. But what I didn't expect was that the heaven-slaying Demon Blade was extremely powerful and had long since stepped into the human immortal realm. Not only did the 100 races' strongest men fail to destroy the Devil's Blade, but they were all killed by it instead. In order to avoid the total annihilation of all the 100 races, the chaotic sky can only turn to my human race for help. Although the 100 races and the human race have many grudges against each other, they ultimately share the same roots and origins, belong to the same world, and the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. If the human race stands by and does nothing about it, when the 100 tribes are exterminated, the Devil's Sword's next target must be the 5 regions. When it really comes to that, the consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, after much consideration, the martial emperor Pavilion Master, Emperor Zun Tianjian, issued that draft order. Along with many powerful people, we will rush to aid the chaotic sky to completely destroy the demonic blade. That battle was not only to get rid of demons, but also to protect the country. The voice of the sacred Emperor Rudi was solemn and full of awe. The history of 3,000 years ago slowly awakened in his narration, like a singable picture scroll that unfolded in front of Chen Xin'an. And then what happened? The sacred Emperor Rudi shook his head slightly and replied in a heavy tone. No one knows the final outcome of the truth was buried long ago in the depths of history. Chen Xin'an frowned and asked in confusion. Why? The sacred Emperor Rudi sighed and said, 3,000 years ago, the smoke of war filled the air for several months, until one day, the strongest of the true martial spirit realm realized that no more news would come from the chaotic heavens. All means of communication have been rendered useless, as if that side of the world has completely disappeared. The mighty among the 5 domains are beginning to panic, fearing that Zun Tian Sword Emperor and the others have failed. It's even prepared for a duel with the heaven-slaying Demon Blade. However, the Demon Blade never appeared, and everything fell into a bizarre calm. After another few months, the powers among the 5 domains could no longer sit still and, under the leadership of the martial Emperor Pavilion, a group of powerful people stepped out of the 5 domains, wanting to head into the chaotic sky to find out what had happened. But after those powerhouses stepped beyond the borders of the 5 domains, they were shocked to find that the chaotic sky has actually disappeared. That world, which was as vast as the 5 domains, disappeared without a trace. Beyond the borders of the 5 domains, only endless emptiness remains. Chen Xin'an was shocked in his heart as the sacred Rudi continued. The chaotic sky disappeared without a trace. The truth of what happened 3,000 years ago then became a mystery, and no one knew what had happened to the Zun Tian Sword Emperor and the rest of them, and no one knows exactly where chaotic skies went. After learning everything, the doubts in Chen Xin'an's heart not only didn't diminish, but instead increased. This matter was even more complicated than he had imagined, and the truth remained hidden in the mist, unless the whereabouts of chaotic sky could be found. Otherwise, this would even become a mystery forever. Chapter 29, Exhibiting Cultivation. The words of the sacred Emperor Rudi unveiled a corner of the truth of that year for Chen Xin'an. Although the doubts in his heart did not diminish, at least Chen Xin'an was no longer as clueless as before. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Rudi for explaining. In the face of Chen Xin'an's thanks, the sacred Rudi said in a loud voice, "You're welcome, fellow Taoist Chen. These are actually not considered secrets. Most of the strongest people who are a little older know about them." The Void Tao Emperor trio's purpose had been accomplished, and it was time for them to leave. The Void Tao Emperor opened a grey door of space. Chen Xin'an personally sent them off, agreeing to wait until the time of the Hegemonic Emperor's banquet, and then meet again in the Ningyao Hegemonic Sect. After the 3 Void Tao Emperors left, Chen Xin'an was once again the only one left in the questioning palace. Thinking of everything that the sacred Rudi had just said, Chen Xin'an opened the system and inquired, "System, is there any way to find the whereabouts of chaotic sky?" System prompt. The host can purchase an immortal weapon from the system store, the heaven-seeking immortal ruler. What is the purpose of this heaven-seeking immortal ruler? Chen Xin'an asked after him. System alert. The heaven-seeking immortal ruler is a special immortal weapon used by immortal realm powerhouses to search for heavenly treasures in the endless void, and it is also commonly used to explore unknown worlds. Okay, that's it. Chen Xin'an opened the store and after clicking on it, an ancient long ruler appeared in his hands in a whirlwind. This long ruler was about the length of a small arm, and it was engraved with arcane and mysterious immortal patterns. Even with Chen Xin'an's current cultivation level, he was unable to see through the specific effects of these immortal patterns. Chen Xin'an gazed at the heaven-seeking immortal ruler in his hand, his thoughts running wild. At this moment, the immortal-seeking sect had been rebuilt, and the newly recruited disciples were growing up. With the many formations he had laid down and his reputation that spread far and wide across the 5 domains, there should be no need to worry about the safety of the immortal-seeking sect. I've pretty much done all I can do for the immortal-seeking sect. The next step is still to rely on heaven's providence. Chen Xin'an thought so in his mind. A decision was then made. After the Hegemony Emperor's plot is thwarted, I'll leave the true martial spirit realm and go in search of chaotic sky's whereabouts, to uncover the full truth of what happened 3,000 years ago. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the 9 Yaobao Hegemony sect, in a mysterious space that no one knew about, the hegemonic emperor was practicing in seclusion. His body was like a black hole. A steady stream of immortal power from heaven and earth was incorporated into it. And in front of him, surprisingly, was an unmarked graveyard. More accurately, an immortal tomb. The majestic immortal power in this space was exactly what gushed out from this immortal tomb. It's hard to imagine what kind of strong person is buried in this tomb. Rao has been dead for an unknown number of years, surprisingly still have such immortal power. Time passed day by day, and the storm stirred up by Chen Xin'an gradually subsided. However, in this huge true martial spiritual realm, what is least lacking is various events. Soon, a new storm hit. The birthday banquet of the legendary Supreme Being, the head of the 9 Yao Hegemony sect, the Hegemony Emperor, was about to arrive. Within the true martial spirit realm, Empery and realm powerhouses were already as bright and dazzling as stars. The Baji Emperor was even a famous figure among them. He had been in charge of the 9 Yao Hegemony sect for thousands of years, shaking the 4 directions and spreading his reputation far and wide across the 5 domains. So, when the news first broke, the countless powerhouses and forces took action, each preparing generous gifts and going to the 9 Yao Hegemony sect to celebrate the Hegemony Emperor's birthday. Under the sweep of this trend, very soon, the 9 Yao Hegemony sect replaced the immortal-seeking sect. It became the centerpiece among the 5 domains, attracting the attention of almost all the cultivators in heaven and earth. Among these cultivators, there were some strong people who had knowledge of the Hegemony Emperor's plan. For their part, they sensed that this feast might not be as simple as it appeared. It might even change the pattern of the true martial spirit world that had remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years. So it was quite worrying. Alas, the storm will come. Another catastrophe. I do not know how many people will die. How many people will be kings. Inside the immortal-seeking sect, Chen Xin'an had been able to predict what was about to happen, and he wasn't worried about it. After all, he had the strength of the peak of the human immortal realm to back him up. However, on this day, he suddenly received a message from the Void Dao Emperor. In an anxious tone, he invited him to the Martial Emperor Pavilion. Has something changed? Chen Xin'an thought in his heart, following the spatial node in the transmission that, immediately, a spatial door leading to the Martial Emperor Pavilion was opened. Stepping into it and spanning millions of miles within a moment, Chen Xin'an quickly arrived outside the Martial Emperor Pavilion. The Martial Emperor's Pavilion, the strongest force in the human race. It was a huge magnificent palace suspended above the 9 heavens. It is hidden among the clouds and mist, like the rising sun scattering its light in 10,000 ways. Overlooking the entire human world. As soon as Chen Xin'an arrived in front of the hall, he was able to feel an ancient and magnificent aura. If it was an ordinary strong man, he would be afraid that he would involuntarily bow down and worship. Look up at the plaque. Wuti Pavilion. These 3 words contained a majestic martial will, seemingly a fusion of 1,000 martial paths. Just by taking a look, Chen Xin'an knew that the person who wrote this word, definitely a top powerhouse amongst the Emperor realm, and had even touched the threshold of the human immortal realm. Martial Emperor Pavilion. It really lives up to its name. As Chen Xin'an was sighing, he saw a familiar figure flying out of the Martial Emperor Pavilion. It was none other than the Void Dao Emperor. The acting master of the Martial Emperor Pavilion had personally come to greet him, and the respect that the Martial Emperor Pavilion had for Chen Xin'an was evident. Who is that person that could make the acting pavilion master personally greet him? A guard guarding the Martial Emperor Pavilion inquired in disbelief. Senior Chen Xin'an doesn't even recognize you. You close stupid. Immediately, some other guards passed on their voices. After some explanation of Chen Xin'an's deeds, the guards who had just been puzzled immediately changed to a respectful look as they watched Chen Xin'an walk past him. With the Void Dao Emperor leading the way, Chen Xin'an made his way inside the Martial Emperor Pavilion, in the midst of the most magnificent council hall. Here, with the exception of the Sacred Emperor Ru Di and the Child Emperor, Chen Xin'an also met the other 2 elders of the Martial Emperor Pavilion. What slightly surprised Chen Xin'an was that these 2 emperors were both still women. A person wearing a crimson imperial robe, graceful and noble, majestic as the female emperor in the Yao Qi descended to the earth. The other one was wearing a long elegant dress. Although she did not put on any powder, she still looked beautiful. It was as if a fairy had come out of a deep valley. fellow Daoist Chen. These two are the other two elders of the Martial Emperor Pavilion, the Blazing Flame Empress and the Green Lotus Empress. The Void Dao Emperor introduced himself to Chen Xin'an. Fellow Daoists, it's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Xin'an arched his hand, his expression modest. Fellow Daoist Chen's great name is as good as a thunderclap, and when I see it today, it really is extraordinary. The Green Lotus Empress couldn't hide her appreciation and laughed in a soft tone, while the Blazing Flame Empress expressed her approval with a nod of her head. After some pleasantries, the six began to discuss business. Fellow Daoist Chen, according to the information we have received, the Hegemony Emperor is not in the Nine Yao Hegemony sect today. According to our speculations, he is most likely in seclusion somewhere in a hidden place. Retreat? Chen Xin'an frowned in thought. At this time, so close to the time of the Baji Emperor's birthday banquet, the Hegemony Emperor, however, did not show up to preside over the situation, and there must be something strange about his closure at this time. An aura of light flashed through his mind at this time. Chen Xin'an guessed. Could it be that Baji Emperor wants to break through to the human immortal realm before the banquet? This statement immediately sent waves through the hearts of the five emperors, which was exactly what they were most worried about. They were still no match for a half-immortal realm Baji Emperor. And if it was the human immortal realm, I'm afraid that no one in the entire true martial spirit realm would be able to compete with it. Human immortal realm. Although they had only seen a few words of description in the ancient books, but it was that little bit of record that had terrified them. Fellow Daoist Chen, in your opinion, how should we respond? The five elders frowned and asked Chen Xin'an. Chen Xin'an smiled faintly and replied confidently, no need to worry. Even if the hegemonic emperor really breaks through to the middle of the human immortal realm, that's not enough to fear. Oh, could it be that fellow Daoist has a countermeasure? The five elders were puzzled. At this time, Chen Xin'an no longer hid it, but revealed his cultivation at the human immortal realm. In an instant, infinite immortal power was released, and a terrifying might swept through the heavens and earth. Even though the five elders were all already strong at the emperor realm, in front of this majestic immortal power, but they only felt as small as ants. At this moment, in their eyes, Chen Xin'an seemed like a god descending to the mortal world. In this instant, there were bursts of Taoist sounds coming from the void, and thousands of golden lotuses gushed out above the ground. Purple energy comes from the east, and the wheel of immortality is 1,000-fold. Looking at this vision that was just like the ancient records, all five elders were deeply shocked. It was only after a long time that the five elders came back from their shock. Incredulously, he asked, fellow Daoist Chen, you have broken through to the human immortal realm? Chapter 30 Wind and Clouds. Arrival of the Hegemonic Emperor's Feast. Chapter 30 Wind and Clouds. Arrival of the Hegemonic Emperor's Feast. Fellow Daoist Chen, you have really stepped into the immortal realm? Seemingly incredulous, the Void Dao Emperor's voice trembled slightly as he once again inquired. Chen Xin'an nodded blandly, and in an instant, the council hall fell completely silent. Even the subtle sound of a pin drop could be clearly heard. None of the five powerhouses, including the Void Dao Emperor, had shocked expressions. They were really shocked by the news. After a long time, it was only then that the Void Dao Emperor broke the silence once again. Sighing, he said, we are really mouse-eyed and short-sighted, but we don't know or recognize the strongest person of the human immortal realm who is near our eyes. A few of you have not seen the realm of the human immortals before, and I have something to hide. This is not the fault of all of you fellow Daoists. Chen Xin'an smiled faintly and withdrew his monstrous immortal power. After knowing Chen Xin'an's true cultivation level, all five elders had undergone a considerable change of heart. Originally, they had been extremely respectful towards Chen Xin'an, and now they were even more humble and restrained. Chen Xin'an was modest, although his cultivation had already stepped into the immortal realm, but he didn't feel superior because of it. Chen Xin'an's arrogance-free stance caused the tension in the hearts of the five elders to dissipate quite a bit. In his heart, he also had more and more respect for Chen Xin'an. In that case, the hegemonic emperor is not enough to worry about. The sacred emperor Ru Di said with a smile that, at this moment, the big stone in the hearts of the other four elders also fell to the ground. Afterward, the five elders gathered around Chen Xin'an and asked him to teach him the way of cultivation with an open mind. For them, to be able to ask for advice from a true human immortal realm powerhouse, this is extremely rare. Facing the inquiries of the several elders, Chen Xin'an also knew what he was talking about. On the other hand, in the western region's Nine Yao Hegemony sect, in that mysterious space where the Hegemony Emperor was located, before the tomb of the nameless immortals, the hegemonic emperor's cultivation had climbed to a terrifying level, reaching the extreme of the half-immortal realm. Like a filled pool, it could no longer hold the slightest amount of immortal energy, but its body was still absorbing immortal power without stopping. The terrifying immortal power melted into his flesh and blood as much as it could, causing countless cracks to appear on top of his aged body. And in that crack, there is endless life force surging, seemingly will be newborn. 3 months passed by in a flash, and the Baji Emperor's birthday banquet had finally arrived. The 9 Obsidian Hegemony Sect, originally the most prominent force in the Western region. Nowadays, it even attracted the attention of all the strongest people in the world. The 9 Yao Hegemony Sect was located in the middle of the Western realm called the Yaoxing realm. The main body of its sect towered above an endless, extremely high plain, as if it were at the top of the world. From afar, the entire sect seemed to be suspended in the sky, mirroring the vast starry sky, gives the illusion of being built on top of the dome of heaven. As the territory of the Baji Emperor, this plateau is usually like the territory of the gods. Shrouded in mystery and majesty, no one dared to approach. But today was different. With the arrival of the Hegemony Emperor's birthday banquet, the mountain gate of the 9 Yao Hegemony Sect slowly opened, greeting the powerful from the 5 domains of the 4 directions. Eastern Domain Stargazer Island's Island Master, Emperor Bu Tian, has come to celebrate the birthday of Emperor Baji, the Lord of the Western region's Limitless Cave. Emperor Limitless has brought his clan's strongest members to celebrate the birthday of Emperor Hegemony, Lord Barbarian Emperor of the Southern region. Come to celebrate Lord Bastard Emperor's birthday. A voice resounded at the mountain gate as a famous and powerful person personally arrived. At this moment, within the 9 Obsidian Hegemony Sect, it could be described as crowded, unending, and lively. Inside the immortal-seeking sect, knowing that the hour had come, Chen Xin'an opened a door of space and stepped into it. Soon after, he appeared outside of the 9 Yao Hegemony Sect. When Chen Xin'an appeared in front of the mountain gate, he immediately caused a furor. It's Senior Chen Xin'an of the immortal-seeking sect. A cry of alarm, like a boulder hitting the water, instantly stirred up layers of ripples. One after another powerful person immediately stepped forward and saluted Chen Xin'an in greeting. Although Chen Xin'an's rise to prominence is still short, it was far less than those Emperor realm powerhouses who counted in centuries and millennia. However, he had long been ranked at the top in the hearts of the cultivators of the 5 domains, even on par with the hegemonic emperor. Before the mountain gate, the attendant of the 9 Yao Hegemony Sect who was in charge of greeting them also immediately came forward and after bowing, he personally lead the way for Chen Xin'an. Then, another attendant announced loudly, Senior Chen Xin'an of the immortal-seeking sect, come and celebrate the birthday of Lord Baji. Amidst the lead of the attendants and the throngs of powerful men, Chen Xin'an slowly walked to the vast 100-mile plain outside the 9 Yao Hegemony Sect's main hall. For the sake of this banquet, the 9 Obsidian Hegemony Sect had expended countless amounts of energy. The powerhouses of the 9 Observations Hegemony Sect used great magical powers to move away palace after palace, changing mountains and water to open up such a wide place. Coming here, Chen Xin'an looked and saw that there were more than 10,000 seats above that plain. On each table, there are all kinds of exotic fruits, immortal wine like agar and jade liquid, overflowing with a tantalizing fragrance. These were all carefully selected by the powerhouses of the 9 Yao Hegemony Sect, and all of them contained the essence of heaven and earth. It's worth a lot of money. Arguably, each table is enough to buy a kingdom. Leaving aside the strong men following beside him, Chen Xin'an found the Void Dao Emperor and the other 5 elders in the crowd. The Hegemony Emperor's banquet is truly amazing. To have so many powerful people come. I'm sorry, Chen Xin'an transmitted. This just goes to show the importance the hegemonic emperor places on this matter. Fellow Daoist Chen, it's all up to you today. The Void Dao Emperor responded with a voice transmission. Don't worry, with me here, Baji Emperor can't make any waves, Chen Xin'an replied confidently. At the same time, within the 9 Yao Hegemony Sect's Grand Hall, the Hegemony Emperor above the main seat slowly opened his eyes. As the master of the 9 Yao Hegemony Sect, everything that happened within the sect was under his watch. Seeing Chen Xin'an standing in one place with Emperor Void Dao and the other 5 elders of the Martial Emperor Pavilion, although he couldn't hear the voice transmission between them, he had guessed a little. Chen Xin'an, look at this. You're still going to be an enemy of this seat. In that case, you shouldn't blame this seat. The hegemonic emperor's tone was icy cold. An invisible murderous aura filled the air, and in his grim smile, the terrifying immortal power flowed through its body. The current hegemony emperor seemed different from before. As the guests were arriving one by one, with only an hour to go before noon, the attendants of the 9 Obsidian Hegemony Sect rose up in a group. Each guest was arranged into a different position according to the depth of their cultivation and the strength of their background. For example, Chen Xin'an and the 5 elders such as Emperor Void Dao were all placed closest to the main hall. Above the most honored head table. Anyone who was able to sit here was not the best of the best in the Emperor realm. A truly great person in the true martial spirit world. Noon crept up on us. Lord Baji has arrived. With a loud and powerful shout, all eyes turned to the main hall. The hegemonic emperor, clad in brilliantly brocaded and embroidered splendor, walked out leisurely with a spirit-wood walking stick in his hand. Seeing the hegemony emperor, the Void Dao emperor was immediately startled. He had known the bastard emperor for a long time, and knew him to the bone, but today the bastard emperor's style of, but it gave him a sense of alienation that he had never felt before. The Void Dao emperor's gaze turned to Chen Xin'an, who opened his system and gazed at the hegemonic emperor for probing. The system's voice echoed in his mind. System prompt. Name, Situ Badian. Title, Bastard Emperor. Cultivation, Early Human Immortal Realm. I didn't expect that it would really allow Baji Emperor to break through to the human immortal realm. Chapter 31 Conflict arises. Emperor Yuquan lashes out. I didn't expect that it would really allow Baji Emperor to break through to the human immortal realm. The information fed back by the system caused Chen Xin'an to be slightly surprised. He still remembered that 3 months ago, when he fought with the hegemonic emperor's split. At that time, the hegemonic emperor was still only at the peak of the half-immortal realm. In just 3 short months, he had already crossed the human immortal realm barrier, which could be called a heavenly barrier. The hegemony emperor does have a few skills, but as Chen Xin'an had said earlier, even if it was the human immortal realm, so what? He doesn't put it in his eyes either. The hegemonic emperor slowly stepped out from the palace. An invisible pressure was released from his body, like a giant mountain crossing the sky. It was so heavy that it was suffocating. The hegemonic emperor looked at the guests. Endless spiritual energy bursting out from his pale body. All of you have come a long way. This emperor is deeply honored. The hegemonic emperor spoke slowly, his voice loud and clear, as if it were a shocking thunderclap, reverberating in all directions. Shocking that. The aura was so powerful that it was as if heaven and earth were within his grasp. For today's banquet, I hope that all of you will have no regrets. This emperor declares that the feast shall begin. With a proclamation from the hegemonic emperor, the grand banquet officially kicked off. The guests sat down individually, and talked and laughed, or whispered, or talked and talked. It's a great way to drink. In the midst of all this bustle and clamor, the hegemonic emperor walked down the steps to the main seat at the head of the throne and his demeanor was calm as he swept his gaze successively over the 5 elders of the martial emperor pavilion, including the Void Dao emperor. An imperceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, he laid his eyes on Chen Xin'an. Emperor Ba invited with a cup of wine and placed it in front of Chen Xin'an, saying, "Today's banquet." This emperor had expected that all of you Taoists would come, but I didn't expect Taoist Chen to come as well. Chen Xin'an calmly raised his cup and said back, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Baji Emperor doesn't welcome me to come?" Drinking a cup of spirit wine, the Baji Emperor continued, "That's not true, it's just that cultivation is not easy. This emperor hopes that fellow Taoist will not make any mistakes and beware of getting into trouble." As he spoke, the hegemony emperor's gaze flicked to the Void Dao emperor, his meaning self-evident. "I have my own measures, so I don't need to trouble you. Fellow Taoist bastard emperor." 2 people in the words of the tit-for-tat. Cups and glasses seem to have a killing chance to diffuse, like wine in a glass. It ripples between clinks. The guests at the same table were shocked to see this. Beneath the peacefulness on the surface, there seemed to be countless undercurrents surging at the moment. After 3 rounds of drinking, twilight was approaching, and all the guests were slightly drunk and began to talk about the. Soon after that, it fell to the politics of the day. Since that war 3,000 years ago, the true martial spirit realm's martial path had weakened quite a bit. The righteous path is weakened and the evil path is rampant. So in the words of this crowd of guests, the voices of indignation and complaint are endless. At this time, behind Chen Xin'an's seat, at another table, an early-stage emperor realm powerhouse named Emperor Yuquan slowly stood up. With the strength of his wine, he said, "I have heard what you have said, and I have a word of advice. It's really not spit out." Emperor Yuquan's voice instantly attracted the attention of the guests. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Emperor Yuquan continued, "In today's world, the winds and clouds are meeting. The true martial spirit world is full of crises. However, at this time of crisis, the martial emperor's pavilion has turned a blind eye to this. For example, 3,000 years ago, many sects responded to its call and traveled far beyond their domains to defend themselves against foreign enemies. But now these sects are suffering, being wantonly bullied and humiliated. Yet the martial emperor pavilion does nothing about it. What kind of reasoning is this?" The words just fell. The whole place is quiet. The sound of discussion instantly dissipated without a trace. The hearts of the guests were overwhelmed, and as much as they murmured and whined, "It's all just a way to get it out of your system." But this Yuquan emperor was already directly naming the martial emperor pavilion. In shock, the gazes of the crowd all involuntarily landed on the 5 elders of the martial emperor pavilion. including the Void Dao Emperor. At this moment, the 5 elders, including the Void Dao Emperor, and Chen Xin'an were all laughing coldly in their hearts. With the banquet here, it was finally time for the Hegemony Emperor's plot to unfold. This Yuquan Emperor is the Hegemony Emperor's pawn, aiming to stir up the guests' dissatisfaction with the Martial Emperor Pavilion, so as to draw up the Hegemony Emperor's new alliance and thus replace the Martial Emperor's Pavilion. Chen Xin'an was listening while thinking in his mind. Many clans are weakened and being bullied wantonly. The person behind the curtain is none other than Hegemony Emperor. If a villain like the evil Emperor is able to reign supreme in the true martial spirit realm, it's the Hegemony Emperor behind him as well. It can be said that the Hegemonic Emperor is the source of evil in the true martial spirit world today. However, this Hegemonic Emperor has backhandedly placed this black pot on the head of the Martial Emperor Pavilion, which is truly shameless to the extreme. After the Emperor of Phenomenal Power finished speaking, amidst the gazes of the crowd, the Emperor of Void Dao, as the acting Pavilion Master, had his eyes slightly condensed. Calmly, he said, "Fellow Taoist Yuquan said that my Martial Emperor Pavilion does not care about the clans being bullied? Fine. Then I'll borrow fellow Taoist Hegemony's precious land and dispose of this matter on the spot." As the words fell out of his mouth, he saw the duster in the hands of the Void Taoist Emperor sweeping and instantly transforming into 1,000 feet long. The lightning bolt bound the Yuquan Emperor, with a flick of the Void Dao Emperor's wrist. In the next instant the stool fell over and the table tipped over, and Emperor Yuquan was pulled to the head table. Kneel down in front of the crowd. They were both at the same Emperor realm, but the Void Dao Emperor was at the peak of the Emperor realm, while the Spectral Spring Emperor was only at the early stage of the Emperor realm. It seemed like there was only a difference of 2 small realms, but in actuality, they were 2 heavenly gaps. From guest to prisoner in the space of a moment, the anger in Emperor Yuquan's heart could be imagined, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get the duster off his body. The Yuquan Emperor had no choice but to look angrily at the Void Dao Emperor and questioned in a stern voice, "Void Dao Emperor, what are you going to do? Is your Martial Emperor Pavilion so strong that you won't allow others to talk about it?" Emperor Youquan's words were tantamount to fastening yet another hat on the Martial Emperor Pavilion's head. In response, the Void Dao Emperor let out a cold laugh and responded, "Yuquan, I, the Martial Emperor Pavilion, escort the beings of the true martial spirit realm, and naturally allow the beings to monitor and discuss. You just asked me to dispose of the matter in the Martial Emperor Pavilion, then I will give you a disposition now. Yuquan, according to what my Martial Emperor Pavilion has detected, 500 years ago, you slaughtered tens of thousands of strong people in Xianyu Valley in one day for a piece of underworld ghostwood, exterminating its entire family. 300 years ago, he secretly ordered powerful men to forcefully seize the Lingwu sect's cave and blessed land, and took away the sacred relics of the Lingwu sect, to the breaking up of his Taoist lineage. 100 years ago, the Void Dao Emperor spoke slowly, stating the crimes committed by the Yuquan Emperor one by one. Emperor Yuquan, some of those weakened clans you speak of were bullied by you. Today I will punish you according to the law. Hearing his past being recounted one by one, Emperor Yuquan was incomparably shocked in his heart. Every one of these crimes, which he thought he had done without a trace, and even several of which he had ordered to be done, he never showed up on his own accord. But what he didn't expect was that he still couldn't escape the ears and eyes of the Martial Emperor Pavilion. But by this time, even if all this were true, the Yuquan Emperor wouldn't have admitted it either way. He cried out in a hurry, "To be a good man is to be a bad man. If you, Martial Emperor Pavilion, want to impose this on this emperor, then this emperor has nothing to say." Emperor Yuquan was indeed powerful, and with just a single word, he placed the Martial Emperor Pavilion on the cusp of the storm again. Hearing Emperor Yuquan's retort, Emperor Void Dao was disdainful to the extreme. For this banquet, the Martial Emperor's Pavilion had been preparing for a long time, and it wasn't just Emperor Yuquan. Among the guests present, the Martial Emperor Pavilion has investigated them all those who have committed great crimes. The Martial Emperor's Pavilion has secretly kept evidence. The Martial Emperor's Pavilion had already wanted to clean them up. They were just waiting for the perfect time to do so, and today is the best time to do it. Yuzhen Vong, take a good look at what these are. As soon as the words fell, a thick pile of information was slammed in the face of Emperor Yuquan. Countless papers fell to the ground, and Emperor Yuquan merely scanned them and it was a cold sweat, which includes the testimony of survivors of destroyed clans. There were again images transmitted at the cost of the lives of those he slaughtered, and even confessions from his subordinates. At some point, the Martial Emperor Pavilion had already investigated him clearly. Such ironclad evidence, even if he is as clever as a tongue, cannot be sophistry. Chen Xin'an watched from the sidelines, nodding uncontrollably in his heart. The Void Dao Emperor was worthy of being the acting Pavilion Master who had been acting as the Martial Emperor Pavilion for 3,000 years. and this response was not only impeccable, but even turned the tables on the Hegemony Emperor. How? Emperor Yuchuan, can you die with understanding? The Void Dao Emperor said in a cold voice, and the duster binding the Yuquan Emperor tightened a few more points. This powerful binding force, even the Emperor body of the Spectral Spring Emperor couldn't resist it. The surface of its body began to crack, and a deep crack appeared. The threat of death truly descended, and all of the Yuquan Emperor's means of resistance had become ineffective at this moment. His eyes were filled with horror and despair. One could only cry out to that only hope. Lord Barty, save me. Chapter 32, subduing the group of emperors with only one hand. Stop. At this point in time, the hegemonic emperor had to speak out as well. If we really let Emperor Void Dao execute Emperor Yuquan on the spot, the hearts of all the powerful people present must be even more in awe of the martial Emperor Pavilion, and then his plan would no longer be possible. When the hegemonic emperor suddenly stopped, Chen Xin'an, the Void Dao Emperor, and the other 5 elders had all expected it. At this point in this great drama, it was indeed time for Baji Di to make his appearance, but for this handle that was so hard to catch, Emperor Void Dao would not simply let it go. The Void Dao Emperor did not loosen his bonds on the Yuchuan Emperor, but instead turned his head to look at the Hegemony Emperor. Inquiring, "Oh, fellow hegemonic emperor, could it be that you want to exonerate Emperor Yuquan?" In front of all the guests and the world's powerhouses, it wasn't good for the hegemonic emperor to directly favor the Yuquan Emperor. He said in a slightly slower tone, "After all, today is this emperor's banquet. It's not appropriate to see blood. Fellow Daoist Void, why don't you give this emperor face and put this matter down for the time being? We'll deal with it later." As soon as the words fell, a few Emperor Realm powerhouses stood up on a few tables and, concurring, he said, "Yes, fellow Daoist Void, even if fellow Daoist Yuquan is truly at fault, nor should it be disposed of above the banquet of fellow Daoist Baji." The words of these several Emperor Realm powerhouses seemed neutral, as if they wanted to be peacemakers to bring this matter to an end. But at this time, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this banquet was not simple. The guests had already guessed that the cries of the Yuquan Emperor just now were deliberately arranged by the Hegemony Emperor. Or perhaps Emperor Yuquan was following the orders of the Hegemonic Emperor to provoke the martial Emperor Pavilion. And at that moment, the Void Dao Emperor had seized the handle of the Yuquan Emperor to counteract the Hegemony Emperor. Nowadays, the martial Emperor Pavilion represented by the Void Dao Emperor and the Hegemony Emperor were considered to be in a state of flames. At a time like this, still speaking up for the Hegemony Emperor, the stance of these several powerful people of the Emperor realm was problematic in itself. As expected, the Void Dao Emperor swept his gaze over these several Emperor realm powerhouses one by one. The heart was quickly bottomed out. These several Emperor realm powerhouses, just like Emperor Yuquan, were all under the command of Emperor Baji. It is this group of guys who are secretly joining forces with each other. It was only because of this that the martial Emperor Pavilion had become a sham for 3,000 years, leading to the turmoil in the true martial spiritual realm. Since they've all jumped out, then there's no need for the old immortal to be polite. The Void Dao Emperor made a decision in his heart. Since earlier, Emperor Yuchuan wanted to take advantage of the situation and stomp down the martial Emperor Pavilion, then he would now also take advantage of the situation and poke through these people's true colors to pull a bit of Body's old face. Thinking of this, the Void Dao Emperor slowly spoke. "If someone else came to persuade, this emperor will really consider it. But if it's a few of you, this emperor will say nothing to let go." "What do you mean, Void Dao Emperor?" The gazes of several Emperor Realm powerhouses condensed slightly as they asked in a cold voice. "Of course it's because you guys and this Yuchuan Emperor are one and the same. And if you don't mind, this emperor can also tell your crimes together in front of all the guests." Upon hearing this, several Emperor Realm powerhouses were immediately enraged and shouted, "Void Dao Emperor, we gave you face to persuade you with kind words. If you talk nonsense, don't blame us for being impolite to you." Between tit for tat, the spiritual energy within these several Emperor Realm powerhouses were all running like thunder. It flowed like the sea, as if it were a ferocious beast about to awaken, or a volcano about to erupt. Seeing that a few Emperor Realm powerhouses wanted to make a move, Saint Zunru Di and the other 4 elders of the martial Emperor Pavilion also stood up and looked towards those several Emperor Realm powerhouses. The sacred Emperor Rudi said coldly, "Whether or not it's nonsense, why don't we let fellow Daoist Void finish his sentence first and then let the strongest people in the world judge, just in case you don't dare." At this point, it was just a matter of poking through a layer of window paper before completely tearing the skin off. And this person who poked through the window paper was none other than Chen Xin'an. He didn't have the tactics of the Void Dao Emperor, who was able to fight with his tongue and still remain invincible. All he could do was to directly smash the Hegemony Emperor's plot to smithereens by force. Chen Xin'an slowly stood up. and he didn't look at the several Emperor realm powerhouses. Instead, he looked to the black hand behind the curtain, the Baji Emperor, and then calmly asked, "Hegemonic Emperor, you have gone to great lengths to gather the world's strongest people here. It's to abolish the martial Emperor Pavilion and replace it. I would have thought that you had as many means of. But you didn't realize that all these allies of yours are all fools. And at this point in time, you're still not going to go down yourself?" Hearing Chen Xin'an's words, the several Emperor realm powerhouses who were already seething with anger could no longer suppress the rage in their hearts at that moment. "Chen Xin'an, we have not provoked you. How dare you humiliate us like this?" Several Emperor realm powerhouses roared, terrifying spiritual energy erupting from within them. It transformed into 10,000 brilliant beams of light, like torrential rain pouring down, intertwining 10,000 images, causing the heavens to quake and the earth to shake as it attacked towards Chen Xin'an. "It's just the truth. A bunch of bullies. Why do they deserve to be humiliated by me?" In the face of that terrifying attack coming at him, Chen Xin'an did not even make the slightest movement. With just a light opening of his lips, his voice was transformed into a terrifying sound wave. It swept out like a dragon's roar and a phoenix's roar, spreading out. Rumble. Just for a moment, the terrifying attack of several Emperor realm powerhouses joining forces then dissipated without a trace in midair, the aftermath turning into a gust of wind that whistled and blew into the distance, overturning an unknown number of tables and chairs. The rest of the guests were so shocked that they rose up in the air and retreated hundreds of miles in an instant, so as not to suffer the calamity of the pool of fish. Chen Xin'an easily defused the attacks of several Emperor realm powerhouses, before the several Emperor realm powerhouses could recover from their shock. Chen Xin'an said, "Unconscionable. You guys catch my palm too." Chen Xin'an's palm spread out, and in the middle of heaven and earth, infinite spiritual energy gathered in his palm and slammed down. In an instant, a huge palm of spiritual energy appeared above the heads of those several Emperor realm powerhouses. It was as wide and thick as a mountain, emitting a terrifying might that suppressed the heavens. The palm overlapped and pressed down, and several Emperor realm powerhouses did their best amidst shock, executing all sorts of terrifyingly powerful martial arts techniques towards the spiritual palm. But the strength they were so proud of was so insignificant in front of this spiritual palm. It's as if hitting a stone with an egg has no effect. A palm completely slapped down, and only a booming explosion could be heard, flooding the banquet site with boundless dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, the guests looked again and all of them sucked in a breath of cool air. Amidst the dust of the ruins, those several Emperor realm powerhouses had all been seriously injured and lost their fighting strength. Lying on his back, he was unable to move the slightest bit. With just a single palm, he suppressed several emperors. This terrifying strength caused everyone present to be stupefied, as if they had been struck by a thunderbolt. The unspeakable. Chen Xin'an ignored these minions and instead set his eyes on the Baji Emperor. Provocatively, he asked, "Baji Emperor, aren't you going to come down yourself?" Chapter 33 Confronting the Hegemonic Emperor. Chen Xin'an's unfathomable strength in suppressing several Emperor realm powerhouses with a single palm. The guests present were all stupefied and amazed. "I've long heard that Senior Chen slapped an Emperor realm powerhouse to death with a single slap. I only thought it was an exaggerated legend. But now that I've seen it, it's surprisingly still modest." The guests couldn't help but marvel. At this moment, Chen Xin'an then had eyes as sharp as knives, looking straight at the hegemonic emperor. The voice was filled with provocation. "Baji Emperor, if you don't make a move, I'm afraid that all these men of yours will die." Under the attention of the crowd, the hegemonic emperor slowly stood up on his crutches and, with a calm demeanor, he said, "Fellow Daoist Chen, 3 months ago, this emperor said to you that he hoped that in the future, you and I would be friends and not enemies. But today's sighting of, it looks like you're destined to be my enemy." Upon hearing this, Chen Xin'an snorted coldly, replied, "If I had known that the person behind the Thundering Sect and the Nine Heavens Sect was you, do you think you would have been able to leave peacefully that day? It looks like the Martial Emperor Pavilion has already told you everything." As he spoke, the hegemonic emperor swept his gaze over the Void Dao Emperor and the other 5 elders before revealing a look of realization. "This emperor understands. It was the Martial Emperor Pavilion that invited you to stop this emperor, and by the looks of it, the Martial Emperor's Pavilion has put everything on your shoulders." "No, Hegemony Emperor, you're wrong. I'm the 6th elder of the Martial Emperor Pavilion. Maintaining the Martial Emperor's Pavilion is a matter of duty." After saying that, Chen Xin'an revealed the Martial Emperor Pavilion Elder token that symbolized his identity. This token emitted light in a million ways, dazzling, causing people to not dare to look directly at it. The Void Dao Emperor and the other 5 elders also confirmed from the sidelines. "Fellow Daoist Chen Xin'an is indeed the 6th elder of our Martial Emperor Pavilion." When these words came out, all the guests present were moved, and the shock in their hearts was even more turbulent. When did Chen Xin'an become a martial emperor Pavilion elder? Why haven't we received a bit of news? Chen Xin'an is so powerful, and during these 3,000 years, how many forces haven't secretly disobeyed the orders of the martial emperor Pavilion? With Chen Xin'an backing them up now, some people are afraid they'll have trouble sleeping and eating. If the martial emperor Pavilion were to liquidate them one by one in the future, I wonder how many strong people would have to have sleepless nights. For a moment, there were people among the guests who were anxious, and a feeling of regret rose in their hearts. If they had known that behind the martial emperor Pavilion there was still an existence like Chen Xin'an who could suppress emperor realm powerhouses with his hands, they would never have dared to disobey the orders of the martial emperor Pavilion if they had borrowed a few more of their guts. Not to mention these guests, even the Hegemony emperor was surprised by this, and on top of the surprise, there was anger. The hegemonic emperor looked at the Void Dao emperor and questioned in a cold voice. Void Dao emperor, 1,000 years ago when this emperor sought an elder position in the martial emperor Pavilion, you had shrugged it off for various reasons. But now to Chen Xin'an, you are so generous. What is your reasoning? The Void Dao emperor still maintained a bland look on his face as he faced the hegemony emperor's questioning. He slowly spoke. Hegemonic emperor, your failure to become a martial emperor Pavilion elder was not due to your lack of cultivation. Rather, it's because your character doesn't match. As the Void Dao emperor's words fell, at this moment, the last layer of window paper was pierced. Good. Very good. In that case, there's no need to say more. Today either this emperor dies, either the martial emperor Pavilion dies. The hegemonic emperor shouted angrily, seeing that a good feast is about to turn into a war. At that instant, the guests in the 9 Yao Hegemony Sect powerhouses were all in a state of panic. They all turned into recluse lights and retreated 1,000 miles again, leaving the battlefield to the several people of the hegemonic emperor. The Void Dao emperor and the other 5 elders then exchanged glances with Chen Xin'an and also withdrew from the battlefield. In the field, only the 2 of them, Baji emperor and Chen Xin'an, remained. The outcome of this battle between Chen Xin'an and Hegemony Emperor will change the pattern of the true martial spirit world that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. The guests understood in their hearts, and all of them were staring at the battlefield, not daring to slacken off in the slightest. Come on, bastard emperor, let me see how much strength you have. Chen Xin'an had just finished speaking. A terrifying spiritual energy that shook the heaven and earth within the Baji Emperor's body surged and churned out like a raging wind in giant waves, and that terrifying pressure instantly swept through the entire heaven and earth, suppressing towards Chen Xin'an. The pressure was so strong that even an existence at the peak of the Emperor realm would have trouble resisting it. And in the depths of this spiritual energy, there is a mysterious force hidden that, its level far exceeded that of spiritual power, and it contained endless majesty and mystery, unlike anything that could be possessed on earth. Even an Emperor realm powerhouse couldn't help but kneel down in front of this power. Feeling this mysterious power, the guests were again shocked. What is that power? Why do I feel the desire to submit before such power? While the guests were either puzzled or fearful. There were several older Emperor realm powerhouses who were incredibly agitated when they saw this. They trembled and said, "This is immortal power. Immortal power. Could it be the legendary immortal power that only the strongest of the human immortal realm above the Emperor realm can possess?" In an instant, the guests in the room were plunged into even greater shock. Could it be that the hegemonic emperor has broken through to the middle of the human immortal realm? If that's true, then wouldn't Chen Xin'an be in danger? Amidst the chatter of the guests, they all unconsciously looked towards Chen Xin'an, yet in the eyes of the crowd, in the face of such a horrific pressure, Chen Xin'an, however, did not show the slightest bit of fear, even though that mighty pressure was so vast and boundless that everything in heaven and earth seemed to be frozen up. Baji Emperor, if you want to strike, just go all out. Why do you need to play these small tricks? As soon as the words fell, Chen Xin'an also released a powerful spiritual energy from his body that shot up to the 9 heavens in clouds. And shockingly, among the boundless spiritual power released by Chen Xin'an, there was actually immortal power as well. It was even thicker than that of the Baji Emperor. For a long time, Chen Xin'an's strength was all sort of hidden in the mist. The only times I've made a move, it's been a 1-2 punch. Although there was speculation that Chen Xin'an was already located above the Emperor realm, yet that was only a rumor after all, and no one had ever confirmed it. But what I saw today was telling the crowd that the rumors were not false. Chen Xin'an has also stepped into the middle of the human immortal realm? No wonder Chen Xin'an was able to suppress all the emperors with a single palm. So it turns out that he was already in the human immortal realm long ago. At this moment the guests finally realized why Chen Xin'an was so powerful. Under the onslaught of Chen Xin'an's majestic spiritual power like the abyssal sea, the hegemonic emperor's terrifying pressure instantly dissipated without a trace, leaving only endless aftershocks that escaped in all directions. At this moment, among the guests present, All of them were tense. This human immortal realm powerhouses that did not produce one in hundreds of millions of years had unexpectedly appeared two at once at this moment. Chapter 34, The Real Human Immortal Realm. Both Baji Emperor and Chen Xin'an released incomparably majestic spiritual power and immortal power. Confronting each other in the interweaving of the void, the aura of killing filled the heavens and earth, escaping a terrifying aftermath that caused space to start trembling. By this time, all the guests were in a state of afterthought, and it was fortunate that they were already 1,000 miles away from the. Otherwise, just this aftermath could have crushed them. The mighty pressure was broken, but Hegemony Emperor did not care in the slightest as he looked towards Chen Xin'an. Slowly, he said, Chen Xin'an, if it was before March, you would indeed be a formidable enemy of this emperor. But to this day, it's not enough for you to try to stop this emperor with your half-immortal realm cultivation. It was only after the hegemonic emperor's words fell that the crowd was awakened as if from a dream. They hadn't expected that such terrifying spiritual power was not even at the true human immortal realm. The half-immortal realm is already so terrifying. Then how terrifying should a true human immortal realm be? For a while, the hearts of all the powerful people present were filled with infinite imaginations, and at that moment, some of the sharpest powerhouses sensed the words of the hegemonic emperor that a half-immortal realm cultivation couldn't even resist Baji Emperor. Wouldn't that mean that it would take a true human immortal realm cultivation to resist it? A powerhouse that required the human immortal realm to resist would be nothing more than the human immortal realm. In other words, the hegemonic emperor had already reached the middle of the human immortal realm first. After realizing this, the gazes of all the powerhouses once again turned to the hegemony emperor, only to see the majestic life force surging unceasingly within the hegemonic emperor's body. It was accompanied by a melodious Taoist sound coming from the void. Above the dome of the sky, auspicious omens sprang up, and purple gas lingered from the east. Above the ground, thousands of golden lotuses sprang up. Immortal light converged and transformed into a heavy immortal wheel hanging behind his head. The hegemonic emperor put away his spirit-wood walking stick and walked towards Chen Xin'an, and with each step, its face is a few points younger, that was eroded by the years of splendor, at this moment were returned. After only a few steps, the hegemonic emperor had completely gotten rid of his aging state and returned to his peak period, reinventing the glory of dinosaur. Majestic and boundless immortal power burst out from the bastard emperor's body, as if the water of a river was surging. At this instant, the existence of the hegemonic emperor was like a radiant blazing sun, between this heaven and earth. The light is so bright that you can't dare to look at it. Even an emperor realm powerhouse would only feel as weak as a baby in front of the Baji emperor. They all felt that their lives were completely out of their hands. If the hegemonic emperor targeted them, with just a thought, they would all die without a burial place. Some of the slightly weaker realms, looking at the current hegemonic emperor, even more unwarranted reverence rose in their hearts. Uncontrollably, he fell to his knees. This is the pressure from the level of life. And when a mortal faces the realm of the human immortals, not the slightest thought other than kneeling could be born. Looking at the visions that were generally the same as those recorded above the ancient books, those several aged emperor realm powerhouses were shocked. Heaven and earth's Tao sound, purple chi coming from the east, the earth surging with golden lotuses, and the immortal wheels converging. This is a true human immortal realm powerhouse. At this point, there was no one more elated than the several emperor realm powerhouses who had lost their battle power from Chen Xin'an's slap. With the human immortal realm hegemonic emperor as their backer, they would all be one man above all others. Therefore, although they were still severely injured and unable to move, their hearts were incomparably excited. All together, they looked over to where Chen Xin'an was, but realized that the Chen Xin'an, who had been imposing just now, was as motionless as a puppet at the moment. These several emperor realm powerhouses immediately clamored. Humph, Chen Xin'an, were you so shocked by Lord Baji's supreme immortal power that you lost your soul? Chen Xin'an, you didn't anticipate it, did you? That Lord Baji Emperor has stepped into the middle of the human immortal realm first. Chen Xin'an, I advise you to submit to Lord Baji immediately, so that you may still be able to keep your life. Chen Xin'an would not care about the words of these jumping clowns, but they did make so much noise that Chen Xin'an was upset. Noisy. Between lifting his hand, Chen Xin'an slashed out with a palm, moving as fast as lightning. Not even the hegemonic emperor had reacted. Spiritual energy was transformed into a sword, and with a single chop, the several emperor realm powerhouses who had just clamored for their lives were all turned into ashes, dissipate between heaven and earth. This scene caused the guests to be dumbfounded. This Chen Xin'an is also too bold. In front of the human immortal realm's hegemonic emperor, how dare you? Not to mention them, even the hegemonic emperor had not expected it. He gazed at Chen Xin'an with an icy gaze, and a strong killing intent surged in his heart. Speaking coldly, he said, Chen Xin'an, How dare you? How dare you kill in front of this immortal? Why not? Hegemony Emperor, could it be that you really need these clowns to work for you? I'm sorry, Chen Xin'an replied tit for tat. Chen Xin'an, now I want you to accompany them to the funeral. As soon as the words fell, a murderous aura filled the surroundings, and visions arose in the heavens and earth. It turned into countless blades that filled heaven and earth, and above each blade, a cold light flashed, and each weapon that, all of them were strong enough to decapitate peak Emperor realm powerhouses. As the saying goes, when an immortal is angry, the sky falls apart. Chen Xin'an, suffer death. With a wave of the hegemonic emperor's hand, the blades that filled the entire heaven and earth rushed towards Chen Xin'an. The number is as great as the water in the sea. When the guests saw this scene, they all shook their heads. No matter how powerful Chen Xin'an was, it was impossible to be a match for a human immortal realm hegemonic emperor. But just when all the guests thought it was over, the roiling blades that were whistling and rushing towards Chen Xin'an actually all came to a standstill. It was as if it was sealed by an invisible force, no longer able to move the slightest bit. And change? The guests were shocked, not expecting that by this time, Chen Xin'an would still be able to fight back. And at that moment, Chen Xin'an said with a cold smile, Baji Emperor, between March, you broke through to the human immortal realm. You do have the capital to be proud of yourself. But, if you are a human immortal realm powerhouse, can't I be? As soon as the words left his mouth, inside Chen Xin'an's body, as if it was a floodgate releasing, boundless immortal power gushed out like a tidal wave, pouring out. In an instant, the blades that filled the heavens and earth shattered, and in the distance, the purple gas came 3,000 li to the east. 10 million branches of the earth's golden lotus, boundless visions surrounded Chen Xin'an's body, and several channels of the immortal will converge behind his head, and the brilliance of its light, to shine even brighter than the hegemonic emperor. The power of Chen Xin'an's breath was already above heaven and earth. Chapter 35 Battle of the Human Immortal Realm. Behind Chen Xin'an, the boundless immortal will suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, as if a god had descended. It's impossible to see straight. This time, the guests were even more shocked beyond words. They had originally thought that the human immortal realm cultivation displayed by the hegemonic emperor was already unrivaled. However, at this critical moment, Chen Xin'an similarly displayed his human immortal realm strength. It instantly turned their perceptions upside down again. At this moment, the duo of Chen Xin'an and Baji D were like two suns shining before the eyes of the crowd. Heaven and earth were split in two by their breath, and the entire heaven and earth could no longer accommodate the existence of anyone else. Heavens, the human immortal realm powerhouses that haven't been seen in hundreds of millions of years have actually appeared two in one go. Seek the immortal sect. Seek the immortal sect. And really let them seek an immortal. Chen Xin'an ignored the stunned eyes and shocked voices of the surrounding powerhouses. His gaze was like a sharp sword piercing straight at the Baji Emperor. At this moment, the hegemonic emperor's heart was also stirring up huge waves. He had long predicted that Chen Xin'an was a half-immortal realm powerhouse. However, he had not expected Chen Xin'an to have stepped into the human immortal realm as well. But the situation at hand did not allow the hegemony emperor to indulge in too much shock. Feeling Chen Xin'an's provocative gaze, the bastard emperor collected all his contempt for the first time. He said in a low voice, Chen Xin'an, I have waited 3,000 years for today, but it didn't occur to me that I had missed you after all. There are many guests here. I'm afraid that innocent people will be injured by mistake. Chen Xin'an. A battle between the 9 heavens and the starry sea. Although the hegemonic emperor said so, he didn't really care about the visiting guests in his heart. It was just that this 9 Yao hegemony sect was hegemony emperor's own sect, and he didn't want to involve it in it. A slap on the wrist. A black-colored space door filled with a barbaric and ancient atmosphere emerged from the broken void. The hegemonic emperor's body moved and passed through the door of space, followed by Chen Xin'an. Seeing this, the guests also followed suit and scrambled to step into it first. They could have anticipated how dangerous such a fight would be. One slip up and they could be caught in the fallout and die. However, this was an exchange of blows between human immortal realm powerhouses. Throughout history, since history began, this should be the only time. It can be described as a battle that has not been fought for hundreds of millions of years, and getting to see such a powerful person fight, even if there was a greater risk of falling, they would never miss it. It's called the morning after, the evening after. Passing through the door of space, the scenery around us changed instantly. When the crowd reacted, they were already in the sea of stars in the 9 heavens. Fortunately, those who were able to participate in the hegemony emperor's banquet were at the very worst sage realm powerhouses. All of them were able to travel through the air and shatter the void with their strength. Even though he was in the 9 heavenly stars sea, he was not so alarmed. After reacting, the guests each turned into long rainbows to occupy a spot in the star sea. The sea of stars in the 9 heavens was dazzling. with stars dotting the sky like diamonds. It makes a mind-blowingly beautiful picture. At the moment, however, this stunning view failed to attract much attention from the crowd. This was because all eyes were focused between the duo of Chen Xin'an and Hegemony Emperor. The outcome of this battle will determine the future pattern of the true martial spirit world, whether or not it is the hegemonic emperor who is more skillful. Chen Xin'an lost the battle, and Baji Emperor replaced the martial emperor Pavilion. It's still Chen Xin'an thwarting the hegemony emperor's plot, and the martial emperor Pavilion regaining control of the world. Let's just see what comes next. The guests all thought so. In the center of the battlefield, Chen Xin'an and Hegemony Emperor both had their gazes meeting in a silent confrontation. The sparks of the Great War are about to ignite. The tension at this moment is like the calm before a storm. In the end, it was the hegemonic emperor who couldn't help but strike first. His figure was as fast as lightning, surpassing the limits of humanity to the point that space shattered for it. The stars turned to flying dust behind him. Among the guests present, there was no shortage of powerful people of the emperor realm. However, Hegemony Emperor's hands were so swift that even they couldn't see it clearly. When the guests came back to their senses, the Baji Emperor had already crossed 1,000 miles to reach Chen Xin'an. His fists smashed wildly at Chen Xin'an like thunder, as if they were a continuous storm. Each punch contained unfathomable immortal power, and the aftermath spread. It swept down star after star, turning into countless meteors that ran through the sky. The deafening roar was in the middle of the sea of stars, and the guests witnessed it all with fear and gutted. They were clear that such a fist might was far beyond their ability to resist. If they were in Chen Xin'an's position, they would have been smashed to pieces by Baji Emperor's fist in an instant. Under the bombardment of countless fists, chaos reigned in the nine heavens star sea. However, Chen Xin'an did not panic as the majestic immortal power within him was released and turned into an impregnable war shield in front of his body, standing like a giant peak. Through the wind and rain baptism in turn more apparent toughness. Hegemonic Emperor, you have gone to great lengths to ascend to the realm of the human immortals. Is that all you can do with your means? Even though they were both at the human immortal realm, Chen Xin'an had already reached the peak of the realm, while Baji D was only at the beginning of the immortal realm. The gap between the two was huge, so Chen Xin'an had no fear of the Baji Emperor's methods. In the face of Chen Xin'an's mockery, the bastard emperor did not reply. A silver-white lance suddenly appeared in his hand. An immortal power flowed endlessly from the lance's body. The grade was extraordinary, and the aura that emanated from it was enough to cause palpitations in the hearts of Emperor Realm powerhouses, as if, with just one look, it will be destroyed by this lance. The name of this gun is Heaven Execution. Chen Xin'an, let it give you a ride today. As the hegemonic emperor's words fell, the aura on his body suddenly became a few points stronger. Boundless immortal power roared through the nine heavens, and amidst the dancing of the lance, silver light mixed with majestic immortal power burst out. I didn't realize that in the hands of the hegemonic emperor, there was even a human immortal Dao weapon. Chen Xin'an couldn't help but be staggered. Within the mortal realm, human immortal realm powerhouses were already rare, not to mention a human immortal realm powerhouse who held an immortal Dao artifact. Although the silver white lance was not of the same grade as Chen Xin'an's immortal light seal, under the superposition of the two, the hegemony emperor's strength already exceeded that of an ordinary human immortal realm powerhouse. The long spear danced, and a terrifying immortal power gathered above the tip of the spear, instantly exploding out. A spear swept out, and 10,000 immortal powers shot out like sharp arrows. Each one was enough to seriously injure an average human immortal realm powerhouse. These 10,000 channels of immortal power surged like a torrent, instantly completely submerging Chen Xin'an and the space around him. Immortal power surged around Chen Xin'an's body like a gushing volcano. Immortal power instantly tore through space, destroying several stars. The guests all marveled at the terrifying power of a human immortal realm powerhouse when they saw this. The horrific explosion obscured the sight, like a heavy curtain blocking their spiritual sense. Prevented them from getting a glimpse of what was in store for them. How his fellow Daoist Chen? Although the Void Dao Emperor and the other 5 elders were aware of Chen Xin'an's cultivation, in the face of such a horrifying attack, and couldn't help but worry. And just as the crowd was anxiously speculating, suddenly a brilliant light shot out from within the curtain. In the next moment, the immortal light seal broke out of the aftermath of the explosion. Above the seal, 10 million curtains of light sprinkled down, washing away all of that heavy curtain. Immediately, Chen Xin'an walked out unharmed. This can't be right. Seeing this scene, the hegemonic emperor's heart began to waver for the first time. Chen Xin'an's style was never one of only defending but not attacking. And as he saw the Baji Emperor reveal a look of astonishment, slowly, he raised his palm and said, "Baji Emperor, you also receive my palm." Immortal power converged in his palm, and it was as if the top of the sky was being pulled by Chen Xin'an's palm. It instantly condensed into a palm of immortal power. This palm was immense, covering the sky and a sea of stars. Under the giant palm, the heavens and earth broke, the stars shattered, and the entire sea of stars trembled. The guests were even more speechless when they saw the palm. It was already impossible to know what adjectives to use to describe the enormity of this one palm. It was as if they saw the universe being born in it and the universe dying in it. Watching from afar has been so horrible. And the pressure on the Baji Emperor, who is in the center of that huge palm, 1,000 times more. The giant palm slashed down coldly, and the hegemonic emperor had to point his spear to the sky, releasing his infinite immortal power. It transformed into a 10,000 foot spear and attempted to penetrate this palm. Yet all his resistance was in vain. Boom! After just one collision and a loud bang, the sky fell apart, and countless stars shattered in the explosion, turning into fragments that flew around. The terrifying aftermath caused everything to perish, and there was nothing more in the sea of stars in the 9 heavens that blew up. When the aftermath dispersed, the crowd looked over and saw that the Baji Emperor's body was already covered in cracks. The obviously suffered a serious injury. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the hegemonic emperor instantly shriveled up. That majestic body all paled a lot in that moment, returning to its usual appearance. Chen Xin'an came to the Baji Emperor, the immortal light seal held in his palm, and said, "Baji Emperor, victory and defeat have been decided." The hegemonic emperor was silent. Hegemonic emperor, during the 3,000 years, all the changes started because of you, and now they should end because of you. Chen Xin'an said so, immortal power converging in his palm to bring this to a complete conclusion. However, right at this moment, the pale body of the hegemonic emperor suddenly changed and spiritual energy and immortal energy surged crazily around his body, as if an earth-shattering explosion was brewing. Such a move was clearly an attempt to blow himself up. Chen Xin'an was shocked. The power of a human immortal realm powerhouse blowing himself up was endlessly terrifying. He was indifferent, but none of the guests present were afraid that they would survive. Baji Emperor, at this point, you still attempt to be recalcitrant? Chen Xin'an questioned, and above the immortal light seal, 10 million channels of immortal power were transformed, like 1,000 layers of curtains trapping the duo of Chen Xin'an and Baji D firmly within them. Chen Xin'an, the world thinks that this emperor is sinister, abandoning the war and encroaching on the clans. Yes, these are all done by this emperor, but so what? In his life, this emperor does not seek heaven, no kowtowing on the ground, everything is just by hands. But I don't want this bitter cultivation for a lifetime. But ultimately, it's no match for you, Chen Xin'an. Even if you become immortal and attain the Tao, in the end everything is empty. To this day, this emperor will never wish to die at your hands. And this emperor tells you that the life of this emperor, it can only be collected by this emperor himself. As the hegemonic emperor uttered his last words, a loud bang immediately shook the 9 heavens and the starry river. Infinite explosions filled the sea of stars all of a sudden. Even though the immortal light seal had already blocked 9 out of 10 of them, the terrifying aftermath was still reverberating in the void. Brilliant immortal light exploded within the already empty dark vault, as if fireworks were blooming. Chapter 36, the world is shocked by the aftermath of the war. The hegemony emperor died, without any semblance of hesitation, and just blew himself up in front of the guests. Fortunately, the guests survived thanks to Chen Xin'an's shelter. After everything had calmed down and the aftermath had dispersed, within the 9 heavenly star sea, there was no longer the slightest trace of the hegemonic emperor's former existence to be found. I didn't expect the hegemony emperor to end up like this. A human immortal realm hegemonic emperor is already despairingly powerful, but Chen Xin'an is even more terrifying. The minds of the guests were filled with thoughts of. All of them looked at the figure in the 9 heavens sea of stars with awe. Chen Xin'an put away the immortal light seal and looked down on the crowd. No one dared to look directly at him wherever his gaze passed. Even the supreme emperor realm powerhouse of the human realm. All of them lowered their heads in front of Chen Xin'an at this moment. In the vast sea of stars, except for the sound of the broken void repairing itself, there was not a single other sound. Casually opening a door of space, Chen Xin'an returned to the square above the plaza in front of the 9 Yao Hegemony Sect's main hall. Then the 5 elders of the martial emperor pavilion and the guests also came out from the door of space one after another. Chen Xin'an swept his gaze across the 9 Yao Hegemony Sect powerhouses, and all of the 9 Yao Hegemony Sect people were terrified. Earlier, their patriarch, Baji D, had left with Chen Xin'an, and now only Chen Xin'an had returned. That result already speaks for itself. Some of the hegemony emperor's allies even had gazes filled with panic and unease. Just as Chen Xin'an was thinking about what to do with the 9 Yao Hegemony Sect, the Void Dao Emperor came forward, arching his hand in salute. He said, fellow Daoist Chen. Let's leave everything else to the Martial Emperor Pavilion next. Chen Xin'an nodded. The Martial Emperor Pavilion had managed the world for thousands of years. He also had some contact with the Void Dao Emperor and a few others. And he believed that the Void Dao Emperor and the others would not hold any personal retaliation and would definitely deal with the Nine Yao Hegemony sect in a fair manner. Since that's the case, then I'm counting on you, fellow Daoist, Chen Xin'an said, opening another spatial door and disappearing into it. Watching Chen Xin'an leave, the guests all relaxed. The oppressive feeling of a human immortal realm powerhouse was just too strong for them. Even if Chen Xin'an hadn't even released his intimidating pressure, it still left them unable to look directly at him and gasping for air. After today, Senior Chen's name will become a taboo. All the guests said so. It's not hard to imagine that as soon as word gets out about what happened today, the entire true martial spiritual realm would be in for a heavenly storm. The Martial Emperor Pavilion temporarily took over the Nine Yao Hegemony sect, and the guests retired. The 5 elders of the Void Dao Emperor immediately ordered a full and thorough investigation of everything. What? The bastard emperor has broken through to the human immortal realm? What? Senior Chen has also broken through to the human immortal realm? Senior Chen also killed the hegemonic emperor? Senior Chen is really powerful. Even a human immortal realm powerhouse is no match. It can be called the first person in the world, as expected from those guests. With their departure, spreading the word of everything that happened above the hegemonic emperor's banquet, the entire true martial spirit realm was abuzz. East and west, south and north, in the land of the 5 domains, all things have come to a standstill. The mouths of all the cultivators were talking about the battle between Chen Xin'an and the hegemonic emperor. The entire true martial spirit world knew that a supreme powerhouse had been born. Chen Xin'an. Countless powerhouses moved as a result, departing for the immortal-seeking sect, wanting to pay their respects. Countless geniuses looked uplifted and copied Chen Xin'an's portrait, make it a lifelong pursuit. While this news was spreading around, Chen Xin'an had long since returned within the immortal-seeking sect, with the investigation of the Wudi Pavilion, the incriminating evidence of the hegemonic emperor, the Nine Yao Hegemony sect, and those powerful people who took orders from the hegemonic emperor were revealed one by one, and were subsequently sent to Chen Xin'an's hands for inspection. Within this information as thick as a small mountain, each one was as heavy as a mountain. Chen Xin'an felt his heart palpitate after just a casual glance. Inside these materials, the extermination of 9 clans is nothing but idle, and the slaughter of cities and clans is not rare. As a youth crossing over from a peaceful country, for the first time, Chen Xin'an had a clear sense of the cruelty of this metaphysical world. I originally thought that what happened to Qin Wu, the evil emperor's crime, was just an example, and yet I didn't realize it was the norm in this world. Thanks to me, I used to yearn for the metaphysical world in novels, but now it seems that without the system, when I came to this world, I couldn't even compare to a mole cricket, not to mention the fame I have today. It's exceptionally difficult to stay alive. It's no wonder that people like the evil emperor and the hegemony emperor are able to flourish, though the heavy rules of the world are known in the mind. However, Chen Xin'an would never go with the flow because of this. His heart remained firm. When you see an injustice, you must save it. When you encounter an injustice, you must make a deafening sound. Still his unchanging principle of action. Time passed, years faded, and soon 3 years had passed. The shock caused by that great battle between Chen Xin'an and Hegemony Emperor at the beginning had already returned to calm. However, that battle profoundly changed the landscape of the true martial spirit world. The bastard emperor and his men have all been duly punished. The forces behind these powerful people also fell into decline. In its place, a new power has risen. They emerge from the ruins of decaying clans. A new order was established with the Wudi Pavilion, and from weakness to strength and back again under the new order. As the saying goes, when you see him raise a tall building, you see his building collapse. However, all powerful people know that no matter how the winds and clouds change, what new forces are born and decayed, there are 2 forces that can both transcend everything and remain unaffected. That would be the Martial Emperor Pavilion and the Immortal-seeking Sect. And there's a common reason why both of these powers are in a position of supremacy. That would be Chen Xin'an. The Martial Emperor Pavilion regained control of the 5 regions because of him, and the Immortal-seeking Sect became famous throughout the world because of him. His presence infused the 2 clans with unprecedented prestige. His deeds were extolled in the true martial spirit world, becoming a legend and inspiring countless cultivators to strive forward. His name, moreover, became a symbol, synonymous with invincibility. Even if it was 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years later, as long as Chen Xin'an was still around. No matter how much the world changes, no matter how much things change, both the Martial Emperor Pavilion and the Immortal-seeking Sect's positions were rock solid and untouchable. One man can revitalize the clan. And one man can protect the nation. Exactly. Chapter 37, A New Goal. Leaving the true martial spirit world. Spring and fall. 10 years later. On this day, it was once again the time for the immortal-seeking sect to recruit disciples. Countless geniuses came from the 5 domains and waited outside the immortal-seeking sect's sphere of influence early on. Today is the first step to the pinnacle of this young master's martial arts path. Join the immortal-seeking sect. Just by you? Anyone who can join the immortal-seeking sect is a genius with excellent talent and heart. Like this Gongzi. Just you? Might as well go home earlier so as not to embarrass yourself. Before the selection had even begun, the geniuses had already begun to fight. I don't know if Senior Chen will show up, even if he can't join the immortal-seeking sect. As long as I can see Senior Chen for a single glance, it would be a life well spent. There was also a genius who did not participate in the fight and said so, which soon drew the agreement of a group of geniuses. They're all fans of Chen Xin'an. They're all young. Growing up on the legend of Chen Xin'an, he had always seen it as a role model. And even if he had no hope of joining the immortal-seeking sect, I also hope to be able to see what Chen Xin'an looks like with my own eyes. Just then, a sudden cry of alarm drew the attention of the crowd. Look! It's Patriarch Chu and Seniorly. An auspicious cloud fell down. And it was none other than Chu Tianji and Elderly Yu. The two of them came here and, receiving these geniuses who wanted to join the immortal-seeking sect. Though nowadays both of them are already in high positions of power and have a lot of affairs. However, they did not dare to be sloppy in the slightest when Chen Xin'an handed them the matter of selecting a disciple. No matter which class of disciples, they were all hand-picked by them. See Patriarch Chu and Seniorly. The geniuses saluted one after another, and Chu Tianji smiled as he waved out a spiritual force to help the crowd to their feet. The geniuses all looked surprised. According to their information, although Chu Tianji was the patriarch, but the years are only a teeny bit older than them. If we go by the hundreds, thousands of age levels in the cultivation world, they can even be categorized as peers. And they were only at the spirit transformation realm, and the strong ones were only at the spirit abyss realm. But Chu Tianji's ability to casually pick up the crowd had to be at least a supreme realm powerhouse. After all, the geniuses present were not hundreds or thousands, but hundreds of thousands. Such a gap was like a chasm between heaven and earth, and unusual cultivators would not necessarily be able to catch up for thousands of years. This caused the geniuses to exclaim, truly worthy of being Senior Chen's disciple. Ignoring the shock of the geniuses, Chu Tianji and Elderly Yu introduced the geniuses into a secret realm to the east of the immortal-seeking sect's sphere of influence. This place was created by Chen Xin'an with great magic power after he returned to the clan after killing the hegemonic emperor. It is used specifically for the purpose of selecting disciples and is called the place of training. There are killing formations, phantom formations and thousands of other formations, and there are all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures. Tens of thousands of tests, such as demonic beasts and poisonous insects, are the place where people can be trained the most. Except for the first disciple selection, every time after that, it took place in it, at the same time as the selection of disciples began. On the other side, within the immortal-seeking sect, in the questioning palace, Chen Xin'an slowly stood up, and after loosening his muscles and bones a bit, he put down the scroll in his hands. Beside him, several mountains of books were piled up. Since the initial battle with the hegemonic emperor, Chen Xin'an had returned to the immortal-seeking sect. The Void Dao Emperor and a few elders came from time to time to ask Chen Xin'an how he disposed of those powerful people. Do not be biased. Dispose of them according to reason. Punish the guilty and release the innocent. Chen Xin'an gave a 16-word opinion that. He then asked for a lot of information about the true martial spirit realm from the Void Dao Emperor. The reason why this information is needed. It was because those incriminating evidence found out by the martial emperor's pavilion shocked Chen Xin'an. He found that he still knew too little about the true martial spirit world. So he wanted to use this information to deepen his understanding of the true martial spirit world. Between these 10 years, Chen Xin'an had read nearly 1,000,000 books, from ancient times to the present day, from the rise of the human race to the 100 races fighting, from the establishment of the martial emperor pavilion to that battle of 3,000 years. The entire history of the true martial spirit world for billions of years was now in his mind, and that will help him with his next plans. It's been 10 years, and the group of disciples who joined the immortal-seeking sect in the beginning have grown up. Both Tianqi and Elderly can stand on their own as well. Now that the hegemonic emperor threat is gone, the true martial spirit realm is back under the administration of the martial emperor pavilion. I'm almost done with what I can do for the immortal-seeking sect. Next it's time to search for chaotic sky. Chen Xin'an thought so and then transmitted his voice to inform the duo of Chu Tianji and Elderly Yu. The two were greatly alarmed and immediately rushed to the questioning palace. They had already known about Chen Xin'an's plan to leave, but when it really came down to it, both of them were extremely upset. Master Ancestor, Can't we stay longer? Chu Tianji's eyes were reddened. And within these 10 years, no amount of rigorous practice had ever made him so. Even if you go late, you will always have to leave. And in that case you might as well go early. Then you can still go early and return. Chen Xin'an smiled and comforted the two. But Chu Tianji and his duo were also really reluctant to part with them. And there was no way around it. So Chen Xin'an could only stay for a few more days. During this last period of time, Chen Xin'an established a trial tower in a corner of the immortal-seeking sect. He had sealed many heavenly treasures purchased from the system in it. As long as you break into the tower and pass the appropriate trial, you will be able to get the equivalent level of treasures. With these supreme treasures, it was enough for the entire immortal-seeking sect's disciples to cultivate to the limit of their talents. Originally, Chen Xin'an was still thinking of leaving behind the supreme treasure for achieving the human immortal realm, but after thinking about it for a while, he gave up. For one thing, it's because, if such a thing exists, once it's out in the world, the entire true martial spirit world would shake. If he was there, then naturally there was no harm, but if he wasn't there, then there was a bit more danger. Secondly, because Chen Xin'an was sure that he had the help of the system. It never takes too long to go, and that wasn't enough time for Chu Tianji and his disciples to cultivate to the peak of the emperor realm. So even if you stay, it's useless. After doing this last thing, Chen Xin'an was really going to leave. When the disciples of the immortal-seeking sect learned of this, they were all reluctant to give up, and under the leadership of Chu Tianji and elderly Yu, the disciples all put down everything they were doing and came to the mountain gate to see each other off. During my absence, the immortal-seeking sect is in your hands. I hope that when I return, I can see all of you become the pinnacle of power in the world. Please rest assured, Master Ancestor, we will do our best to fight until death for the immortal-seeking sect. All the disciples are solemnly assured. Chen Xin'an nodded and finally handed Chu Tianji an egg-sized jade cocoon. Tianji, there's a piece of my spiritual consciousness sealed inside. It can be used as the last card of the immortal-seeking sect. If you encounter an irresistible enemy, you will awaken him, and within the true martial spirit realm, there will be no one who is his match. Yes, sir. Chu Tianji discreetly accepted it, carefully stored it away, and finally said to Chen Xin'an, Master Ancestor, the road ahead is unknown and dangerous. You must be careful. Don't worry. In this world, those who can threaten your Master Ancestor don't exist yet. Chen Xin'an said confidently, and under the eyes of the crowd, he opened a door of space leading to the heavens. Looking at Chen Xin'an's departing back, Chu Tianji secretly vowed in his heart that sooner or later, one day, to catch up with Chen Xin'an and become Chen Xin'an's booster. Space shifted, and in an instant it had crossed thousands of rivers and mountains, and on the other side of the door of space, it's the end of the west among the 5 domains. Passing through the door of space, Chen Xin'an touched a crystal wall as brilliant as amber. This crystalline wall does not know how much wider or how much higher it is, and one can only see the sky above, the earth below. The eye penetrated for miles and miles and still could not see the end of the crystal wall. This crystalline wall was not born, it was forged by human hands. Exactly 3,000 years ago, the last barrier left behind for the true martial spirit realm before the honorable heavenly sword immortal led all the powerful people to leave. Xiantian Immortal Formation. This formation was built according to the great trend of heaven and earth, and it consumed the spiritual power of 10 million strong people to cast it. It's very difficult for even a human immortal realm powerhouse to break it open. You can see the effort that went into it. However, before, Chen Xin'an had only learned about it from ancient books, and it was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Chen Xin'an stared. His eyes were like twinkling stars. Quickly analyzing the crystal wall in front of this. Within this crystalline wall, he felt thousands of very different kinds of spiritual energy. Some of these spiritual energies are as violent as thunder. Some are as soft as the spring breeze, and some are as ancient and vicissitudes. Some are as young as a newborn sunrise. It was inconceivable that so many very different spiritual forces could coexist so harmoniously. Together we build this impenetrable barrier. Terrific! Chen Xin'an sincerely marveled, when a voice came from behind Chen Xin'an. This is the first time fellow Taoist Chen has seen the 2 realms crystal wall, isn't it? Chen Xin'an turned around. It was the 5 elders of the martial emperor pavilion that he hadn't seen for a long time, and it was the void Tao emperor who had just spoken out. Chen Xin'an was not surprised that the 5 people appeared here, as it was the 5 people he had informed. After all, if he wanted to leave the true martial spirit realm and search for the lost heaven of chaos, he would have to pass through the Xian heavenly immortal formation, and to pass through this formation, the assistance of the 5 elders was still needed. Chen Xin'an didn't want to directly break all the laws with one force and shatter the heart and soul of these countless powerhouses. That would be a real sin. Yes, This crystalline wall is the Xian heavenly immortal formation recorded in the ancient books, right? Chen Xin'an asked. Exactly. When this formation was not activated, it existed in the form of this crystal wall. Isolate everything in the endless void. The Void Dao Emperor's pale eyes held a sublime respect. Chen Xin'an nodded and looked at the several elders, saying, after joining the Martial Emperor Pavilion for decades, it's only done a few things, and now I'm leaving again. It's really a shame. In the future, the Martial Emperor Pavilion will need more trouble from all of you. Fellow Taoist can never say that. Killing the evil emperor and defeating the Hegemony emperor, each of these are very human. Nowadays, the Martial Emperor's Pavilion is precisely borrowing the might of Dao Yu in order to regain control of the world. The sacred Emperor Ru Di and a few other elders said with a smile. Fellow Taoist is too kind. Chen Xin'an arched his hand and then he asked, I wonder how I'm going to get through this crystal wall. We will open a corner of the formation and open a pathway to send fellow Taoists safely away. Grateful. Chen Xin'an thanked him heartily, and finally he asked the 5 elders to, during the time he was away, look after the immortal seeking sect for him. When the 5 elders heard this, they immediately stated, fellow Taoist Chen is looking for the chaotic sky. Only then did you leave the true martial spirit world. For such a righteous act, we should do what we can for you, fellow Taoist, and we assure you that, as long as the 5 of us are still around, nothing will ever happen to the immortal seeking sect. Many thanks. Chen Xin'an once again arched his hand in thanks, and the 5 elders hurriedly returned the salute, and kindly reminded, although the strength of the Taoist friends through the sky, but there are people outside the sky, the road ahead of the fear of crises, but also hope that all precious. Chen Xin'an nodded, and the 5 elders then each occupied a side. Monstrous spiritual energy was vented out from the 5 people and surged into the crystal wall. In an instant, a man-high hole dissolved out of the hard, boundless crystal wall. Gentlemen, I'm going. Chen Xin'an's figure flashed, transforming into streams of light and stepping into it. Chapter 38, Endless Void Insight. Crippled World. 5 Emperor Realm powerhouses took charge of the formation, opening a pathway in the middle of that 10,000-mile crystal wall. Chen Xin'an stepped into it, and after a quarter of an hour, passed through the tens of thousands of miles of thick crystal wall, came outside the true martial spirit realm. 3,000 years ago, there used to be another continent here, the chaotic sky, but now it is long gone. Beyond the 5 domains now was an infinite void. This piece of heaven and earth was gray and cloudy, as if the chaos had not yet begun. The sun, moon and stars have not shown their light, and as far as the eye can see, there is nothing but gloom and nothingness. The only thing dotted between them is a brilliant planet, as if it were a jewel in the darkness. It makes this vast expanse of space not seem empty. Chen Xin'an used a special means to inform the 5 elders that he had arrived outside the formation. After the 5 elders once again urged Chen Xin'an to be careful, they closed the formation. Chen Xin'an looked at the endless void in front of him and asked the system in his mind. System, do you have any information about this endless void? System tip. The so-called endless void, the very essence of the universe, with its infinite range of all martial arts worlds, whether it be the supreme Taoist world, the transcendent immortal world, or the incredibly prosperous human world. It's all just stars dotting the landscape. Chen Xin'an nodded his head as he listened to the scenery outside of this world, and it was the first time he had seen it. The heart was also a bit surprised. After being surprised, Chen Xin'an took out the heaven-seeking immortal ruler and asked the system how to use it. The host only needs to activate the heaven-seeking immortal ruler with his immortal power, and the heaven-seeking immortal ruler will transform into a heavenly path that point the host in the right direction and lead the host to find heavenly treasures or other worlds in the endless void. After understanding, there was one more question in Chen Xin'an's mind before he pushed. That is, how do you return yourself? At this time the system responded. The host need not worry. I will record the location of the true martial spiritual realm. In the future, if the host wishes to return, I am always available to show you the way back. So very good. The doubts in Chen Xin'an's heart dissipated as he took a deep breath and, injecting his own majestic immortal power into the heaven-seeking immortal ruler. In an instant, millions of arcane immortal symbols sprang up on the heaven-seeking immortal ruler, the runes flickering and releasing a brilliant light. It transformed into 10,000 channels of immortal light radiating in all directions. These immortal lights were like spiritual tentacles, stretching out in all directions, illuminating every inch of the void. According to the system, these tentacles will only stop when they find a treasure or an unknown world. At first Chen Xin'an thought that it wouldn't take long. However, the reality was much longer than Chen Xin'an had imagined. After a full 10 years, the heaven-seeking immortal ruler finally responded for the first time. A tentacle returning from the depths of the void, and light an infinitely long path through the vastness of the void to the unknown. Chen Xin'an stepped on the road. His body was like a rapid stream of light. In the blink of an eye, the true martial spirit realm behind him was out of sight. After another 5 years had passed, Chen Xin'an finally reached the end of this road. In front of us was a world wrapped up in a magnificent bubble of. The continents in it are like a bit of mud rolled up among the foam of the sea. Haven't gotten into it yet. A strong aura of decay and death had then invaded Chen Xin'an's senses. Chen Xin'an was alert in his heart and passed through the magnificent bubble. And what came into view? It's actually a crippled world. It's a conical continent, like an inverted pagoda. I don't know what kind of power even chopped this continent into 3 pieces. Why is this world like this? Chen Xin'an was puzzled in his mind. Turning into a stream of light, he entered the smallest continent within the lowest of the 3 continents, passing through the clouds and landing on top of the earth. The site was a broken and dilapidated one. The palace walls collapsed. There was no trace of living beings, and the entire continent was so silent that not a single sound could be heard. Looking up at the sky, Chen Xin'an saw that the sun and moon were not only crippled, but also collided in one place. Rapidly traveling through it, a single breath is 10,000 miles. Chen Xin'an saw countless mutilated corpses flop onto the ground. These corpses were all white bones like jade, not ordinary cultivators, and were at least in the saint realm in their lifetime. This realm, in the true martial spirit realm, was already the strongest under the emperor realm. Yet here they are as dead as ants on the side of the road. What is happening in this world? Chen Xin'an was puzzled as he examined these corpses and found that without exception, they were all densely covered with stab wounds. The horrifying blade aura on these bones, even though no one knows how many years have passed, still haunting, terrifying blade chi. It reminded Chen Xin'an of the culprit of the change 3,000 years ago that the Void Dao Emperor had spoken of earlier. The heaven-slaying demon blade. Could this be the chaotic sky? Have the cultivators of the 100 clans already been slaughtered by the heaven-slaying demon blade? If that's the case, what about the powerhouses from the 5 domains that came to their aid? Thinking of this, Chen Xin'an's brows were locked and his heart was even more worried. He had spent 15 years of his life and didn't want to get this result. Chen Xin'an stopped in his tracks, and for the first time, his cultivation at the peak of the human immortal realm was unleashed in full force. He released his spiritual sense, spreading out in all directions of heaven and earth without leaving a single dead corner. Soon all 3 continents were included in the spiritual sense probe, and the more he probed, the colder Chen Xin'an's heart grew. Within the 3 continents, he couldn't detect a single living thing, not a single snake, rat, insect or ant, let alone a human being, was to be seen. This unknown continent seems to have died out completely. If I can't find living things, then I'll look for relics, things that once happened. There must be some powerful person who recorded it. Thinking of this, Chen Xin'an's body thundered, sweeping through the land, inch by inch, traveling through relic after relic. From the records of some of the relics, Chen Xin'an got good news. This world is not a chaotic sky. According to the inscriptions in those ruins, the name of this world should be called the diffractive heaven martial realm. This result made Chen Xin'an slightly relieved, but he still wanted to know what was going on in the world. With the idea of exploration, Chen Xin'an walked through every corner of the 3 continents. Eventually, on the ruined throne of a palace, Chen Xin'an found a white bone with a broken spine, the lower half of his body sitting in meditation, and the upper half of his body prostrate on the ground. This white bone was as crystalline as jade, and there was a hidden trend of metamorphosis, only half a step away from being able to metamorphose into an immortal body. From this, we know that this corpse should have been a half-immortal realm powerhouse in his lifetime. A powerhouse at that level of the hegemonic emperor. Even a half-immortal realm can't escape. What happened? Chen Xin'an leaned over to take a closer look, and realized that, like those corpses in the outside world, this corpse bone was also cut off from all vitality by the terrifying blade chi. The terrifying blade chi directly split the chest of this corpse, and the sternum ribs were shattered along with the spine. It's what separates the upper and lower body. As he was checking it out, all of a sudden, Chen Xin'an saw that within the broken spine, it seemed to be interspersed with dark-colored things the size of fingernail caps. It is? Chen Xin'an wrapped his palm with immortal power and took out the black object, and abruptly realized that it was actually a blade, and it was this touch that revived a terrifying blade aura in an instant. Within the fingernail-sized blade, majestic immortal power flowed, triggering a tremor in heaven and earth, turning into boundless blade chi. It flew up from Chen Xin'an's palm and chopped towards him. It looks like you're the culprit. Chapter 39, The Past of the Diffuse Heaven Martial Realm. Strange white mist. The inexplicably revived terrifying blade chi attacked towards Chen Xin'an. And if it was an ordinary strong man, if you don't react at once, you might get caught. But Chen Xin'an was a strong person at the peak of the human immortal realm. not to mention just this fingernail-sized blade, but the whole thing in. Chen Xin'an was able to smash it all to pieces. Immortal power gathered in Chen Xin'an's palm, and he slammed his palm down. Boom! In an instantaneous exchange of blows, the blade was directly slapped into several pieces of powder the size of a grain of rice. It couldn't rise again, and the terrifying blade she dissipated without a trace. Picking up the pile of powder that the blades had turned into, Chen Xin'an opened the system. System prompt. Fragment of the Demon's Lair sword. The system's probing caused Chen Xin'an to learn the identity of the blade. It looks like although this world is not Chaos Heaven, yet, like Chaotic Sky, it was also crippled by the heaven-slaying demon blade. Chen Xin'an thought so, and it was this brief exchange of blows that, the aftershocks released caused the bones on the throne to vibrate and tumble down. Chen Xin'an stepped forward to help him up before noticing that underneath the corpse, surprisingly, a jade slip was pressed. Looking at the traces of this jade slip being washed away by time, it is feared that it has been thousands of years from now. If my guess is correct, this jade slip is the last message left by this corpse before it was born. It may well be the only object that knows whatever happened. Chen Xin'an's spiritual sense was released and probed into it. In an instant, a stream of information poured into Chen Xin'an's mind as if it were a flood. It was fortunate that Chen Xin'an's cultivation was extraordinary, so that he was not hurt by this information. After organizing and digesting the vast amount of information, Chen Xin'an gradually understood everything. The identity of the corpse before him was also known. He was the once supreme powerhouse of the diffractive heaven martial realm, the day-by-day emperor, more than 3,000 years ago. Chen Xin'an's own guess was that it was most likely before the chaotic sky was invaded by the heaven-slaying demon blade. The heaven-slaying demon blade came to the diffractive heaven martial realm first, and the heaven-slaying demon blade wasn't crippled at that time. In order to cultivate the way of killing, it slaughtered the living beings of the diffractive heaven martial realm indiscriminately, regardless of the cause. This move infuriated the powerful people of the diffractive heaven martial realm, and countless powerful people struck out in an attempt to destroy the heaven-slaying demon blade. However, the heaven-slaying demon blade was not a mortal realm object, but a human immortal Dao artifact, and within the human immortal Dao artifact, all are at the very top of their game. Even without a manipulator, the heaven-slaying demon blade possessed the cultivation of the human immortal realm, and at this level of cultivation, the entire diffractive heaven martial realm's powerhouses combined were no match for the heaven slayer demon blade. In the end, it was still the deifying emperor in front of him who, at the cost of the lives of the entire diffractive heaven martial realm's beings, shooting the last arrow, the party was the one that heavily damaged the heaven-slaying demon blade. Rather than sit back and wait to be slaughtered to death, this was the only way they could fight back. After that, it was the void Taoist emperor who had once told Chen Xin'an that the crippled heaven-slaying demon blade invaded the chaotic sky, and the 5 domain powerhouses rushed to the aid of the chaotic sky. I didn't realize that everything was like this. After knowing everything, Chen Xin'an couldn't help but pay a little more respect to the bones in front of him. But more than that, it was the anger of the demon's lair blade, slaughtering hundreds of millions of living beings, creating countless killing sins. The heaven-slaying demon blade, you'd better not fall into my hands. Ha! Chen Xin'an said in a cold voice, and with a fierce pinch in his hand, the rice grain-sized blade completely turned into flying dust, dissipate between heaven and earth. Out of sympathy and respect, Chen Xin'an buried the bones of the Sun Emperor. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, he felt a chill. When I look up, the sun and moon collide in the sky, so much so that I can't tell day from night. However, this gloomy feeling was what made Chen Xin'an feel as if something was about to come out. Looking down toward the distance, the inexplicable white mist came over the sky and it actually contains a rich life force, as if in that mist, there is still some kind of living being. Chapter 40 Dispensations of the 10,000 Spirits and the Manifestation of the Chi of Merit. What's going on? Chen Xin'an was puzzled, and his spiritual sense probed out towards the white mist. As perceived, in that white mist, there was a majestic life force contained in the. It's as if there's some kind of living being hiding in there. Could it be that there are still survivors? In order to avoid the demon's lair blade, they became something else? Chen Xin'an thought so in his heart, so he did not dodge and allowed himself to be enveloped by that white mist. White mist rolled over. Chen Xin'an's face became gray and cloudy. His spiritual sense probed the 4 directions to be on guard. Chen Xin'an could feel that there were living beings approaching on all sides of him. I mean no harm. So please show yourselves. Chen Xin'an arched his hand in salute. Yet not the slightest response came from the white mist. Swish, swish, swish. The wind gusted in Chen Xin'an's ears, and it seemed that something was rapidly traveling through the fog. Since you all don't show yourselves, don't blame me for taking offense, Chen Xin'an said again, arching his hand, and then his gaze was sharp as an eagle, locking onto one spot. Something was coming at him. Shun. With a single word, infinite spiritual energy was vented from Chen Xin'an's body. It turned into a cage, instantly trapping the thing in it. Chen Xin'an walked forward and saw that what was in the cage was actually a transparent humanoid creature. Showing his teeth, he didn't have a bit of spirit. Instead, he was like a wild beast. Even though it had been trapped within the cage by Chen Xin'an, it was still hissing and biting towards Chen Xin'an. What is this? Chen Xin'an was puzzled. Heaven, earth, front, back, left, right. In all directions, countless transparent humanoid creatures came at him together. None of these transparent humanoid creatures had a high cultivation level, only equivalent to the Seal King realm to the Supreme realm. Even a Saint realm powerhouse could ignore it, let alone Chen Xin'an. The immortal light seal flew out from his waist, and immortal light erupted, transforming into a curtain of light that, easily deflecting all of that surrounding transparent humanoid creatures. Only the imprisoned one in front of him remained. Chen Xin'an opened the system and probed out. System alert. Name, Shady Soul. It is a spiritual body formed by the grievances of a cultivator after his death, which do not dissipate, and which has been condensed through the precipitation of the years. If you call it by the name of the host's pre-crossing world, you can also refer to it as a grudge or a trick. They should have been transformed by the grievances of the billions of living beings slaughtered by the heaven-slaying demon blade. After understanding the identities of these nether souls, Chen Xin'an couldn't help but shake his head, saying that these are kind of pathetic people too. He was killed by the demon's layer blade in life, and will be transformed into a shadowy soul after death. With compassion in his heart, Chen Xin'an asked the system, System, is there a way to free them? In his mind, the system responded, of the 3,000 great paths, the Buddhist path is the best at transforming these souls. Chen Xin'an nodded. After that, he purchased a Buddhist technique from the system store, the Sutra of the Past Life. With Chen Xin'an's cultivation level at the peak of the human immortal realm, just having read it once, then he memorized all of this scripture. Afterward, Chen Xin'an put his palms together and began to chant. His lips flicked, and the majestic spiritual energy surged and turned into countless scriptures, hidden between heaven and earth, dissolve within all things. As Chen Xin'an recited, behind him, 10,000 channels of Buddhist light blossomed. It was like a colorful haze that lit up the whole world in an instant. In front of Chen Xin'an, the ferocious nether spirits dissipated one by one under the illumination of the Buddha's light. Returned to formlessness. The boundless white mist began to thin out at this moment, and the coldness in the sky and earth gradually dissipated. After a quarter of an hour's time, the white mist in front of Chen Xin'an had completely disappeared. All of the thousands of souls in it were transmuted. But it didn't end there. Chen Xin'an raised his head. The distance was still white. There are still billions of shadowy souls hiding in there. If the mighty men of the diffractive heaven martial realm hadn't severely injured the heaven-slaying demon blade at the cost of their lives, I'm afraid the chaotic sky and the 5 regions will also end up like this. Speaking of which, my true martial spirit realm has invariably endured help from the diffractive sky martial realm. Today, let me, Chen Xin'an, help your diffractive heaven martial realm for once. Thinking of this, Chen Xin'an moved his feet lightly, as if he were a Buddha descending to the world, and walked with faith toward the thick white fog in the distance. Behind him, the Buddha's light passed by. Thousands of souls dissipated, and inch by inch, heaven and earth became clear. This line is 9 years. The diffractive heaven martial world. Every one of the 3 continents. Chen Xin'an have all set foot and walked. Returning to the place where he came to the diffractive heaven martial realm, he looked back. The entire diffractive heaven martial realm had been refreshed, and there was no longer the slightest sense of gloom. But there is still no life in it. Letting these souls be relieved is already my limit. But it's a pity that the diffractive heaven martial realm still perished. Chen Xin'an returned to the tomb of the day-defying emperor and shook his head. Right at this moment, as countless souls were being dispensed with, the majestic life force surged into the ground. Suddenly, electricity flashed and thunder roared among the clouds, and rain actually fell. Under the rain, above the dome of the sky, the clinging sun and moon gradually separated. Above the ground, where countless corpses and bones lay prostrate, a shoot broke through the ground. Looking at these shoots that represented life, Chen Xin'an was pleasantly surprised. This world has not yet perished. After destruction comes new life. At this time, within Chen Xin'an's mind, the system actually made a sound without Chen Xin'an asking. The world reincarnates more than once. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are both the norm for people and for heaven and earth. And after countless years, the world will once again be filled with people. So very good. Chen Xin'an was dumbfounded. Just as Chen Xin'an was planning to leave the diffractive heaven martial realm, suddenly, a mysterious and esoteric gas emerged from afar and converged into Chen Xin'an's palm. forming a human head-sized gas ball. Spiritual sense probing out. Chen Xin'an found that the power contained within this mass of gas was extremely terrifying and arcane, let alone spiritual power. Even immortal power was far inferior. Chen Xin'an questioned the system suspiciously. System, what is this? System prompt. Name, Breath of Merit. This is a mysterious power gifted by heaven and earth on behalf of all beings, and whoever possesses it. All of them are those who have made great contributions to heaven and earth. By practicing with this merit chi, one can achieve the golden body of merit, and by refining weapons with this merit chi, they can be forged into merit and virtue Dao tools, all of which can endure 10,000 tribulations without being immortalized for eternity. That strong? Hearing the system's reply, Chen Xin'an couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. At this time a question appeared in Chen Xin'an's mind, and he asked curiously, System, can I buy such a strong power from the store? This time, the system replied in a rare manner. System tip, the chi of merit originates from the righteous path of heaven and earth. It's not among the system stores. Knowing the result, Chen Xin'an was not disappointed. Instead, he flirted. So there's something you can't do even with this system. The system then explained again. System tip. The system mall can provide the host with invincible battle power as well as 99% of the heavenly treasures in the universe. But there are still some things that cannot be purchased. Take for example this chi of merit, or the divine objects that can only be condensed by the heavenly Tao, and those that are unique in the entire universe. I see. Chen Xin'an nodded, cognizant of the system's functions even more profoundly. And then he looked at the merit chi in his hand and, the current Chen Xin'an hadn't thought of what to do with this merit chi, so he first inhaled it into his body and deposited it in his dantian, waiting to use it when he needed it later. At this time Chen Xin'an did not know that his gain from mercy this time, the chi of merit and virtue, what a help it will bring him in the future. After that, Chen Xin'an bid farewell to the diffractive heaven martial realm and returned to the endless void. The intention was to continue to search for chaotic sky's whereabouts. Chapter 41, Strange World. A chance encounter with the Martial Emperor Pavilion's Pavilion Master? Bad content. Chapter 42, Sword beheads group of immortals. Chen Xin'an appears. Bad content. Chapter 43, 100 Races Alliance. Meeting the old man. This is the chaotic sky. Chen Xin'an said so, but immediately afterward, a question came to his mind. He inquired of the Zun Tian sword immortal beside him. Pavilion Master, how did chaotic sky come to this strange world? That would be a very long story. Come with me, within the great hall, and we will speak slowly. Zun Tian sword immortal led Chen Xin'an to set foot on the boundaries of the chaotic sky, and after flying for tens of thousands of miles, before arriving at an immortal city with immortal light flowing in grandeur, the 100 Races Alliance, Chen Xin'an looked at the plaques above the city gates, and there was a strong martial arts aura within them. It was generally the same as the honorable heavenly sword immortal beside him, and should have come from his hand. Looking from afar, one could only see that the city was crowded with people, as if it was a bazaar on earth. It was really prosperous. Among those traveling cultivators, there was the Imperial Dao Realm, the Supreme Realm, and the Saint Realm, or even the existence of the Emperor Realm. And surprisingly, not all of these cultivators were human. Some are humanoid but have wings on their backs. Some of them were tall and powerful, built like iron towers, wearing animal skins and holding bone clubs, like savage giants. There were even some kings of demonic beasts in disguise, beautiful fox demons, and so on. These very different races coexist peacefully in the so-called 100 Races Alliance. Zun Tian Sword Immortal walked into the city gates with Chen Xin'an, which instantly drew gasps from the crowd of cultivators. Regardless of what race or realm the powerhouses were in, they all looked at Zun Tian Sword Immortal with respect in their eyes, bowing and saluting one after another. See you, Alliance Master. Chen Xin'an followed behind Zun Tian Sword Immortal and couldn't help but be staggered. By the looks of it, even within the chaotic heavens, the Pavilion Master's status remains high. Zun Tian Sword Immortal waved out an immortal power to help the crowd up. Immediately, the crowd of cultivators within the 100 Races Alliance also noticed the unfamiliar Chen Xin'an. It was out of the blue that he inquired, Alliance Master, who is this fellow Daoist? This is our hometown friend, Daoist Chun from the true martial spirit realm. Zun Tian Sword Immortal smiled as he introduced himself before pulling Chen Xin'an towards the palace deep within the alliance. As he walked, he said, Fellow Daoist Chen, follow me. I've already summoned word about you to inform all of you. As soon as Honorable Heavenly Sword Immortal's words fell, Chen Xin'an saw that within the magnificent palace in the distance, there were dozens of figures that flashed out, arriving in front of the two in an instant. And these dozens of figures were all powerful people among the martial arts paths. The existence of the Emperor Realm. The technique practiced by one of the figures was very familiar to Chen Xin'an. It was actually a technique of the immortal-seeking sect. Chen Xin'an took a closer look and was pleasantly surprised, for he was none other than the former patriarch of the immortal-seeking sect, the Chu Yuan, Sovereign Lord. Chen Xin'an immediately saluted and shouted. Hearing this voice, Chu Yuan was also startled. He looked closely and soon recognized Chen Xin'an as well, but he was still a little incredulous. After all, 5,000 years ago, the Chen Xin'an was still just a mortal with no cultivation. You are? Peace of mind? Chen Xin'an nodded his head repeatedly, except for the Supreme Elder who had already passed away. Chu Yuan was the only elder he knew well in the true martial spirit world. Confirming Chen Xin'an's identity, Chu Yuan also rejoiced. He said in a loud voice, I heard the Pavilion master say that a person from his hometown had come, and was still thinking about who it was, but I didn't think it was actually you kid. The Supreme Elder was right. You brat really does have your own secrets. I haven't seen you in these thousands of years, and you've actually all stepped into the human immortal realm before me. A slight chance. Just a fluke. Chen Xin'an replied with a smile. Xin'an, how are the immortal-seeking sect and the true martial spirit realm doing now? The moment Chu Yuan said this, he immediately drew the gazes of other once true martial spirit realm powerhouses. Having left the true martial spiritual realm for 3,000 years, these former supreme masters and patriarchs of various sects that all were desperate to know the situation of their clans. Chen Xin'an was about to make a statement when Zun Tian Sword Immortal, on the other hand, greeted Chen Xin'an and all the powerhouses and said, there is no need for you all to be in a hurry. Why don't we go to the hall first and have a chat? I think that whether it is all of you or fellow Taoist Chen, all of them have many questions they want to know the answers to. Chen Xin'an and the crowd nodded. The crowd then arrived at the 100 Races Alliance's council hall. Honorable Heavenly Sword Immortal was seated at the main seat, while all the powerhouses and Chen Xin'an took their respective seats. Chen Xin'an first introduced himself, and then he began to talk about how, since he had emerged from the gate, a series of things happened in the true martial spiritual realm. Upon learning that the hegemonic emperor had taken advantage of their absence to send out his strong men to plunder and bully their clan, all of the powerhouses were incomparably angry, and they couldn't wait to immediately kill back and cut the hegemony emperor into 1,000 pieces. And after hearing that Chen Xin'an had defeated Baji Emperor with his own hands and that Baji Emperor had blown himself up in front of the crowd of powerhouses again shouted in unison. An hour later, Chen Xin'an explained everything that had happened to the best of his ability, and finished solving the puzzle for the strongest of the crowd. Now it was also time for Chen Xin'an to inquire. He left the true martial spirit realm and traveled far into the endless void, taking more than 50 years to. It's about seeking the truth about that war 3,000 years ago. Chen Xin'an stood up and arched his hand toward the powerful men, asking, Seniors, the reason I left the true martial spirit realm was to search for the whereabouts of the seniors and the chaotic sky in the endless void. Now that I see that all is well with the seniors, I am very relieved. But I want to know what really happened 3,000 years ago. Why is chaotic sky in the middle of this strange world? Hearing Chen Xin'an's inquiry, Zun Tian Sword Immortal took a deep breath and opened his mouth to ask, Fellow Taoist Chen, do you know why we stepped into the chaotic sky in the first place? Chen Xin'an nodded and said, I already know the reason from Emperor Void Dao of the Martial Emperor Pavilion. I just don't know what happened after that. Since that's the case, then let me inform fellow Taoist Chen of everything that happened back then. So said the Honorable Heavenly Sword Immortal. Back then, we joined hands and sped to the chaotic sky in an attempt to destroy the heaven-slaying demon blade. The heaven-slaying demon blade. It really is just like its name, harboring an endless demonic nature. Although for some reason it's a bit crippled, its half-immortal realm strength is still chilling. Hearing this, Chen Xin'an recalled in his mind the bones of the sun-defying emperor that he had seen in the diffractive heaven martial realm. In the beginning, it was the day-by-day emperor who used his life as a price before that heaven-slaying demon blade was seriously injured, causing its cultivation to fall quite a bit. Chen Xin'an then told everything about the diffractive heaven martial realm, and Zun Tian Sword Immortal and the other powerhouses were all very surprised. They didn't think that before the heaven-slaying demon blade invaded the true martial spirit world. It's amazing that a world has been slaughtered. That Daybreak Emperor is also a marvelous character. All the powerful people sighed. Immediately afterward, Zun Tian Sword Immortal continued. Back then, no one could fight head-on with the heaven-slaying demon blade, but fortunately, under the combined siege of all the Taoists and chaotic sky powerhouses, we ended up outsmarting the heaven-slaying demon blade and sent it fleeing in disarray. My fellow Taoists and I had intended to fight a quick battle and destroy the heaven-slaying demon blade completely, but we never thought that the devil's sword is extremely cunning, and after realizing that it couldn't fight us head-on, it played a tricky trick. It was the conspiracy of the heaven-slaying demon blade that led to the separation of chaotic heaven from the 5 regions. We can never return to our homeland. Chapter 44, The Truth of 3,000 Years Ago. The evil feathered demon clan came. Bad content. Chapter 45, Chen Xin'an strikes. War will start. Only an illusory figure appeared at the center of the messenger's brow. It seemed to be left behind by a certain strong person within the evil feather demon clan. It was the same cargo of a griffin come to life, only in comparison to the messenger. The aura on this figure was far too powerful. It had already reached the mid-human immortal realm, comparable to the Zun Tian Sword Immortal. Zun Tian Sword Immortal. How dare you? The human immortal realm's evil feathered demon clan powerhouse was extremely angry, not thinking that the district's chaotic sky. How dare they insult their evil feathered demon clan like this? At this point, he had completely ignored the evil feathered demon race's provocation in the first place. Or to him, even if the evil feathered demon race provoked him first, the chaotic sky was not to be resisted. The evil feathered demon clan powerhouse was incomparably angry. An endless immortal light blossomed from within his wings behind him. It was actually going to make a move directly in the middle of the hall. The might of a human immortal realm powerhouse striking out was incomparably terrifying, and among the powerhouses present, only Zun Tian Sword Immortal, who was also in the middle stage of the human immortal realm, could resist. However, after experiencing the battle in the endless void not long ago, at this moment, although Zun Tian Sword Immortal had recovered a bit, he still hadn't reached his peak yet. Now that he was fighting with this evil feathered demon race powerhouse, he was afraid that the chances of winning were not high. What's more, once the fallout from the exchange of blows spreads out, the human powerhouses present were afraid that they would die or be injured. At this moment, Chen Xin'an knew that he couldn't just watch. The evil feathered demon clan powerhouse's wings shook, and in an instant, the void shattered and endless spatial turbulence surged. It turned into a terrifying storm. The terrifying commotion empowered the evil feathered demon race powerhouse to be extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of Zun Tian Sword Immortal. The palm of his hand transformed and his 5 fingers turned into sharp claws as he violently grabbed towards the Zun Tian Sword Immortal. Zun Tian Sword Immortal was about to make a move when he heard Chen Xin'an's voice coming from him. A curmudgeon. Why do you need the Pavilion Master to take action? Let me exterminate him. As the words fell, Chen Xin'an had already blocked in front of Zun Tian Sword Immortal at some point. Clenching his hand into a fist, he blasted out towards the sharp claw of that evil feathered demon race powerhouse. Such a rash move caused the crowd of powerful people to be alarmed, and they were not yet aware of Chen Xin'an's strength. Fear that Chen Xin'an was not aware of the might of the evil feathered demon race. Immortal-seeking sect patriarch Chu Yuan even immediately reminded Xin'an and be careful. Apart from their wings, the evil feathered demon clan's strongest thing is a pair of sharp claws. The sharp claws of a human immortal realm evil feathered demon race powerhouse are not even inferior to a normal human immortal Dao weapon. Humph. It's already too late, kid, though I don't know where you came from. Suffer death. The evil feathered demon clan powerhouse let out a cold smile as immortal power surged above his sharp claws, exuding a boundless sharpness. Wherever the sharp claws passed, space shattered. Boom! Fists and claws collided, instantly emitting a loud sound as boundless immortal energy churned with. It spread out toward the outside world like water waves. If they were swept by the aftermath, even an Emperor Realm powerhouse would fall. In this instant, at Chen Xin'an's waist, the immortal light seal flew out, showering down 10,000 paths of immortal light. It transformed into a large bell, firmly clasping the center of the battlefield, not allowing the aftermath to escape in the slightest. But this also led to a monstrous smoke rising from within the great bell, obscuring the sight of all the powerhouses. Couldn't see inside. How's Chen Xin'an? All the powerful people were worried beyond measure. It was not easy to see a descendant from their hometown. They never wanted to see Chen Xin'an suffer any harm. Seniors don't need to worry. It's just him, he's not a match for me yet. As the voice fell, the great bell dissipated, and the aftermath was all absorbed by the immortal light seal. As the smoke cleared, the crowd saw that Chen Xin'an was unharmed, and on the opposite side of him, the detachment of the evil feathered demon race powerhouse had already suffered a heavy blow, and was hidden from view. Extinguishable at any time. Chen Xin'an reached out and grabbed. Immortal power transformed into a huge palm that grabbed the evil feathered demon clan powerhouse's detachment in the palm of his hand, and no matter how much he struggled, he was unable to escape. Who the hell are you? There are no strong people like you in the chaotic sky. Even though he had already been reduced to a prisoner, the detachment of the evil feathered demon race powerhouse still screamed. Fellow Daoist Chen, there's no need to say much to him. A detachment is just a detachment. Exterminating it is. So said the honorable heavenly sword immortal. Chen Xin'an nodded and looked at the evil feathered demon race powerhouse detachment and said, You don't deserve to know yet, but if you want to take a shot at chaotic sky, why don't you come in your real body, and only cut down one of your bilocations? It's just not painful enough. After Chen Xin'an finished speaking, his palms snapped and, in an instant, the detachment of the evil feathered demon race powerhouse was pinched to smithereens, transforming into countless immortal lights that dissipated between heaven and earth. As for that messenger of the evil feathered demon race, after having seen this, the arrogance of just now had long since disappeared, and at this moment was already too frightened to say a word. Chen Xin'an just casually slapped his hand and turned him into mush. With the crisis temporarily resolved, above the main seat, Zun Tian Sword Immortal looked at the crowd and said, "Fellow Taoists, as you all can see, the evil feather demon clan is really bullying people too much. What do you all think we should do? War, kill." The crowd of powerhouses was agitated. They had rushed from the 5 realms to aid the chaotic sky back then. It shows that they are not people who are afraid of death. Now that he had been bullied over the head like this, there was naturally no reason to back down. Even if the evil feathered demon race was more powerful, they would never be afraid. Better to die in battle than to grovel. Good. Fellow Taoist Chu Yuan, you go and inform the Tao lords immediately, so that they can prepare for war. Yes. Chu Yuan led the order. Zun Tian Sword Immortal then made several arrangements, and all the strongest people left one by one, to tidy up their armies in horses, to prepare for war. Soon, only Chen Xin'an and Zun Tian Sword Immortal were left in the Great Hall. Fellow Taoist Chen, thank you for your help just now. Zun Tian Sword Immortal sincerely thanked him. With the state he had just not recovered from, even if he had defeated the evil demon feather clans powerful, the aftermath of the battle was afraid that it would also cause many strong people to fall, and this was something he could never endure. 3,000 years had passed, and now all of these human powerhouses were his closest friends. You're welcome, Pavilion Master. It's just a matter of lifting a hand. It's really the evil feather demon clan that's bullying people too much, Chen Xin'an said, and in his heart, he was also questioning. He already knew everything that happened 3,000 years ago, but not yet aware of the situation in chaotic sky today. Chen Xin'an opened his mouth to inquire, and Zun Tian Sword Immortal explained. 1,000 years ago, the chaotic sky crashed into the middle of the 9 Hells Demon Realm, attracting the prying eyes of many forces in the 9 Hells Demon Realm. But then, the chaotic sky is still just a barren land in the eyes of the powerful people of the 9 Demon Realm. Not even immortal power exists. Therefore the 9 Demon Realm powerhouses quickly lost interest, and we were able to catch our breath for a while, but the good times didn't last long. I don't know what the bordering of the chaotic sky and the 9 Demon Realm has brought, causing the chaotic sky to undergo mysterious changes over the course of 1,000 years, and actually being able to produce immortal power as well, and being able to give birth to heavenly treasures that contain immortal power, and the quality is still very good. After this matter was discovered by the powerhouses of the 9 Demon Realm, the chaotic heavens were immediately thrown into a crisis. It's a good thing that I and a few of my fellow Taoists had some chance and were able to break through to the middle of the human immortal realm, and the various forces of the 9 Secrets Demon Realm are not united as one. Instead, they are constrained by each other, and in this way, they have barely managed to preserve the chaotic sky, but it's only on the surface. Secretly, all those forces have their hearts in the right place, ambitious to encroach on the chaotic heavens. The evil feather demon clan is just one of them. Listening to Zun Tian Sword Immortal's words, Chen Xin'an recalled his encounter with Zun Tian Sword Immortal not long ago. That group of powerhouses chasing after the Zun Tian Sword Immortal thought that they also belonged to some great power. At this time, Chen Xin'an understood chaotic sky's current situation. It can be described as being surrounded by powerful enemies, like a fat sheep in the midst of wolves. If you are not careful, you will be torn apart by the wolves, with no bones left. Fellow Taoist Chen, now that there is a crisis outside of the chaotic heavens, I wonder if you can help me. Zun Tian Sword Immortal looked at Chen Xin'an and solemnly inquired. Now the 100 Races Alliance. There was too much of a lack of strong people like Chen Xin'an. Of course, but at the command of the Pavilion Master, Chen Xin'an replied without thinking about the situation in the chaotic sky today. Naturally, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Chapter 46 Chen Xin'an's suggestion to behead and stop the war. Chen Xin'an's reply caused Zun Tian Sword Immortal to breathe a sigh of relief. Chaos Heaven is in the midst of a storm. What was most lacking was a human immortal realm powerhouse like Chen Xin'an to save the day and help the building to fall. Fellow Taoist Chen, wait a moment, the Tao Lord will be here soon. At that time, we'll discuss a countermeasure together. Zun Tian Sword Immortal said. Pavilion Master, this Tao Lord is? The Tao Lord is the Vice Alliance leader of the 100 Races Alliance, the former Lord of the Chaotic Heavens. Zun Tian Sword Immortal introduced himself, paused, and then immediately added. Back then, when we sped to aid the chaotic heavens, There are then two forces within the chaotic heavens, one being the original 100 races strongest, and the other being the strongest among our 5 domains. The two forces resisted together against the Demon Slayer's blade, and established a deep friendship with each other. After that, the chaotic heaven flowed into the endless void, and we could not find our way back to the true martial spiritual realm, so we could only stay within the chaotic heaven, and in the millennia that followed. The gradual integration of the two forces into one formed the 100 Races Alliance that you see now. The previous ally of the 100 Races, the 100 Races Downlord, thanked us, the strongest of the 5 domains, for our help. After the establishment of the new 100 Races Alliance, the position of Alliance Leader was ceded to me, and he relegated himself to the position of Vice Alliance Leader. The two of us will manage Chaotic Sky together. So it is. Chen Xin'an nodded. Shortly afterward, a man clad in imperial robes, with an imposing presence, like a god descending from the earth. The handsome young man whose body emitted an immortal light that was impossible to look at walked into the great hall. He was none other than the former leader of the 100 Races, the 100 Races Downlord. After the 100 Races Downlord stepped into the grand hall, the first thing he did was place his gaze on Chen Xin'an. He already knew everything that had just happened from Immortal-seeking Sect Patriarch Chu Yuan. He didn't have the slightest objection to going to war with the evil feathered demon race. After all, they had all been humiliated to such an extent that if they didn't fight back, they wouldn't be far from extinction. What concerned him even more was Chen Xin'an, who had traveled from afar. With just a slight glance, he was able to sense Chen Xin'an's inscrutability. The 100 Races Downlord arched his hand and said, "The land of the 5 regions really does have a lot of talented people, and Downlord Chen is truly extraordinary." Chen Xin'an also returned the salute, and in the midst of his probing, he realized that this 100 Races Downlord wasn't simple, either. His cultivation was not in the least below that of the Zun Tian Sword Immortal, and was likewise in the middle stage of the human immortal realm. After getting to know each other, it was time to discuss business. The 3 of them each took their seats, and the 100 Races Downlord took the lead. Alliance Master, war with the evil feathered demon race is imminent. The top priority is to send strong men to guard the 3 border cities. 3 border towns? Chen Xin'an was unaware of this, so Zun Tian Sword Immortal explained from the sidelines. Fellow Daoist Chen, the 3 border cities were the 3 cities located at the border between the chaotic heavens and the Zhouyue demon realm. They were the barriers of the chaotic heavens, and as long as the 3 border cities were not lost, no strong person can attack the chaotic sky. These 3 border cities are named after heaven, earth and man, with heaven being the most critically important and earth being the second most important. The city of man once again. After understanding the importance of the 3 border cities, Chen Xin'an nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Then indeed, the defense of the 3 border cities should be strengthened, as the Downlord had said. Only, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for ordinary cultivators to defend these 3 border cities." What fellow Daoist Chen said is very true. Nowadays, among the 100 races, including me and Downlord, there are a total of 5 human immortal realm powerhouses. Honorable Heavenly Sword Immortal paused and continued. It is incumbent upon me and Dao Jun to sense, when personally cloaked in battle, but the strength of the remaining 3 powerhouses could hardly carry this burden. That's why I want to ask fellow Daoist Chen to take on this important task. I'll personally guard Heavenly City, Downlord stationed at Earthly City, and fellow Daoist Chen, how about you take charge of the city? For this, Chen Xin'an had no opinion, but Chen Xin'an had other ideas. He said to the Zun Tian Sword Immortal duo, "Pavilion Master, Dao Lord, wars together. I'm afraid that countless of my people will perish. I do have a way to avoid this battle." Upon hearing this, both of them were interested, and hurriedly asked, "Oh, what is the solution?" "Strike first, decapitate and stop the battle, and directly attack the evil feathered demon clan's ancestral land. Kill the evil feathered demon clan's most powerful person, and then this war can be avoided." Chen Xin'an's tone was calm, as if he was describing a trivial matter, yet his words were jaw-dropping to the duo. Indeed, if one could really kill the evil feathered demon clan's most powerful person, then the evil feathered demon clan would definitely be left to fend for themselves, and naturally it would be impossible for them to go to war with the chaotic heavens again. But how difficult is it to do so? Even ignoring the countless powerful people and various forbidden means in the evil feathered demon clan's ancestral land, just the evil feathered demon race supreme alone, he was already at the peak of the human immortal realm, not to mention decapitating him, within the 9 underworld demon realm. It was that there were no more than a handful of strong men who could defeat it. Chen Xin'an's proposal, if someone else had brought it up, the Zun Tian Sword Immortal duo would definitely think that that person was crazy. However, when the two looked at Chen Xin'an, they did not feel that he was that kind of person. Since this crazy suggestion came from Chen Xin'an's mouth, he must have something to fall back on, associating it with Chen Xin'an's inscrutable appearance and unspeakable strength. In this instant, a flash of light flashed through the minds of the two men that an unbelievable thought quietly appeared in the duo's minds. Fellow Taoist Chen, could it be that you are a powerhouse above the human immortal realm? Almost at the same time, the Zun Tian Sword Immortal duo inquired. Amidst the duo's gaze, Chen Xin'an nodded with a faint smile. Then he opened his palm. Infinite immortal power flowed in his palm, and it seemed like there was a river of stars running in between. The evolution of the universe can be terrifying. After 1,000 years of wandering through the 9 demon realms, the Zun Tian Sword Immortal duo had also paid a visit to a strong person at the peak of the human immortal realm. Yet there had never been a person whose sense of oppression exceeded the immortal power in Chen Xin'an's palm at this moment. In front of the majestic immortal power of the universe in that palm, the two of them only felt as if they were as small as ants. Good. Fellow Taoist Chen. Oh, no. Senior Chen, you've come at the perfect time. The Zun Tian Sword Immortal duo was incomparably shocked, and the shock was followed by ecstasy. Although they didn't know how Chen Xin'an had reached above the human immortal realm and the true martial spirit realm. However, in the face of the crisis at this moment, Chen Xin'an's strength was undoubtedly something that delighted them. A strong person above the human immortal realm was enough to hang the entire evil feathered demon clan. The crazy plan Chen Xin'an had just uttered was no longer crazy, but was indeed possible to realize. Sword Lingyun, Dao Wu Dust, implores Senior to make a move. Zun Tian Sword Immortal and the 100 Races Daolord both bent down and made a great bow and invitation. As a human immortal realm powerhouse, although it was undignified to perform a great salute like this, however, this act would make the chaotic heaven free from the fire of war, making thousands of people free from the pain of separation of family and friends, and the pain of parting with life and death. Both Zun Tian Sword Immortals only felt that there was no time that was more worthy of a great salute than this moment. It is worthwhile to kneel down for 1,000 days, not to mention making a great bow, or to throw oneself on the ground. It was only at this point that Chen Xin'an realized the true names of the two famous and powerful men. Chen Xin'an stepped forward to help the two of them up and said, "You two fellow Taoists are very kind. I am where I am today thanks to your predecessors who left their homes 3,000 years ago to fend off the heaven-slaying demon blade and keep the true martial spirit realm safe. Now that the chaotic sky is in trouble, I should step in to help." A new plan had been formulated, and Zun Tian Sword Immortal immediately ordered people to fetch information about the evil feathered demon race. The palace guards came with books and soon piled a small mountain in front of Chen Xin'an. Fortunately, today's Chen Xin'an had a high level of cultivation, and his spiritual sense swept through but in a few hours, he had memorized all the information. "I'll leave everything to Senior Chen." Chen Xin'an nodded, then walked out of the hall, and after locating the spatial node, opened a door of space and slowly stepped into it. As he opened the door to space, Chen Xin'an frowned slightly as he realized that the space of the 9 underworld demon realm was quite a bit more solid compared to the true martial spirit realm. Within the true martial spirit realm, a saint realm powerhouse would be able to shatter space. An emperor realm powerhouse could open the door to space. However, within this 9 secrets demon realm, an emperor realm powerhouse can't even say that opening a space door. It was slightly difficult to break the void, and only cultivators who had reached the human immortal realm could open the space gate. But none of this mattered. For Chen Xin'an, both the Emperor realm and the human immortal realm were simply too weak. Even after sealing his cultivation, he was still above the human immortal realm and at the peak of the martial immortal realm. Chapter 47, Breaking into the Evil Feathered Demon Clan's Ancestral Ground Alone. At the same time Chen Xin'an was traversing through the space gate, speeding towards the Evil Feathered Demon race. On the other hand, within the Evil Feathered Demon Clan's ancestral land, a murderous aura had quietly spread out. The Evil Feathered Demon Clan powerhouse who was crushed by Chen Xin'an's split had already reported the situation. Immediately, it drew the wrath of the strongest members of the Evil Feathered Demon Clan. The Evil Feathered Demon Clan's ancestral land was in the middle of the Great Hall of Deliberation. The Evil Feathered Demon Clan's old ancestor, Yu Jietian, carelessly reclined on the main seat. He was dressed in royal robes and had a handsome appearance. And if he did not recognize I'm afraid that outsiders will only think that this is a junior from the Evil Feathered Demon Clan. However, from its eyes, what was revealed was the vicissitudes of experience after endless years. Compared to the other Evil Feathered Demon Clansmen, the feathers on his back were even more distinctive. Each feather is as holy as white jade, surrounded by incredible immortal power that it was as if it carried an endless immortal charm. Underneath it, dozens of Evil Feathered Demon race powerhouses sat on either side in an orderly fashion. Every one of them was a human immortal realm powerhouse. The depth of this Evil Feathered Demon ancestor is indeed terrifying. Just at this point, The powerful people that had appeared were already several times that of the 100 Races Alliance. Old Ancestor, Honorable Heavenly Sword Immortal toasts to the. It's time to let them know the strength of the Evil Feathered Demon Clan. The Evil Feathered Demon Clan powerhouse whose split was crushed by Chen Xin'an said so. The other Evil Feathered Demon race powerhouses all agreed and chimed in. Old Ancestor, just waiting for your order. My clan will be able to step on the chaotic sky and make that Heavenly Sword Immortal pulverize his bones. Listening to the words of the crowd, Yu Jietian gently nodded his head, his eyes deep and profound. I don't care about the other things. You can grab as many slaves of the 100 races as you want, and eat as many as you want, he said in a calm tone, but something like that's about to come out of the chaotic sky must be obtained. Please don't worry, Old Ancestor, all the Evil Feathered Demon race powerhouses replied. While the Evil Feathered Demon Clan's crowd of powerhouses were talking, what they didn't notice was that in a corner in the middle of the Great Hall, space fluctuated slightly. Chen Xin'an avoided the various formations and prohibitions and came here silently, or perhaps there was no need to avoid it at all. With his cultivation, those so-called formation prohibitions couldn't even discover his traces. Happening to hear the words of the Evil Feathered Demon race's crowd of powerhouses, Chen Xin'an was startled. In his mind, he pondered, I came at the right time. The Evil Feathered Demon race sent messengers to provoke for no reason, so it turns out that they have another plan. Looking at these Evil Feathered Demon race powerhouses, they did not place chaotic sky in their eyes in the slightest. Before the war even started, they had already decided how to slaughter and plunder the cultivators of the 100 races. Chen Xin'an couldn't help but sneer. Humph, stepping on the chaotic sky, just with you guys? Chen Xin'an's words resounded in the hall, and in an instant they were like a storm sweeping through the entire hall. What man? All of the Evil Feathered Demon race powerhouses were shocked, completely unaware that under their noses, within this Evil Feathered Demon clan's ancestral land, there were actually other people who had blended in unknowingly. Dozens of spiritual senses were released from the Evil Feathered Demon race powerhouse. Inches swept through every corner of the Great Hall. However, even though they did their best to probe the Great Hall dozens of times without leaving a single dead end, but still nothing. What's the point of hiding your head? Come out if you can. The strongest members of the Evil Feathered Demon race were shocked and angry, like headless flies unable to find a direction, much less what the identity of the visitor really was. Not coming out scares you all like this. If you come out, you're afraid you'll die of fear? In the void of the Great Hall, Chen Xin'an's voice continued to come out. Immediately after that, in the center of the hall, the space suddenly twisted and changed and an opening was torn open by an invisible force, and Chen Xin'an's figure gradually emerged from the nothingness. In the next instant, dozens of spiritual senses were locked onto Chen Xin'an tightly. Like an invisible net, it covered Chen Xin'an layer after layer. Who are you? Why are you trespassing on my clan's ancestral land? The crowd of Evil Feathered Demon Clan powerhouses sternly questioned. Only that Evil Feathered Demon Clan powerhouse whose spiritual sense had been crushed by Chen Xin'an recognized Chen Xin'an's face. Angry to the core, he shouted, "You are a mysterious powerhouse from the 100 Races Alliance. How dare you come here?" Locked by dozens of human immortal realm powerhouses' spiritual awareness, the slightest movement would lead to a thunderous attack. However, Chen Xin'an was calm and collected, and did not place these so-called strong people in his eyes. Facing the questioning of the crowd of powerhouses, Chen Xin'an slowly replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? To me, your Evil Feathered Demon Clan is not considered a dragon's den, so how can you not come?" When these words came out, all of the Evil Feathered Demon race powerhouses were enraged. It was a naked disregard for them. At this moment, they had completely forgotten that a few moments ago, they had talked about chaotic sky with the same attitude. Chen Xin'an is just returning the favor by doing the same thing to the other guy. However, this had already made these Evil Feathered Demon Clan powerhouses who had stood tall for too long unable to endure. What a big mouth. You don't have to go back now that you're here. In an instant, boundless immortal power stirred up from dozens of Evil Feathered Demon race powerhouses. The vast might seemed to carry a heaven-destroying aura as it surged toward Chen Xin'an. The mighty pressure of more than a dozen human immortal realms united, and among them, there were even more terrifying existences at the late human immortal realm. Under such a joint effort, even a peak human immortal realm powerhouse would have to avoid the front line for the time being. Fortunately, at this time, it was in the middle of the Evil Feathered Demon Clan's ancestral land, where many prohibitions and formations existed. If placed in the outside world, under this terrifying pressure, it would be enough to destroy a star river. Looking at the monstrous pressure coming from all directions, Chen Xin'an was calm and relaxed. A contemptuous smile spread across the corners of his mouth, and he slowly spat out the word, "Insouciant." Chen Xin'an opened his palm, and in the center of his palm, immortal energy surged and surged in a torrent. The terrifying pressure emanating from the invisible caused heaven and earth to tremble. and the void was distorted because of it. With just a light slap, infinite immortal power converged into a huge palm, and monstrous immortal might was released. Everything seemed to perish in its palm. Although the combined pressure of the evil feathered demon clan's strongest members was terrifying. Under this palm, but it was like a joke. Rumble. However, with a light touch, the monstrous pressure of the evil feathered demon clan's crowd of powerhouses dissipated into nothingness. And that immortal power palm is not only the power has not been reduced in the slightest, but also a palm divided into dozens of palms. Towards the crowd of evil feathered demon race powerhouses, he slapped. No good. The evil feathered demon clan's crowd of powerhouses were startled, and in a panic, they exerted all sorts of means to. However, it was already too late. Dozens of palms slapped down. Even if the crowd of evil feathered demon tribe of the strong are all cultivation is amazing, wearing a variety of immortal armor. There were various means of defense, but they still couldn't resist. All of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were slapped away, embedding themselves deeply into the walls of the great hall. Who the hell are you? After the crowd of evil feathered demon clan powerhouses peeled themselves off the wall, all of them were terrified. 100 Races Alliance. Chen Xin'an. Impossible. There is no one as strong as you in the chaotic sky. All of the evil feathered demon race powerhouses were in disbelief. Chen Xin'an didn't have too much mouth to argue with them. He looked towards the old ancestor of the evil feathered demon clan above the main seat of the grand hall. Since he appeared until now, Yu Jietian has not made the slightest move. And I don't know if it's because they don't take him seriously or something else. Yu Jietian, if you want to destroy chaotic sky, I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so, but I want to know more now. What do you want from chaotic sky? Hearing this, Yu Jietian slowly stood up, and the surging immortal power around him began to converge, like a flooding and rushing river. The majestic power was again like a continuous torrent. I didn't realize that there were still strong people at the peak of the human immortal realm within the chaotic sky. It's impossible for a strong person like you to be unknown in the Nine Secrets demon realm. This seat understands. Chen Xin'an, you're from that so-called true martial spirit realm. The evil feathered demon clan's old ancestor was worthy of being a strong person at the peak of the human immortal realm. It only took a moment to surmise Chen Xin'an's origin. Chen Xin'an was not surprised that he knew about the true martial spirit world. After all, the chaotic heavens and the Nine Hells demon realm had been connected for 1,000 years, and it was only normal for some of the underlying details to be known by the Nine Hells demon realm. My origin is unimportant. Yu Jietian, you still haven't answered my question. What exactly do you want from chaotic sky? Chen Xin'an asked after him, but Yu Jietian did not intend to answer. Immortal power surged from its body, turning into an invisible storm that surged towards Chen Xin'an. This moment, the other surrounding evil feathered demon race powerhouses felt not only the collision of the two powerhouses' auras, but also a suffocatingly terrifying atmosphere. It was as if they were caught on the edge of a storm, unable to breathe. One can only watch the showdown. If it were normal, this seat would never wish to engage a strong person like you over a trivial matter. After all, this is not only consuming, but also contains the risk of falling. However, Chen Xin'an, today is different from usual. Even if you come to it won't change anything. Yu Jietian slowly spoke. Is it for that thing you were just talking about? I'm getting more and more curious about what that thing is. Chen Xin'an guessed the reason and asked rhetorically. Yu Jietian still didn't answer. His fingers gently traced across the void, tearing through the thin veil of space. A demonic purple space door slowly opened, leading into the endless void. Yu Jietian slowly stepped into it. With such an invitation to battle, Chen Xin'an was naturally unafraid and stepped into it right after him. The crowd of evil feathered demon race powerhouses also followed despite their injuries when they saw this. Chapter 48, Chopping the Evil Feathered Demon Clan Ancestor. In the endless void, Chen Xin'an and Yu Jietian stood facing each other, hundreds of miles apart from each other. For strong people like Chen Xin'an and Yu Jietian, this distance was almost equivalent to facing each other. While tens of thousands of miles away, the crowd of evil feathered demon race powerhouses occupied the other side, discussing. This Chen Xin'an is really out of his depth. Even if he's the same being at the peak of the human immortal realm, it's also by no means a match for our old ancestor. That's right. Among the human immortal realm, in the entire Nine Spectres immortal realm there is nothing that beats old ancestor. It's just that there are no more than a handful that can even fight with him. I had heard that true martial spirit realm is but the lowest human realm, and by the looks of it, this Chen Xin'an is the one who thinks he is invincible without knowing what method he used to ascend to the peak of the human immortal realm. It's better this way, or else, with his strength, it will really become the biggest resistance to my clan stepping into the chaotic sky. In the midst of this background sound, within the endless void, but an unimaginable aura of solemnity pervaded. The immortal power within the two of them, Chen Xin'an, reached the heavens and penetrated the sea of stars, so much so that everything in the void is at a standstill at the moment. Chen Xin'an, I haven't fought anyone in thousands of years, just let me see. You've got a few points, don't you? As the words fell, Yu Jietian took the lead, and with a tremor of his feathered wings behind him, the powerful immortal power instantly caused space to shatter and the stars to shatter. Using immortal power as a guide, under that terrifying thrust, Yu Jietian's figure was like lightning cutting through the sea of stars. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Chen Xin'an. The 5 fingers turned into claws, drawing a harsh arc in the broken void. Before the crowd of evil feathered demon race powerhouses could react, the sharp claws had already penetrated Chen Xin'an's body. Seeing this, the crowd of evil feathered demon race powerhouses immediately revealed joy. The old ancestor is indeed powerful, even if they are at the same peak of the human immortal realm. Chen Xin'an is just a mole cricket. The crowd of evil feathered demon race powerhouses bragged, yet Yu Jietian felt that something was wrong. With this claw, he didn't even feel like grabbing something. If it was a normal strong man, this would be normal. After all, his claw winds were also strong enough to tear apart any strong person below the peak of the human immortal realm. However, Chen Xin'an was, after all, a strong person at the peak of the human immortal realm, even if he was weak. No, it's a stump. Yu Jietian instantly reacted, but unfortunately it was already too late. Infinite great immortal power came from the top, from the left to the right, everywhere between heaven and earth. At this moment, Yu Jietian felt like a lonely boat drifting on the endless sea, surrounded by endless waves coming in. Yu Jietian raised his head violently, only to see that in the starry sky tens of thousands of miles away, Chen Xin'an stood like a god. Its fist blasted out. The wind of the fist was severe, and under the terrifying immortal power, it turned into a fist shadow that covered the sky in the sky. It was actually hundreds of times larger than the surrounding stars, and in Yu Jietian's eyes, it was as if a huge world was smashing towards him. No good. Yu Jietian was so shocked that he only felt a rush of scalp numbness, and amidst the vibration of his wings, exercising the extreme speed of the human immortal realm, he was already 1,000,000 miles away in an instant. Such speed was Yu Jietian's greatest reliance, and also his greatest card in the 9 sepulchre immortal realm. However, this speed at the limit of the human immortal realm, in Chen Xin'an, the actual immortal emperor realm, suppressing the realm was also at the martial immortal realm for a strong person. It's just a joke. Yu Jietian fled to 1,000,000 miles away, and before he could wait for the slightest respite, before even having the effort to turn back, Chen Xin'an's boundless fist shadow had slammed down on its body. Rumble! The power of a punch was like being hit by millions of meteors, and under the huge force of the Yu Jietian turned into a meteor and disappeared into the endless starry sky. Rumble! 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 Amidst the continuous roar, Yu Jietian passed through one lifeless star after another, crashing star after star into dust and ash. I don't know how many stars were shattered until, millions of miles away, Yu Jietian embedded himself deeply into the inner core of a star. Elder ancestor. This change could be described as instantaneous, and all of the evil feathered demon race powerhouses could not believe it. There were cries of horror. Having no time to pay attention to these minor characters, Chen Xin'an took a step through the void and, rushing 10,000,000 miles away in an instant. Just then, a loud roar but resounded through the sea of stars, causing dozens of stars to shatter. Chen Xin'an, how dare you! The star core burst open. Infinite magma sprayed the starry sky, revealing Yu Jietian's miserable figure. The current Yu Jietian was covered in cracks and blood soaked like a bloody man. His wings, which were as holy as alabaster, not only snapped into several pieces, it was even covered by the magma inside the star core, burning and turning blood red. It's obvious he's been hit hard. What's all the screaming about? If you weren't still useful, you think you can still stand here intact now? Just with you want to step on the chaotic sky? Chen Xin'an slapped out another palm. His immortal power was monstrous, condensing into a gigantic palm in the sky. It can be a formidable force in the heavens and the earth. Even if the infinite void was vast and boundless, it was actually pressurized by the momentum of this huge palm. Millions of miles of starry rivers were dimmed as they whistled and slapped towards the evil feathered demon clan's old ancestor. Rumble! This time, Yu Jietian didn't even have the power to resist anymore. As the huge palm slapped down, its body was directly shattered, exploding into countless streams of light that scattered in all directions. This guy has already surpassed the human immortal realm? One of the countless pieces of meat, hiding Yu Jietian's spiritual sense until this moment. It was only then that he realized Chen Xin'an's strength and panicked as he tried to flee. As for those evil feathered demon race powerhouses, Yu Jietian didn't care in the slightest. even if they all die. To Yu Jitian, only himself is the most important thing. As long as he lives, the entire evil feathered demon clan can be sacrificed. Humph, don't you think it's a bit late to think of escaping until this point? Chen Xin'an said in a cold voice. Millions of miles of endless emptiness under his spiritual sense probing. Yu Jitian's desire to escape was nothing more than a delusion. His body flashing, Chen Xin'an caught up with the fleeing piece of meat, and an immortal power shot out from his fingertips. Breaking the meat into pieces revealed Yu Jitian's spiritual sense. Reaching out and grabbing, Chen Xin'an caught Yu Jitian's spiritual sense in his hands. With just a gentle squeeze, Yu Jitian would completely disappear into the human world. By this time, those evil feathered demon clan powerhouses, on the other hand, were long gone. Chen Xin'an sneered, truly worthy of being a member of a clan. Yu Jitian did not put these evil feathered demon clan powerhouses in his heart. In the same great calamity, these evil feathered demon race powerhouses did not hesitate to leave Yu Jitian behind. Escape without a trace. No wonder that the messenger of the evil feathered demon clan who came to the chaotic sky and opened his mouth to ask for 1,000,000,000 clan cultivators was so casual, as if he was asking for livestock. It looks like the entire evil feathered demon clan is in the same boat from top to bottom, with the top bullying the bottom and the bottom bullying the bottom. The bottom cultivators were not treated as clansmen at all, but only as consumables. However, with this tactic, you want to escape from Chen Xin'an's hands. That's still a little too childish. Pop. With only a snap of his fingers, in the next instant, far beyond the void, dozens of evil feathered demon race powerhouses that were fleeing were transformed into the most splendid fireworks that rose up and blossomed in the sea of stars. Seeing this, Yu Jitian's spiritual sense was even more alarmed. He no longer had the same arrogant stance that he had just had, and life and death were in Chen Xin'an's hands. He began to beg frantically for mercy. Elder, spare my life. As long as senior spares my life, whatever price I have to pay is fine. Chen Xin'an then inquired. Yu Jitian, now can you tell me what exactly you want from the chaotic sky? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't tell me, I'll go to the evil feathered demon clan's ancestral land to find it myself. As long as senior spares my life, I'll tell all. Yu Jitian begged for mercy. Yu Jitian, you don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. Chen Xin'an shook his head and spoke slowly, and in the next instant the power between his palms, infinite immortal power transformed into 1,000 sharp blades, chopping Yu Jitian's spiritual sense to pieces. The old ancestor of the evil feathered demon clan, who was famous in the 9 secrets of the immortal world, Yu Jitian, just like this, without anyone knowing it, died at the hands of Chen Xin'an. Chapter 49 Heavenly Dao Fruit easily decapitated the crowd of evil feathered demon clan powerhouses and the evil feathered demon clan's old ancestor, Yu Jitian. Now, the crisis of the chaotic sky had been lifted. Right now, not to mention going to war with the chaotic heavens, whether the evil feathered demon clan could even exist was still a question. Amidst the endless void, Chen Xin'an looked towards a distant star on which countless treasures were piled up. This is all Yu Jitian's collection. At the same time as his body was broken by Chen Xin'an, his storage ring was also shattered. The many treasures hidden in it were revealed and piled up there. For these so-called treasures, Chen Xin'an did not have the slightest interest. He had intended to bring it back to chaotic sky, but after just scanning it, Chen Xin'an shook his head. The evil feathered demon race, which uses devouring other races' living beings to enhance their cultivation. These so-called treasures were more like a bunch of evil things in Chen Xin'an's eyes. But among these so-called treasures, Chen Xin'an had instead found an extraordinary ancient scroll. Turning over the ancient scroll, 4 large words came into view. Heavenly Dao Fruit. Heavenly Dao Fruit? What is this thing? It's related to the Heavenly Dao, so I guess it's not a mortal object. Chen Xin'an thought so. It was good that Chen Xin'an still had an almighty system. Anything he didn't understand he could ask it. System alert. The Heavenly Dao Fruit is a supreme divine fruit that takes the Heavenly Dao endless years to condense into, and by swallowing it and refining it, there is a chance to break through the limitations of heaven and earth. Become a powerhouse above the limit. The system replied. What does it mean to be strong above the limit? Chen Xin'an asked after him. System tip. The so-called limits are the limits of the world. For example, in the true martial spirit realm, where the host was previously located, under normal circumstances, the strongest person can only reach the peak of the emperor realm, and as in this 9-demon realm, the strongest can only reach the peak of the human immortal realm, and this heavenly Dao fruit is the supreme treasure that unlocks this restriction. If the heavenly Dao fruit born in the true martial spiritual realm is swallowed and refined by the cultivator, he will be able to step into the human immortal realm, and if a heavenly Dao fruit is born from the 9 secrets demon realm, and a cultivator swallows and refines it, he will be able to reach the middle of the martial immortal realm. With this explanation, Chen Xin'an understood that this heavenly Dao fruit, in fact, it was the cheat that the heavenly Dao prescribed to cultivators, similar to Chen Xin'an's system, only far less powerful. Could it be that what Yu Jiantian wants is the heavenly Dao fruit of the chaotic sky? Chen Xin'an thought so, but a new doubt appeared in his mind. The chaotic sky and the true martial spirit realm are the same, just the lowest level human realm. According to the system, in such a world, the heavenly Dao fruitborn should only be able to help cultivators break through to the human immortal realm. And Yu Jitian is already a strong person at the peak of the human immortal realm. Even if the chaotic sky is really about to give birth to the heavenly Dao fruit, it should be useless to Yu Jitian. Just as he thought of this, a sudden aura flashed through Chen Xin'an's mind. Earlier, the Pavilion master had mentioned to me that the 1,000 years of bordering with the 9-demon realm, the chaotic sky has undergone a mysterious change to the point that it was able to give birth to immortal power and immortal Dao supreme treasures to come. Could it be that the mysterious change caused the chaotic sky to also become a world on the same level as the 9-demon realm? Chen Xin'an analyzed it carefully. If that was the case, then everything made sense. Chaotic sky became a world of equal rank to the demon feather realm. In which case the heavenly Dao fruit born from the chaotic sky then became the key to being able to break through the martial immortal realm. As such, it was no wonder that Yu Jiantian wanted to go to war with the chaotic sky at any cost. The more Chen Xin'an thought about it, the more reasonable he felt as he continued to look through the ancient scrolls. It recorded many signs that the heavenly Dao fruit was about to be born. Now although these visions have not yet appeared in the chaotic heavens, at the end of the ancient scrolls, but there was a line labeled Fei Jietian. By this projection, within 10 years, the chaotic sky may give birth to a heavenly Dao fruit. This line of labeling was tantamount to verifying Chen Xin'an's guess. At this time, Chen Xin'an also realized that the reason why the evil feathered demon race sent emissaries to the 100 races to provoke them was to intentionally provoke the chaotic sky, so that the division could step on the chaotic sky, taking the heavenly Dao fruit. If this is true, an even greater crisis is coming. Chen Xin'an thought so, and he was fully able to predict that what will this soon-to-be-born heavenly Dao fruit bring to the chaotic sky? The evil emperor in the middle of the true martial spiritual realm was willing to slaughter millions of cultivators in order to forge the emperor's soldier. The heaven-slaying demon blade had gone so far as to slaughter the diffractive heaven martial realm for the sake of cultivation. In this cultivation world, human life was like the most worthless thing. This one heavenly Dao fruit that can help one break through to the martial immortal realm. It was enough to send the entire 9 Hell's demon realms powerhouses into a frenzy. Chapter 50 Stormy Weather in Preparation for War. Bad content. Chapter 51 The 9 Secrets Demon Realm Shakes. Bad content. Chapter 52 Recasting 3 Cities. Evil Feathered Demon Race Rises Again. Bad content. Chapter 53 Immortal Tree Manifestation. Dao Fruit to be Born. I'm enlightened. I'm enlightened. Inside a cave in the chaotic sky, an old man with white hair suddenly let out a loud laugh. A majestic pressure was released from within him, signaling a successful breakthrough. Becoming another Emperor Realm powerhouse within the chaotic sky. The old man unleashed his spiritual sense, passing through tens of thousands of miles in an instant. It drew the eyes of countless hundreds of powerful people, but right at this moment, the excitement on the old man's face suddenly stopped, and he stepped out of the cave, his gaze as electric as a look to the sky. Above the dome of the sky, only a brilliant light pierced through the void and, after splitting into billions from above the dome of the sky, it sprinkled in all directions. And in the deepest part of the light, something seemed to be being birthed. What's that? The old man couldn't help but ask so. At the same time, in all parts of the chaotic sky, the cultivators of the 100 races were all looking up at the sky. Observe the mysterious change. For these bottom-level cultivators, they did not know the inside story of the imminent birth of the heavenly Dao fruit. Looking at that celestial dome of radiance, they felt nothing but trepidation. But soon, their trepidation turned to excitement. It was because they realized that ever since that light had appeared, cultivation had become easier. The difficulties of cultivation that used to make them think hard somehow suddenly became clear to them. It was like an epiphany. What has happened to heaven and earth? The 100 races cultivators were talking, and very quickly, some of them reacted. Now is the best time to practice. Therefore, immediately putting down all the affairs in his hands, he entered seclusion at the fastest speed possible, wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to surge up a wave of cultivation. But for those who are really strong, they had already known from Chen Xin'an that the heavenly Dao fruit was about to be born. So looking at the radiance on the dome of the sky, all eyes are grave. Muttering in his heart, a great calamity is coming. Among the 3 border cities, Chen Xin'an's 3 people also looked toward that glow. For the other 2 border cities, I'm counting on you 2 fellow Taoists. The 3 of them communicated with each other through a special means of transmission. Within Heavenly City, Chen Xin'an summoned the original City Lord of Heavenly City. He was one of the 5 human immortal realm powerhouses of the 100 clans, named Spirit Flame True Immortal. Fellow Daoist Spirit Flame, with immediate effect, immediately closed the gates of the city and prohibit all cultivators from entering or leaving. So ordered Chen Xin'an. Although this move would deal a devastating blow to the trade exchanges between the chaotic heavens and the 9 demon realms, but it's necessary. Yes, Spirit Flame True Immortal led the way. Meanwhile, within the Celestial City and the Earth City, the Honorable Heavenly Sword Immortal and the 100 Races Tao Lord gave the same order. Within a day, all 3 of the chaotic skies border cities were closed. Some travel between the 9 demon realms and the chaotic heavens. The merchants and travelers who hadn't yet entered the chaotic sky were stopped outside the city gates, and they were all puzzled. What's going on in the chaotic sky? No one gave them an answer. But there was no need for one, for it was only a few days later, after the glow above the dome of the sky had dissipated, that, immediately after that, another brilliant 7-colored haze ran through the chaotic sky. This radiance was even more infinite, even reaching far within the 9 Hells demon realm. For a time, even the strongest members of the 9 Hells demon realm paid attention to this unusual change. What's going on? Could it be that some exotic treasure has appeared within the chaotic sky? Such a haze is rare in the world. If it's really an exotic treasure, it must be an unimaginable supreme treasure. Did chaotic sky close the border city just to guard this object? The strongest members of the 9 Pantheon demon realm all reacted and sent their strongest members to the outside of the 3 border cities, trying to get into the city to poke around. However, the gates of the 3 border towns were closed, and no matter how much they coerced and enticed, all 3 of Chen Xin'an were unmoved and strictly enforced it, never letting any of them enter within the chaotic sky. Today, within the chaotic sky, no matter what part of the world you are in, all you have to do is look up at the sky and you will see the radiant haze. Those whose cultivation reaches the Emperor realm can see 10,000 auspiciousnesses appearing within the haze of light, thousands of heavy visions across the board. And if one's cultivation level reaches the human immortal realm, one is able to see, in the deepest part of that auspiciousness, it was a reddish golden seed. It was the radiance it emitted that surpassed the sun and spread far beyond the 9 demon realms. This vision lasted for several days in a row, and when the haze also dispersed, that reddish golden seed appeared before the world. Is that the heavenly Tao fruit? Seeing this, Zun Tian Sword Immortal and the 100 Races Tao Lord inquired. No, the birth of the heavenly Tao fruit is not that simple. What we see today is still just the seed. Chen Xin'an had flipped through the ancient books of the evil feathered demon race and clearly knew the process of the birth of the heavenly Tao fruit. In total, there are 3 phases. They are seed stage, development stage, and maturity stage. Today it's the seed stage. To get to the next stage, it also needed to be nourished by endless spiritual power and immortal power. After the seed appeared, the space around it shattered open for no reason. The monks looked, only to see that at the other end of the space, it was an endless sea of spirit and boundless majestic immortal power. The spirit sea poured in, and immortal power gushed out. Amidst the watering, the reddish golden seeds gradually cracked open, from which golden yellow shoots emerged. What the hell was that? Not only were they just those low-ranked cultivators, but there were also some powerful people who traveled to and from the chaotic sky and the 9 demon realm. Because the border towns are closed stranded within the chaotic sky, it was naturally impossible for Chen Xin'an to tell them about the imminent birth of the heavenly Tao fruit, and they hadn't seen the heavenly Tao fruit being born, so they didn't know what that reddish golden seed really was. But after all, paper can't hold fire, and these powerful people from the 9 Hells demon realm didn't recognize that They then captured and topographed this image and transmitted it through special means to the 9 Hells demon realm. At first, even those great figures and powers within the 9 demon realm, it's hard to tell when faced with this vision. They can only traverse the monuments and consult the secret stories. It was also this investigation that the news of the heavenly Tao fruit could no longer be hidden. Heavenly Tao fruit. This is the vision of the imminent birth of the heavenly Tao fruit. Legend has it that the demon ancestor was able to break through to the human immortal realm precisely by relying on the heavenly Tao fruit. Step into a higher realm. Doesn't that mean that whoever is able to obtain the heavenly Tao fruit has the potential to reach the demon ancestor's realm? The moment the vision was broken, an unprecedented storm then swept through the entire 9 Hells demon realm. No matter what realm a strong person is in, the moment he learns of the heavenly Tao fruit, both immediately dropped everything they were doing. Even those powerful people who had closed their doors to death had hurriedly broken out upon hearing the news. Ever since the demon ancestor attained the Tao until now, he has never heard of a heavenly Tao fruit being born. Now that the second one has appeared, it must be captured in your hands no matter what. Even if we have to take on the entire force, we must seize the heavenly Tao fruit. All of the powerhouses of the 9-demon realm were thinking of this, and before they could begin to fight for it, just be ready to do whatever it takes. The temptation of the heavenly Dao fruit was just that great. A rumor spread, but a few days later, outside the 3 border cities, there were nearly 1 million strong people coming like a tidal wave. It looks like the news of the heavenly Dao fruit has been leaked. Above the heavenly city, Chen Xin'an muttered as he looked at the dark crowd in the distance, and he already had a response in mind. With me here, heavenly city won't be a problem, but I'm afraid that the Pavilion Master and Dao Lord will only be able to barely withstand it. I'm going to take care of these people as fast as I can, and then go help the Pavilion Master and the Dao Lord. Chen Xin'an stood up and looked back at the dome of the chaotic sky. The reddish-golden seeds have sprouted seedlings, and golden-yellow branches are beginning to grow. A mere million cultivators. Come on, let this storm come harder. Chapter 54, A Small Trial. Shocking the 9 Hells Demon Realm's strongest. Inside the 9 Sepulchre Demon Realm, nearly 1 million strong people were shoulder to shoulder, transforming into streams of light in millions of paths. It was like a raging torrent, coming from the 9 demon realms. Unstoppable. Start the formation. Above the 3 border cities, the Zun Tian Sword Immortal, the 100 Races Dao Lord, and Chen Xin'an ordered near simultaneously. In an instant, the 3 border cities shook, and infinite spiritual light mixed with majestic immortal power gushed out. Penetrating through heaven and earth, they transformed into formations each like a most solid shield, blocking before the 3 border cities. Outside of the border city, the powerhouses of the 9 Hells Demon Realm disdained this. Those millions of powerful people struck out almost simultaneously. Boundless spiritual power mixed with immortal power converging into one. It transformed into 3 divine spears and shot explosively towards the 3 border cities. The power contained within these 3 divine spears was extremely terrifying, with the terrible impact of pulling up mountains and shaking the sky and the earth. Rumble. With a loud bang, the crowd of powerhouses from the 9 Hells Demon Realm were planning to rush into the chaotic sky. However, when the aftermath dispersed, they realized with a jolt that the 3 border cities were actually not moving at all. Not a hair out of place. What's going on? When did this chaotic Heaven's Edge city become so sturdy? What is that formation? How dare it block our joint attack? Shocked, the crowd of powerhouses in the 9 Hells Demon Realm hovered in midair and did not make any more rash moves. However, it was only for the average powerhouses. For those whose cultivation had reached the human immortal realm, this tactic doesn't scare them. Beyond the celestial city, I saw a big man scurry out of the crowd, with reddish whiskers and hair, and a stout figure, and a body that immortal power flowed like flames, and at a glance, one could tell that he was a strong practitioner of the Fire Dao, whose name was Blazing Flame Martial Immortal. He shouted at Chen Xin'an, who was above the city gate, "We have traveled a long way to. Why don't you come out of the city to greet them?" In the course of 1,000 years, the chaotic heavens were all unseemly forces in the minds of these 9 Hells Demon Realm powerhouses. So even these ordinary human immortal realm powerhouses, there wasn't much reverence for chaotic sky in his heart either. The gates are closed. No one may enter. Chen Xin'an replied calmly, and in a flash, he angered that human immortal realm powerhouse. How dare you? Do you know where I come from? Having angered my clan, I'll make your side of the city turn into flying ashes in a matter of moments. So much for the ban. Violators will be killed without pardon. Chen Xin'an slowly spoke. Good. Then let me try how your side of the city's defense is. After saying that, he only saw the immortal light in that big man's palm surging, transforming into a ball of immortal fire and throwing it towards Tian Chang. Although that fire looked weak, it was incomparably terrifying, as if it could devour everything. Wherever it passes, everything vaporizes and burns, and rises in flames. Even space was on fire. This kind of horrible immortal fire, once it falls into the city, it doesn't even take a moment to. The entire celestial city will be turned into a purgatory. Good job coming. Raise your sword to establish your authority. Let's take your head to deter these powerful people from the 9 Hells Demon Realm. With this thought in his mind, Chen Xin'an reached out and grabbed it. An endless suction came from his palm. In an instant, the flames that filled the sky were sucked into his palm. And then, amidst the shock of the blazing flame martial immortal, Chen Xin'an clenched his 5 fingers. The roiling immortal fire flowed in its palm, transforming into a long flame blade. Swish! Chen Xin'an slashed out with a knife, and the immortal fire transformed into blade light, instantly cutting through space. The speed was so fast that the blazing flame martial immortal didn't even react. By the time he realized something, the head had long since rolled to the ground. Although the head of a person falls to the ground, the vitality of a strong person in the realm of the human immortal is extremely tenacious, and as long as the spiritual consciousness is not extinguished, you can be reborn even if your body is destroyed. But what Chen Xin'an chopped out was also not an ordinary blade light, but was transformed by immortal flame. Swish! In an instant, the blazing flame martial immortal's body was on fire. At first the blazing flame martial immortal tried to manipulate the flames, but he soon realized that this immortal fire was far superior to his immortal fire, and he was unable to extinguish it at all, and could only watch as his body was burned out little by little. What the hell is he? The blazing flame martial immortal was so startled that a spirit sense sprang out of its tumbling head and he had given up his body and wanted to vanish. You want to leave now? Don't you think it's a little late? Chen Xin'an sneered as the remaining immortal fire in his palm condensed into a long spear. A gun exploded out, penetrating the blazing flame martial immortal's spiritual consciousness and bringing up the blazing flame martial immortal's head, pinning it firmly in the void. It's a lot of talk, but it's really just a few moments. Chen Xin'an thundered out, decapitating the blazing flame martial immortal like stepping on an ant. It quickly shocked the surrounding powerhouses of the Nine Hells demon realm, causing them to suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss! Who is he? Surprisingly, he has such strength. Blazing Flame Martial Immortal is no longer a mid-human immortal realm powerhouse. In the hands of this youth it was so unbeatable. Could it be that this is a strong person at the peak of the human immortal realm? Outside the city gates, the crowd of powerful people in the Nine Demon realm were talking, and in contrast, within the celestial city, and there was a lot of cheering. Not only did the strongest people in the Nine Phantoms demon realm not recognize Chen Xin'an, but within the chaotic heaven, those who know Chen Xin'an are also in the minority. Watching this unfamiliar powerhouse occupy the position of Heavenly City Lord, who had been calling the shots all this time, the hearts of the many powerful people within the Heavenly City were also displeased. But at this point, after seeing Chen Xin'an's strength, that displeasure had long since been thrown out of the sky. The strongest is honored. The unchanging truth of this world. Chen Xin'an's thunderous tactics were also remarkably effective. And outside the border towns, the multitude of Nine Hells demon realm powerhouses who had just clamored for help looked at the blazing flame martial immortal who had been nailed to death in the void. And no one dared to step forward at this time. Meanwhile, outside the Earth City and the Human City, there were also similarly provocations by powerful people of the immortal realm. And the Zun Tian Sword Immortal and the 100 Races Dao Monarchs were also fearless. Charge forward and fight these powerhouses. In a one-on-one situation, both of them were unafraid. But it was only half an hour before he had already killed several strong people of the same level in a row. Seeing this, the powerhouses of the Nine Sepulchre demon realm also put down their faces and began to fight with many against few, surrounding the duo. If it were before, the duo would have been in jeopardy, for sure. However, with the formation arranged in the city as a backing, both of them had no fear. Outside the Earth City, looking at the nearly 10 mid-human immortal realm powerhouses teaming up to attack, Zun Tian Sword Immortal clenched his hand in a seal. The immortal formation named Thick Kuan Oversea was activated. An infinite immortal power gushed out all of a sudden. It scurried into the clouds and transformed into an immortal dragon. The immortal dragon soared into the 9 heavens, roared and swooped down, accelerated with a flinging. Before the arrival of the attacks from the crowd of powerhouses, the 100 meetings point on top of the head of Zun Tian Sword Immortal rushed into his body. Immortal formation into the body. Under that huge infusion of immortal power, Zun Tian Sword Immortal's cultivation skyrocketed. In an instant, he had reached the peak of the human immortal realm, becoming one of the most powerful people in the Nine Secrets demon realm. A terrifying pressure was released from its body, and just one sword chopped out. The monstrous immortal power then transformed into boundless swordlight, connecting the heavens to the ground and shattering the sky and the earth. Rumble! In the sound of explosions, dozens of human immortal realm powerhouses all died, turning into countless fragments. At that instant, Zun Tian Sword Immortal stood alone with his sword outside the city, and an illusory dragon's shadow appeared behind him. It was like a sword god coming to the world, causing the strongest people in the Nine Demon realm to have no one dare to come forward again. Outside of Human City, a dozen or so human immortal realm powerhouses joined forces to attack the 100 Races Dao Lord. The 100 Races Dao Lord activated the immortal formation known as the Holy Spirit Battle Heaven Formation. The immortal formation operated, transforming into a golden sun hanging behind the Taoist monarch's head. The 100 Races Dao Lord's realm immediately soared, also reaching the peak of the human immortal realm. A terrifying pressure emanated from in an instant, it caused those 10 or so human immortal realm powerhouses to lose most of their battle spirit. In a few moments of exchanging blows, he killed all those 10 or so human immortal realm powerhouses. When he looked at the 100 Races Dao Lord again, he was still unharmed. A big sun appeared behind his head, lined with several weights of immortal wheels, just like a god's presence. No one dared to come forward again. The crisis was temporarily lifted, and within the 3 border cities, countless hundreds of clan cultivators cheered. while outside the 3 border cities, the strongest members of the 9 Hells Demon Realm were all shaking their heads and sighing. In that case, it looks like we won't be able to take these 3 border cities for a while. The crowd of powerhouses in the 9 Hells Demon Realm thought so, but instead of leaving, they stationed themselves at the border between the 2 worlds. They knew that the 3 border towns were safe only temporarily. It was because those truly powerful people in the 9 Sepulchre Demon Realm, the existences at the peak of the human immortal realm had yet to show up. For Chaotic Sky, the real crisis had yet to come as well. Chapter 55, Group of Enemies. 9 Immortals attack. The 3 Chen Xin'an were in full force, slaying dozens of human immortal realm powerhouses in a row. For a time, it shocked the nearly 1 million strong people of the 9 Hells Demon Realm, making them not dare to come forward. Zun Tian Sword Immortal and the 100 Races Downlord were relieved. Though, however, the color of worry between their brows had not diminished in the slightest. Could it be that the 2 seniors are worried that they won't be able to defend the border city? Chen Xin'an's voice came through a special summoning means. With the help of the Taoist friends and the immortal formation, I should have been as steady as a mountain. Except that over both shoulders, it's the lives of hundreds of millions of living beings. So I can't afford not to worry. Chen Xin'an nodded. It seemed that before this crisis was completely lifted, the Zun Tian Sword Immortal duo was having trouble relaxing. At the same time, on the other side, within the 9 Hells Demon Realm, the news that dozens of human immortal realm powerhouses attacked the city and were all killed came back. It shocked countless powerful people of the 9 Hells Demon Realm. When did Chaotic Sky become so powerful? A strange youth. 2 terrifying immortal formations. Where on earth did these come out from? In that case, wouldn't the Chaotic Sky already have 3 peak human immortal realm powerhouses? Among the current generation, I'm afraid there are not many forces that have this kind of heritage. By the looks of it, unless those top-tier forces join forces, we're afraid that it will be difficult for us to enter the Chaotic Sky and compete for the Heavenly Tao Fruit. In the midst of the discussions of the powerful people of the 9 Hells Demon Realm, in the blink of an eye, dozens of days had passed. In the dome of the Chaotic Sky, the shoots had transformed into heavenly immortal trees, standing tall and tall. It is tens of thousands of miles high, with luxuriant branches and leaves, covering the sky and the sun, so that the light of the sun and the moon cannot penetrate it, and it stands between heaven and earth, magnificent and spectacular in the extreme. But what attracted the most attention was not the immortal tree itself, but at its top branches, a fist-sized fruit had formed there. The fruit is shaped like a human embryo with 4 limbs and 5 senses. Even though it had just been condensed, this fruit already had the power to gulp heaven and earth. The infinite spirit sea mixed with majestic immortal power was swallowed by it, manifesting all sorts of divine phenomena. The void trembled more than. Listen carefully. Invisible is the sound of the Taoist sound burst. And this was the divine object of heaven and earth that made countless powerful people salivate. Heavenly Dao fruit. To be precise, it was a heavenly Dao fruit that had not yet ripened. It was at this time that some cultivators had other ideas. This day, a figure swept across the heavens like lightning, rapidly approaching the divine tree rooted in the void. Its body was majestic with immortal power, and it was actually a strong person in the middle stage of the personal immortal realm. He scurried up the divine tree at breakneck speeds and rushed straight to the top branch. Immortal power flowed and transformed into a large hand that headed towards the heavenly Dao fruit that had not fully matured. He was actually going to pluck this heavenly Dao fruit before it had ripened. Wait my ass. The longer I wait, the less likely it is that this supreme treasure will belong to me. Why don't you let me pick it off now? Even though the efficacy is greatly reduced, it's still a rare treasure for ages. A bunch of brainless fools. That figure saw that there was unexpectedly no one guarding the divine tree within the chaotic heavens, and screamed in such a way that, as if they were so smart, but in reality, no one is dumber than he is. Some of the powerful people who had been paying attention to the heavenly Dao fruit, witnessing the cultivator who wanted to directly pick the unripe heavenly Dao fruit, he recognized his identity. It turns out that this man is the head of a chamber of commerce. He traveled between the chaotic sky and the 9 demon realms to sell heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He happened to be within the days of chaos when the 3 border cities were closed and by doing so, he stayed within the chaotic sky. The lord of the chamber of commerce and the heavenly Dao fruit were already close at hand, but still no one came to stop them. Seeing this, it was even more excited. However, the moment its palm made of immortal power touched the heavenly Dao fruit, above the divine tree, endless terrifying purple-red thunder suddenly erupted. Purple-red thunder roared and transformed into a thunder dragon, coiling above the branches. This was a heavenly punishment that Chen Xin'an had seen before, the silent divine thunder. It was just that compared to the time we had seen in the thundering sect, the power of the silent divine thunder this time was infinitely terrifying, 10,000 times more than before. The Lord of the Chamber of Commerce was shocked, and he realized with a jolt that he was wrong. No one guarded the heavenly Dao Dao fruit because the heavenly Dao Dao fruit didn't need anyone to guard it at all. This was a supreme treasure nurtured by the heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao was its backstage. Anyone who tries to take him away will be punished by heaven. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to think about it now. With a roar, lightning spurted like a tidal wave. In just a single glance, the Lord of the Chamber of Commerce exploded into a mess of flesh and blood. The branches of the immortal tree swept, blood and flesh splattered and scattered in all directions, and another gust of fresh wind blew over the world could no longer find the slightest trace of that Lord of the Chamber. The death of the Lord of the Chamber of Commerce caused many strong people to sweat, because they were also holding the same idea as this Lord of the Chamber of Commerce. They were just a step too late. From this moment on, no one had any thoughts of secretly picking the heavenly Dao Dao fruit. On the other hand, within the Nine Sepulchre demon realm, the heavenly Dao Dao fruit is about to be born, and it's almost time for the seat to make a move. The heavenly Dao Dao fruit was growing rapidly, and by this time, those powerhouses of the Nine Hells demon realm truly couldn't sit still. They had passed through the space gate and arrived at the border of the two worlds. And now, after all this time of brewing and fermentation, millions of cultivators had been stationed at the junction of the Nine Underworld demon realm and the chaotic sky. Among these cultivators, human immortal realm powerhouses only occupied a very small portion. The true majority were the strongest of the Emperor realm and Saint realm. They probably knew that they were not strong enough and that it was almost impossible to grab the heavenly Dao Dao fruit. But they're just like gamblers. Even if there's only a 1 in a billion chance, try them all. But with the arrival of the true powerhouses of the Nine Sepulchre demon realm, the probability of them obtaining the heavenly Dao Dao fruit had long since been far less than 1 in a billion. On this day, outside the heavenly city, a 5-colored immortal flag suddenly pierced through the void and shot explosively from the sky. It caused terrifying waves, and the power of the 5 elements transformed into a 5-colored torrent that surged and surged. It caused space to shatter and the heavens and earth to tremble. That terrifying might was simply going to uproot heavenly city directly. Chen Xin'an stood on top of the city wall and saw the 5-colored immortal flag coming. Raise your hand and throw a punch. Pounds of majestic immortal power surged through the void, transforming into shocking fist shadows. Boom! Only a loud rumbling sound was heard. The fist shadow dissipated, and the immortal flag flew backwards in a flash. The infinite aftershocks were released, sweeping down a star and causing the sun and moon to change their positions. Top human immortal Dao weapon. It looks like the visitor is a peak human immortal realm powerhouse. Chen Xin'an thought so, then looked out into the sky and asked in a cold voice, "Since your excellency is here, why hide your head?" As the voice fell, one could only see the space break apart where the 5-colored immortal flag flew backwards, and right in the middle of that shattered void, a hand appeared for no apparent reason, grabbing the immortal flag, and a handsome youth then appeared from the void. When he saw the young man's face clearly, in an instant, it drew countless powerful people from the Nine Hells demon realm to cry out in shock. It's the 5 elements immortal monarch, a supreme powerhouse at the peak of the human immortal realm. Isn't he rumored to have been seated 100 years ago? In the midst of the shock of all the powerful people, suddenly, the earth sounded and shook more than. It was as if a huge earthquake had occurred. The crowd searched for the source, only to see that in the distance, a figure hundreds of feet tall walked slowly with heavy steps. It's the giant clan's most powerful person, Immortal Emperor Taiyue, 2 peak human immortal realm powerhouses. The attraction of the heavenly Dao Dao fruit is truly amazing. Before the shock of all the powerful people ended, immediately afterward, 1,000 feet wide, blowing in the distance, a pitch-black colored storm that cuts through heaven and earth. "You're all here, how can you miss me?" A voice came from the middle of the storm, and when it dispersed, it revealed an old man with a cat's face. Although this old man looked ordinary, the immortal power in his body was incomparably terrifying. It was not inferior to the 5 elements immortal monarch and the Taiwei immortal monarch. One didn't need to think about it to know that it must be a famous and powerful person as well. It's the old ancestor of the cat demon clan. Some of the strongest members of the 9 pantheon demon realm also recognized his identity. Above the celestial city, Chen Xin'an looked at the 3 magnificent figures of the, feeling the majestic pressure they released. He also couldn't help but be staggered. 3 peak human immortal realm powerhouses came together to besiege heavenly city. It does carry enough weight, and at the same time, the other 2 border cities, the Earth City and the People's City outside. The situation was not much different. Outside of the Earth City, there was a burly man with swift winds in his feet and 1,000 weights of lightning in his body. There was even a half-human, half-snake palace woman covered in turquoise blue, surrounded by millions of water waves. There was also a bone-thin old man with wings on his back, which vibrated and caused the wind and clouds in the sky to change. They were respectively the Wind Thunder Beast race's supreme elder, the Wind Thunder Immortal, the matriarch of the Serpent People, Aquamarine Fairy Lady, as well as the old ancestor of the Sky Wing clan, Old Immortal Split Sky. All of them were well-known peak human immortal realm powerhouses of the Nine Hells demon realm, and outside the city of man. It was an old man with red hair and red whiskers sitting on top of a huge immortal gourd, the old ancestor of the Dan demon ancestor. The Fire Hulk dancers. There was also an old man whose body was actually made of gold and iron, and he was holding a long spear, which was the old ancestor of the mining demon ancestor, the Fairy of the Rock, and a young man in brocade robes, but with a mouth as big as a basin, who was a supreme member of the Tengu clan, Immortal Moon Swallower. 3 border cities, a total of 9 peak human immortal realm powerhouses coming to attack this luxurious lineup. It's really the first time in millions of years. Chapter 56, defeating the 3 immortals first. Outside the 3 border cities, 9 figures at the peak of the human immortal realm stood. Terrifying pressure was released from their bodies, carrying an incomparable might that could suppress everything in the world. Above the city walls, all the 100 race powerhouses were incomparably nervous when they saw this. Since the 3 border towns were built, there had never been such a crisis. Above the walls of Sky City, all of you need not be alarmed. Each of you do your duty and hold the border city. Leave everything else to me. Chen Xin'an comforted the crowd and then leapt down from above the city gates. Who the hell are you? Within the chaotic sky, there is no one as strong as you. Looking at Chen Xin'an's unfamiliar appearance, the 3 Taiyue immortal monarchs questioned so. That voice shook the heavens and drew the heavens and earth to tremble, and the sun and moon to sway. Terrifying pressure rose up to the sky, transforming into a boundless immortal tide in an instant. Surging and surging, wrapped in the great power of heaven and earth, it rushed towards Chen Xin'an. 100 Races Alliance. Chen Xin'an. As the voice fell, Chen Xin'an's body shook around him, and the sound waves contained majestic immortal might. In an instant, the terrifying pressure washed away, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. Sure has some skills. The trio's hearts stared, and they turned to continue. You should be clear about the purpose of our visit. Open the gates and we'll still be spared the sword. Chaotic sky ahead. No one may enter. Chen Xin'an replied, his voice resolute, without the slightest room for negotiation. It looks like you're insistent that we fight. The 5 Elements immortal monarch said in a cold voice. Fellow Taoists, there's no point in talking to him, since he won't get out of the way. Let's kill him and then step on Sky City. Immortal Emperor Taiyue let out a loud cry and was the first to strike. His mountain-like body moved violently. 1 step of the sky quaking, 2 steps of space shattering. In an instant, he rushed in front of Chen Xin'an, and with a flash of golden light in his palm, the 2 golden mace as huge as heavenly pillars appeared. His arms sunk down, and with a fierce force, the double mace smashed towards Chen Xin'an. This double mace was heavy, even though immortal monarch Taiyue hadn't performed any immortal martial arts. But the so-called one force breaks all laws. Such a huge body, such a terrifying force. If it was an ordinary human immortal realm powerhouse, he would have been smashed into flesh in an instant. Good timing. I'll defeat you first. As the double mace attacked, Chen Xin'an clenched his palms and was about to blast out with his fists. Right at this moment, the space around Chen Xin'an violently shattered apart. A dark figure appeared behind Chen Xin'an like a ghost. It's the cat demon clan ancestor. Not to be outdone, he struck out at the same time that immortal Emperor Taiyue did. The subtle stance was such that no one noticed how he appeared behind Chen Xin'an. 5 fingers were like knives, cutting through space, as the cat demon old ancestor violently grabbed at. Thousands of space fragments transformed into thousands of sharp blades and chopped towards Chen Xin'an together. The front and back attacked, and the 5 Elements immortal monarch was not willing to lag behind. The 5 Elements immortal flag danced in its hands. The centimeter is filled with fire and red. A fiery whistling sound resounded through the heavens, and everything burned up. Even that space was scorched and melted. When the 5 Elements immortal flag flapped, everything was extinguished, and the blazing flames transformed into a huge red sun. It smashed towards Chen Xin'an, but in an instant, 3 incomparably terrifying attacks surrounded Chen Xin'an, seals off every way back. Inside the heavenly city, the strongest members of the 100 races all tensed their heartstrings when they saw this. On the other hand, when the powerhouses of the 9 Hells demon realm saw this, they all rejoiced. So strong, who in the world can be defeated when the 3 adults join forces? That Chen Xin'an is really out of his depth. Trying to resist the 3 adults with the power of one person is a fool's errand. The 9 Hells demon realm powerhouses cheered more than once, as if the breach of the heavenly city was only a matter of moments away. Unfortunately, what happened next was what made their jaws drop. In the face of those 3 terrifying attacks, Chen Xin'an was calm and collected. There may truly be no one in the human immortal realm who can withstand these three people joining forces, but it's a pity that even if I suppress my realm, I still have the cultivation of the martial immortal realm. Chen Xin'an thought so in her heart. Then her lips lightly opened and only one word could be heard coming out of its mouth. Stop. The voice wasn't high, but it seemed to have boundless magic. It swept through heaven and earth in an instant. No matter how far away it was, no matter where it was, all the powerhouses of the Nine Hells demon realm were able to hear this sound ringing in their ears. With the sound of stop, in a flash, the three terrifying attacks were all as if they were frozen. No matter how hard that Taiyue immortal monarch tried to make it, the veins in his arms were rippling. Anyhow, how sharp the claws of the cat demon clan's old ancestor are. The space shatters into invisible blades. Let that red sun and red orb, how blazing and boundless, melt the heavens. But all of them could only stop 3 inches in front of Chen Xin'an in unison, unable to advance the slightest bit further. What's this going on? The 3 Taiyue immortal monarchs were shocked. Tens of thousands of years of cultivation since they had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Before the 3 of them could figure out the situation, another word spat out from Chen Xin'an's mouth immediately afterward. Get out! As the words fell, boundless immortal power flooded the heavens and earth, converging into a giant hammer that fell. Rumble! With a loud bang, the giant hammer fell, and under the impact of the infinite giant power, straight away, the Taiyue immortal monarch knocked back thousands of miles and plunged headfirst into the Nine Hells demon realm, causing a 1,000-mile plain to collapse. The cat demon clan's old ancestor then tilted his head back and collapsed, along with the thousands of space fragments that turned into meteors across the sky. The boom was embedded in the ground 10,000 miles away. Although the 5 elements immortal monarch was the most distant from Chen Xin'an, the red sun was swept by the giant hammer and in an instant, it smashed towards the 5 elements immortal monarch. Rumble! There was another loud bang, and thousands of miles of space were annihilated, leaving only a void. The 5 elements immortal monarch fell from the void to the ground, covered in scorched black. It was like crawling out of a coal pile. With just 2 words, the joint efforts of 3 peak human immortal realm supreme beings were crushed. Chen Xin'an's power completely shocked every strong person present. What the hell is he? Chapter 57, Chen Xin'an's support. Defeating all 9 immortals. Just by spitting out 2 words, he defeated all 3 peak human immortal realm powerhouses. This kind of terrifying strength caused all of the strongest members of the Nine Hells demon realm who were present to be struck by lightning. For an instant, it all seemed as if they were frozen beyond words. Gobble, gobble. In shock, the powerhouses of the Nine Hells demon realm unconsciously swallowed their saliva. It was only at this point that they realized that, what a dangerous thing to stay outside the border towns themselves. It was still so easy to deal with a peak human immortal realm powerhouse, so if Chen Xin'an looked at them unfavorably, none of them will live to see this day. I'm afraid. On the other hand, in the middle of the celestial city, although the 100 races powerhouses were also shocked beyond belief, when they reacted to immediately, a burst of cheers erupted. For them, the stronger Chen Xin'an was, the safer the 100 races alliance would be. Boom, boom, with 2 loud bangs, within the collapsed plains, immortal Emperor Taiyue climbed up and revealed himself. The cat demon clan's old ancestor climbed up from the ground and rose into the air. The 5 elements immortal flag, on the other hand, wrapped around the charred and blackened 5 elements immortal monarch and hovered in midair. Just when the powerhouses of the Nine Hells demon realm felt that the real battle was about to begin. What no one expects is that these 3 peak human immortal realm powerhouses unexpectedly disappeared directly into the heavens in a puff of smoke, never to be seen again. 3 peak human immortal realm powerhouses, the top few ranked supreme powerhouses of the 9 underworld demon realm. Surprisingly, he just ran away. Such a scene caused the 9 Hells demon realm powerhouses present to become even more jaw-dropped. That's decisive. In that case, I'll let you go. Chen Xin'an spoke slowly and walked inside the heavenly city amidst the cheers of the chaotic sky powerhouses. As soon as he entered the city, he immediately attracted countless powerful people bowing and saluting, respectfully calling him Lord from the bottom of their hearts. If they had said that before, they still had slight words about Chen Xin'an overriding the city lord to manage Sky City. But now, their microaggressions have long since turned into chants. Defeat the 3 immortals, defend the celestial city, and shelter the city's inhabitants. At this moment, in the hearts of the chaotic sky powerhouses, Chen Xin'an's prestige soared like a rocket. It was almost no less than the Zun Tian Sword Immortal and the 100 Races Tao Lord. And outside of Sky City, for their part, all the powerhouses of the 9 Hells demon realm shook their heads. They had even less hope for the heavenly city that even 3 peak human immortal realm powerhouses couldn't attack. It looks like we're hopeless with the heavenly Dao fruit. Alas, let's go. Unless Lord Demon Ancestor reappears in the human world. Then, no one will be a match for Chen Xin'an. Amidst the murmurs, the powerful people of the 9 psionic demon realm outside of the celestial city left one after another. The crisis in Heavenly City was also considered lifted. But in contrast, 2 other border towns remain in danger. Chen Xin'an handed over the city's immortal formation and everything to the spirit flame true immortal for the time being, and opened a door of space. Immediately rushed towards the other 2 border cities. Among the human city and the earth city, Chen Xin'an chose to take the lead in supporting the human city because among the 3 of them, the 100 races downlords were considered the weakest. Outside of the human city, just as Chen Xin'an had predicted, the situation for the 100 races downlords was not optimistic. Although with the immortal formation, the 100 races downlord was able to step into the peak of the human immortal realm, but his opponents were also at the peak of the human immortal realm, not to mention being 1 against 3. The 100 races downlord took on 1,000 incarnations, each of which executed a very different martial art. Hundreds of martial arts paths were stacked on top of each other, and their power was incomparably astonishing. If it was 1-on-1, he was no inferior to any of the 3 people surrounding him, but 1 against 3, even though he had done his best, he was still stretched to the limit, and the battle lasted but a moment. Then the decline was already evident. Do you still want to be recalcitrant? Dao, father of the 100 clans, you're at the end of your rope. The next move the 3 of us can take your life. The Fire Hulk Dan Immortal said in a cold voice. On the other side, the 100 races Downlord was panting as he retrieved his 1,000 Dharma bodies, barely maintaining their battle power. Even so, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Good, a man of honor. When you die the old man will collect your body for you. I'm sorry, Shi Zhongxian said in a chilling voice, holding a long spear in his hand. Don't worry, you're not alone. This side of town will accompany you alone. Just as the 3 of them, the Fire Hulk Dan Immortals, were once again preparing to strike, beheading the 100 race Downlords and stepping on the 3 border cities. In the nick of time, a voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Just by yourselves you want to step on my border city and behead the strongest members of my clan. In my opinion, better leave your own lives behind. Hearing this voice, the 100 races Downlord was relieved, and he knew that with Chen Xin'an in here, the crisis in Renchang will be over. What man? The 3 human immortal realm powerhouses were shaken with rage, not expecting that anyone would dare to step forward at this time. Kill your people. With a response, in the next instant, a door of space appeared in front of the 100 races Downlord. The moment it was opened, boundless immortal power was vented out as if it had broken the dike. This immortal power was boundless, far beyond the limits of the human immortal realm. Not good. It's a powerhouse above the human immortal realm. Retreat. At this instant, the 3 Fire Hulk Dancian were greatly alarmed, and each of them exerted their means to disappear 10 million miles away in an instant. However, in front of Chen Xin'an, this was nothing more than a dying struggle. When Chen Xin'an stepped out from within the space gate, a sweep of his spiritual sense reached as far as 10 million miles away. Looking at the 3 people who fled in a sorry state, Chen Xin'an snorted coldly. Chop! The sound was like thunder, penetrating through heaven and earth, and the boundless immortal power transformed into 3 divine swords, which chopped out. Even the heavens and earth were cut open, and the monstrous sword chi pierced through the 9 heavens and the sky, penetrating through the bodies of the 3 in just an instant. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After the 3 explosions, 10 million miles away, there was only a destructive heaven and earth left. And perishing of all things. The 3 peak human immortal realm powerhouses were decimated without even the slightest struggle. This was the difference between the martial immortal realm and the human immortal realm. Having resolved the 3 Fire Hulk dancers, Chen Xin'an swept his gaze over the hundreds of thousands of powerful people from the 9 Hells demon realm outside of the human city. Even a strong person at the peak of the human immortal realm died without a body, let alone these general cultivators. Looking at Chen Xin'an's gaze sweeping over, as if seeing the king of hell naming his name, all the cultivators of the 9 devil realm were frightened, and they fled regardless, rushing and trampling under each others. It is feared that tens of thousands of people have been squeezed alive. Just a few moments later, those hundreds of thousands of strong people from the 9 Hells demon realm disappeared without a trace. In this way, the crisis in the city of man was lifted. Chen Xin'an turned his head towards the 100 races Downlord and waved out an immortal force into his body. After replenishing its consumption, he then said, Dao Lord, I'll leave the human city to you. I have to go help the Pavilion master. Don't worry. The 100 races Downlord nodded solemnly. Another spatial gate opened, and Chen Xin'an quickly rushed towards Earth City. At this moment, outside of the Earth City, Zun Tian Sword Immortal was holding a martial immortal Dao weapon. His sword aura shocking the heavens and his sword might monstrous. Each sword slash was able to force back the 3 powerhouses that surrounded him. Chen Xin'an arrived in the middle of the Earth City, and looking around, he was able to see that although Zun Tian's sword Immortal appeared to be invincible in terms of divine might, his body's immortal power was already close to depletion, and he was only holding on strongly now. Chen Xin'an knew that it was time for him to make a move. Lifting his hand, an immortal force shot out, dividing heaven and earth and transforming it into a boundless barrier that split the battlefield. He then instantly arrived beside Zun Tian's sword Immortal. Pavilion Master, leave it to me next, Chen Xin'an said. Alas, I wanted to ease some of the burden for you, but I didn't realize that in the end, you'd have to carry it all. It's a real shame. The Pavilion Master has done his best, so what is there to be ashamed of? Then I'll leave everything to fellow Taoist Chen. Zun Tian's sword Immortal put away his longsword, wiped away the sweat on his head, and turned into a long rainbow to enter the city to recuperate. Seeing that the momentum of the rainbow he had transformed was intermittent, he was indeed exhausted. On the other side, seeing that the battle was interrupted, the three Wind Thunder Immortal Sovereigns were furious, saying, How dare you get involved in our fight? Humph, so what if I get involved? Chen Xin'an said casually, more like adding oil to the fire. With these words, it was clear that he did not place the three Wind Thunder Immortal Sovereigns in his eyes. The truth was exactly the same. With Chen Xin'an's cultivation, not to mention the three-peak human immortal realm powerhouses, it was 300. He didn't give a damn. Unlike Zun Tian's sword Immortal and the 100 Races Downlord, Chen Xin'an had the backing of the system. He never worried about any crisis. Whoever you are, come here and die. The cold voices of the three Wind Thunder Immortals echoed. Immortal power surged out from their bodies like a tidal wave, and in an instant, three supreme immortal spells were executed, with light and splendor flowing, shaking the heavens and earth. The three immortal laws fused into one, turning into an irresistible torrent that came towards Chen Xin'an. Seeing this, Chen Xin'an just laughed coldly. Sculptor's little skill, unconscionable. In the next moment, an unspeakably terrifying pressure was released from Chen Xin'an's body, enveloping the universe. The bright stars above the nine heaven star river couldn't withstand the impact of this force and broke apart one after another. The light dissipated, and the earth even trembled and cracked and crumbled, as if it wanted to sever the connection between the two worlds. Chen Xin'an then slapped out a palm, and in an instant, like a dike breaking, immortal power surged and it transformed into an immense and incomparable palm. This palm, I don't know its width and geometry, only to see that as soon as it appeared, it obscured the stars and rivers in the sky, clogging up the entire heaven and earth. It could be said to be connected to the nine heavens above and the abyss below. This immortal power, feeling the supreme immortal power in that palm, all three of the Wind Thunder Immortal Sovereigns were shocked. They've joined the Fire Hulk dancers outside the city of Man, realizing that this was not the kind of immortal power that the human immortal realm could possess. At this moment they wanted to escape, but it was too late. Rarely do they have miraculous body techniques that can cross the sea of stars in an instant and straddle heaven and earth, but it was still nowhere near as fast as this palm. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of fleeing, only three terrifying vibrations like the collision of meteors could be heard. Then the onlookers saw three fiery red meteors flying out at a rapid speed, heading straight into the sky. Soon there was no trace to be seen. There are powerful people who perform immortal arts. However, it was seen that this palm had actually slapped the three human immortal realm powerhouses directly out of the nine pantheon demon realm, smashing down into the nameless stars in the endless void. And every one of them had their bodies shattered, their consciousness dissipated, and their life and death were unknown. With just one palm, he defeated three peak human immortal realm powerhouses. Such a scene was even more shocking. The powerful people of the Nine Hells demon realm outside the Earth City, witnessing this scene, were immediately terrified and scattered like birds and beasts, getting away with it. Numerous powerhouses fled in panic, transforming into millions of long rainbows, and dozens of more space gates opened up. In the midst of the chaos, many more strong people were killed by the rush and the tearing of space. After an incense stick of time, the outside of the Earth City also became empty. By now, the crisis from the Nine Hells demon realm had passed most of the way. When everything that happened in the three border cities today spreads out, at that time, not to mention coming to attack chaotic sky, it was already good enough for those powerful people of the Nine Hells demon realm to be able to hear chaotic sky without their livers cracking. Too strong. It's like a heavenly god descending from the heavens. Yes, throughout the ages, who could be stronger than Senior Chen? Within the three border cities, the sounds of shock rose and fell, like waves of the sea rising above one another. Countless hundreds of tribal powerhouses chanted Chen Xin'an's name in unison, almost as if they were worshipping him as a god. Chapter 58, Feather Gothic Attack. Chen Xin'an alone defeated 9 peak human immortal realm powerhouses consecutively in a crushing manner. After such news was sent back to the Nine Hells Demon Realm, the entire Nine Hells Demon Realm was dumbfounded. At first, the cultivators of the Nine Hells Demon Realm were all in disbelief. This had completely exceeded their cognition, as if it was a mythological story. But as more and more survivors speak out, they just don't want to admit it anymore. Had to believe it too. In an instant, an even bigger storm covered the storm of the imminent birth of the heavenly Dao fruit. Of those 9 peak human immortal realm powerhouses, other than the 3 who escaped outside of Sky City, the remaining 6 are all dead. As for those remaining 3, they all silently returned to their respective forces and immediately announced their seclusion. Anyone who visits and asks is silent. In the battle outside of Heavenly City, they had realized that Chen Xin'an might not be a human immortal realm powerhouse. With such an existence, it wasn't much more difficult to exterminate them than pinching an ant. At this point in time, they are not daring to comment on anything that I was afraid that I would be found by Chen Xin'an. Their pride that had been accumulated over tens of thousands of years had been shattered by Chen Xin'an. The only thing they had in their hearts now was an overwhelming fear of Chen Xin'an. These 3 human immortal realm powerhouses closed their doors and didn't say a word. It was even more so that the cultivators of the Nine Hells Demon Realm were talking about it. What in the world is he? Why is he so powerful? Throughout history, I've never heard of a strong man so powerful that he's. Could it be that he has already surpassed the human immortal realm? It's over. Which major power within the Nine Sepulchre Demon Realm hasn't bullied Chaotic Sky during these 1,000 years? Now that they had Chen Xin'an, if they were to obtain the heavenly Dao fruit and create a demon ancestor realm powerhouse, then wouldn't the entire Nine Spectres Demon Realm change its last name? When this statement was made, it immediately drew fear and anxiety from countless cultivators in the Nine Hells Demon Realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the 3 border cities of the Chaotic Sky was another scene. Chen Xin'an is able to pull back the tide and help the building to fall. The act of one person protecting the entire Chaotic Sky. It had already reaped the recognition and respect of the 100 races within the Chaotic Sky. Nowadays its reputation, its status, its fan base, it was by no means below Zun Tian Sword Immortal and the 100 races Daolord. Senior Chen, the Qingfeng Sword Emperor seeks an audience. Senior Chen, the Mad Blade Emperor seeks an audience. Senior Chen. Within a few days, there was an endless stream of posts to pay homage like snowflakes, and within the 100 clans, countless powerful people wanted to catch a glimpse of Chen Xin'an and listen to his teachings. Just as the songs and dances were being sung and danced as if the fight for the heavenly Dao fruit had already come to a close. Inside the Nine Spectres Demon Realm, the evil feathered demon clan's ancestral land, an evil feathered demon race emperor realm powerhouse quickly stepped inside a mysterious space. This space is incomparably hot, and as far as the eye can see, there are immortal fire embers leaping about. Although this fire looked ordinary, every trace of it was enough to incinerate a peak emperor realm powerhouse. This evil feathered demon clan powerhouse carefully walked among them to the depths of the space. Looking up, I saw an evil-looking youth hanging cross-legged in mid-air, in front of which, a radiant elixir had quietly taken shape. This young man was Pavilion, the strongest person of the evil feathered demon clan today. The elixir refined in front of it was only the size of a marble, but it was extremely unusual. Upon closer inspection, in the middle of that elixir, one could actually see atmospheric clouds that, there were mountains with dead trees rolling up and down, with palaces and caves standing in them. Just after the immortal fire burns, which is full of debris and broken walls, there are even countless corpses lying in it. Those bones, some of which are as crystalline as jade, are by no means ordinary cultivators. Rather, it was a powerhouse that had already reached the Emperor realm. This feather Gothic doesn't know what tactics he's using. Surprisingly, a world and the billions of living beings in it were refined into an elixir. The evil feathered demon clan powerhouse respectfully came before Pavilion and claimed, "See you, Lord." Feather Gothic slowly opened his eyes and inquired, "What happened, my lord?" 9 peak human immortal realm powerhouses from the 9 Spectres Demon Realm are besieging Chaotic Sky. Not only did he fail to overthrow the 3 border cities to seize the heavenly Dao fruit, but instead, 6 of them were killed by Chaotic Heaven's powerhouses, and the remaining 3 are now closed to the world. There is actually this matter? Yuzhen was startled and put away the pills in front of him. Continuing, he asked, "Who was the one who struck? As far as I know, there shouldn't be such a strong person within the Chaotic Sky." Reporting back to your lordship, it's a strong man named Chen Xin'an. We don't know where he came from yet. I only know that this person is exceptionally powerful, and that he tidies up peak human immortal realm powerhouses as if he were playing with a child. The 9 Sepulchre Demon Realm powerhouse truthfully reported the news that he had poked around. I wanted to wait for them to fight to the death and reap the benefits, but now I see that this seat must strike early. My lord, that Chen Xin'an's strength is extraordinary. Shouldn't we explore it first? Are you questioning the strength of this seat? Hearing this, Fei Zhen's eyes widened angrily, and a majestic pressure was suddenly released. It instantly caused the surrounding immortal flames to freeze. That boundless pressure, as heavy as a mountain, and as vast as an ocean. Even though this evil feathered demon clan powerhouse was already at the Emperor realm, he was unable to catch his breath, much less resist. This pressure had far exceeded that of an ordinary peak human immortal realm powerhouse, and at some point, Yujin had actually stepped into the limit of the human immortal realm. Other than the legendary demon ancestor, he was the most powerful person in the Nine Hells demon realm. No, don't dare, the evil feathered demon clan powerhouse immediately replied, fearing that if he was a second late, he would turn into a corpse. Retracting the pressure, Fei Zhen slowly stood up and said, once the Red Crow demon clan looked down on this seat, now their Red Crow demon domain has become a 10,000 spirit immortal pill in my hands. Now, this 10,000 spirit immortal pill of mine is still missing the last main ingredient that will help me break through the human immortal realm, reach the martial immortal territory. This fruit of the heavenly Tao must be obtained no matter what, and anyone who tries to block it, all of them are only dead. After the words were said, Feather Gothic's wings shook, and several immortal feathers shot out from them, shattering space and, nailed into the void. A blood-colored door of space then appeared, and Fei Zhen slowly stepped into it. Not long afterward, within the heavenly city, Chen Xin'an, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, violently opened his eyes. He sensed an unusual fluctuation in space that, a powerful immortal force was sensed approaching Sky City. A strong person at the limit of the human immortal realm in such a murderous aura. It could only be Feather Gothic of the evil feathered demon clan, Chen Xin'an muttered. As his feet stepped forward, a door of space appeared in front of him. One step fell just through the door of space and arrived above the gates of Heavenly City. Senior Chen. The crowd of city-guarding powerhouses saluted excitedly at the sight of Chen Xin'an. Chen Xin'an nodded, then turned his gaze to the sky. In the next instant, the void shattered open like glass, and the blood-colored space gate appeared. Feather Gothic slowly stepped out from it. Feather Gothic swept his gaze, and his eyes flashed with strange immortal patterns that were enough to pierce through a distance of 10 million miles. He saw in the skies of the chaotic sky the divine tree that covered the sky and the heavenly Dao fruit that was thriving. The color of greed flowed on the surface, and Fei Zhen spiraled back his gaze. With another sweep of his gaze, he swept across the border city, and finally Fei Zhen laid his eyes on Chen Xin'an, because among the mole crickets on the city gates, this was the only one he couldn't see through. You are Chen Xin'an? If I'm not mistaken, the human immortal realm powerhouse of my evil feathered demon clan. It was at your hands that you died, wasn't it? Feather Gothic asked in a chilling voice. Chapter 59 Arrow Execution. Feather Gothic, demon ancestor appears. Feather Gotham's gaze was as sharp as a knife, and his words were ice cold as he asked, if I'm not mistaken, all of my evil feathered demon clan's human immortal realm powerhouses died at your hands. During this time of rebuilding the evil feathered demon clan, Feather Gothic had searched all over the Nine Secrets demon realm, trying to find the murderer of the evil feathered demon race powerhouse, but none of them ever found a trace. So he had guessed that it was thought that the person who had struck was not a strong person from the Nine Demon realm. It was only due to the fact that Chaotic Sky was too weak earlier that he didn't think here. Now that he had seen Chen Xin'an and knew that the heavenly Dao fruit was about to be born, with his intelligence he was naturally able to guess a lot. He must have noticed the message of the heavenly Dao fruit in advance, and came to claim it. However, he did not expect that there was such a strong person as Chen Xin'an in the Chaotic Sky, and he was killed by Chen Xin'an after failing to steal the chicken. This speculation is not far from the truth anymore. Regarding this matter, Chen Xin'an did not hide it much. When a man is in the world, he acts right and sits up straight. So why should he hide anything? Your evil feathered demon clan is aggressive, and they are only to blame for what happened to them. So replied Chen Xin'an. Sure enough, it's you. Yujin sniffed and said angrily, Chen Xin'an, hand over the heavenly Dao fruit. Then cut yourself in front of this seat. This seat will then spare the chaotic heaven. Otherwise, this seat will definitely step on your chaotic heaven. Feather Gothic's threat might be effective against ordinary powerhouses, but in front of Chen Xin'an, he only felt that Featherthorn was out of his depth. Chen Xin'an flew down outside the city gates, using his finger as a sword lightly cut a 3-foot wide trail across his feet. With you? If you can attack within this line, I'll be at your disposal. You dare to belittle me so? Fei Zhen was furious, only to see the whistling sound like the sudden arrival of the wind. Fei Zhen wings above the thousands of immortal feathers shot, piercing through space. It shot towards Chen Xin'an. These thousands of plumes were all condensed by Fei Zhen's heart and blood, and each one of them was enough to seriously injure a human immortal realm powerhouse. With such a sky covering, staggering number, Even a human immortal realm limit powerhouse would have difficulty resisting. This feather Gothic does have arrogant capital, and with this hand, he could then be ranked among the top powerhouses of the 9 devil realms. Seeing that the 1,000 feathers were attacking like 10,000 refuges, Chen Xin'an was unperturbed. With a thought, the immortal light seal at his waist suddenly flew out and hung above his head. Immortal light was hazy, spilling down a curtain of light that firmly protected Chen Xin'an. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The immortal feather impacted on the light curtain, and instantly the sound of explosions was endless. The terrifying commotion was enough to cause any immortal realm powerhouse to chill. Above the celestial city, the strongest of the 100 races nervously watched the situation, and they had sensed that the feather Gothic was far more terrifying than the 9-peak human immortal realm powerhouses from before. Senior Chen, you must be safe and sound. The chaotic skies crowd of powerful mighty men prayed silently in their hearts. All they could see was an incomparably terrifying plume shooting up It landed straight and solid on top of the light curtain. Every feather that stuck in triggered a shockingly huge explosion. A little bit of time passed, and the hearts of the crowd were in their throats. At this moment, the top of that light curtain was already rooted with feathers, as if it was a wall of feathers. Chen Xin'an, this seat will see how long you can resist. Fei Zhen's voice spread out. In the next moment, countless hundreds of clan powerhouses were shocked, only to see that above the dome of the sky, at some point, a pair of huge feathered wings appeared, which were rooted in the void. Without seeing its source, just by looking at the size of the feathers, it was already covering the sky. The wings merged, as sharp as scissors, and wherever they passed the mountains shattered and the wind and clouds were nowhere to be seen. The sky is falling. Chen Xin'an, you'll turn into dust along with this tiny border city and those mole crickets. Feather Gothic's voice was filled with coldness and cruelty. However, in the face of this overwhelming attack, Chen Xin'an only laughed coldly in his heart. He had yet to truly exert himself, and this feather Gothic seemed to have decided that he had already given his all. Since that's the case, then I'll show my full strength, even though it's only the full strength of the martial immortal realm. But it's still not hard to exterminate you. In the next instant, Chen Xin'an opened his right hand and the immortal light seal fell into his palm. The curtain of light then dissipated, and the thousands of immortal feathers were no longer blocked and immediately shot towards Chen Xin'an. At this instant, Chen Xin'an stretched out his other hand, and endless suction power erupted from the center of his palm. As if it was a black hole, it sucked all those thousands of immortal feathers into its palm. At the same time, Feather Gothic, whose life was linked to fairy feathers, was shocked to find that the connection between himself and Xian Yu was unexpectedly blocked. No, it wasn't blocked, but all those immortal feathers had completely disappeared. Before Fei Zhen could react, he saw immortal flames fluttering steeply in Chen Xin'an's palm. In the next instant, a longbow was actually manifested from its palm. That was clearly his immortal feather, and it was actually refined by Chen Xin'an in just a few moments. How is this possible? Feather Gothic was alarmed, but at this moment there was no time for him to be shocked and ponder. Chen Xin'an put away the immortal light seal, held the bow in his left hand, and strung an arrow in his right hand. And in a flash, the infinite immortal power converged into formlessness, transforming into a terrifying arrow feather. Fei Zhen swore that it was definitely the most terrifying arrow he'd ever seen in his life, and that endless amount of immortal power that it made his soul tremble. Run! In this instant, Fei Zhen couldn't be bothered to continue casting immortal techniques. Only one thought swirled in his mind. The door of space instantly appeared, and in just a split second, Fei Zhen had already disappeared. Seeing this, the corner of Chen Xin'an's mouth hooked into a cold smile. This means, and try to escape me? He droned softly. Go! With a release of his right hand, the arrow feather left the string and cut through the sky in a flash. Boom! With a loud bang, the twin feathers that covered the sky were instantly pierced through, turning into dots of immortal energy that dissolve into nothingness. The arrow feather, however, did not lose any of its speed. The sharpness of the arrow blasted through space, and the arrow body followed closely behind it, piercing through the door of space that hadn't completely dissipated. He also entered the void space. At this moment, on the other side of the space gate, Fei Zhen was already beyond the 10,000 waters and 1,000 mountains, but the deadly threat remained as close as ever. He panicked. Where was the slightest trace of the arrogance he had just shown? Another door of space manifested in front of him, and this time, this door seemed to lead to an unknown space, and even though it hadn't been opened yet, boundless immortal power had already surged out of it. Also at the same time, the space behind Feather Gothic violently shattered apart. The arrow feathers shot by Chen Xin'an followed the pursuit across thousands of rivers and mountains and through the endless void. The arrow feathers had not yet touched the body of the feathered zenith. The sharp immortal power on it had ripped through his wings like a sharp blade, running through his chest from the back and leaving a shocking wound. "Master, save me!" Featherthorn let out a terrified cry for help, his voice filled with despair. In the next instant, the door of space opened with a bang, and infinite immortal power surged out into thousands of sharp claws. Toward that arrow Feather lunged and immediately turned into countless chains, tightly wrapped around the arrow body, so that it could not move. 10 million miles away, Chen Xin'an frowned, although the arrow had left his hand but he could still feel the trajectory and direction of the arrow feathers. He could clearly perceive that an invisible force was confronting the arrow plume so in his mind, he secretly speculated, the only person who can block my arrow feathers is a strong person of the martial immortal realm. Could it be the legendary demon ancestor of the Nine Spectres demon realm? Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Even if it's the demon ancestor who wants to stop me, it's nothing more than a delusion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feather Gothic saw that the arrow feathers were bound in mid-air. The heart couldn't help but be relieved. Before he could utter a word, however, a greenish-white light suddenly flashed through the sharpness of the arrow feather, and the immortal power spurted into a beam of light instantly shattered the block, directly piercing through Fei Zhen's head. How is this possible? Featherthorn couldn't believe it, but it was the truth. Immortal power raged in its skull, and with a boom, Feather Gothic directly exploded into flames. It turned into countless pieces of meat and a rain of blood in the sky. After exhausting his immortal power, the arrow feather also turned into a bit of starlight and dissipated into the sky and earth. And in the next instant, an angry roar came from within the space gate. A figure slowly stepped out of it, and his body was extremely peculiar, and on closer inspection, its body was actually constantly changing, with 1,000 bodies and 10,000 appearances, as if it was 10 million kinds of demonic beasts fused together in a strange way. And if a Nine Hells Demon Realm powerhouse were to see this person, they would definitely kneel and bow down in an instant, because this 1,000 bodies and 10,000 phases were precisely the legendary Dharma body of the demon ancestor. How dare you kill a disciple of this immortal? Chapter 60 Demon Immortal Bell rises. Demon ancestor summons group of demons. How dare you kill a disciple of this immortal? The demon ancestor's furious bellowing shook the heavens and the earth, and its pressure was so strong that heaven and earth trembled. All spirits are shunned in fear. Looking at the blood and flesh splattered all over Feather Gothic, the demon ancestor pointed a finger, and in an instant, the flesh and blood around them seemed to be given life, surging towards the demon ancestor and converging into 6 large, blood-colored characters. Chaotic Sky. Chen Xin'an. Seeing this, the demon ancestor couldn't help but add a few moments of surprise to his anger. To be able to decapitate Fei Zhen from such a distance, it was definitely not the work of a strong person of the human immortal realm. He hadn't expected that dilapidated place would be able to spawn a powerful person of the martial immortal realm. It's a pity that this seats soon-to-be-formed demonic pills. The demon ancestor clenched his 5 fingers, and 6 blood characters tumbled into his body. A few moments later, his already terrifying aura increased by a few points and another evil-feathered demon race figure with 2 wings on its back was added to its 1,000 figures. Without reaching the martial immortal realm, you will not be able to achieve the effect that this immortal desires after all. Now we can only use Chen Xin'an's flesh and blood to make up for this immortal's loss. But Chen Xin'an is a human, not a demon, and is not effective enough for this immortal. To achieve the efficacy this seat desires, we still need the blood and flesh of other demon races. Thinking so, the demon ancestor temporarily pressed down the anger in his heart. The figure slowly disappeared into the door of space. Meanwhile, outside the chaotic sky, those powerful people from the Nine Hells Demon Realm who sensed Feather Gothic's aura had only just arrived here. It was when they saw Fei Zhen being violently beaten and fleeing in a state of confusion. Not knowing where to go, these powerhouses couldn't help but shake their heads. Alas, defeated again. Is Chen Xin'an unbeatable? Yuzhen's strength can already be called the number 1 in the 9 Spectre Demon Realm, and even he was defeated. Other than Lord Demon Ancestor, I really can't think of anyone else who can defeat Chen Xin'an. By this point, these 9 Hells Demon Realm powerhouses had basically given up on the heavenly Dao fruit. On the contrary, in the middle of the heavenly city, it was a different scene. The faces of the strongest members of the 100 races were all filled with undisguised joy and exhilaration. Eyes looked reverently toward Chen Xin'an, chanting his name in a loud voice, as if he were a fanatic religious person. At this time, Chen Xin'an was looking deep into the distance. He felt the aura of the demon ancestor gradually disappear. Even though he was millions of miles away, he could feel the angry aura of the demon ancestor. By common sense, the demon ancestor would have already broken through the air to avenge Fei Zhen, but the demon ancestor held back. Anyone who can call a clan an ancestor is not an ordinary powerhouse. He didn't come straight here. It's only possible that the conspiracy is hidden in the shadows. By the looks of it, we can't take it lightly at the moment. Chen Xin'an thought so. The news of Chen Xin'an's defeat quickly spread throughout the 3 border cities, broadcasting far and wide amongst the 9 Hells Demon Realm. All of a sudden, there was another storm. Countless cultivators of the 9 Hells Demon Realm all stifled their wrists inside in resignation. With Chen Xin'an guarding the heavenly Dao fruit, looks like it's impossible for us to capture it. Right in the middle of the lamentations of the cultivators of this 9 demon realm, a few days later, a solemn bell rang out from heaven and earth. The sound of this bell came from the demon immortal hall, the holy place of the 9 Hells Demon Realm, and echoed throughout the entire 9 Hells Demon Realm. It was like the whispers of ancient ages, awakening the sleeping memories of the cultivators of the 9 Demon Realm. This is the bell sound of the demon immortal bell. It's Lord Demon Ancestor. Lord Demon Ancestor is summoning the powerhouses of the 9 Hells Demon Realm. The demon immortal bell, the once portable Taoist weapon of the demon ancestor. Since the disappearance of the demon ancestor, then it has been hanging in the demon immortal hall, and has not sounded for hundreds of thousands of years since ancient times. And once the bell rings, it means that the demon ancestor has called for an audience. All powerful individuals within the 9 Sepulchre Demon Realm who had reached the human immortal realm were required to immediately go to the demon immortal hall to pay their respects. Within the various forces of the 9 Hells Demon Realm, one human immortal realm powerhouse didn't dare to slack off. Immediately putting down everything in their hands, they opened a spatial gate and rushed here successively. They were either clad in magnificent armor or holding magic weapons, all of them as powerful as rainbows. Like stars converging in the sky, the demon immortal hall, located in a deep mountain in the 9 Demon Realm, was rumored to be the place where the demon ancestor was born. This hall is lofty, mysterious and solemn. Every brick and every tile exudes the heaviness and vicissitudes of history, surrounded by clouds and mist, like a lost fairyland, which is awe-inspiring. Outside the temple, a huge bronze bell hangs high in the air, rusty but hard to hide its majesty. It swayed gently in the wind, and from time to time gave out a low and distant echo of the. It penetrated through the quiet deep mountain canyons and resounded throughout the entire 9 Secrets Demon Realm. All the powerful people rushed to the demon immortal hall and stepped into the hall. The demon ancestor was sitting on top of the main seat. That unique 1,000 bodies in 10,000 phases Dharma body and the terrifying and boundless pressure shocked many of the latter generation powerhouses. See Lord Demon Ancestor. One by one, the strongest people saluted, and with a wave of the demon ancestor's hand, 1,000 cloud beds were transformed in the void, allowing the various powerful men to take their seats. In just half a day's time, the demon immortal hall had already gathered 9 out of 10 of the strongest people within the 9 Sepulchre Demon Realm. Seeing this, the demon ancestor slowly spoke. The years are long, 10,000 years have passed, and among all of you, there are already a lot more unfamiliar faces, so it can be seen that the 9 Hells Demon Realm is still flourishing, and this immortal is very relieved in his heart. You have been summoned here for no other reason. It is about the murder of my immortal's beloved disciple, the demon ancestor said slowly, instantly shocking the crowd of powerful people from the 9 Hells Demon Realm. Who is this person so bold as to even dare to poison the disciple of Lord Demon Ancestor? A strong man immediately inquired. I would also like to ask Lord Demon Ancestor to tell me the name of that person, and I will personally take his head and offer it to your excellency. Another strong man patted his chest. Chaotic Sky. Chen Xin'an. Chen Xin'an's name came out of the demon ancestor's mouth. The strong man who had just opened his mouth was immediately dumbfounded. Nowadays, Chen Xin'an's name could be said to be known to no one within the 9 Secrets Demon Realm. At this time, a strong person said, Lord Demon Ancestor. That Chen Xin'an is very strong. It's not something an ordinary powerhouse can withstand. Even Feather Gothic was defeated. I'm afraid that only you, Lord Demon Ancestor, can personally make a move to capture it. This statement immediately drew the recognition of other powerful people. The Demon Ancestor also nodded and said, Yuzhen is none other than this seat's disciple. Hearing that, the strongest people were even more shocked, and at this moment, they finally reacted. Why was that Feather Gothic able to make such a breakthrough in a short period of time? It turned out to have the demon ancestor as a backer. At the same time, they also realized that their information was wrong, and that Pavilion was not defeated and fled to nowhere. Instead, he was decapitated by Chen Xin'an. The demon ancestor continued, that Chen Xin'an is not a strong person among the human immortal realm. Not to mention you guys, even this immortal doesn't have full certainty of defeating him. When these words came out, all the powerhouses were even more surprised. Even you, Lord Demon Ancestor, are not sure? Exactly. Speaking here, the demon ancestor paused, and then continued, but you all don't have to worry so much. I have a supreme immortal formation here, and I only need you all to cooperate with me in casting it. then Chen Xin'an is not enough to worry about. As he spoke, a formation chart appeared in the demon ancestor's hand, one that split into 1,000, falling into the hands of every strong man. As soon as the crowd of powerhouses opened it, for large words immediately imprinted into their eyes, 10,000 demon immortal formation. Observing it carefully, the powerhouses couldn't help but be shocked by the power of the formation. This formation was somewhat similar to a battle formation, requiring thousands of human immortal realm powerhouses to perform it together. After the formation is completed, not only can the entire cultivation of the strongest person laying the formation be aggregated, it is more than capable of borrowing all the power between heaven and earth. Entering this formation is like being an enemy of the entire world, and its power is infinite and difficult to estimate. This formation is truly marvelous, and when it is truly utilized, it is as easy as stepping on the chaotic sky. "I'm sorry," said the strongest of the crowd with an uplifted look. Seeing that these powerhouses looked uplifted, the demon ancestor continued to speak. "All of you. This immortal wishes to perform this formation to decapitate Chen Xin'an and avenge my beloved disciple. I wonder if you all can help this immortal." What did Lord Demon Ancestor say? But at Lord Demon Ancestor's command, "We will certainly be obliged." A strong man took the lead and said, immediately drawing several other strong men to chime in. Of course, though they speak so grandly, but in reality what was in their minds was known only to them. After all, if they could really kill Chen Xin'an, then they would have another hope of competing for the heavenly Dao fruit. The heavenly Dao fruit was their unchanging goal. The plan was finalized, and all the powerful people retired. And soon the demon ancestor was the only one left in the demon immortal hall. Looking at the empty palace, the demon ancestor only revealed a faint cold smile. It looked at the formation diagram in its hand, and suddenly there was actually a bug like a locust crawling out of the formation diagram. Chapter 61. The final battle is coming. Feather Gotham fled in defeat, and the demon ancestor appeared. The storms within the 9 underworld demon realm could be described as one after another. Dazzling people. Inside the demon immortal hall, the demon ancestor distributed the formation diagram of the 10,000 demon immortal formation to all of the powerful people of the 9 hells demon realm, to lead the entire powerhouses of the 9 hells demon realm against it together to besiege the chaotic sky. As the news spread, the cultivators of the 9 hells demon realm rejoiced. Great! With Lord Demon Ancestor taking action, let's see how arrogant he, Chen Xin'an, can still be this time. Just wait until Lord Demon Ancestor beheads Chen Xin'an, and that heavenly Dao fruit. We can still fight for it. The cultivators of the 9 hells demon realm were each rubbing their fists and clapping their hands, just waiting to break through the chaotic sky, and then to compete for the heavenly Dao fruit. A few days later, the powerhouses of the 9 sepulchre demon realm once again assembled. Like a tidal wave, the 3 border cities were surrounded. In the middle of the border town, Chen Xin'an was communicating with the Zun Tian Sword Immortal and the 100 Races Dao Lord through a special means of transmission. I thought that after defeating Pavilion, the battle for the heavenly Dao fruit would completely come to an end, but I didn't expect that surprisingly, even the demon ancestors are involved. The 100 Races Dao Lord sighed. According to fellow Daoist Chen, Yuzhen is most likely a disciple of the demon ancestor. It's normal for him to avenge his disciple. The priority is still how to deal with it. Fellow Daoist Chen, in your opinion, how should we respond? As he spoke, Zun Tian Sword Immortal looked towards Chen Xin'an. Unknowingly, Chen Xin'an had become the backbone of the 100 races. Pavilion Master, Dao Lord, there's no need to worry. With me, Chen Xin'an, not to mention a demon ancestor, even 1,000 of him wouldn't be able to break through the 3 border cities. Chen Xin'an responded calmly. Chen Xin'an's assurance greatly reduced the worries in the duo's hearts. But even so, the sadness on the faces of the two had not diminished in the slightest. This time it will be a decisive battle, even if Chen Xin'an blocks the demon ancestor. However, the other 9 hells demon realm powerhouses were not to be messed with. Once Chen Xin'an was stalled, with the powerful 9 specters demon realm joining forces, the 3 border cities must not be able to withstand it. At that time, even if they were to win in the end, the chaotic heavens would surely suffer a heavy blow. I wonder how many of my people died as a result. Chen Xin'an also knew what the two were thinking, and he was actually prepared for this. Lifting his hand to open a door of space, Chen Xin'an signaled the two to walk in. It was a special little space, and when the two took a look at the space full of furnished objects, feeling that terrifying and boundless immortal power, he was immediately dumbfounded. It was only after a long time that the two of them came back to their senses inside. Fellow Daoist Chen, just how many more secrets do you have? All this stuff, it's just horrible. The great battle was approaching, and it had attracted the attention of almost all the cultivators in both worlds. However, right in the midst of all this wind and clouds, In a small city that no one cared about in the Nine Secrets Demon Realm, a bloody massacre is underway. The city was like an inferno, with thousands of desiccated corpses lying on their backs. These corpses were drained of all their flesh and blood, leaving only a layer of skin wrapped around the withered bones. On the ground, blood and flesh rolled and merged into the ground, while deep in the heart of the earth, a long, blood-colored blade was hovering. If a Zun Tian sword immortal or 100 races Downlord were to see this blade, they would surely be enraged. It was because this blood-colored long blade was the source of the change 3,000 years ago, the heaven-slaying demon blade. The exalted heavenly sword immortal and the 100 races Downlord thought that it had left the Nine Secrets Demon Realm long ago, but they didn't know that he had been lurking in the shadows, slaughtering living beings and gradually becoming stronger. Let it be chaotic. The more chaotic the better. And I'm only one step away from stepping into martial immortal territory. It's best to fight to the death. At that time, the heavenly Dao fruit, the demon ancestor, and Chen Xin'an will all just be my sustenance. Still, this look is too flashy. The voice came from within the blade. On the ground, the body of a young man then plunged into the ground. This youth's cultivation was not high, and his looks were extremely ordinary, belonging to the group thrown into the crowd the kind you can't even find a trace of without looking closely. That's you. As the voice fell, the blade flashed, and the Heaven Slayer demon blade pierced into the youth's brow as if it were an arrow off a string. In the next instant, within the youth's dried-out torso, blood and flesh immediately surged out, and his torso swelled up. Soon it was blood-colored, as if it had been resurrected. This skin is a layer of protection. This war surrounding the heavenly Dao fruit had unknowingly added a third player. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 3 months had passed. During this period of time, the Nine Hells Demon Realm was sort of silent. The strongest practitioners of the Nine Hells Demon Realm at the human immortal realm were all practicing the 10,000 demon immortal formation. For every person who cultivated an array, I would be lit up on the array diagram in the demon ancestor's hand. Now that the formation diagram in his hand was flickering with light, it represented that those human immortal realm powerhouses had already finished cultivating the formation diagram. The demon ancestor knew that the time had come. 3 days later, overthrow the chaotic sky. The demon immortal bell vibrated. Spread this voice to every corner of the Nine Demon Realm. Yes, the cultivators of the Nine Hells Demon Realm were exhilarated, but they didn't know it. At this moment, in the hands of the demon ancestor, on that formation map of the 10,000 demons immortal formation, that one formation a bug is crawling out. On the other hand, within the chaotic sky, Chen Xin'an's trio had also already felt the atmosphere of that mountain rain. Standing on top of the city gates looking out at the black and pressurized 9 Spectre Demon Realm cultivators like wolves and tigers outside the city, he muttered, "This battle is the decisive battle. I'd like to see if the 9 Secrets Demon Realm led by your demon ancestor is powerful, or my system is. 3 days are but 3 sunrises and 3 sunsets, and for mortals they are short, not to mention these cultivators whose cultivation was counted in years. In just 3 blinks of an eye, the moment of showdown arrived. On this day, within the 9 devil realms, among every demon race, thousands of terrifying auras were released at the same time, and a terrifying wave of air instantly swept across the entire Nine Hells Demon Realm. A figure was as bright as a star, twinkling as it climbed above the 9 heavens. They were none other than the powerful members of the various clans of the Nine Hells Demon Realm, though they were born in 1,000 strange and unspeakable ways, but without exception, all of them were human immortal realm powerhouses, and a rough count turned out to be thousands of them. The number of powerful people can be hundreds of times greater than the chaotic sky. It was no wonder that these demon clans had never placed chaotic sky in their eyes, and in the midst of this group of stars, there was one breath that was particularly dazzling, and its breath was so prevalent that it, 10,000 times compared to other powerhouses, it was like a blazing sun. His light covered heaven and earth, causing all demons to bow down. This was the demon ancestor, the most powerful person that had ever been born in the Nine Hells Demon Realm since its history. The blazing sun flashes and the stars follow. Thousands of figures followed behind the demon ancestor, passing through a spatial gate that, soon enough, they arrived outside of Sky City. This time, the powerhouses of the Nine Hells Demon Realm didn't spread out, but instead focused on attacking the heavenly city, because everyone knew that the only person chaotic sky relied on was Chen Xin'an, and they only needed to defeat Chen Xin'an. If we break the heavenly city, the other 2 border cities will not be enough to worry about. Thousands of human immortal realm auras appeared together. An unimaginable and terrifying pressure emanated from the convergence of immortal power. This mighty pressure was infinite and far exceeded the warning limit of the heavenly city. In an instant, the immortal formation within the heavenly city was operating on its own. Coming, inside and outside the city, The same cries of alarm sounded almost simultaneously. It was just that the 9 Hells Demon Realm cultivators outside the city were cheering. The strongest members of the 100 races within the city were like enemies. It was at this moment that the demon ancestor slowly revealed his figure from amongst the thousands of powerhouses. See Lord Demon Ancestor. Within the 9 devil realms, no matter what the realm is, no matter what the status is, all of them bent down and saluted at this moment. Above the city gates, Chen Xin'an looked out and, this was the first time he had met this supreme being of the 9 Hells Demon Realm. Only its figure was illusory, as if the real bodies of 10,000 kinds of demonic beasts were stacked on top of each other. Indeed extraordinary, Chen Xin'an said secretly. On the other side, the demon ancestor also placed his gaze on Chen Xin'an. Chen Xin'an, what is your offense for killing my disciple? His voice was mixed with infinite immortal power. It turned into a terrifying storm that shattered space in an instant, driving countless channels of turbulence towards Sky City. He was to blame for that. If you want to avenge him, then come over and fight. Chen Xin'an's sonic waves transformed into a shield, blocking the Sky City before it. No matter how terrifying the spatial turbulence was, it remained stalwart. Yes, not too many words, not too many arguments. The demon ancestor waved his hand. Immediately, all the powerful people in the 9 devil realm were like floodwaters that opened the floodgates, crazily rushing towards chaotic sky. It was again like a swarm of insects, continuous, sending your men to their deaths first. Wanting to test my strength? Oof. Then let you all taste the heavenly thunder first. Chapter 62 Chen Xin'an's underpinnings. The demon ancestor gave an order. The countless cultivators of the 9 sepulchre demon realm immediately attacked towards heavenly city as if it was a tidal wave, only to see millions of immortal lights and spiritual energy flashing, performing all kinds of martial arts, converging in unity. It has the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Good timing. Let's give you guys a taste of this heavenly punishment first. As his voice fell, Chen Xin'an waved his hand. In the next instant, the thousands of powerhouses within the city immediately set a talisman seal ablaze. These talisman seals are all more than 1 person high, tattooed with mysterious runes, containing infinite thunder, converging with the wave of extinction. Thousands and thousands of sheets burned together, and in the midst of the flames, the sky was almost immediately covered with thunderclouds. Not good. Retreat. An Emperor Realm 9 Spectre's Demon Realm powerhouse was alarmed. However, it was too late to run at this point. The thousands of talisman seals completely burned out and dissipated into the void, and in the next instant, amidst the roiling clouds of tears, immediately, there was a roaring sound. A bolt of lightning pierced through the sky, gushing out millions of purple-red silent divine thunder. Once within the thundering sect of the true martial spiritual realm, Chen Xin'an had tasted the power of this silent divine thunder. It was enough to blow a Saint Realm powerhouse to smithereens. And now the quality of the divine punishment thunder talisman he was using was even far superior to the one in the hands of the Thunder Lord. Not to mention the Saint Realm, even the human immortal realm was able to put to death. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The silent divine thunder fell as if the god of death had descended with a scythe. The divine thunder fell and swept across thousands of miles of territory. Only booming sounds mixed with wailing could be heard. The hordes of 9 Hell's Demon Realm cultivators disappeared within the thunder. After an incense stick burned, the last trace of silent divine lightning dissipated. Those powerful people from the 9 Hells Demon Realm who weren't fast enough to move forward yet put their eyes on it. However, outside of that heavenly city, there were thousands of large craters that had been blasted out scattered. The charred earth was covered with layers of broken bones and mushy flesh, giving off an eerie, sizzling odor. In just this short period of time, at least 100,000 strong people from the 9 Hells Demon Realm had already fallen here. This kind of ferocity was like a pot of cold water poured onto the heads of the remaining 9 Hells Demon Realm powerhouses. They were horrified to realize that even with the demon ancestor leading them, they were still just cannon fodder. I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to fight. It's better to live. In an instant, there were tens of thousands of cultivators from the 9 Hells Demon Realm who turned into long rainbows and fled away. I have to say, these are kind of smart. Yet even with tens of thousands of powerful men out, however, it still couldn't change the minds of the vast majority of the strongest people in the 9 Hells Demon Realm. Outside of the heavenly city, there were still millions of 9 Hells Demon Realm powerhouses. After watching the silent divine thunder dissipate, the crowd immediately, a voice shouted, "Don't be afraid, everyone, this must be Chaotic Sky's bottom of the barrel tactic. Now that the thunder has dissipated, it's our turn." This statement immediately mobilized the enthusiasm of millions of strong people. That's right, everybody. That's right. I don't believe that the district is just a chaotic sky. It can still withstand our entire 9 Spectres Demon Realms powerhouses. Charge. I don't know who cried out. but only the voice was heard falling, and there were just dozens of strong people rushing towards Sky City. And with these dozens of people leading the way, there were more strong people following close behind. It's like an avalanche. When the first snowflakes start to roll, immediately thousands of snowflakes follow. The second siege began, this time with even more fanfare. Seeing this, Chen Xin'an couldn't help but sneer. Within his system store, the Divine Punishment Thunder Talismans were endless. Not only was it the Divine Punishment Thunder Talisman, his other means were just as endless. Where is the Godslayer crossbow chariot? As Chen Xin'an's voice fell, inside the city, thousands of crossbow carts were immediately pushed out. These bow wagons were extremely huge, and each one was like a fortress. There were countless immortal patterns engraved on it, emitting terrifying immortal power. It's like a steel beast that hasn't woken up yet. Load the arrows. Chen Xin'an waved his hand, and the 100 races' strongest men immediately hitched thousands of arrow feathers onto the bow carriage. These weren't ordinary arrow feathers, but were all crafted using rare immortal iron. Each one of them was the thickness of a face basin and several feet long, just like the tether of a city gate. Combined with this immortal bow and crossbow carriage, its power is horrifying. Even if it is a strong person of the human immortal realm, all can be easily shot. Charge me. On the other side, the crowd of powerhouses from the Nine Hells demon realm had already taken advantage of this time to rush in front of the city gates. They shouted and executed various martial arts to attack towards the city gates. It was also at this time that Chen Xin'an waved his hand and shouted, "Release the arrows! Release the arrows!" In an instant, thousands of bow and crossbow chariots fired in unison, and thousands of arrow feathers pierced through the sky and shot out explosively. Those thousands of arrow feathers that were as thick as giant trees covered the entire sky. What the hell? A Nine Hells Demon Realm Emperor Realm powerhouse was startled, before he could see what it was. Puff! In the next instant, an arrow feather had already run through his entire body, leaving only a large hole in his chest. Within the arrow's immortal power raged on, instantly strangling his spiritual sense. Until his consciousness dissipated, he was still filled with dismay. Sniping an Emperor Realm powerhouse wasn't enough. The arrow feather's speed didn't decrease at all as it swept across the sky. Only a burst of penetrating sounds could be heard, and one after another of the strongest members of the Nine Hells demon realm collapsed in response. When that arrow fell to the ground, in the midst of the course it had swept through, layers of mangled corpses had been laid down, and such sights are not yet an exception, but are played out thousands of times at the same time. However, a few moments later, the hundreds of thousands of powerful people from the Nine Hells demon realm that rushed forward, there were just a few hundred survivors left. Terrible. It's horrible. This is not a treasure land at all. This is hell. So close to death that one can even see death waving towards them. At this moment, those hundreds of surviving powerhouses were plunged into delirium and were scared out of their wits. Flew away from this place. Two strikes that easily killed hundreds of thousands of powerful people. Even the strongest members of the 100 races had their hearts pounding. They were grateful beyond measure. Fortunately, Chen Xin'an was on their side. If they were to make them enemies of Chen Xin'an, then they would rather kill themselves. In the middle of Celestial City, the immortal Slayer God crossbow once again racked its arrow feathers. This time, the remaining million-strong people of the Nine Hells demon realm all flickered their eyes in fear, not daring to take a step forward at all. After all, no one's life is in vain. Griffins still value their lives, not to mention those of them who were strong among the martial arts. At this point in time, the demon ancestor had to come forward to stabilize the army. He had planned to test Chen Xin'an's strength with these powerful individuals from the Nine Hells demon realm first. But now, looking at it, Chen Xin'an hadn't even made a move yet. But a large number of the strongest people from the Nine Hells demon realm had been killed or injured. Although he didn't care about the lives of these ants, he was going to make a show of it anyway. Amidst the gazes of all the powerhouses of the Nine Hells demon realm, the demon ancestor flashed forward and it came to the border of the Nine Devil realm. On the other hand, Chen Xin'an also leapt down from the city gates and arrived at the border of the chaotic sky. The two each stepped on the land of their own worlds, just a few hundred meters apart. Chen Xin'an looked towards the demon ancestor, though it hasn't been done yet. However, he had been able to feel the superb cultivation and terrifying immortal power within the demon ancestor's body. It was like a boundless sea and a bottomless abyss. The demon ancestor has surpassed the human immortal realm. The realm above the human immortal realm was called the martial immortal realm, and there were 4 sub-realms: front, middle, back, and peak. And the demon ancestor was located at the peak of the martial immortal realm, just one final step short of a breakthrough to achieve the position of immortal king. This kind of cultivation had already reached the limit of what the Nine Sepulchre demon realm could carry. Even if the years flowed and the ages changed, it would never be possible to give birth to a powerhouse that surpassed the demon ancestor. Chapter 63, 1,000 Bodies. Outside of Heavenly City, The wind and clouds were changing, and the two of them, Chen Xin'an and the demon ancestor, stood facing each other. The intervals are only a few hundred meters. Terrifying immortal power was released from within the two of them, like two shocking waves that shook heaven and earth. Even the stars were dimmed, and heaven and earth were shaken. Whether it's a strong person on the side of the Zhouyue demon realm, or a strong person from one of the 100 races, feeling that terrifying pressure, all of them changed color. The powerhouses of the Nine Hells demon realm even retreated tens of thousands of miles away. Fear of being caught by the intertwined breaths of the two. There was no unnecessary exchange of words or movement. In a matter of moments, majestic immortal power gushed out from the demon ancestor's body, like a monstrous flood that, the tips of the waves churned and transformed into thousands of demonic beasts of different forms. Each of these demonic beasts was a clan in the Nine Hells demon realm. Some are like lions and tigers, others are like birds and beasts, and those in human form have 1,000 feet and 10,000 feathers. There are four-legged beasts with human faces. There are so many different shapes and forms. It's as if you've opened up a copy of the Sutra of the Mountains and Seas. Let all the elves and monsters in it run out. These 1,000 kinds of demonic beasts converge and unite, transforming into a ferocious tide of beasts, stepping on the stars and shattering the moon. With an unrivaled aura, he rushed towards Chen Xin'an. Not a bad move, materializing the mighty pressure. Under the immortal king realm, I'm afraid no one will be able to resist it, but sadly, I am the exception, Chen Xin'an muttered. Between breaths, an even more majestic and terrifying immortal power was released from his body. It was like a long rainbow running through the sky, causing the stars in the sky to sway, and the sun and moon to mess up their positions. The long rainbow exploded at the dome of the sky, transforming into countless arrow feathers pouring down. Although each of these arrow feathers has no entity, they are all made of pure immortal power, and are extremely powerful. It was enough to pierce through all the powerhouses below the immortal king realm. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Only the sound of arrow feathers could be heard, and a demonic beast fell when an arrow passed through. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of demonic beasts were sniped to death, dissipating into pure immortal energy between heaven and earth. Even though the beast tide was rushing with great momentum, it could not break through the countless arrows raining down. As the last demonic beast let out a wail and collapsed, the terrifying wave of beasts completely disappeared without a trace. When the demon ancestor saw this, he couldn't help but say, "Indeed, it's not a simple character. Though I don't know how you practiced to this level in that backward world, but it's true that you didn't fake your battle power." At this moment, the demon ancestor had already treated Chen Xin'an as a powerhouse of the same level in his heart. There's no need to test the waters, demon ancestor, just show whatever means you have. The last mercy I can show you is to enable you to use every last bit of your immortal power, and then die without regrets. Upon hearing these words, the demon ancestor's eyes immediately condensed, and the murderous aura in his pupils surged like a tidal wave. Ever since he attained the Tao and achieved the ancestral name, Chen Xin'an was the first person who dared to speak to him like this. What a nerve! The demon ancestor shouted angrily, his voice like thunder, shaking the Qianquan. Endless immortal light erupted from its profound body, instantly cutting through the sky, dyeing the heavens and the earth in splendor. Amidst the brilliant light, the demon ancestor's body gradually dissipated and cracked. Following that, 1,000 demonic figures stepped out from the light. Each of them released a palpitating pressure. These figures, all of them, were powerful figures from the ancient legends of the Nine Hells demon realm. Each one possesses earth-shattering greatness. Chen Xin'an's gaze was slightly condensed. He was able to tell that this was not a simple split technique. It was also not a transformation of martial arts like the 100 Races Tao Lord, but a true incarnation. Each of these was the original body of a demon ancestor. Rumor has it that Lord Demon Ancestor was born of heaven's destiny and possessed the heaven-swallowing demon body since he was born. No matter what strong person, once they are devoured by it, they will all be transformed into his bilocation. What a terrifying ability! Who in this world can be a match for Lord Demon Ancestor? In the distance, the powerhouses of the Nine Hells demon realm murmured, their voices filled with fear and awe. On the other hand, in the celestial city, the strongest members of the 100 races were worried in their hearts when they saw the scene. The thousands of figures that the demon ancestor had transformed into, each of them was in existence at the peak of the martial immortal realm. Anyone who stepped out could uproot Heavenly City. Senior Chen, you must be safe and sound. The 100 races powerhouses were all worried. Chen Xin'an, suffer death. The demon ancestor's furious bellow came from the depths of the void, and in an instant, thousands of ancient and overwhelming figures revived, swarming and attacking, pouncing towards Chen Xin'an. Such a lineup could be said to have gathered all the strongest people ever in the Nine Hells demon realm. The current Chen Xin'an was not fighting the demon ancestor in single combat. Rather, he He was making an enemy of the entire history of the 9 demon realms. A figure was the fastest, and after revealing its body, it was actually a bird-shaped ferocious beast that covered the sky. Its feathers were like swords, and its pointed beak was like a sword, and wherever it passed, the void was shattered. It's a strong person from the Heavenly Phoenix Demon Clan. Could it be that this figure is the legendary Phoenix Feather Fairy? There's no mistaking it. Who else could reach this level but the legendary Lord? Possessing such speed? The onlookers of the 9 Hells Demon Realm cultivators were talking about it. Immediately after that, behind Feng Yuxian, a longhorned rhinoceros as tall as a mountain stepped into the sky and destroyed the earth. Between the 4 hooves running around, it shattered the void and destroyed star after star. And then another pitch-black figure covered the firmament, huge and limitless, and makes it hard to see exactly what it is, only to see countless tentacles piercing through the void, exploding from all directions like whips towards Chen Xin'an. After Phoenix Feather Immortal is the ancestor of the Lookout Moon Demon Rhinoceros clan, the Lookout Moon Immortal Monarch. There's also the supreme powerhouse of the deep diving demon race, the Heavenly Chapter Martial Immortal. These 3 powerhouses were recognized, drawing gasps of surprise. These 3 powerhouses are legendary supreme beings who competed with the demon ancestor for the Great Tao, an existence that was nearly invincible in the history of the 9 Hells Demon Realm. In addition to these 3 strongest bilocations, there were even thousands of other bilocations. These are also historically renowned powerhouses. Anyone who stepped out would be enough to kill through the present-day 9 Hells Demon Realm. In an instant, thousands of figures surrounded Chen Xin'an. Thousands of terrifying attacks immediately flooded the entire heaven and earth where Chen Xin'an was. Chapter 64, God's Might Gets the Best of the World. One Ride. Bad Content. Chapter 65, True Immortal Devouring Worm. Bad Content. Chapter 66, So What If I'm a Half-Step Immortal King? It's Just One Punch. Bad Content. Chapter 67, Death of the Demon Ancestor. While Chen Xin'an was dueling with the demon ancestor, what no one noticed was, inside the 9 Hells Demon Realm, a bloody killing that swept through the entire world was also going on at the same time. The blood light rose up to the sky, igniting a boundless war, and countless powerful people rushed into the bloodlight, but only saw the sword light gusts. One after another strong person has fallen. Blood rain splattered. The dome of the sky transformed into a sea of blood. The sea of blood swelled greedily and spread out, sweeping through the territory of one demon race after another. Wherever they passed, they slaughtered cities and exterminated clans, leaving nothing behind but corpses. At this time, when all the peak human immortal realm powerhouses had been transferred by the demon ancestor, no one could stop the sea of blood from spreading. And in the center of the sea of blood, there was a youth with an ordinary face standing with a sword. He was none other than the heaven-slaying demon blade who had changed his skin. The great war between the 9 Hells Demon Realm and the chaotic heavens was the best opportunity for it. But after a few hours of carnage, it had unexpectedly stepped into the martial immortal territory. Ha ha, it's too good. All the beings in the world just need to lead their necks and be killed. This seat has a premonition that by slaughtering this world, this seat will definitely be able to step into the immortal king realm. At this moment, the heaven-slaying demon blade was like another demon ancestor, a madman of no lesser caliber. A creepy aura of solemn killing burst out from the body of the heavenly demon slayer sword. Immortal power laced with the color of blood was like thick ink staining the earth and sky. In an instant, it was as if the gates of hell had opened around it, and behind it sprang countless stern ghosts. The sea of blood churned, and heaven and earth were shaken. A crimson blood aura flashed by, and thousands of blood-colored visions converged as one. It turned into a terrifying long sword that went straight through heaven and earth. Above the blade, it shone with brilliant sharpness, and a blood-colored light enveloped the Qianquan. It was as if it could open up the sky. The might of this blade had reached the middle stage of the martial immortal realm. The long blade would fall and was about to cut open a demon race's ancestral land once again. Right at this moment, outside the sky, a meteor crossed the sky and came straight to this place. The Heaven Slayer demon blade fixed its eyes on the demon ancestor. To be precise, it was the miserable and incomparable demon ancestor. That punch from Chen Xin'an. It directly beat the demon ancestor from the junction of the 9 Hells Demon Realm and the chaotic heavens to the depths of the 9 Hells Demon Realm. At this moment, the demon ancestor was already seriously injured, and there were countless cracks on top of his body. And from a distance, it was like porcelain on the verge of breaking. Ha ha, good timing. An existence at the half-step immortal king realm is most suitable to be the ghost under my sword. The Heaven Slayer demon blade was initially shocked, thinking that the demon ancestor had killed and returned. But when it looked at the demon ancestor's appearance, the great shock immediately turned into great joy. A half-step immortal king realm existence. If he beheaded it, he would definitely be able to step into the half-step immortal king realm as well. At this moment, The severely injured demon ancestor was still shocked at the power of Chen Xin'an's punch. But the demon ancestor was a demon ancestor after all, and soon he also noticed the sea of blood roiling around him. It was hard to stabilize his body. The demon ancestor was gasping in confusion. But, in the next instant, the Heaven Slayer demon blade had pierced through his chest like lightning. The tip of the knife cuts into the lungs, and for a moment, it was like a black hole rapidly devouring the demon ancestor's flesh and blood and immortal energy. What kind of person would dare to attack this seat? Even though he was severely injured, the demon ancestor was still not something that an ordinary powerhouse could fight against, only to see countless true devouring immortal insects flying out of his body, gnawing on top of the blade of the heavenly demon slayer sword, started tearing up. Those countless true devouring immortal insects just opened their mouths and bite. Cracks began to appear all over the body of the Heaven Slayer demon blade. Worthy of being a demon ancestor, you're the first one who can still resist after being chopped into my body. If you were at your peak, I'm afraid you'd be able to break me easily. But unfortunately, the current you is nothing more than the end of your strength. The demon slayer's sword said with a cold smile. Now that the weakness of the demon ancestors, it wasn't even as good as an average early martial immortal realm powerhouse. With a flash of blood-colored red light, countless slashes of blade light flew above the blade. Clang, clang, gold and iron clashed, and the blade light chopped back all the true devouring immortal insects wrapped around the body of the heavenly demon slayer blade. The Heaven Slayer demon blade was then devouring the demon ancestor's flesh and blood even more without a care in the world. The speed was unimaginable. In just a few moments, the demon ancestor's massive body began to shrivel and dry up. At this point, the demon ancestor was no longer capable of resisting. It was true that he had many means that he had yet to utilize, but his heavily injured body was simply incapable of doing so. When the demon ancestor used up his last ounce of strength to pull out the heaven-slaying demon blade from within his body, in the next instant, the heaven-slaying demon blade cut out a heaven-destroying blade like that. It directly chopped the demon ancestor's head and strangled his spiritual consciousness. Just like that, with unwillingness and resentment, the supreme being of the 9 underworld demon realm, the demon ancestor of the half-step immortal king realm, died at the hands of the demon slayer sword. The Heaven Slayer demon blade laughed maniacally as it once again cut into the demon ancestor's body, the blade turning and driving the demon ancestor's huge body to twist together. The demon ancestor's body gradually shriveled up until finally nothing was left. In the void, only the heaven-slaying demon blade exuded an infinite and terrifying pressure. It enveloped the entire 9 Hells demon realm. Chapter 68 Broken Demon Sword, Death of the 9 Hells demon realm. Having devoured the entirety of the demon ancestor, the heaven-slaying demon blade swelled to an unimaginable level at this moment. Its original skin was simply unable to withstand it, and it directly exploded into pieces, revealing the true form of the heaven-slaying demon blade. If one said that the demon ancestor had only reached the half-step immortal king realm by gathering the supreme beings of the 9 Hells demon realm, that heaven-slaying demon blade was on top of that and then devoured all the remaining strong people of the 9 Hells demon realm. For him, all beings are food. At this moment, the Heaven Slayer demon blade was infinitely powerful and had surpassed the demon ancestor. The martial immortal realm's heavenly demon slayer blade was still terrifying, let alone the half-step immortal king realm, only to see its blade rotate, flying and chopping out infinite blade light. Infinite blade light flew in all directions, chopping the sky and destroying the earth. He had killed hundreds of millions of cultivators from the 9 demon realm, killing riots. The entire 9 Hells demon realm was reduced to a hell on earth. On the other side, the junction of the 9 sepulchre demon realm and the chaotic heavens, Chen Xin'an, on the other hand, frowned slightly as the aura of the demon ancestor disappeared within his spiritual sense capture. In its place was another, more powerful, but also more repulsive aura. This aura Chen Xin'an had once felt on the half-cut sharpness on the corpse bones of the day-defying emperor in the diffractive heaven martial realm. The demon slayer blade. It's you? Chen Xin'an immediately reacted, and in an instant, majestic pressure was released from within his body. Infinite immortal power erupted. Chen Xin'an's body was like lightning, breaking the void, but in the blink of an eye, he then rushed to the depths of the 9 sepulchre demon realm, in front of the heaven-slaying demon blade. With such a fierce chi attack, the Heaven Slayer demon blade naturally sensed it, but it was all but unafraid. Turning around, the Heaven Slayer demon blade stood opposite Chen Xin'an. The infinite sea of blood was suspended above the heads of the two. You must be Chen Xin'an. This seat has to thank you for seriously injuring the demon ancestor, or else, this seat is not yet able to devour it easily. The heaven-slaying demon blade smiled grimly. There's no need to be thankful. It's your turn next. Chen Xin'an responded. Chen Xin'an, I know that you're so powerful that even the demon ancestor is no match for you, but it's a shame that you came one step too late. There's no way you're a match for me now. As he spoke, the sea of blood churned and converged into the body of the Heaven Slayer Demon Blade. In this instant, the half-step Immortal King realm grew once again. It had actually reached the limit of the half-step Immortal King realm, gathering less into more, condensing sand into a tower. This seed has always never let go of a single ounce of spiritual and immortal power. It is precisely for this reason that this seed has been able to reach its current realm without fail. But it's only a half-step to the Immortal King realm. And how much more powerful do you think you are than the demon ancestor? I'm sorry, Chen Xin'an said in a tit-for-tat voice. Half-step Immortal King realm? Ha ha, you think that's all I have? Fine, then I'll show you what the true Immortal King realm is. The bloodlight was monstrous, churning from above the blade, and endless visions evolved. And in this instant, the Heaven Slayer Demon Blade had actually climbed half a realm out of nowhere. One must know that today's Heaven Slayer Demon Blade was already at the limit of the half-step Immortal King realm. Another half a realm higher. And that would be the true Immortal King realm. Chen Xin'an, this is my seat's secret technique. The greatest card. The art of heavenly hijacking. The demon ancestor laughed wildly as incomparable pressure was released from within his body. At that instant, the entire Nine Hells demon realm suffered a heavy blow. The sun and moon of heaven and earth, the stars and everything. It began to crumble in an instant. A force beyond the world's tolerance would collapse the entire world. Its mighty pressure was 10,000 miles in an instant, and the Nine Hells demon realm collapsed 10,000 miles with it. In the space of a few breaths, the place where Chen Xin'an and his duo were in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles of land had been completely shattered, with no possibility of recovery. And even more than that, the Immortal King realm's boundless and massive immortal power was such that it caused the entire Nine Hells demon realm to begin to crumble at an unimaginable speed. What heaven-robbing technique is nothing more than a secret technique to briefly raise one's strength, Chen Xin'an said disdainfully. Sure enough, a tough talker, but let this seat see how much strength you can have. As he spoke, the invisible pressure transformed into a solid entity, turning into billions of terrifying blade lights. These billions of saber lights, each one is infinitely powerful. Even an existence at the peak of the martial immortal realm could be decimated. Billions of sword lights from the four directions of heaven and earth, without any dead angle, chopped towards Chen Xin'an. How much strength? Not much, just enough to exterminate a billion of you. As the sky was filled with sword light, Chen Xin'an's body trembled at this moment. Everything around them trembled as well. Moments later, a palpitating immortal power gradually awakened from within him. This immortal power, which seemed to transcend the earthly world, was so powerful that it was impossible to look directly at it. The moment it surged forth, the entire void was shaken. At this moment, Chen Xin'an also unlocked the seals in his body and displayed his full cultivation. Immortal Emperor Realm Cultivation, the 1,000 Blades of Light, the arrogant and domineering immortal power of the, like mole crickets that had seen the gods, they all exploded themselves and dissipated into nothingness. What's going on? In this instant, the Heaven Slayer Demon Blade was shocked beyond measure, before it could react. However, the next instant a boundless and terrifying pressure was released from within Chen Xin'an's body. This pressure, endless, was simply as irresistible as the heavenly Tao. In that instant, the monstrous sea of blood poured in and dissipated in vapor. The body of the Heaven Slayer Demon Blade began to tremble unstoppably, as if it were a floating weed in the rain. This is the pressure of the Immortal Emperor Realm. The Heaven-slaying Demon Blade was incredibly shocked. He knew that Chen Xin'an was strong, but he hadn't thought that it would be as strong as this. That was an Immortal Emperor Realm powerhouse. A powerhouse that could never appear in the 9 Underworld Demon Realm for eternity was a realm that he didn't even dare to hope for. Under the pressure of the Immortal Emperor Realm, the Heaven Slayer Demon Blade only felt like his Immortal King Realm cultivation was a joke. It's like a 3-year-old child facing the Supreme God. The cultivation gap therein far surpassed the gap between heaven and earth. At this time, 2 streams of light were flying in the distance, and it was none other than the Zun Tian Sword Immortal and the 100 Races Tao Lord. They had heard about Chen Xin'an's defeat of the demon ancestor and had rushed here from the other 2 border cities, just in time to get here. On their way, they were shocked to discover that the entire 9 Hells demon realm was shattering at breakneck speed. However, the scene in front of them gave the 2 of them even more horror than the destruction of the 9 Hells demon realm. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Chen's strength would be terrifying to this extent. The strongest person I've ever seen in my life, let alone one alongside it. There is none that can see its back. Fellow Taoist Chen is truly a man of God, both of them exclaimed. The might pressed down on the sea of stars and shook the void. Chen Xin'an of the Immortal Emperor Realm looked at the heaven-slaying demon blade, which was swaying like floating weeds. In a cold voice, he said, "Heaven-slaying demon blade, everything started because of you, and now it should be destroyed because of you." This time, The Heaven Slayer Demon Blade was completely flustered. No, don't, Elder. I'm willing to submit to you. Just please spare my life. I'm useful. If you spare my life, I can promise to be your slave for all eternity. The Heaven Slayer Demon Blade kept talking, trying to trade its value for a ray of hope. If it were anyone else, they might have agreed. Unfortunately, however, Chen Xin'an was not one of them. For Chen Xin'an, who possessed the system, what kind of immortal weapon did he not have? A mere heaven-slaying demon blade was not something he could look at. No need. With a knife like yours, I'd use it to get my hands dirty, Chen Xin'an said coldly, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly with one hand and the blade tightly with the other. Immortal power surged in his palm, driving a boundless huge force. Ka-ching! A crisp ringing sound echoed through the void, and the instant that the heaven-slaying demon blade was snapped in half by him. Ah! How dare you! The pain of the break caused the heaven-slaying demon blade to fall into a frenzy, and the terrifying immortal power swelled with. He actually wanted to blow himself up and drag Chen Xin'an along with him. In the face of this crazy move, Chen Xin'an still sneered. With a slap of his palm, he easily shattered the consciousness of the heaven-slaying demon blade. Completely worn out between heaven and earth. The pain of those you have killed is 1,000 times greater than yours. Demon Slayer, this is already cheap. The heaven-slaying demon blade, this monstrous demonic weapon, was finally completely broken in Chen Xin'an's hands. After 3,000 years, everything has finally come to an end at this moment. Chapter 69, The Dao Fruit Ripens. The great drama ends. In the distance, after Zun Tian Sword Immortal and the 100 Races Dao Lord witnessed Chen Xin'an break the heaven-slaying demon blade. The excitement was overwhelming. For 3,000 years, they have been uprooted from their homes, suffering the pain of countless partings from family and friends. Witness a close friend sit down in a strange world with reluctance. It was to wait for this day, resolved the heaven-slaying demon blade and dispersed the monstrous sea of blood. Chen Xin'an once again suppressed his realm to the peak of the martial immortal realm, and then he turned his head to look at the Zun Tian Sword Immortal duo. Two fellow Taoists, everything is finally over. We should go back. The Zun Tian Sword Immortal duo nodded their heads in agreement, and the 9-demon realm at their feet, just in the short time of the encounter. It has completely collapsed. When all things perish, heaven and earth cease to exist, and the time has come for the ashes to perish. Instead of the 3 Chen Xin'an now being within the 9-demon realm, how about being in the middle of an endless void? This was the consequence of a strong person beyond the limit forcibly descending into a weak world, grasping the body of the heavenly demon slayer blade. Chen Xin'an and the Zun Tian Sword Immortal duo crossed the endless void. Soon it was back outside the heavenly city. The powerhouses within the heavenly city could be described as having palpitations at this time. Just a moment ago, the border between the 9 Hells demon realm and the chaotic heavens unexpectedly broke off directly, not knowing what's going on yet. Immediately after that, they were seeing the entire 9 Hells demon realm rapidly collapsing. Some of the strongest members of the 9 Hells demon realm who were at the border realized that it was bad and wanted to escape into the chaotic sky. But the destructive fluctuation was just a sweep, and the last survivors of the 9 Hells demon realm dissipated, dissolved in the invisible wind. Since that moment, the entire 9 Hells demon realm had ceased to exist. Such a scene scared the strongest of the chaotic sky. It's good that Chen Xin'an is back now. With Chen Xin'an back, the backbone is there. With his own eyes, he had witnessed how Chen Xin'an had crushed the demon ancestor and saved Heavenly City from danger time and time again. Within the current chaotic sky, without exception, all of them were Chen Xin'an's fans and believers. Amidst the cheers of countless cultivators, Chen Xin'an walked into the city, and then raised the long, broken blade in his hand. Those young monks don't know what this means. However, those older powerhouses recognized the heaven-slaying demon blade in an instant. It's the heaven-slaying demon blade. It's the heaven-slaying demon blade. Senior Chen has destroyed the heaven-slaying demon blade. The elders fell to tears and gave a great cheer. And at that moment, the Honorable Heavenly Sword Immortal also shouted to the crowd from the sidelines. Gentlemen, today, the fellow Daoist Chen not only defeated the demon ancestor and saved chaotic sky from danger, he even broke the heaven-slaying demon blade with his own hands. I know that some of the strongest people present don't know what the Heaven Slayer demon blade means. I can tell you that the reason we uprooted ourselves from our homes, coming to this unfamiliar 9 Spectres demon realm, suffering from the provocations and bullying of the demon race, all because of this demon blade. Your elders, who either died in battle or sat down with regret. All of this is because of this heaven-slaying demon blade. Now I can tell you that in the hands of Taoist friend Chen Xin'an Chen, this magic sword has been destroyed. Zun Tian Sword Immortal's voice fell. Immediately, there was a loud and persistent cheer. Those young lifelong geniuses knew what had happened, and all of them had eyes of admiration, watching Chen Xin'an's figure, to engrave it in his heart. At this moment, with no one leading the way, the strongest members of the 100 races all spontaneously made a great salute towards Chen Xin'an and cried out, "Many thanks to Senior Chen for saving chaotic sky and destroying the heaven-slaying demon blade." Chen Xin'an looked at the crowd, the immortal fire blazing between his palms, melting the remnants of the heaven-slaying demon blade into iron. In the midst of melting, the iron takes shape and is cast into a monument. On the steel, Chen Xin'an carved heavy and powerful words. This steel is cast from the body of the heaven-slaying demon blade, in order to console the thousands of innocent fallen cultivators. You will be an eternal witness to this history, Chen Xin'an said, throwing the iron tablet, which passed through the crowd and stood on top of the city gate. From today, even after thousands of years, if all beings enter the celestial city and see this iron tablet, all will know and remember this history. Just when it was all over, above the 9 heavens, a sudden burst of Taoist sound rang out, and within the dome of the sky, there were even 10,000 golden lotuses emerging. The heavenly Dao fruit is ripe. Chen Xin'an and the 3 of them looked at each other and turned into 3 streams of light as they rushed toward the divine tree in the void. Shuttling through millions of miles of land, the 3 soon arrived in front of the divine tree, only to see that above the branches of the divine tree, the melon ripened, and the Dao fruit that looked like an immortal baby had already detached from the divine tree, floating down into the void. This is the essence of the heavenly Dao condensed through countless years, and it is strange and incomparable. It can be called a supreme heaven and earth divine object. The exalted heavenly sword Immortal and the 100 races Dao Lord both revealed looks of awe, and at that moment, a real problem lay before the 3. That's where the heavenly Dao fruit belongs. Naturally, Chen Xin'an didn't need it. He was already a powerhouse in the immortal emperor realm. The only difference between the so-called heavenly Dao fruit and an ordinary fruit to him was just more immortal power. And between the exalted heavenly sword Immortal and the 100 races Dao Lord, the 100 races Dao Lord was the first to back down. He said, "Pavilion Master, 3,000 years ago, if it wasn't for you putting aside the hatred between the 100 races and the human race, leading the 5 domain powerhouses to rush to aid the chaotic sky, I'm afraid that the chaotic sky would have long ceased to exist by now. Anyone from my chaotic sky is thankful for Pavilion Master's great favor. This heavenly Dao fruit is the essence of the heavenly Dao condensed by the. It naturally belongs to the person who has done the most for it. The Pavilion Master deserves it." Upon hearing this, Zun Tian Sword Immortal hastily shook his head and said, No matter what, I'm all an outsider, and since this heavenly Dao fruit is condensed from the heavenly Dao of chaotic heaven, naturally, it should belong to the strongest among the chaotic heavens. Dao Lord, you are the chaotic sky supreme. This Dao fruit should still belong to you, a supreme treasure that outsiders fight over and are willing to give everything for. At this time, in front of the 2 of them, Zun Tian Sword Immortal and 100 races Dao Lord, they were being pushed back more than just a little. This was not because the heavenly Dao fruit was not precious enough, but in the minds of the 2 men, there was something even more precious than the heavenly Dao fruit. That's exactly the kind of friendship that's been forged over 3,000 years of living together, living and dying together. The love of comradeship is everlasting. Watching the 2 men push each other more than, Chen Xin'an smiled and spoke. Both of you are qualified to receive the heavenly Dao fruit, so why bother getting so entangled? Why not just let the heavenly Dao fruit choose for itself? Upon hearing this, the 2 Zun Tian Sword Immortals smiled at each other and said at the same time, "This is very good." Thus, the 2 stood on either side, each releasing their own aura. The 2 human immortal realm auras lingered and drifted, gradually approaching the heavenly Dao fruit. The newly ripened heavenly Dao fruit felt the 2 soft immortal powers and began to move slowly. It first approached the 100 clan Daolord's side, sniffed, and rubbed the corner of the 100 clan Daolord's coat affectionately. He was about to burrow into the sleeve of Zun Tian Sword Immortal's coat, but he felt a more intimate aura. Immediately, the heavenly Dao fruit came back to Zun Tian Sword Immortal's side and landed in his palm, rubbing against it uncontrollably. It eventually burrowed into the robe on the chest of the Zun Tian Sword Immortal. In this way, the results came out. Congratulations, Pavilion Master. Chen Xin'an and the 100 races Dao Lord both heartily congratulated. Zun Tian Sword Immortal also hastened to return the salute. If it weren't for fellow Daoist Chen's monstrous strength and the Dao Lord's generosity, this divine object must not belong to me. 2 fellow Daoists, Sword Lingyun here thanks you. Up until this point, this fight surrounding the heavenly Dao fruit was considered to have completely come to an end. Chapter 70, Departure. Return to the true martial spirit world. The fight surrounding the heavenly Dao fruit had finally come to a close. This time, with Chen Xin'an's help, chaotic sky not only preserved the heavenly Dao fruit, even more so, The threat that was the Nine Hells demon realm was completely eradicated. Such a happy event naturally caused countless chaotic sky powerhouses to cheer. One thing leads to another. In what should have been a happy moment, another, even more powerful piece of news has come out. 3 years from now, the #1 powerhouse in the chaotic heavens, Senior Chen Xin'an, will lead chaotic sky back to the true martial spirit world. In a flash, it was like a thunderbolt thrown into the midst of the chaotic sky. The first time the news was spread, within the chaotic sky, there were hundreds of powerful people who couldn't sit still. Immediately dropped everything in his hands. Go personally to the 100 Races Alliance to verify the truth of this news. Soon, the results came out. After being confirmed by Senior Chen Xin'an himself, the news was indeed true. In an instant, the entire chaotic sky was abuzz. It's been a whole 1,000 years, and the strongest people here have been away from their homeland for 1,000 years. During these 1,000 years, they have been thinking about their homeland all the time. Now that they finally had the chance to go back, the excitement in their hearts could be imagined. For those powerful men of the 5 domains who sped to the aid of the 100 races, waiting for 1,000 years, they finally waited for the moment to go home. Nothing could be more gratifying. And there were old tears, the geniuses of the younger generation. On the other hand, were all heartened that the hometown, which they had only heard about in the mouths of their elders, they can finally see it for themselves. For a time, Chen Xin'an's prestige had risen greatly again and had reached an unimaginable height. The powerhouses of the chaotic sky looked at Chen Xin'an as if they were looking at a god. Time is running out, and the 3-year appointment will be over in no time. On this day, Chen Xin'an stood at the top of the heavenly city, with thousands of strong men behind him ready to go. Eyes gazed reverently at his magnificent back. It's been more than 50 years since I left the true martial spirit realm until now. I don't know how the immortal-seeking sect is doing. Today, I will bring chaotic sky back to the true martial spirit realm. Chen Xin'an's heart surged with excitement. Zun Tian's sword Immortal appeared behind Chen Xin'an at the right time. He had refined the heavenly Dao fruit and his cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the human immortal realm. The body even added a few points of transcendent temperament. Chen Xin'an nodded his head as everything was ready. He then unsealed the seal, and in an instant, infinite immortal power exploded out, sweeping across the entire world. That incomparably powerful immortal power shook every strong person present. What terrifying immortal power! No matter when you see it, it's shocking. Praise was in the air. At this moment, immortal energy surged and converged like an ocean, and Chen Xin'an's body began to change drastically. He grew against the wind, and instantly loomed up, like a giant pillar in the sky, rising straight into the clouds. In an instant it towers 10,000 feet high and one can only look up. In just the blink of an eye, his face had already been hidden into the clouds and mist, becoming out of reach. Soon, his massive body was even more magnificent than the entire chaotic sky. He was clad in a radiant river of stars, hidden in the vastness of the void. The drifting of the clouds rose and fell with his breathing. The light of the sun and the moon were not as dazzling as his eyes. If it were normal, such terrifying immortal power would destroy the entire chaotic sky. However, Chen Xin'an was prepared for this, and he had already activated the immortal light seal. It caused the immortal light seal to transform into a boundless barrier, wrapping the entire chaotic sky in it without any dead ends, so as not to be affected by Chen Xin'an's boundless immortal power. With a single step, Chen Xin'an arrived in the endless void. Within the shelter of the immortal light seal, chaotic sky was like a basketball. Chen Xin'an blocked chaotic sky with his body, and with one hand, he went upwards and grabbed chaotic sky's sky. The other hand came down and lifted the earth, cradling the entire chaotic sky in his arms. After the chaotic sky in his arms had stabilized, Chen Xin'an's right hand, which was holding up the earth, snapped. Infinite immortal power was released, propelling chaotic sky to move with his will through the endless void. Ooh, this piece of heaven and earth has some weight to it, Chen Xin'an muttered. At this moment, the immortal power in his body was pouring out crazily, lifting an entire world to move. Not an easy thing to do. But what kind of person was he? Chen Xin'an. What he said he could do, then he could naturally do it. In the presence of the chaotic sky's 100 races of cultivators, chaotic sky began to advance towards its homeland. Chapter 71 Void Fey. Changes in the diffractive heaven martial realm. In the vastness of the endless void, Chen Xin'an transformed into 10 million feet tall. With one hand holding the ground and the other covering the sky, he advanced with chaotic sky in his arms. A star shone like a jewel in the endless void. Chen Xin'an traveled through them, and from time to time, the light swing of his hair and sleeves moved several stars to change their positions. In his mind, the system had already pointed out the direction for Chen Xin'an. And within the chaotic sky of the bosom, Zun Tian's sword Immortal wasn't idle either. as he personally recorded the directions along the way and drew star maps. In the future, if a strong person from the true martial spirit realm wanted to venture into the endless void, this star map will save them a lot of work. As for the 100 races Downlords, they kept patrolling within the chaotic sky, just in case there's a change somewhere in the chaotic sky and you don't know it. The other 100 races powerhouses were also doing their own thing, maintaining the daily operation of the chaotic sky. With such internal and external collaboration, the journey was also peaceful. Due to holding up a world, Chen Xin'an didn't dare to go too fast, lest the chaotic heavens would not be able to withstand it and end up like the Nine Hells demon realm. And that's 30 years away. Yet the endless void lived up to its name. And even with such care, it also still encounters a number of crises. Fortunately, Chen Xin'an was so powerful that he could look down on the universe with pride, and general threats were easily neutralized. On this day, for example, Chen Xin'an was holding up chaotic sky to a strange galaxy. Suddenly, a vast fluctuation of immortal power surged in from an endless distance. It seemed that some horrible beings were not far away. Immortal lines flickered in Chen Xin'an's eyes as his gaze pierced through 10,000 miles of emptiness and looked into the distance. He saw that within that strange star field, some 100 million miles away, a huge void beast shaped like an octopus was picking at a star. The void beast clamped its thousands of tentacles tightly around the star. The huge mouthpiece was like a sharp drill, piercing through the star's clouds and reaching the star's core, crazily drawing the star's life force. This void fey beast is at least equivalent to an immortal king realm powerhouse. At the time Chen Xin'an discovered that void fey beast, that star-devouring beast also suddenly raised its head, a pair of pupils shooting out a stern light. It also detected Chen Xin'an's presence. Chen Xin'an's figure was reflected in the huge eyes, but immediately, its gaze moved downward, turning to chaotic sky in Chen Xin'an's arms. In an instant, an extremely strong desire erupted from the eyes of that giant beast. It could feel the richness of the life force in the world that Chen Xin'an embraced. Far more than this one it is seizing at the moment. In a flash, it drew away from the mouthpiece embedded inside the star. Immediately after that, countless tentacles violently loosened the stars and shot explosively towards Chen Xin'an. Thousands of tentacles pierced through star after lifeless star. It caused countless more debris to be added to the endless void. This huge commotion caused the entire sea of stars to tremble. I don't know what to do. As Chen Xin'an's voice fell, the palm covering the sky loosened up, leaving only one hand to hold up chaotic sky. At this time, within the chaotic heavens, the exalted heavenly sword Immortal and the 100 races Downlord did not yet know what had happened. All they could see was Chen Xin'an's palm quietly leaving the sky. Then Zun Tian's sword Immortal immediately transmitted his voice and asked, "Fellow Daoist Chen, have you arrived at the true martial spirit realm?" Chen Xin'an calmly responded, "Not yet, just encountered some small obstacles." Just as he finished speaking, the thousands of tentacles of that void beast had already come close. It was like countless sharp spears. Even immortal king realm powerhouses didn't dare to take it hard. Seeing this, Chen Xin'an's face remained unchanged and his eyes were like torches. An infinite amount of immortal power converged into his empty palm. It transformed into a long sword that was even more massive than a star. A sword chopped down, and the sword light instantly illuminated the entire sky. But, as the sword light cut through, thousands of tentacles broke apart and, falling into the land of emptiness, collapsed star after star. And that sword light power did not decrease at all. Straight toward that void beast body chopping. Only a loud bang could be heard, and the void alien beast was chopped into two halves in a split second. Countless ink-colored juices burst out and splashed around, without even a single struggle. This immortal king realm void beast was decimated by Chen Xin'an. Immediately after that, Chen Xin'an chopped away several more swords, cutting off the most precious parts of the void alien beast's body. It was then sent into the heaven of chaos. The void fae are terrifying when they're alive, but they're a treasure when they're dead. Both the skin and flesh and the sinews and bones are rare treasures in the world. If it weren't for the fact that the chaotic sky was unable to carry the entire corpse of the void fey beast, Chen Xin'an even wanted to send the entire corpse into the chaotic sky. But there was no need to worry about wasting it. Chen Xin'an informed Zun Tian's sword Immortal of everything that had happened. Zun Tian's sword Immortal immediately made a note of this place. This under-excavated treasure. It could be used as a place of training for the strongest members of the true martial spirit realm to travel through the endless void in the future. After the vignette ended, Chen Xin'an continued to start propping up chaotic sky, toward the direction of the true martial spirit world. This line, for another decade or so. On this day, Chen Xin'an arrived at a familiar world, diffractive heaven martial realm, the tragic world that was slaughtered by the Demon Slayer's sword. Chen Xin'an stopped and placed the chaotic sky temporarily in the endless void. Now, almost 50 years had passed since he last came to this world. Chen Xin'an was curious as to what had become of this world today. With a flash of the brow, A human immortal realm detachment scurried into it. When we came inside the diffractive heaven martial realm, as far as the eye could see, it was all lush and green. The trees in it were lush and flourishing, just like a primitive forest. Between those branches, there were the most primitive beings scurrying about. Chen Xin'an's initial good deed had finally paid off a little. He could foresee that after countless years, this world would once again be filled with people. With his memories, he came to the front of the day-defying emperor's grave, which was overgrown with weeds. Day by day, Emperor, I've destroyed the heaven-slaying demon blade, so you can rest in peace too. Chen Xin'an finished speaking and was about to leave. A sudden gust of fresh wind came and ruffled the branches with a rustling sound of, "It's as if it's a kind of silent thank you." In that wind, a stone that was no more than the size of a fingertip happened to land right in Chen Xin'an's palm. Chen Xin'an picked up the stone in his palm, and was feeling strange that suddenly a subtle sensation welled up in him. He lifted his head and looked up into the firmament and, as if talking to heaven and earth, "What do you want me to leave behind for this world?" Another gust of wind rose, as if in response. "Just as well, let's call it a favor. Immortal powers surging." Chen Xin'an wrote on that stone several profound martial arts cultivation methods that he had obtained from within the system. He then tossed the stone into the air and went with the wind. Perhaps after countless years, some fortunate being will pick up this stone by chance and in doing so, it has made a legend. When it was time to leave, a few wisps of fresh wind blew gently to see Chen Xin'an off, and there were a few hints of meritocracy mixed in with the wind. This was the second time Chen Xin'an had received the chi of merit from this world. Incorporating the chi of merit into the Dantian, it converged and united with the previous chi of merit. Then it left the world, continuing to hold up chaotic sky towards the true martial spirit realm. After another 10 years of rushing, the familiar world finally appeared in front of Chen Xin'an's eyes. Feeling Chen Xin'an's immortal power, the infinite spiritual energy above the 10,000 mile crystal wall gradually boiled. It's an overpowering force that triggers a formation warning. But at the moment, Chen Xin'an looked like the world was welcoming him back. Since my departure, I have been mingling in the endless void for nearly 50 years. Now it took another 50 years or so to come back. 100 years or so of light back and forth. Finally, Chen Xin'an muttered. Then he rushed towards the chaotic sky and shouted loudly, "Seniors, we're going home." The sound spread to every corner of the chaotic sky. Within the chaotic sky, countless cultivators were uplifted, and some aged powerhouses were even excited to the point of tears. After 3,000 years of wandering, their close friends have either fallen or sat down, all of them passing away with regrets, burying the bones in another country. Today, they have finally returned to their hometown with the legacy of their late friend.